12th of June 1974, Chika Unigwe is the sixth of seven children from a staunch Catholic home. After her secondary school education at the Federal Government Girls College Abuja, she went on to earn a Bachelor of Arts degree in English at the University of Nigeria Nsukka in 1995. In her third year in the university, Chika got married to a Belgian engineer and moved to Turnhout in Flanders, Belgium's Dutch-speaking region. A mother of four, Chika recounts the challenges she faced as a black woman when she first moved to Belgium.
See you, as just a member of this group that they think they know. They already have their preconceived notions of you. So you walk into a store and someone is walking behind you because they think, okay, she's black, she's come to steal.
In 1996, Chika obtained a Master of Arts in English Language from the Catholic University of Leuven and then earned a PhD from the University of Leiden, the Netherlands, in 2004 for her dissertation titled In the Shadows of Allah, Igbo Women Writing as an Act of Writing. Although she described herself as a self-doubting writer,
the only pressure I feel is against myself. I'm a very self-doubting writer. I'm not a confident writer at all. And when I write, I'm assailed by doubts.
Chika's works have received worldwide acclaim, won many notable prizes, such as the 2003 BBC Short Story Competition for Borrowed Smile and a nomination for the 2004 Kane Prize for African Writing for The Secret. Her book, On Black Sister Street, won the prestigious NLNG $100,000 prize for literature. The book, she recounts, was born out of curiosity and cultural shock of seeing half-naked women on the display windows on Antwerp red light district.
Passing through Brussels North and seeing prostitutes behind display windows. I had never seen anything like that before. When of course in Nigeria you have prostitution, but it's very underground.
Chika is a multilingual author with books published in English language, Dutch, French, but none in Igbo language. A situation she explains will see her works marginalized and no publisher would be willing to publish in Igbo.
And anybody who can read Igbo can read English. And if I were to write in Igbo, I wouldn't find a publisher. And you just sort of marginalize me a lot.
Chika constantly finds a way to infuse the Igbo culture and language in her books and speaks passionately about the decline of the Igbo language, identifying the problem of untranslatability and preferring solutions on how we can preserve the Igbo language.
Work on preserving our language must go hand in hand with growing it. There has to be a structure and an intentionality to it. Igbo experts and schools and Southeast governments must work together.
Hello, welcome. Sudan's capital, Khartoum, is witnessing airstrikes and heavy fighting as the ceasefire to get civilians to flee to safety has collapsed. The fight between two military factions that started on April 15th has only intensified. Millions of people remain trapped in the capital with food running out and hospitals closing down. The International Committee for the Red Cross says a plane landed at Port Sudan with 8 tons of relief materials. But there is no way to get them to the places they are needed due to heavy fighting. Over 500 people have been killed. Observers expect the figures of the dead and injured to be much higher. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 6:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya, 5:30 p.m. in Cairo, Egypt, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, and 11:30 a.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Joining us today is Chika Unigwe. She's a professor of creative writing at Georgia College and State University. Her novel, On Black Sisters Street, won the 2012 Nigeria Prize for Literature, valued at $100,000. Her latest work just hit bookstores worldwide, and it is called The Middle Daughter. She writes a weekly column for the Daily Trust newspaper. Chika will discuss her novel and the middle part in navigating the Nigerian sociopolitical quagmire. Chika. Chika, welcome to the show. We can't hear you. Sorry, I don't know what's going on.
Thank you very much for having me, Rudolph.
Good. We have technical issues today, but it's nice to see you. Welcome to the show, and I hope we're going to have a wonderful conversation on literature, your writing, and what's going on in Nigeria. As we normally start, let me start with the issue around Africa. The situation in Sudan. What do you make of what's going on there?
Geez, there's an Igbo proverb that says that, when a finger gets stained with oil, it stains all the other fingers, right? So something is happening in Sudan. We know the crisis is going on there, but this is a crisis that is affecting all of us. It is affecting the world because we're going to have refugee crisis, right? I don't see this crisis ending anytime soon. I read something recently that said that there were only three ways in which this crisis could develop, right? And the last number three was peace, that there would be sort of a stalemate, a peace, which isn't going to, peace is not going to happen anytime soon. I don't believe that that's going to happen. So this is going to probably become as bad as Syria and Libya, if not worse. We have Nigerian citizens, Nigerian students who are there in Sudan. Only yesterday, Adama Abubakar, the Nigerian writer, who is also a very good friend of mine, wrote on Twitter that his cousin was still stranded in Sudan. So these are our brothers and sisters who are caught up in the crisis.
Yeah. Let me ask you, what do you think about the way the federal government has operated or tried to rescue Nigerian citizens in
Yeah, there was a WhatsApp video I saw a few days ago that was terribly heartbreaking. There was a Nigerian student who said that they were stranded in the desert, or they had been stranded for like 5 hours because the buses that was carrying them, there was something wrong with logistics or with payment. I think it was payment that they hadn't been paid. And I know that Abike Dabiri came on afterwards to say that the situation had been sorted out and that the buses were on their way. And I'm aware that I think on Friday, 13 buses landed, but there are still many students stranded in Sudan. I think it is a terrible shame, that you would leave students stranded, you would leave, students stranded for 5 hours in the desert with no water, no food because of money. It sounds too ridiculous for words. I'm not satisfied with the way that the Nigerian government is handling it. I do know that people have made the argument that like even more developed countries, so Canada and the UK and the US, are having problems evacuating their citizens. But I haven't heard that any of them left students stranded in the desert for lack of money. And I read somewhere that the students also said that they were contributing money. I don't know how true that is. And I remember years ago when I was doing research for on Black Sister Street, and these Nigerian sex workers were talking about
being stranded in the desert, and being forced to drink their urine, right? So I don't even want to imagine what these students, the trauma that they must have gone through for the how many hours they were left there, not knowing whether or not they were going to make it to Nigeria. And I cannot imagine the trauma that those who are left behind are going through. And I listened to Abike a few days ago, and she talked about how some of the students hadn't registered at the embassy when they got in, and so they couldn't tell who was Nigerian and who wasn't. But I think these are just excuses, right? These are really, really weak excuses. I think that the government needs to do better.
All right. We also know that when Ukraine happened, it was the same story. So it's a long history of Nigeria not being prepared to deal with emergencies like this. You talked about trauma, and I want to move quickly to the state of the country in Nigeria. The election, people are saying people are experiencing trauma. How do you see the election itself that happened?
Yeah, so Rudolph, I experienced the elections from a distance. I mean, I live in the United States. I'm not registered to vote in Nigeria. It is something I feel very passionately about, diaspora voting. I think that people in the diaspora should be allowed to vote because we contribute to the economy, of the country, and we're still very much invested in the country. There is no reason why we shouldn't be allowed to vote. I know that before the elections and talking to family and friends in Nigeria, there was a lot of optimism. People who were tired of the status quo and who saw in the Labour Party candidate, PTOB, hope for a new Nigeria, and who were terribly disappointed with the election results. And I also know that despite all the money that was pumped into INEC and despite all the promises that INEC made, there was a lot of incompetence. And from anecdotal evidence, there was also a lot of rigging. So no, I'm not satisfied with the elections. I feel that Nigeria missed an opportunity to to get it right. But there are also some eminent and you know P2B and Atiku are in court, and I'm hoping that the Supreme Court toes the line of Malawi and Cote d'Ivoire and
Kenya.
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 Kenya, I know about three countries recently. So I think Cote d'Ivoire, Malawi, and Kenya, where the courts did the right thing, right? So I'm hoping that, um, yeah, that Nigeria does not happen to the Supreme Court, right?
Now, during the election or after the election, there were reactions, and one of them were from writers got involved in this, including someone like Chimamanda Adichie, who wrote an opinion piece for the Atlantic, and I think she also was in DC recently to talk about it. Are you involved in any way on any side of the divide?
No, I'm not. No, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I'm not involved.
Are you involved in anywhere in the events or whatever is going on after the election?
No, I mean beyond writing and talking, there is pretty little anybody can do. I know that the Financial Times also had an article recently asking the Supreme Court to take a better look at the or take a good look at the petitions before them. So beyond writing, there's really not pretty little anybody can that I can do. So I'm writing about it. I talk about it when
Where are you writing about it?
well, I think I've written something in the Daily Trust,
Okay.
which is where I have my column.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But do you think there's a role for writers to play in this in political engagements?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that In many societies, writers have taken up the role as the conscience of of the nation. And I think that by training, writers are observant and writers are passionate because you cannot write if you're not passionate. Um, your writing, at least my writing, comes from a place of passion. But Ngugi wa Thiong'o said something, this must have been 10 years ago in a BBC interview, when he said that writers are like Cassandra, doomed to prophesy but never to be believed. So
Okay. All right. That's cool. Now let me go into writing, and you've been on it for a while.
for a long
Um,
time.
well, I mean, you have four novels to your credit, I believe, or more than that even. Um, is it satisfactory kind of a career path for you?
Um, so I don't think of writing in terms of satisfactory or not. It's just something that I feel compelled to do. It's like a vocation, it's like a calling, right? If we lived in traditional pre-colonial Igbo times, I would say that this is my agu, and that I would have to do it. Otherwise, I haven't fulfilled the role that I have been put on earth to do. And so that is how I think of writing. And the moment I stop thinking of writing that way, I will stop writing, right? So I'm haunted by a lot of things. I'm haunted by things I hear and things I see and things I feel, things that make me angry. And it is all of those things that push me to write. And so writing is also for me a form of exorcism. I'm not looking for, I don't think of it as a career. It is a career, but I think there's also something spiritual about the writing for me. And I'm not being pretentious when I say that. I really do mean it. I feel like it's a calling, right? And that I must do it. It's something that I must do. And I think that if you think of something as a calling, then you're not really thinking of it in terms of whether or not it gives you satisfaction, right? Sometimes it doesn't. Very often it doesn't. Very often it's uncomfortable. Very often it's difficult, you know. And I'm a very private person, and I don't know that um, people who are private and um, people who are private and vocations such as writing, naturally go hand in hand. I don't know that it's something that I would have consciously chosen for myself, but it's something that has chosen me. Does
Mm.
that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. All right. So, looking at African writing from the very beginning to now, how do you assess the progress?
Oh my God. Um, I love this question. This is something I love talking about. You see, in 1958, with Achebe's Things Fall Apart. Actually, before Achebe's Things Fall Apart, there was
Uh,
Mosituola's first book,
on one.
Palm Wine Drink Card. Yeah, Palm Wine Drink Card. And then Heinemann Publishers came in. Then between 58 and 2001, I think, when they published it called Guinea's Exporter Still, they did a whole plethora of um, they published a whole plethora of African writers. And so we had that, and then we had Pistolite. But Heinemann was really the one known for publishing African writers. But you couldn't find Heinemann books in you'd find Heinemann books were very academic. They were novels, but the covers were very boring. The covers looked like textbooks, right? And you'd find the books in university libraries because they were really marketed towards schools and towards academics. You wouldn't, for example, find it at the airport, an airport bookstore, right? And then from Adichie's Purple Hibiscus to the current crop of African writers writing now, we are finding our books in spaces where they haven't traditionally been found, right? So we are finding our books in airport bookstores. We are finding our books on Good Morning America. Minayobami Adebayo's novel was on Good Morning America recently. We are finding our books on Oprah. Uwema Akpan's short story collection. Uwema Akpan was on Oprah many years ago. We're finding our books on, Booker shortlists, the women's shortlist, and winning the women's prize. And so there has been a huge evolution. So whereas before, commercial publishers in the West did not think that African writing was something that they could invest in and make money. Now they're giving African writers £1 million and $1 million advance. This couldn't have happened 25 years ago, 25 years ago even. We had Mbolo Mbo get $1 million advance for her first novel. We had this Ghanaian British writer who wrote Mame, Jessica, I forget her last name, got £1 million advance allegedly for her debut novel. Our covers, we're getting aesthetically beautiful covers. We're getting covers that attract people. I remember Alistair Campbell writing on Twitter that what attracted him to on Black Secret Street was the cover. He went into a bookstore, he loved the cover, and he bought it, right? And pre 2001, probably we did not see this kind of thing happening. We weren't getting covers that told people that, yeah, these are novels that you want to read, right? And whereas, between 1950, between Tutuola and the last, and between Tutuola and Iko Guinness of Scottish Fool, which was the last novel published by Henneman Publishers, if I'm remembering correctly, there was a tendency in the West for our novels to be read as anthropology. And even criticism of our work was also, the reviews read like reviews of anthropological works. And people read African literature because people in the West read African literature then, it seems to me, because they were either forced to by school or because it was a signal that they were good people, right? So you read it because it was good for you. It was like fish oil tablets or vitamin tablets. You didn't read it because you enjoyed it. And we're seeing an evolution now. People are reading our novels because they want to read good storytelling. They're reading our novels not just as African novels, but they're reading our novels as just regular novels.
Okay. All right. So things are improving. That's what you're saying. Things
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that you can enter any of the top big five US publishing houses, and you'll find books by African writers there. And you can enter any of the top, UK publishing houses, and you find books by African writers there. Right? I don't know what's happening I don't know what the evolution was or is in the francophone Africa, but I know that top publishers in Paris are publishing francophone writers. Shows that there's been a huge shift, right? And the fact that all of these books are doing really, really well. Chigozie Obioma has been twice on the Booker shortlist. Viola Bulawayo has been twice on the Booker shortlist. Maza Mengiste was on the Booker shortlist. Nadifa Mohammed was on the Booker shortlist. So all of these things are proof to me that the way that we are being read in the West is changing completely. And then on the continent as well, we have publishing houses coming up and doing really well and publishing different types of novels. We have Cassava Republic with its Ankara imprint that publishes romance novels, for example. We have Reader, we have Narrative Landscapes, we have Parasia, we have Kachifo, and this is just in Nigeria alone, right? South Africa has, left us behind. I mean, they've been doing their own thing for a while, right? You have Jacaranda in Zimbabwe. I think it's called Jacaranda. Yeah. And so things are improving both on the continent and outside of the continent. Because, say what you will, the center of publishing for African writers, for Anglophone African writers, is still New York and London. And in those centers, despite the problems that those centers have, we are seeing African writers blossom and thrive. Yeah.
Do we think that readership at home
Mhm.
is anywhere where it should be, especially knowing how it was in the 80s, probably? What is your take?
How was it in the 80s? I'm sorry.
The 80s, I believe, I don't have the statistics, but I believe that more people read books in the 80s than now.
Really, I don't know. So I don't have access to this.
Okay. What about the 90s?
No, no, like, I don't have access to any statistic at
Okay,
all.
okay, okay.
But I do know that if you're in Lagos traffic and you see the number of pirated books, people are reading, right? If you see the number of people, I was at Ake Festival a few years ago, and the number of youth that gave up their time and gave up their money to come to Ake and who bought books. People are reading. We that does all of these festivals, people are reading. And so without access to statistics, I really can't say, whether people are reading more or less now.
What about how you as a writer is how you are rewarded? That could be a way to measure it. Especially, I'm talking about being published in Nigeria or in Africa. How is that experience like? Because I spoke to some writers and they could say that in the West, when their book does well, they experience that in terms of what comes to them. You think it's the same in Nigeria?
I mean, I think that this is comparing apples and pears. These are completely two different scenarios. So, for example, the middle daughter sells for $26 here, right? I don't know how many I don't know that the same number of people that can close their eyes and pay $26 for one book. And it's probably not the only book that they are buying. That number will be the same in Nigeria, right? So there is the economy. There is a reason why pirated books, thrive in Nigeria, right? Um, there's the issue of affordability, right? Um, and so, if you sell a million books in Nigeria, it's not going to have the same impact as selling a million books in the US or in the UK. If you, it's the same as if you win the Booker Prize, right? And it's less money than the NLNG prize. So Booker prize is £50,000. NLNG prize is $100,000, which is maybe what, 80,000 pounds, 70,000 pounds, 75,000 pounds, right? But the effects on sales is not the same thing, So I think that our competition should start with ourselves first before we now start competing with people who have a long history um, of economic progress, right? Yeah.
How much do they sell your book in Nigeria? The ones that were published in Nigeria, do you know?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, okay, all right. So let's go to the before we go to the publishing process. Let's go
I know
to.
it's not $26 though.
I know, of course, I know it's not on the yeah. But thinking about the young writers, up and coming writers, who do you read and who do you think the new generation of African writers? You can start with Nigeria and then go to the African countries.
Yeah, please. So
Exciting.
yeah. So I do creative writing, and one of the things that I'm very passionate about is introducing my students to as many contemporary Nigerian African writers as possible. And I remember last semester, one of my students came to me and said, Kedu. I said, I learned this because we've read at least two books in which there was Kedu in it. And I was so proud, So I make it my business to read everything that comes out as much as I can, right? Um, so who have I read recently? Last year I read a book by Ebele Chizia called Aquarian Star. It's published in the US, and it's set in the 60s in a country very much like Nigeria, but she doesn't call it Nigeria. I can't remember what she called it. Um, I read Kasim Kani's short story collection, All Shades of Iberibe. I've read and I have taught short stories by Frances Ogamba. She hasn't published a book yet, but I know that one of her short stories has just been um, longlisted for the Locus Awards. Um, I'm in the middle of reading um, a manuscript by Donald Okpeki and Joshua Joshua Uchenna Omenga of Afro-Pantheology. Um, well, a few years ago, I read Julie's Mr. and Dr. Mrs. in Port Harcourt and in the US. Ijomo Ogunyemi's debut novel came out last year, at the end of last year. It's called Jollof Rice Wars and Other Stories. They're interlinked stories, or novel in stories, she calls it. Um, I've read Akweke Mezi's works, although I wouldn't classify Akweke anymore as up and coming, right? So,
Now you mentioned Akweke. What do you think
mhm.
about Akweke's work?
um, so they are incredibly talented. On a craft level, the sentences pop out at you. Um, my students have taught um, one or two of Akweke's works. Um, Oh, and then I just realized that I only mentioned Nigerian writers. I didn't even manage to get away from, I didn't get away from Nigeria. Um, I think one of the exciting things about sort of having my finger on the pulse of what is going on in the writing world, as far as African writers are concerned, is that there is such beautiful work happening. Kelechi Okafor is coming out with a short story collection in September, and it's called On the Edge of Here. I have an arc of it somewhere that I'm reading. Um, Chikozile Melomadi came out with Dazzling, last year. Ayoba Miss new novel came out last year, Spell of Good Things, and she was and it was a Good Morning America pick. And then I was in Holland last weekend for a literary festival, and Azuma, Caleb is Ghanaian British. I don't know how the hyphenation works. Who wrote Small Water, and he's coming out with a new novel this in September. I know that Enu Mukuru is writing something, and I love Enuma's essays for the Financial Times. Like there is so much. I could talk about this all day and not get tired. And I'm sure I have left out some names,
Of
but
course.
I have a whole backlog of books that I still have to read. But I try to buy every single one of them that I can, because I think that in the community of writers, it is important to support each other. And the way that you support each other is to buy each other's works, to read each other's works, to talk about each other's works. And if you're a teacher, to teach each other's works. One of the great things about teaching at the university level is that nobody sets my curriculum for me. Nobody sets my syllabus for me. I set it myself. So I can decide which book to put on it. We read 2 years, I think 2 years ago, we read Francesca Kuyas's Honey Butter Pig Bread. It's also an amazing, extremely well written book. And it's always a thing of joy for me to tell my students, like, oh, these are Nigerian writers or these are African writers. And for some of them, it is their first introduction to African fiction. And those who have read African fiction, maybe in high school, have only read Chinua Achebe. So, and I've taught Americana. Yeah.
Very good, very good. But do you think, looking at what's happening in the music industry and the movie industry in
Mhm.
Africa, in Nigeria or in Africa, where they have gone global, so to say.
Yeah.
Do you think the same thing will happen to writers, or that we are close to that in for the writers?
Well, I think the same thing is happening, but I think again, the scale is different because one is popular culture. It's a lot easier for music to traverse boundaries than it is for books too. First of all, because when you're reading, it's a very solitary thing. You're not reading aloud to other people, right? I was in Amsterdam last weekend, and I was at the airport in Amsterdam, and and they were blasting a Nigerian song, and I can't remember. I think it was Whiskey, you know, and it just made me so happy. But you can't be blasting books by by African authors, right? So it's a different kind of it's a different kind of art, and so the way that both of them move, around the world will also be different, right? Where I go to do my hair, it's an American salon, African American salon, and the girl who was doing my hair the last time was singing, and they play a lot of music there, and 90% of what they play is by Nigerian musicians. And this girl was singing everything, even the pidgin words, the Yoruba words, she was singing everything, you know. And she has never been to Nigeria, does not know what any of these things mean, right? I remember being in South Africa a while ago, and I went to the market, and one of the traders asked me where I was from, and I said Nigeria. I started singing for like give me love or something along those lines. Um, where again, I think it was um, I can't remember where else, but like I've had so many of these kind of meetings, with people who don't know anything about Nigeria, will not be able to put Nigeria on a map, but they are singing and dancing to Nigerian music. I was in I think it was Punta Cana in the summer, and there was this small bar in Punta Cana, and they were playing what's that song where you have to go down? Buga,
Buga,
Buga.
Buga.
It was like, wow, it's like it's incredible, but music moves in a different way. It's like football, these are things that so many people can tune into at the same time, and you can't do that with books. But if you see that Chibundonuzo's Sankofa was Reese Witherspoon's book of the month sometime last year. If you see that Ayoba Adebayo's book was on Good Morning America in February. Akweke Mezi was on Trevor Noah's show. Chimamanda was on Trevor Noah's show. These are also the ways that we can go, global, right? So it is happening. Just the scale is different because the art is completely different.
All right. For our viewers, in another 20 minutes, I'll get you in and you can ask questions if you have any for Chika Unigwe. Let's go to your recent book, your most recent, the middle dollar. That was something else. I have read your work, but this one, you went to a deep place to illustrate so many things. Let me start by, while I was reading it, I was thinking of so many things. This is a wealthy Nigerian family, and everything was going well until everything collapsed.
That's the nature of things, right? Things go well and then they collapse.
Yeah, exactly. So first of all, you painted the difference between the rich and the poor, and you always go to Enugu, as I know you grew up in Enugu and you're very.
Enugu is my place. 042 forever.
You always go to Enugu.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of questions. Your main character, is it Nani? How do you call it?
Nani Chimdum.
Nani. Okay, Nani. Okay, I was thinking it's a short form of something.
Yeah, Nani
Um,
Chimdum.
okay. She was concerned about. I don't want to give spoil it for people who are yet to read it, but she was concerned about the mom and the little sister moving on after a tragedy in
Mm-hmm.
in um, in their life,
Mm-hmm.
and I wanted you to talk about that concept of dealing with trauma because that was at the center of the whole thing, how Africans deal with trauma, whichever kind of trauma. There are so many forms.
Mm.
Um, how did you approach that? How did you pick on that, and what do you think is going on with our approach to trauma?
I don't know. I think that no matter how different we are as human beings, so race, ethnicity, whatever, social class, we all experience grief and happiness, and joy and hunger, and it doesn't matter. Um, it's a common denominator, right? So I don't know that Africans experience trauma any different than other people. Perhaps the difference might be our reaction to that experience of trauma, right? Um, I know that several times during the semester, my students come to me or they send me a message like, okay, I'm taking a mental health break or I'm going to see my mental health counselor, right? And I don't know that when I was in college in Nigeria that I could have, that I even had any idea that I could go talk to a mental health counselor or that I could take a mental health break. So it's the way that we react to it, right? And that is different. But I think that we all feel emotions, we all feel these things. It's the common denominator. Um, and specifically in the novel, it is also the reaction, the way the mother and the sister react differently to how my protagonist reacts to the trauma that brings a bit of conflict, right? But it's also the nature of grief that we all grieve in different ways. We may all lose the same person, but we all don't lose that person in the same way, right? And yeah, and I feel like grief and trauma can make us, selfish. We go into ourselves and we're not looking at, other people, which is why a woman with 7 children can lose one child and mourn that one child as if that one child were her only child.
Now, Ephraim, the pastor, the
Hmm.
way you portrayed him
Hmm.
reminded me of so many characters we see across Africa who call themselves pastors. I noted that he's a smarter Odumeje, but Odumeje, but there's so many, and I don't want to get into what he did in this story, but what is your take about religion, especially the one we know, I know you know, Christianity, and how we practice it in Africa?
I mean, it's not just Africa, it's even in the US here, you know. So I think that religion can be a force for good. And I'm a Christian, I'm Catholic. I go to church as often as I can and I go to confession. So I will not knock religion down, right? Um, but what bothers me is the way in which we can shut down any criticism of anybody who has or who says they have religious power by saying, "Touch not my anointed," right? And that sort of closes every conversation. You can't have a conversation after that, And so sometimes we've had issues in the past where women have reported, maybe sexual assault by a pastor, and they are blamed. Those victims are blamed. And sometimes even, people, their church members do not want you to even talk about it because this pastor is anointed, right? And I think that when you give people that much power, they will abuse it. And I wanted to use Ephraim to look at the ways in which power that goes unchecked, can cause a lot of damage, right? And you didn't say this, but also the middle daughter is a reimagining of Hades and Persephone, right? With Igbo mythology thrown in. And the closest I could get to Hades had to be a person who thinks of himself as a god. And the person that I could think of who would think of himself as a god had to be a pastor who goes unchecked, or somebody with religious authority that gets away, with that thinks of himself as infallible, right? Um, yeah, so I think and it's not just in Nigeria. I mean, it's we had where was it? Well, we had the one who caused all of his members to kill themselves. Was it Jim Jones?
Yeah. In Guyana, I think
Yeah.
Guyana. Yeah.
So I think it's everywhere, that when you have people in authority, whether it's political authority, whether it's spiritual authority, we have people in authority that you cannot hold accountable, that those who will exploit it, right? If you have, because we are human beings, right? And not everybody is going to want to become a pastor because they feel called to it. Not everybody is going to become a pastor because they really feel like this is where their calling lies. Some people are in it for the money. Some people are in it for their ego. Some people are in it because um, that is how they can exercise authority.
Now, you dealt with baby factory, baby factories in the book. When you went to do your research, what did you find out that is not in public? What people normally think when they think about baby factories.
So I don't know what people normally think when they think of baby factories.
Okay, what you didn't think about until you got there? Let me
Yeah.
say.
So yeah. So when you think of baby factories, sometimes you're thinking of just the illegal. Well, it's all illegal, right? So you're thinking of bachas and the ones where they are abducting women and forcing them to get pregnant and having them raped, and snatching their babies from them. But there are also these well-respected um, men and women who are professionals, midwives or doctors, who are also running baby factories from their clinics, and they believe in their own magnanimity. They believe that they are doing good because where else would these women go if they don't take them in, right? But then they're taking these babies, they're giving the women some money, and then they're selling off the babies for a much higher amount because they're not doing this just because they are selfless. They're doing it because it's a business opportunity for them, right? Um, and these are people that believe in their own generosity. They believe in their own goodness, right? And I like that. I don't know if like is the right word. I like that tension between doing something like this baby trafficking, but also really being blind, to the ways in which what you're doing is human trafficking. Because these are people that would be so upset if you suggested that what they were doing was not good. If you suggested that what they were doing was trafficking in human beings, because they really do believe in the goodness of their works. They believe, like Mother Superstar says in the novel, that she's providing a service, right?
But is that different from what the pastors, like someone like Ephraim,
Mhm.
believe that they are providing a service? They are bringing people the good news. Um,
Mm. Yeah, no, I don't know that it's any different. But with Ephraim, I I'm not sure how much Ephraim believes in what he says and in what he does, and how much of it is just him, you know, um, just wanting to get away with as much as he can get away with just because he can. I'm not even sure why Ephraim gets into the pastoring business. I have my doubts. you know,
he didn't tell you.
he didn't tell me no.
All right. So you crafted something very a story that is very touching. Talked about the blame culture, the disrespect for men of God, grief, trauma, and at the end there was redemption. You
Mhm.
know, redemption. But that's not how real life ends for most people.
Mhm. Well, I don't know how real life ends for most people, and I think that the job of fiction isn't just to present real life. The job of fiction is also to present possibilities, right? And I really started this novel with the intention of writing something with a happy ending, right? And unlike all of my other novels, where I don't know how the novel is going to end until I end it, I actually knew how this one was going to end, and all I had to do was figure out how to start it, right? So I wanted a happy ending because I think that we can't. Fiction should also give us glimmers of hope. Fiction should also be optimistic. It shouldn't be all doom and gloom. It shouldn't just reflect reality. It should reflect what is also possible. And I think that that ending, while it may not be the ending for many people, allegedly, is also an ending that is possible, especially within that community where you can get justice without recourse to courts. Right? Yeah. And I knew it was going to be a happy ending, but I didn't know how Nani was going to get it. Right? So I didn't know whether or not it would be through the courts, which would have seemed a bit more unbelievable. Right? Yeah.
Most people who read it were saying that without that ending, that it would have been very difficult to, without that happy ending, it would have been very
Yeah.
difficult to deal with all
Yeah,
the.
absolutely. Yeah, I think that the only way I could look into the heart of darkness of Ephraim's psyche was by remembering that this was going to have a happy ending. And like I said at the beginning, that this is a reframing, a reimagining of Hades and Persephone. And one of the reasons why I wanted to write it was to sort of redress that. Um, I have always felt that all the versions of Hades and Persephone, where Persephone never goes completely free, and where the abduction of Persephone is whitewashed because Persephone accepts the validity of her relationship with Hades. It has always bothered me, and so I knew that if I were to write a rewriting of it, I was going to give Persephone freedom. I was going to get justice for her, and it was going to be long-lasting freedom. And another inspiration for the novel was a story that a friend of mine, Obi Omenka, shared years ago. So Obi had a friend, had a classmate. They went to school together, um, who's who sort of fell into the kind of relationship that Nani and Ephraim falls into. She gets lured into that kind of relationship and had children with this man and couldn't, tell her family. And it really bothered me. And I wanted to give this woman a happy ending too, you know. And if I didn't know it was going to have a happy ending, it would have been very difficult for me to step into Ephraim's skin and think of all the ways in which it could be inventive, with his toxicity. Yeah.
Now, we're going to get into your writing process briefly. We have about 7 minutes before we let people in. But let me say, while reading the novel, I was thinking, is this a metaphor for what's going on in Nigeria? So you have no. Look at it this way: you have the
Mm,
middle class that is totally oblivious of what is going on in Nigeria, or pretend that it doesn't bother them until it does.
yeah.
Um, and they understand that the nation has no foundation, strong foundation, but they don't care until it becomes a problem for them.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have the family. Once the disaster comes, there are people who do not want to deal with that.
Mhm.
People who want to move on quickly. Like this election, most conversation out there is let's move on. Let's move on. There's an election. We can wait for another 4 years.
Mhm.
And nobody wants to deal with what happened. How do we resolve it so that the next one will not be like this? So that's something else I see. And then of course Nani's choices, the choices she made, because sometimes I understand the difficulties, she's 17 and confronting these things, but there is not much emphasis on choices. That is still, there are other kids who might be 17 that probably will make different choices. Were you, is that, am I reading too much into this?
No, I mean, one of the things I tell my students, and I talk about my students a lot because I really do love teaching. One of the things I tell my students is to always find ways to connect what they are reading, you know, to what's happening in their world, right? And I love the way you've connected this to something that wasn't even on my mind when I was writing, you know. So this novel came out this year, but the first draft was ready in 2014. You know. And so between 2014 and when we sold the novel in 2021, I've been working on it, working and revising and working and revising and trying to sell it, So the Nigerian elections hadn't even happened when I started writing the novel, and hadn't even happened when we sold the novel. But that's the beauty of fiction. That's the beauty of novels and of storytelling, that we can always adapt them to our own lives. And once we can do that, then I think that the author has done a good job. So thank you for that. But no, but yeah, I sort of love the way that you have given it this reading that wasn't on my mind at all when I was writing.
Now, the writing process, you just said that it started in 2014.
That's
Uh,
almost 10 years ago, yeah.
wow. Okay, so for young writers, there are a lot of young writers I see out there who are very impatient, and they are quick. They want the book out as soon as they're done. What do you say to the young writers about the process?
I think you hit the nail on the head. So patience is very important, because I mean, once a book is out, it's out, right? You're not going to start telling people, "Oh, I wrote this in a hurry. I wrote this, whatever." So patience is very important, and it's better to take the time to do a good job than to just rush it and have, just a jaga jaga thing out there, because no matter what else you write, that first one you're putting out there might be people's only impression of you. And you want that whoever picks up your work, whichever one they pick up first, right, that they're getting a good impression of you. And then they'll be more likely to go look for your other works. Right? So patience is very important. Um, and it's something that maybe comes with age. I don't know, but I'm a very patient writer. I'd rather wait for 15 years to sell a work to the right publisher and to work with the right editor, than just have it out just because I want a book out. I'm not interested in just having a book out. I'm not interested in sort of counting the stack of books that I have published. For me, the quality is more important than
The numbers.
yeah, the
Now,
quality is important than the numbers. I mean, there are people who have just the one book or two books out, and those books make it for whatever else that they haven't written. I mean, look at Mariam Abba. Mariam Abba's So Long a Letter. That's the only book that she ever wrote. But that is such a beautiful, powerful, small book that it doesn't matter that she never wrote another book, right? Um, there's a novel I've forgotten, this Liberian writer, but I forget her name now. Dayo Foster's novel, published by Simon and Schuster some years ago, Reading the Ceiling. I really love that novel. And it's the only novel that she's ever published. But that's enough.
now, there are young people also who feel that there is a lot of money in writing. I know you are not the right person to ask this question because you've won a major award. But for most writers, what do you think? For most writers that do you get is financial reward a major should that be a major drive for a writer? And what is the realistic thing to tell a young writer who is thinking that once I publish this, I'll become
Mm. I mean, you probably won't become rich once you publish, unless you get $1 million advance, or you get, you sell 500,000 copies, 100,000 copies. Um, but there is nothing wrong with wanting to make money from writing, right? I remember, I think it was 2004, 2005, when I was on the Kim Price shortlist, and we had an interview, and Bichia Mecheta was there. And it was myself, Brian Chikava, Doreen Bengana, Monica Rachdenyeko, and I think Pasilelo Kantai. Five of us were there. And this British journalist asked us, well, why do you write? And we all sort of gave the same kind of response. Oh, we write because we want to write, and because we are passionate, and because blah, blah, blah. And when he left, Bichia Mecheta told us, listen, you need to want to make money from your writing. There is nothing shameful about wanting to make money from your writing. There is nothing sexy about being a press-having writer. And then she told us about how, she had, I don't know, a couple of houses, homes in the UK that she bought just from proceeds of her writing. And then she said, the way you keep your writing is the way other people are going to treat it, right? And so if you treat it like, oh, it's just something I'm doing by the side, I don't need to make money. People are going to be inviting you to 1,001 events, to do 1,001 events for no money, right? And people will be telling you, oh, we're just giving you exposure. You don't tell musicians, I'm giving you exposure. So just come and perform for free. This is a service that the writer is doing. And in Igbo, we say that now, so you need to pay. You need to. There is nothing wrong with wanting to make money from your writing, but you should also be patient, and you should also know that um, that money is not going to come easy. And it might not even come from the number of books you've sold. It may come from the events that you're doing. It may come from other things that are offshoots of that writing. But there is absolutely nothing wrong with wanting to make money from writing. Whether or not you make it is a different thing entirely.
Okay, all right. We're out of time. Let me one more question before I let people in. You wrote an article on Peter Doce, and I didn't know who Peter. Not that I didn't know who he was, but I wrote a rejoinder, kind of supporting what you said, and I got hit from everywhere. I didn't know that there were people you don't touch. At the center of what you were writing about was how women are being treated
Mhm,
in Nigeria.
mhm,
How people talk about women. I know you're a feminist,
mhm.
and I wanted to know what have you learned in terms of the way men um, talk about women, treat women in our society. Is it changing, or is it still where it was years ago?
So I'm going to start by saying that I really love Peter Dochie's acting. I love him as an actor, and I can't remember what I wrote, but I think it had to do with something he'd said about women that I found really misogynistic. Um, and I think that if you have a public platform, if you were if lots of people are looking up to you, that you really shouldn't be talking about women a certain ways. Now, something happened, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, when this fake news spread that Hakimi, the footballer,
Oh
which is
yes, yes, yes.
Hakimi had given his mother all of his money so that his wife of 3 years would not be able to touch it. And I was shocked at the number of men, even people, young Nigerian men, even people that I had a lot of respect for, or people I expected better from, um, all hailing him for being smart and for not letting his gold digger of a wife get anywhere near his money. First of all, if you're in a relationship as sacred and as committed as marriage, you know. And you think that the way to treat your mother is by inviting your mother in, then maybe you shouldn't be getting married at all. You know, stay home, let your mother cook for you and clean for you, and because you're still a baby, right? And feed you. Let your mother feed you and cook and clean and do, all of those things because you're not ready at all for adult relationship. Um, so there is still, a level of misogyny and a level of, and it wasn't just men. There were also Nigerian women, who supported this story that ended up not being true, right? The story wasn't true, but the reactions to it, were very disappointing. Um, if we're still thinking of women in marriages as gold diggers, if you're thinking that a woman who's been married to a man for 3 years shouldn't have any access at all to the money that the man has made, while she herself is contributing something to the relationship, then you really shouldn't be in a marriage at all.
All right. Let's give chance and opportunity to our viewers to weigh in. Please, when you join us, when I give you call your name, please just ask a question, just one question, so that we give other people chance to do so. She's not staying for long. So
Yeah.
let me start with.
Sorry, just to remind you, that I have to go to my parents.
Okay, I know. So
Okay.
yeah, we just take people who are in the studio now. Osi, you are first. Go ahead.
Okay. Chika, thank you so much for coming on, and Dr. Damages for hosting her. Um, I have to identify as one of your groupies,
Thank
just
you.
for the records.
Thank you.
Um, Even though I will say that I still have to catch up with some of the writings. I used to follow you on Facebook before I had issues with Facebook, and you know, they hacked my account. But anyway, um, I think Nigerian writers, just like just in addition to like the Nollywood and the musicians that we talked about, if there's any positive export that we have, it are all those, and I think that you guys don't get all the credit that you deserve. In your own case, Chika, each time somebody makes mention of your name, I'll always be like, oh, Chika Unigwe, that Enugu girl. For the same simple reason that when I say that, I feel like I have a little stake in your success, being that I'm an Enugu boy myself. So so it's very interesting. Now, my comment in all this is, if you look at the homestead, when I say the homestead, I mean the southeast. Just like we have a total collapse of leadership, that is the same way it pertains to every other thing, including the reading cultures, education, and what have you. Um, Recently, somebody was talking about how to get access to the book, and somebody asked, how do I get the book in the southeast? And there was no place in the southeast where they can get books. They mentioned Lagos, they mentioned Abuja, they even mentioned Port Harcourt, but nowhere in the southeast that they could have access to a book. So, that tells me that the same problem we're talking about, that everything has gone down at home. And then, so when I see people like you, one of the things I'm interested in knowing is, what are the things that we're doing to change this culture, the place we all grew up. And I know somebody like Chimamanda has a writing workshop and stuff like that, where she tends to encourage the upcoming writers and stuff like that. Now, do you have anything like that in some, of course, not precisely the way Chimamanda is doing her own, but like maybe a writing workshop or a mentorship program, stuff like that, so that we start to bridge this, what I call a knowledge gap between people like you who are high up there and the up and coming ones who, don't even know, have a direction of how to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Osi, my fellow Enugu person. I'm always excited when I see fellow Enugu people. Um, so in 2013, I set up the Awele Creative Trust, which runs a competition every year for Nigerian youth between 16 and 26. And so we run a competition, and every year we give out 50,000 naira to the winner of the competition. And we are one of the few competitions, literary competitions in Nigeria that has been consistent with running it and consistent um, with paying the winners. And the reason why I started it was also in the spirit of giving back. I believe very much in giving back. But when I started it, part of what I had wanted to do was to also provide mentorship to the winners. And we tried it the first year, and it was close to impossible to do that. And so now, because it's a very, I say we, it's mostly myself that runs it. And the prize money, apart from twice, have come out of my own pockets, which is why it's set at 50,000. So that I wanted something that I did not have to depend on anybody um, to continue running, right? So twice we've had sponsorship from Chikere Eze, and from um, another friend of mine here in the States. And we are announcing our winner tomorrow for this year's contest. And one of the things that I've also tried to do, because um, I have gained a lot from the kindness of other people. So I try to be kind to the writers who also get in touch with me. There are times when I have read for free. I mean, I'm not going to ask for money. There are times when I have set out time to read for younger writers, to provide some sort of guidance, and to provide some sort of help in whichever way that I can. So yes, I am trying to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, OC. Mr. Scribe, you're next.
Hi, Chika. I'm not an Engu person, so I hope you you don't mind me. But look, I'm a technology person, and we are moving. We're in that AI revolution. We're going into AI,
Mhm.
and it's actually before you came on. I actually played a trick with one of the AI models, and it actually wrote a couple of sentences
Mhm.
as Chika Unigwe.
Mhm.
So, as an acclaimed, your work is out there, and models are being trained
Mhm.
on on your literal work. In the last week, Twitter, Reddit, they've begun to charge for anybody who wants to train an AI model on the data on their platforms. Now, you are an acclaimed author. I'll just head to my question. And mostly one of the things that some of these models were telling me about you was that you deeply have explored human conditions. It was quite scary. Diverse cultures, identities, and now my question goes down to how do you actually envision the interplay between AI, literature, shaping storytelling, understanding cultures and the challenges around it, assisting ethical considerations and emotional complexities in writing. Furthermore, considering AI's growth and influence, what do you see as the implications for education and the potentials for collaboration creativity, between creativity and humans in general? I want to make reference to Tucker Carlson's interview with Elon Musk, where
Mhm.
he actually talked about he talked about Larry, the owner of one of the founders of Google, who called him a species and things like that. How do you see it? There's a certain section of the tech community who believe like, we should have this AI god, and,
Mhm.
and human intelligence is going to be so low, and then we don't. So how does that space really? How would this affect your literally space? Thank
Yes. So thank you, Mr. Scribe. So my husband is a technology person, and so very often we sort of talk about, this AI thing and creativity. And one of the things that he reminds me about is how that when the calculator came out, people thought, oh my goodness, we are done for. People will not do mathematics anymore. But there is Now the calculator just complements human brain, right? People are still doing um, mathematics, right? And all the calculator isn't doing it for them. It just helps. It just aids, right? And I don't think that there will ever be a time when the AI is going to take over the work of writing, because the AI only takes from models that are already there, and human knowledge is finite, right? And the AI needs human knowledge to work. The AI has no heart, right? There's a lovely essay by an American writer. The essay is called Ghosts, and it's part of it is written by the AI, by Chat GPT, I think, and then part of it is written by her. And the response that she gets depends on what she inputs into the AI machine, right? And the more sophisticated her input is, the more sophisticated AI, the AI response is. And it's such a beautiful essay, and when you're reading it, you're seeing the AI become more and more sophisticated, more and more, complex, but it depends on her input, right? And I read, there was a review of my short story collection recently on a Niger blog, and this is a very well-known blog. I'm not going to embarrass them by mentioning the name, you know. And it was just a review that was spewed out by AI because it was just taking names of characters from my different works and then just giving them themes from other places, right? Yeah, I think he had said that, it even took names from On Black Sister Street and attributed it to a character in Better Never Than Late. And then took a theme that he just sort of grabbed from nowhere, and merged everything together. So, no, I think what AI is going to do is to complement creativity. AI doesn't have a heart. And I think that writing comes from here.
Mm.
AI just has this. Human beings have both this and this. So no, I'm not worried at all. The same way that mathematicians are not worried that the computer is going to do all the mathematics for them. The AI can only do the AI is very limited in what it can do, and it depends on human input.
Yeah, it was particularly interesting to me why it actually I used you, Obioma, Chimamanda, I think one other person, but yours was strikingly. There's something about your writing. I think you should look into it. That no, seriously, I'm being honest. Like
Yeah.
I wish I could share my screen. I wish I could take you on for a longer, but Dr. Damages,
Yeah,
he's gonna cane me right now. I
yeah,
need to
yeah.
go.
I want to go away from you. Thank you. You wanted to say simply that writers are finished, but it's not true.
No.
Okay.
No, that's not what I wanted to say.
Okay.
No.
All right. Ovia, go ahead. Ovia.
Yeah, good day, Chika. And Rudolph, you have done it again. Uh, I'm not a groupie, or am I from Enugu? Neither. My village people are just figuring out the X factor in the calculator. So whenever reach AI stage yet. But I'm a student of politics. So my question, I couldn't help. I would say thank you for what you do anyway. This is actually my first time knowing about you or your work. Well, as I was listening to the interaction between you and Rudolph, I was actually reading up about you too. And you've done a lot. Thank you very much. You've done a lot from Zuka to Leeds to London to Australia to Belgium, and now you're in Georgia, all powered by your work. So kudos.
Thank
Um,
you.
yes, but again, I couldn't help than to listen to the voice behind the voice that we are all listening to, and I could see how proud and happy you are, where you and your colleagues from Nigeria and other part of Africa has been to New York bestseller and other great awards in the world, including the example of Chimamanda being a daily show with Trevor now. And those are all great. And you said something earlier in that interview. You said that writers are the conscience of the society. That got me worried a bit because, as I earlier said, people from my village, let's say, there's also comprehensive high school, so I go the local government in Edo State, or a mad polytechnic student in Maiduguri, Borno State, or Faith and Hope Secondary School in Warri, Delta State, don't know about your work. So who is speaking to their conscience? And that says a lot about where we are as a country, because I mean, we are not privileged to work from our own indigenous people, so we think outside the world. So where are we in that regard?
Well, thank you. And, they may not know about my work, but they know the work of other writers, right? Tracy Nwabwan is writing from Nigeria. Her books are accessible, you know. Adama Abubakar's books are, so I'm not the only writer. Dike Chukwumerije is there. There's spoken word, right? So what they're not reading, they're seeing on WhatsApp. I know that Dike's poem for the elections went viral, right? And so I think that there's one way to there isn't just one way to skin a cat. There are so many different ways. And the problems of book accessibility in Nigeria I think is really a logistical problem. Transportation is difficult. I remember talking to Mokhtar Bakare many years ago about Farafina books being found in different parts of Nigeria. And he talked about just the logistical nightmare of shifting books from one part of Nigeria to the other, right? So there are so many things that are out of the hand of the writer. As a writer, you're not a marketer of your own works. All I do is just write and my agent sells. The only thing that we can try to do, especially those of us writing in the West, is to make sure that we are removing the Nigerian rights when our agent sells the works, so that our works are published in Nigeria by a local publisher. So with the middle daughter, Masobe bought the Nigerian rights. And so Masobe is publishing it in Nigeria, and Masobe should have it in Nigeria, I think, by the 2nd of May. What we can do is to come to Nigeria and give readings in Nigeria. What we can do is to come for literary festivals in Nigeria. The publishers have to worry about how to get the books to the bookstores, right? But then the bookstores also have to order the books. So that there are so many things out of your hands as a writer, as a publisher. These are things that so many things have to, so many things have to be put in place. So many things have to be put in place, and so many of those things are completely out of the writer's hands. But luckily, reading a book isn't the only way to have access to our works. And I've used the example of Dike Chukwumerije, for example. There's Wano Dobang, who does a lot of spoken word in Nigeria too, and you can find her works on YouTube. I hope that answers your question.
All right.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Igbo Bezit. Please, she has to go, so let's make the question.
Yes, I have a date with my parents. So
She has a date with her parents, so let's make it straight to the question so that we can. Yeah.
Well, your parents, Chika, good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning, Chika.
Good morning.
Panelists here. I'm an old soldier. I looked a little bit at your origin. I'm not an Enugu boy, but 1974, I actually had a gold medal at Enugu Stadium, riding a bicycle from Enugu to Ogu and back to Enugu.
Yeah, oh wow.
And that was your year. And having said that, I have a household full of readers. And I mean, my house, they read. Came across a saying that a house without books is a house without a soul. And when you began your presentation, you started with an Igbo adage, a proverb. Appreciate that. I look at your presentation in my write-up at the chat. I said that the outfit you're wearing, first of all, is like categorized alongside the Akumpuraka. That range of the classic that our mothers, that's something very unique. So keep it up, because that's who you are.
Thank you.
Having said that, before I get to my question, there is this book called Igbo Bezit. for Beginners of America. That book was written in 1995 without an ISBN number. And that book also, I believe, led to Michael J. Echeruo's Igbo English Dictionary, which was published in 2001. Like I said, I don't read much, but when I read one, this one is called Ofia Became Home by N.D. Uche. And that was a novel based on the true story of displaced Ibere people during the war. Why I gave this little brief is that my question is to you, as an English major, which you are. By the way, I have a daughter who was an English major. She ended up as a lawyer. She's now an assistant prosecutor at Hudson County in New Jersey. The mother read journalism in school and works in a law firm. The question I'm asking is this: being an English major, was that the basic influence to your becoming a writer? What books, pre-birth, influenced your journey into writing?
Thank you. So I went into English because I liked reading. I wanted an excuse to read in college. So I think that my wanting to write came before my becoming an English major. So what influenced me was being introduced to Flora Nwapa pretty early on. So I went to school with one of Flora Nwapa's daughters, and I remember her coming to my class one day with books, because Flora Nwapa eventually had a publishing house that published only children's books. Hatana Press published children's books as well. And then I used to go to the Opus Day as a kid. And at Opus Day, Usamiri Study Center in Enugu, we were introduced to Bikile Mecheta. And so being introduced to these two women, two Nigerian writers, made me also want to become a writer.
Oh, so the pricing, Dr. Damages, you talked about the price of the book in Nigeria and the price of the book here, $26, which was one of the questions I asked my family before I came online to try to figure out, because in Nigeria, books sell like 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, I don't know, 20,000 naira.
No, it's about 2005. If it's a novel, 2005.
Yeah, 3,000 at road, yeah.
Okay, so around that.
A long distance from $26.
Yeah, because they print in Nigeria and other things, they're different. Yeah. Anyway, we have to go. Sorry, Igbo Basics. Let's get to. She has to leave. Let's get to everybody here.
Thank you so very much. Check us out at igbobasics.com. You might find your book up front there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Lexis.
I salute everyone, and especially Dr. Damages and our guest speaker today, Chika Unigwe. Well, I've heard about you much earlier than seeing you today on this program, and I thank Dr. Damages for bringing you on. They say that pen is mightier than sword, and that statement means a lot about influencing the society. In other words, with your writing, you could bring about some changes. It may not necessarily talk straight at the point, but it can eventually bring out some tough decisions about one's environment. So there, when you invited writers to Brown University, when you hosted them, I was there that night.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. A friend invited me, and I came. One question I had, which I am now going to pose to you, which I couldn't then because of limitations that night, is how much of politicians and their activities influence your writings? Let's put it in another way. How much of consciousness of political correctness comes into play when you are writing your stories or novels? That is one. The other question is, Things Fall Apart made its way to many parts of the world and even got translated in different languages. Why do you think that book did so much in today's contemporary society? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being there at Brown in 2016 or
It was
2017.
my pleasure.
Yeah. So the second question, why Things Fall Apart did really well. I think that Things Fall Apart, to me, when I read Things Fall Apart as a kid, and I remember being really moved by it because for the first time, the colonial project was presented as a disorientating project, right? Because everything we learned in social studies class, in the history of Nigeria really started from 1914 with the amalgamation, right? And so it gave us the impression that colonization was a unifying positive project, but Things Fall Apart shattered that myth. And
Thank
I
you.
think that because Things Fall Apart did that, it was very revolutionary, right? And that is part of its enduring power, right? And I've forgotten the first question. I'm sorry.
About political correctness
Oh yeah.
affecting your
So
writing.
yeah, and so political correctness does not affect my writing because I think that once you begin to think about political correctness, you begin to censor yourself. And a lot of writing is about truth telling, is about emotions. And you cannot tell the truth about if you cannot tell the truth if you already start censoring yourself. It is also something that I tell my students that if you're writing, if you were to imagine an audience that you don't have to explain or excuse anything to, because that is the only way that you can write truthfully. That's the only way you can write a work with heart. You can't begin to think about whether or not you're offending somebody, whether or not you are writing the right things. Then it becomes propaganda, right? A lot of writing, I've said this before, a lot of writing comes from the heart because it's your passion that rules the writing. And if you start censoring yourself, you already start putting barriers between you and the writing that you're doing, and you cannot write truthfully.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Finally, I was born in Enugu.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Uzo, you're next. Meet yourself, Uzo, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages, for bringing us together in this auspicious hour. And Professor Unigwe, I thank you so much. To my shame, I can tell you that this is the first time I'm hearing about you, but that's not going to be. Believe me, right now I've picked up 3 of your books. You're going to be sent to me very soon. So,
Thanks.
while from the beginning, while I was listening to your conversation with Dr. Damages, I have a question. The African writing or writers have come a long way from the time of in the 60s, negritude and all that. You mentioned the Things Fall Apart, and they had a role to shape who we are. I mean, they had a role. Now, people like you are contemporary writers you have your own generation. They did their own work then. It's like to let them know that we are people and we're not just, you mentioned something about people read them as anthropological novels. In a way, they were, in a way, because anthropology is about human beings, telling us we are people. We're not just, people in the bush. And now, what would be the role of your generation, apart from entertaining? When a writer writes, you want to appeal to people. It's just like music. When people today's African music, like everybody's now going for African music, and should a writer have a role as an agent of change? And if that is the case, where do your generation fit in that role today?
Thank you. Well, something I told Dr. Damages earlier on when he said that the ending of the middle daughter is not many people's experience. And I said that the role of fiction isn't just to reflect reality, but also to reflect possibilities, And it is in reflecting that possibilities that um, you show a different reality, that you show different possibilities, that you show how things can be different, how things can change, right? But I also think that our role is to tell a good story first and foremost. And it is in telling that good story. The role of fiction is to entertain, right? And that entertainment comes on, how you're telling the story. People have to find some pleasure in the reading. And I said before that they shouldn't come to our works like vitamin tablets or fish oil supplements, something that you take because or you read because it's good for you. But you read it because you enjoy it. And it's in enjoyment that you now begin to take whatever lessons that the book has to give. But those lessons are human lessons. They're not particularly African lessons or Nigerian lessons or Igbo lessons. They're human lessons, right? One of the reasons I'm so um, interested in rewriting classics, in rewriting, myths, is because they show at the end of the day, we're all human beings dealing with the same kind of things. I said elsewhere that in secondary school, we had a university troupe come to perform Olaruti means the gods are not to blame. And I remember being so shocked that this play that seemed very Yoruba, right, was an adaptation, of Oedipus Rex, you know, and but I shouldn't have been because the emotions and the emotional truth of that play is a very human, truth. The emotions are very human, right? And so I think that whatever um, changes that our books bring about should come about organically. And our first role, first and foremost, is to delight people with the writing. And then people can take whatever lessons that they want to take. One of my biggest flexes so far is that in 20 some years ago, I can't remember what year exactly, after On Black Sister Street came out. And On Black Sister Street is a novel about Nigerian sex workers who end up in Antwerp. So I was asked, after it came out in Europe, I was asked by an Austrian NGO to join them on a trip to Nigeria, sensibilization trip. And we went to Lagos and we went to Benin City and we spoke to girls in schools and we gave out novels. And part of the people that came, or part of the group that were also there were the police from all the core countries where Nigerian women tend to end up working as sex workers in, and people from the judiciary. And the UK police spokesman, or whatever they call them, told me that they were actually reading my novel to better understand their work. And so that sort of interconnection between fiction and reality was just so, when I was writing the novel, I wasn't even thinking of that. But it was just so incredible, right? And a film company bought the rights to the novel in Belgium. And the director told me that they wanted to do their own research. And so they went to the police in Belgium, to the police in charge of sex trafficking and human trafficking and whatever else, and told the guy in charge that they were doing a movie. Didn't tell him what movie they were doing, but that they wanted to do some research, on Nigerian sex workers, and wanted to talk to the police there. And the police whatever, told them that, oh, there's a book you need to read, and that book does a really good job. And it was my book, you know. And so, sort of seeing those connections when fiction seems as true as life, that makes me think that fiction does a very good job in interpreting life. Does that make sense?
Yes, it
Yeah.
does.
All right, CM.
Yeah,
Madam.
Rudolph. Good afternoon, everybody. One and one, welcome to our roundtable today, talking with
Hello.
Chika, our
Mhm.
guest. Okay, yeah, thank you. It is often said that a writer may advertently or inadvertently describe himself or herself in one or many of her works. If that applies to you, in which of your works are we likely to see all those Enugu characteristic of yours and what makes Chika Chika?
Please,
I'm the last person.
so one of the reasons why I don't write poetry is that poetry demands a whole lot of yourself in it. You know, it doesn't have that distance that fiction does. And I'm a very private person. Well, having said that, I don't think that we write in a vacuum. I think that a writer always puts in bits of themselves. But I couldn't tell you which bits of myself are in any of the novels because I don't know. But I know that I do not write in a vacuum. But I also don't write autobiographies. So so I don't know. But almost all of my works are set in Enugu. And so you will find places that I like in Enugu popping up. You'll find the areas I grew up in popping up. So, like in the Middle Daughter, you see mentions of Genesis in Enugu. You see mentions of Danik Hotels. You see mention of Brown and Brown Center. You see mentions of DJ Blocks. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So, which means I have to read all of them. Okay, well, it's okay.
Them, yes, absolutely.
Means I have to explore.
Yeah, I thought CM, the way you should have come with that question, CM, the way you should have come is to say, are you like this character? Are you like this character in this novel? Then, she'll be kind of you explain
I wanted her to send. I wanted autographed autographed novel of her works from her so that to encourage me. That's what. So I know it's quite a much. This or so many. This Unubi. So it means a lot. Thank you.
Are you from Unubi?
Yeah, I can claim Unubi. I can.
Okay.
My mother is from there, and I grew up from there.
Okay,
so just assume that mmiri ojii kewara osumeni na Unubi,
Yeah, it is so now.
So anyway, Chika, before you go, one last question. Ephraim, when you were describing Ephraim's house or apartment, there was a picture, an image of Jesus there. And there's this issue that if that were to be the image of Amadioha or something, do you think he will have been afraid to do what he did in the novel? And knowing that, let me explain. Knowing that Jesus was not even an African, is most likely European Jesus, which is not how we believe Jesus should look like. Look like in real life. So what do you think about him?
So I think that because Christianity teaches, the scripture sort of teaches that God's mercy is not God's punishment is not instant, right? And people are very short-sighted. So even if you believe in the punishment, you're thinking, okay, it's when I die, But Amadio has punishment is instant. It's I remember a government official saying once that people should maybe swear on Shango and Amadioha and all of these gods, that they'll be better behaved, because people tend to think of that they swear on the Bible and then they can go and do whatever they want to do. Then they pray for forgiveness. Like our image of the Christian God is a very merciful, very forgiving God. But Amadioha and Shango, like they will strike you immediately, right? And so that if government officials were to swear, like, oh, if I do this, may Shango strike me dead, they'll be less likely, no matter what they believe, they'll be less likely to break their promise, right? There's also a reason why the Nigerian sex workers, for example, who come into Europe, especially those who come in from Benin City, which is where a whole lot of them coming from, swear, they go to the shrines and they swear that they will never shop their traffickers, and that if they do so, something will befall them. They may run mad or something. And they believe that, even though they go to church. But this one seems to have a much stronger hold on them, because they believe that these gods are not as merciful and are not as patient, as the Christian God.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us today, Chika. We appreciate your time, and hopefully in no distant time you'll come back and and we always want welcome to this show.
So, Dr. Damages, has Chika thought about writing about the last daughter or Odunwa?
Okay, when you read the first one, you now tell her to maybe she should write the second one.
What a great man you are! You are such a great man.
Thank you. Unless you have a final word, so you can.
No, thank you very much. It's been wonderful. Thank you all for giving up your time and to be with me today. And thank you for having me on the show. And now I go to see my parents.
Take your bow. Take your bow.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so guys, we'll take a little break. When we come back, we will do a recap of what happened. So just a minute, we take a break. Chika, you can yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Igbo basics.
Yes, my brother.
There, well, I'm so happy that you're here. You read, and a question came up earlier on. Somebody made a comment about African writers not writing in like a Nigerian, like Igbo writer in their African languages because of.
Chika Unigwe is the sixth of 7 children from a staunch Catholic home. After her secondary school education at the Federal Government Girls College Abuja, she went on to earn a Bachelor of Arts degree in English at the University of Nigeria Nsukka in 1995. In her third year in the university, Chika got married to a Belgian engineer and moved to Turnhout in Flanders, Belgium's Dutch-speaking region. Mother of 4, Chika recounts the challenges she faced as a black woman when she first moved to Belgium.
See you, as just a member of this group that they think they know. They already have their preconceived notions of you. So you walk into a store and someone is walking behind you because they think, okay, she's black, she's come to steal.
In 1996, Chika obtained a Master of Arts in English Language from the Catholic University of Leuven and then earned a PhD from the University of Leiden, the Netherlands, in 2004 for her dissertation titled In the Shadows of Allah, Igbo Women Writing as an Act of Writing. Although she described herself as a self-doubting writer,
the only pressure I feel is against myself. I'm a very self-doubting writer. I'm not a confident writer at all. And when I write, I'm still by doubts.
Chika's works have received worldwide acclaim, won many notable prizes, such as the 2003 BBC Short Story Competition for Borrowed Smile and a nomination for the 2004 King Prize for African Writing for The Secret. Her book, On Black Sister Street, won the prestigious NLNG $100,000 prize for literature. The book, she recounts, was born out of curiosity and cultural shock of seeing half-naked women on the display windows on Antwerp red light district.
Passing through Brussels North and seeing prostitutes behind display windows. I had never seen anything like that before. When of course in Nigeria we have prostitution, but it's very underground.
Chika is a multilingual author with books published in English language, Dutch, French, but none in Igbo language. A situation she explains will see her works marginalized and no publisher would be willing to publish in Igbo.
And anybody who can read Igbo can read English. And if I were to write in Igbo, I wouldn't find a publisher. And you just sort of marginalize me a lot.
Chika constantly finds a way to infuse the Igbo culture and language in her books and speaks passionately about the decline of the Igbo language, identifying the problem of untranslatability and untranslatability, and preferring solutions on how we can preserve the Igbo language.
Work on preserving our language must go hand in hand with growing it. There has to be a structure and an intentionality to it. Igbo experts and schools and Southeast governments must work together to create.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I don't know what's happening today. Welcome back, everybody. All my computers are frozen. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay. So let's get a recap. What is your impression? I like CM talking about always lobbying for.
I like
Oh yeah,
Lexi
this
about
thing. I'm not
Chinua
about it.
Achebe. Because yesterday I was discussing with a friend about I think the whole thing started about who is a nationalist and all that. We're talking about why the Southwest the Yoruba people like Awolowo based on what he has done. So for the fact that he was able to spread education and a generational thing, generation will come and talk about that because of the impact. And I linked that to Chinua Achebe and Wole Soyinka. And I said the reason to me why Chinua Achebe resonates with people and is going to stand the test of time, generation will come and celebrate him, is because of that single artist fall apart. It's more of a revolution, just like what a Rex Spawn is to Leslie question. So that actually hits me like, wow, that's exactly. I mean, I thought that, and so that for me is it caps everything for me. So it's as if our thoughts align, and the fact that then Leslie asked that question, coming from somebody who's been around for a minute, it's means that. And again, when I see people, the question that I think the first three of us, I mean, pretty much everybody else was the concern that how is our work going to impact the people on ground in Nigeria. It says a lot about where we are, even though we diverse about the whole Nigeria thing. That means we actually care about where Nigeria should be or where we are headed. So that actually, make it for me by the interview.
Very good.
Let me
Actually,
say,
listening to her clips, listening to the clips that we just saw of her just reminded me of the question that Uzo was heading out to about the Igbo language, books not being written in Igbo language. Having been in this field for quite some time, it reminds me of Dr. Moene tells me sometimes that in other words, writing in Igbo language purely, you're not going to get rich off of that.
But writing in English guarantees you too that you will not get rich. so it's not the fault of Igbo.
So, basically, Igbo basics. My question in that line is now we are trying to perfect the way we write in English to even our born kids. Now the English world, right, the Western world is declining. Let's assume in the next 50 years, China might take over and they begin to enforce Mandarin, right? 100 years time, everybody begins speaking Mandarin. So are we going to be forcing our kids to go that direction? What am I trying to say is that how long will our individual dialect even last with the way the world is going? Are we going to be speaking Igbo or Yoruba outside the next 200 years in that space? What's that probability?
Actually, in the house here, I have Igbo Bibles. Bible completely in Igbo. Over there and over there.
Yeah. But what is the probability that your 10th generation to come can understand that?
Here is what we are at the crossroads. Haven't been in this thing for quite some time. Uche Obuaghu, the comedian, once came here with his bad condition language. And the concept was that if he was doing his program in English language, that he probably would have sold more. Much as I'll try to disagree, and just like what Dr. Damages just mentioned now, Igbo language is not really, it's a tough call, but many people are out there still writing about it. It reminds me of Philip Emeagwali writing in Igbo Basics in 1997. And he wrote an article about the last speaker of Igbo language dies. And he painted a picture into the future.
But for the fact that it's not official in any of our dealings, isn't that a sign of...
Here is what it is. Here is what it is. From the curricula in schools in Nigeria, which is where Igbo language is originally based, they don't encourage that the same way that they have been shoving away history from the curriculum.
So that's what I'm saying.
Isn't
that on the beginning of the end? Isn't that on the beginning of the end?
No, it should not be the beginning of the end. If we don't say that,
can I share a perspective?
Hold on. Let's see, and then I'll come to you.
All right.
I'm glad this point has come up, because every time we talk about killing who we are, and killing who we are begins with the language. Oh, you shouldn't be speaking your language or your dialect or whatever. We should appreciate ourselves, no matter how different our tongues are. But that is the very thing that puts us apart. Now, I asked the question that Chika answered. I was so satisfied, just like our brother said, that that question brought something good out of her, to his admiration. All the time, we talk about vernacular, and people are punished for it in the boarding house. I went to school where we couldn't speak vernacular. If you spoke vernacular, the prefect that books you will submit that, and you have to pay fine for it. And we began to kill.
Even up to my day in the 90s.
Okay. So, I respect a lot of what you say, because you told us here that everything is politics. We were killing ourselves here. Everything has come down to politics. That's what we have seen in this whole thing that took place. You want the speech of all of us here. That's my impression, because you kept reminding us that this thing doesn't work the way we think, and it has come to be. Now, in terms of our language, or like speaking Igbo, I think that every language in Nigeria is important, because none of us living today can claim to have started the language. So why don't we respect it? Why don't we build it? Look at Israel. Israel went all over the world, lost from their roots. Only few people were left there. Hebrew was gone, but they came back and rewrote and rekindled Hebrew. And today's modern Hebrew, they are using it in their books. And everything in Israel is in Hebrew. So they have come to stay. If we look at Israel from the age that we know it's supposed to be as a nation, Israel should not be in existence today. But they have managed to sustain themselves, and they are right at the peak of anything you want to talk about today. Those are people who know who they are, who preserve who they are, who didn't mind that they have been killed, so many, and only few left. The few have done a great job of reenacting themselves into a great nation to be respected for anything you want to respect a nation for. But we are busy tearing ourselves apart into pieces. Oh, tribalistic, all these things. Look at Israel. They still have their enemies, but they have stood strong above, with their head above water, to the shame of their enemies. So that's something to think about in all this.
Lexi,
yeah, my own position, my own sorry.
Lexi, don't forget that Israel you were talking about was birthed around the same time that the Nigerian Civil War, 1967, came about. Okay. That was when they got there free to go. That says Bible also, okay? Just like in referring to what Honor Politics was talking about, they came. And in school, you are talking about vernacular. They came. Hold on for a second. They came and they started making you eat fufu with cutleries, spoons, and fork. And it became a way forward. Come on now. They told us everything we were doing was wrong. It's unhygienic. Yet we were surviving before then. So what I'm trying to say is this. All our big men, if I use that word, big men, if they can give a little bit of whatever they have acquired in life for the preservation of the language. Go back to the schools and make sure that Igbo BK is taught, or Igbo whatever, in your own area. If we can invest a little bit on that, we will not suffer like my friend in Lagos, who said that his children, all born in Lagos, none of them knew how to speak one Igbo language. It was painful to see.
Okay, I just want to quickly say that I think there are two things at play.
Mr. Scribe, hold on. I said I mentioned Uzo. Uzo should speak. So please, after Uzo, you
No,
can.
but okay, I thought I was going to. I was talking when I dropped, so I thought I was going to take it. So,
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Uzo can go. I can.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Demeji. So, Scribe, you see, the meeting that we have here, I see it in it's a conglomeration of a lot of things that are on my mind. You have technology that mentioned that AI that Mr. Scott alluded to, and the question the author was also asked questions about it, and what Igbo Basics is saying here. He raised a point. Somebody once said, I think it was Mo in it too, who said somewhere that if you call your plate or somebody will use it to take trash. You see, what the Lacey is saying about Israel, we should think of it as ourselves too. What's the population of Israel today? And what's the population of Igbo people? You know, when you think about the people who are more than 40 million people speaking a particular language, every language in the world is a gift of God to humanity. And you don't know where the next invention is going to come from. People speak very little, small languages of 10 million people, 5 million people, and they're still writing in this language. But our people are the only people who think that because we have the privilege of speaking English, we should put our language on the side. We can have advantage. We have the advantage of having the two languages. We have our own language and we have English, so that when we have two things to get, we're better off rather than say, okay, we substitute English for, because everybody speaks English in Igbo land, we shouldn't care about our own language. If somebody makes an invention and says I must talk about it in Igbo, believe me, the world will come calling to know what it is. If it's something that the world wants. Igbo language is not. What I was going to talk about was transferability. That's why they say that people don't write in Igbo language. People say, "Oh, Igbo is not complete. It doesn't have this, doesn't have that." Igbo is one of the most gifted languages of the world. If you can give me a second to talk about it, just a second. In terms of the sounds of the language, Igbo has sounds that only a few languages in the world have. Igbo have expressions analytical, where other languages like English are synthetic. Like Igbo trying to do things in terms of conceptualizing things that they say, and our people don't think if there's no one word that matches in English exactly the same one word, then it doesn't make Igbo cannot say it. No, that's not true. So that's why I said Igbo basically we should talk somehow, because this is a gift that God has given to the world. AI is on the block now, and what does AI do? AI goes and mines data from all over, and language is at the root of it. The language they're using English, basically English, but English, Igbo has a lot to contribute. I'm talking to the technology guy, brother here now. Igbo has a lot to contribute, but only that we are the ones minimizing our language, and we shouldn't do it. Let me use my time.
All right, thank you. Scribe, you can go.
So, thank you very much, Uzo. I totally agree with you, and maybe sometimes when you put questions across, maybe you may not be very conscious of maybe an implicit idea that you may be giving. So Dr. Damages, we can have a conversation about
that. I was just kidding. I wasn't saying.
I was just amazed by like when you told me that Chika was coming, and I played some tricks on not I don't even play with ChatGPT. Honestly, there's some other better. There's LangChain and other things coming up. Open Assistant. large language models that are coming up. But that's maybe on a very good day we can discuss about that. But very interesting to the topic that we're talking about. I want to use myself as an example. I'm Igbo. I'm born in Lagos, and I know this thing face value. When we were growing up, I grew up on the island of Lagos. I went to school on the island, so vernacular was highly discouraged. And I very much recall, and I have this quarrel with my dad, and I was like, "You shouldn't have listened to them, because you should have listened to them because now I'm struggling in my. I started learning. I speak Igbo better now, but I started learning Igbo when I was 30. I took strong interest in it, very very persistent, strong interest. It was suffering, to kind of get my Igbo together, So, but what I want to say is that it's two things. Interests will begat emotions will begat those ideologies, will begat those embracing of those things. Then that interest, with the cohesion of an environment in the sense of you aligning with those who really want to achieve the same goals with you. And without those two things, I'm speaking to, maybe those out there who are now saying, oh, that Igbo is not important or anything. I'm sorry, but that is who I am. That is my DNA. When you start understanding that, you begin to a self-discovery, and then you become comfortable in who you are. I'm not questioning myself sometimes. I mean, I've done my research. I've even gone as far as doing family organotree to kind of understand, look, some things that are unconscious to me, how do they come to it? And I would say this from a personal perspective, that capturing the language was fundamental to it. And then that led to these kind of things, that you start aligning yourself with environments and things like that. That way you begin to be comfortable in yourself. I want to say that there's nothing anybody will tell me now to to not embrace who I am. Like it's crazy. But I grew up in those environments where I was technically told that I'm not who I am. So I just wanted to add that perspective from a very personal angle, that in case anybody finds this helpful, that take these things seriously, create that interest, and that is the only way the language can listen. I know the politicians have their way and have their things to do, but if individually we do not generate that interest, I don't see any way forward. That's my submission. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from electricity, and then I'll come back to you, Lexi.
Just to be sure, because I just joined, you guys talking about Igbo language or what language? Please bring me up to speed first so that I don't overshoot.
No. We had a conversation with Chika Unigwe, the writer, and we were just talking about things that came out of that conversation, and one of them was Igbo language. So, but we talked about a lot of things. So,
okay, if it's about language, every language is unique in its own. I mean, as far as I am concerned, so I won't be able to say.
What is your language?
Pardon?
Your language, what is it?
I'm an Ijo man from Bayelsa, Ijo.
Do you speak it?
No. Unfortunately, I don't.
So that's what we're talking about. Why don't you speak it? I'm not saying it's your fault.
Because the environment. I think it's because my parents, they they spoke it, but I grew up in Lagos. But that is not an excuse. I don't have any excuse. They just don't let me make up any excuses. It's a painful thing that I don't speak it. I wish I could speak it, and it's a painful thing that my kids also are not speaking it, and in that regard, there's nothing I can do except I go for a special tutorial to learn it for them. But like I said, every language is unique in its own, and no language has a more superior sense than the other. But language is interesting. I've always admired the Chinese. that wherever they are, when they have their kids, even in a foreign land, you find out that the children start to speak the language. It always amazes me how they manage to do that, to be honest. And I
Even the
commend
Yoruba.
them.
Even the Yoruba.
Yeah, the Yorubas as well too. No, well, I wouldn't. No, I won't give. No, no, no. I don't think so. But the Chinese are very, very disciplined in that area. Even they born the children in the desert self. They will speak, and the children is
No,
going to a
because
normal school where they
that's the
speak.
only, because that's the only
Pardon?
language they use. That's the only language they use officially in schools everywhere. That's the only language. Every
Oh
other
no, I
language
mean
is second.
in foreign lands. In foreign lands. I mean in
No,
foreign
that's what I'm
lands.
saying. So that thing is embedded in them. So anywhere they go, it comes natural.
Okay, let's
Because so every other thing is secondary to them. Every other thing language is secondary. Anywhere they are.
let's hear from Lexi. Lexi, go ahead.
Okay,
So
I
we
just
need
wanted to
that too.
point out a few things that could make us, have respect for the origins of even the language we speak. I'm not a linguist, nor am I an anthropologist, but look at these words like Anya, which is I in Igbo. How close is that to I, which is English? Anya. The way we spell it is our own bulk of it, but look at the English word I saying the same thing. What about arrow? The spear that we hold. The English word calls it arrow. We didn't get it from them. We have had our arrow for thousands of years. Look at si or she in Igbo, which means say. How did the English come so close? He's saying say for say, and you say, we said. Now look at those. Obo, which is the musical instrument that we play with our hands. In the end, we are hearing oboe for something similar to that from the English world or maybe the American world. We have been eating okra for a long time. Today, the same okra is being called okra. Maybe they are imitating us to mention it. And there are more. Then between the Ijebus in the West and the Igbos, you will be shocked how many words that come pari passu with the Igbo. When you say fa in Igbo, which is either ha or wa, the Ijebus use the same word fa, even though they are Yorubas. You see, Orombo for orange. In Igbo, Oroma. How close is that? Why those stems come that close? And Ibi, Ebe, where? The place you are going to. The Jabu will say Be. They will not even say Ibi. Say Bemulo, where are you going to? It's the same word, Ebe Kineje in Igbo. There are things like that. So we should respect our God-given things and not rubbish them. Let everybody hold strong to theirs the way it is, and let us respect one another. This is my point that I'm trying to make.
You raised so many interesting issues. So, people who study anthropology, they will tell you that all of us in West Africa, most of the ethnic groups today, especially all the people here, Igbo, Yoruba, Ijo, they are from the same Bantu group.
Right.
That left the Central Africa, East Africa, and started spreading across Africa. The same. There are places, I have friends from Kenya, especially the Luos. They answer names that are exactly like Igbo names. They could call any Igbo name, but no matter how complex it looks, because they have similar names. They have all the Oko, all the Oo in their names. So because we've not explored our history, we tend to more or less want to fight, want to fight about it.
Nobody asking where we are from, who we are, where we are from. Nobody is asking that. How do we end up in that space?
So we don't spend time on that. We'd rather look at what we see today. I like what electricity.
You think everybody come from us, but we did not come from anywhere. Everybody come from us.
Hold on over here. There's something that not just Mr. Scribe, also people who grew up in Lagos. Most of them, we don't see this, that what Lagos does to all the different ethnic groups. So people run to Lagos and then they end up having children who are Lagosians, just like the way America makes people who come in here. You may restrict yourself, you may hold yourself, but at the end, your children will become Americans, nothing else. If you try to force them to have one foot in wherever you come from, their next generation will become Americans, period. They are not going to remember that they were Irish or they were Africans or they were whatever. Sasha Obama, and they are not going to ever think they are from Africa, East Africa. Obama can go there and take pictures and come back, but that's it. You know, so that's what is happening, and we don't see that part. We only see the fight we want to fight today. Nobody can picture. That's why I ask people who talk about all these divisions 200 years from now. What do you think? How do you think Lagos will look like? How do you think? Just thinking about it, imagine that you'll be scared. You'll be scared about the fight you are fighting today, the war you are fighting today, how you see life today. Anyway, anybody else? So get
what I want to.
Oh, TM, go ahead.
What
200 years.
My take is actually on the session we had with Chika Unigwe. The thing is, listening to her reel out Nigerian writers, when you ask her to writers that interest her, starting from Nigeria to any country, she was ruling it out, and I keep listening. You see, what I can say is that I have to sort of, commend Nigeria for turning out the caliber of writers that has come out of Nigeria. I think if they want to judge Nigeria based on the quality of writers Nigeria has produced, Nigeria will be a first world country. But when you consider our politics and every other thing that is associated with it, that's where we become a third world. Otherwise, given the quality of our writing and what we've exported to the world, Nigeria deserves to be a first world country. That's what so I wanted to use, because of time, because I don't want to beat about the bush with it. I just ask my direct question. So in a way, I will commend writers, Rudolph, people of that is your trade. So all those people, you people have really helped Nigeria in terms of when they mention in the literary world, you can easily mention Nigeria from Africa. That is confidently. There are many of them, upcoming ones and the older generations. So in that aspect, we are punching above our weight. As per se, we are from Africa. But apart from that, I don't know of any other. Maybe music these days, but music is part of art and all those things. So I think it's only politics, our politics, that is letting us down. Otherwise, the writers are really.
Ovie said it. Ovie said it. All now politics, and he is right. That's what is destroying everything that we are doing. And it will continue. You can't stop it. Look at what few people in politics have done to 200 million. 200 million. Less than 10% have taken their place and telling you to keep quiet, that's the way it's going to be.
I like what Alexi said about language, trying to see how languages are related. I think we can use that to bring about, like foster peace. Somebody had written a dictionary or some work. I come across on the internet from the life of me. I don't know how I lost him. He had written and showing how so many words in Igbo and Yoruba and expressions are related. And it blew my mind because, Dr. Demaji said, these are all languages that come from the same mother language, or the Bantu language, and then spread out. And when they spread out, politics about power grab and who gets to hold the power and determine what happens to everybody else. But when we come to use something like language and show that, look, if you knew that somebody, your great grandfather and his are related, the conversation will change. How you look at that person will change immediately. So when you look at language and see that, we're not even as different as we think we are from Yorubas. The differences we are seeing are just on the surface. deep down at the root, these languages are closer.
The
No,
language is not enough.
it's beyond
It's
that.
not enough.
It's
Language
beyond that. You see, Dr. Rudolph Okonkwo, some people will turn around and call him Konkwo, eliminate the O. And if he accepts Konkwo, before you know it, it becomes Konkwo. Before you know it, they'll take away the
No,
W.
that's not my point. I'm not saying that.
Hold on for a second. I'm talking about where the damage has been done. The damage was done when Igbo, IGBO, Igbo National High School, Oyibo man came, he called it Igbo National High School, IBO. And they started eliminating everything to make it comfortable for them. It was the late Chika Unigwe, the writer of the Capitalist Nigger, the publisher of African Sun Times, that drew my attention. I said, Alex, at the beginning of we doing Igbo Basics, he says, we are Igbo, not Igbo. Therefore, make sure that you remain with it. So the issue we have is that even in families, my daughter, my last daughter, she speaks fluent Italian. Fluent Italian.
Wow.
Because that is taught in their school. And she'll be visiting Italy soon. But Igbo language, she will say, Kedu, Ekime, Bia, Nyemli, and there it goes. So it is within us to go with Lexi and Uzo. We have to insist that back to the schools, if nowhere else in the area where we came from, back to the schools to make sure that Igbo is institutionalized. And we have to task our so-called big men. Put your money where your language is.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, Lexi.
Yeah, I wanted to tell Igbo Basics that I have made his program. I have recommended a number of people who wanted to begin to learn Igbo by giving them, directing them to him. I don't know if they have started calling or writing or whatever. I don't know what they will get from you, but I thought if they get in touch with you, it may help them to have some kind of literature to begin to study at least the basic Igbo language. Yeah, so I wanted to make that known to you.
Yeah,
Now,
that is pretty much open. As it stands, we are like an arcade or like a center where Mr. Scribe the other day raised a question to me on Igbo. And what that did was it benefited a child in Canada because the child's father called up, and as a result of Mr. Scribe's question, I had gone on to dig out a book, The Igbo Question by Juafulezi, brought it up, and I sent it right straight to the child. So in terms of what you are talking about now, we have an array of people and places who are actually doing the Igbo language as it stands right now. So we can readily assist anybody, help anybody to get to the answer. If we don't have the answer, we know somebody who has the answer to the question that they're asking.
yeah, the relationship between the languages does not nullify the seriousness of what is happening in destroying people in Nigeria. The killings, the hatred, and things that you can't stop. Cain killed Abel, right? That's in the Bible. So even with that relationship in languages, it doesn't mean that we are safe to remain the way we are now. We can't say because we have common phrases or things that are related by what we speak, then we should just let everything flow and let the person that has become the president now give him a jolly time. We are not being careful in building our society.
Lexi, you cannot run away from your shadow. This book says legal terminology in Igbo language. Never been published. Over here, I have one that says Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, all interpreted, not been published. I walked into Avington a couple of days ago in a store, and there were 3 Igbo men there at the shelf buying something. And I just said something to them. I said, no matter how trouble I see, they cannot stamp out all of us. What did I just say? If you walk around the street, you see somebody who looks Igbo. Like
so
you.
we're the only ones to survive. The ones assumed should die and perish.
No. It is the ones that are outside Maybe Nigeria did not know what they did when they scattered us all over the place. We become of third generations. People outside are the ones that are going to make that difference the same way that Israel made a difference for the survival of Israel. That is my sincere belief.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you and Igbo Facebook and Lexi.
Okay.
The way Igbo is being speaking now, is this how it was spoken 200 years ago?
Okay, hold on. Let me call my great grandfather to see if electricity. Before they answer, let me give you the chance. You want to say something?
Well,
I just want to know that as it goes.
The truth is that it's not. No language.
It will tell you how. It will tell you how it's going to be the next 200 years.
Okay, no language is static. It continues to change. There are people. You see, the problem with what I think it was somebody said it here. What was going on is that there's a problem. Chika also mentioned that there is a problem with language that you don't have people who are constantly studying it, writing it, and reading it, because you don't have people who are advancing it and improving it. When you look at English, every year, Oxford Dictionary, we add new words to the English language. Okay, that should be happening with every other language. If you're not adding new words, new expressions to it, it's going to die. So it's not that any particular language is immune from being in that situation. In fact, many languages die every year, and that's what the UNESCO is worried about. That eventually, one guy died in India last year, and they said he was the last person to speak his own their language, and it's going to continue. You see Lagos, what Lagos is doing and nobody noticed is that Lagos is producing people who can speak any other language other than English. And there are millions. Just think about it. If you have many electricity now, if next generation, the next generation, there's no connection. So it will be interesting. Go ahead, your question or comment.
I was saying
sorry.
Go ahead. I was talking about the political correctness.
No, Lexi, hold on. I'll come to you. Let's hear electricity. Yeah, go ahead.
When I came in, I observed Mr. Igbo Basic reading the Bible up. So I really want to know.
You got scared?
Huh?
You got scared?
Oh no, never. In my mind, I'm kind of thinking: what is it called? Is it talking about Israel and making comparison to? I don't know. Please. I want to. Could you shed light on what he was trying to say, please?
Okay, let's get Lexi first, and then.
Yes, I brought that up. I was saying that we should stop discounting ourselves. If you listen to Martin Luther King Jr., he says, when people say you are nothing, do not accept that. You are somebody. When they say you are nobody, don't accept it. We are doing everything now to destroy who we are. And none of us alive today made us who we are. We should respect what we have and let it come to be part of us today. And there's one young man from Los Angeles who came to marry one of my tenants here. And he happens to be from Delta, Asaba area. When you call him on the phone, his answer is in Igbo. So he went to work and they asked him, what is that thing on your phone? How come when we call your number? Because he's a sheriff in Los Angeles. He said, whatever you hear people say in English, when you call them on the phone, it's the same thing I have said in my own language. My language should have a place in this world. So I don't want it to die. If you call that number, just let it finish. What it has said is, who are you calling? Leave your number and I will call you back. The same thing, but I said it in my own language. And he maintains it till today. So sometimes we shy away from who we are. And some people even abuse us for who we are. And we get worried. We change our names. We change the way we look. We dress like other people. Not that there's anything wrong if you wear somebody else's baby traditional dress, but people run away from the one they think, oh, he's good. they're going to identify me as an Igbo man because of this or that or that. I am saying that should stop. And I'm also saying we should be who God made us without anybody stopping us from retaining the natural who we are, because it doesn't make sense at all to be changing and to be losing things, you know. Now, I brought out some words which I suspect originated from West Africa. It happens to be some Igbo words. I don't know other people's own languages, but those things are too close to English to be accidental. Look at animal. You know, in Igbo language, animal is anuman, and anuman is more definitive for what it is in terms of if you break it apart. How come in English they say animal? I don't know, but it strikes me as one of those things in languages, you know. So I'm just saying that in Israel, they came back and sat down and rewrote their Hebrew. Their modern Hebrew is what they use today in their radio, in their books, in their schools, and everything. And how many are Israelis in the world compared to some of us who come from sub-regions of even one country? But they have built themselves a great nation of science, technology, engineering, medicine, everything. And they are going. You can't stop them. You mess with them today, they will blow you off. Can you imagine how many doctors we lost in Nigeria when we said if they don't score 300 points to enter the medical school? When somebody who scores 10, 20 has graduated today and is being called a medical doctor. So which means the people who scored beyond those people who you disallowed to enter the medical school and they wasted into other professions have gone for nothing. Whereas they could have been in that same medical school, even having produced more points than the ones you allowed in to work in freely. And I'm not against those they allowed to get into the med school, but for stopping those they stopped because of a very deadly policy of leadership in a country. How many of such students did we lose who would have become medical doctors or even engineering or any other? How many scholarships, all this money they are carrying and storing away that got rotten and eaten by snakes and so on? If the government's policy and leadership had had the money for people to walk into the university with a loan and gotten their degrees, do you know how many more people would have been educated in Nigeria? And so on and so forth. And what am I saying in all this? Nigeria has not worked and is still not working. And I don't know when it will work. It doesn't seem to me that it will ever work in the way it is today, unless we sit down peacefully and decide what to do with ourselves. To your tents, O Israel, is still my policy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lexi. Ndubisi, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, where do we start from? I came in late from church when the young lady was still our writer. Until you gave us the notice that she's coming on the program. I've never known about her.
Let me ask you, hold on. Let me ask everyone here, how many of us are reading? Because it's really the issue. I know she was very diplomatic when I asked that question about people reading at home. But all of us here, I think we're all abroad. How many of us are reading African writers?
I don't read African writers, to be honest. I mostly read history. I'm studying law now.
I know CM reads, but who else has read any book by an African, a novel?
Yeah, I do. I read previously, probably secondary school days, my higher institution days, and shortly after.
In the last 5 years, in the last 10 years.
No, I've not read. I only picked up Chinua Achebe's There Was a Country.
No, okay.
I ordered it from eBay.
I've read.
The fatherless people. What's his name? Yeah, Yoruba author.
Who is speaking?
You've not read that book, The Fatherless People. The Fatherless People is Ogida is speaking.
Okay, Ovie. Okay. What did you say, Ovie? Say that again. I can't hear you very well.
The fatherless people.
Okay, I don't know about
You've
that.
not read that book?
Who wrote it?
By Wale Ogun. That's the former Minister of Finance, Heather brother.
Okay, no. When was it published? All right, let's see CM. I can't hear you over here. If you are talking, something is wrong with you.
The thing is, in fact, the favorite books I read are African writers. I don't know why, particularly Nigeria. Benokri, The Famished Road. I've read it up to 3 times. Anyone I like picking up any, if I can read it, this is my 3rd time. Then Rudolph, when I want to feel at ease, sometimes I take This American Life self and then use it to, any chapter I can open up, even if it's a paragraph or a page, I read it, I smile, I then put it. It's always somewhere here now. Chimamanda said, I finished, I cleared all of them. Then, what is this man? Chigozie Obioma, the orchestra of minorities, the fishermen, those 2, I've read it. And then, what is this chap? Helen Habiba. There are some of his books. Is it? Oh, okay, Habila.
Yeah.
Then there is this chap. He's a public health consultant, but what is it? Rudolph. Yeah, Ikanya. He made me read Arundhati Roy, The God of Small Things, because he said that book inspired him. Then he has to go and do a degree in creative writing. But for me, I said, do I go and start doing all those debates? I know the thing is, let me now explain. The thing is, I'm of the science background, and I so much love my clinical biomedical science. But the artistic side of me, apart from dancing, is to read art.
You can dance?
Hey, Datego with Diego.
Oh, you saw that.
You have to host us in New York so that everybody will come over. And,
that is you will spray me.
Can you send us a
1 minute. Traditional. The only regret, let me put it this way, the only regret till today, not that I can't do it very well. Pifri Ibuoja, flute. That is the thing. That is what left. I can dance any traditional dance, English. I remember when we used to learn Michael Jackson backsliding in those days. So how are you going to we do all the just close the door, a group of boys, we'll be learning it. So that when we go to party,
Ntiaka, that one that you put your arms together and then I used to do that, but now I don't know what happened.
So CM,
probably,
thank you. Yes. CM, let me hear more. It's very important. It's why I want CM to talk about what he has been reading is that I'm hearing noise. We expect to understand each other and ourselves even without reading what writers. I don't care who the person is. It takes a lot to write and sometimes years. This book that Chika wrote that just published was started in 2014, almost 10 years. I can tell you people like Cocaine Debate, there are books they are writing that have been written for the past 5 years and it's going through editing, so it takes a lot for it to be published and we don't read, when especially all of us that are outside the country, it's not about whether you can afford to buy the book. It's just that it's not part of what we do. And how do you support the writer if you don't read their work?
So exactly. So even Oken Dibe from Arrows of Rain, Never Look American in the Eye, I wrote to him, say, why not write your Biafran Eyes? Develop it to be a novel because I read the essay. So the thing is that I like reading Nigerian authors. I don't know why. I'm just like by default. I like Shoyinka's, what is it called? Shoyinka's the book of plays. I think volume 1 and volume 2. One is 10, one is other. I have it. Just I've read all those drama. I have Shoyinka. I read it. Penkele Messi, the Arcade, the Years of Childhood. I've read all those. Then the one that I like when Shoyinka is angry, like what he wrote about Abacha, the open soul of a continent. he finished up. When you read that book, you know that Shoyinka was really annoyed with her. In fact, a lot of things. And it's a pamphlet, but I like it. So I've read virtually, not really virtually, but I've read quite a lot I can lay my hand on. Achebe, all the Achebe, whatever Achebe wrote, Home and Their Way, Something and the Impediments, Arrow of God, Things Fall Apart, Man of the People, Antis of the Savannah, there was anything Achebe wrote. Then, what is it called? And the trouble with Nigeria. Everything Achebe wrote, I have them in my library. I have it. So I maintain this. I like reading because I don't want to miss out. That's why I don't want to. That's just like I don't want to miss. I want an all round. I all round in everything if it's possible, but I know it's not. But I try. Then complement it with my with with artistic dancing and all these things. I like it, but I don't want to lose my background science. So I don't. Diagnostic medicine. Yes, please. I don't want to lose that. Yeah, so
it's good that you're addressing this issue. It looks like you read African writers more than any of us here. The question I wanted to ask the author, and which I didn't get to chance. I think I did, but not exactly the way I wanted it. Today's writers, what's the goal of today's writers in terms of making our society a better place? Because you're writing and talking about things that are happening in families and stuff like that, but then there's also the people who we are as a people and how our faith, not our faith, how our life is directed.
In fact,
it's political. I mean, because these are people who hold. You write about a road from.
Okay, Uzo, I know where you're going. Let me answer you, because I just read this novel that she wrote last night. And while I was reading it, and she was surprised that was what was going on in my head. She was telling a story about this family and the tragedy they faced and how they responded to that. But I was thinking about that family as a metaphor for Nigeria and the tragedy of Nigeria and how Nigeria is responding to that. There was an issue of people saying, let's move on in the family. The main character was worried about the mom and the little sister, talking about moving on after they lost their father and their sister, senior sister. And I was, in my mind, I was reading it from the political angle. I was thinking about, this is like Nigeria. This is actually, and she was surprised that was my interpretation. And I know that in one interview, Achebe was in South Korea, and someone was telling Achebe, this year, Things Fall Apart is about what the Japanese did to us. And I was surprised. So for the South Koreans reading Okonkwo, the story of what happened to people of Okonkwo, Umuofia, when the Europeans came, they saw it as, this is what happened to us, South Koreans, when the Japanese came. So writing and stories will take you to places you've never been. Move you, take your mind to think about things you probably wouldn't have thought about without reading these books. So it's really very important for us, especially people who are influential, which all of us are, that we read and be able to share the ideas and the stories. Otherwise, when writing stops, then the society will pay a price for that. And part of the thing that happens with movies also in Nigeria is that most people who tell stories now in Nigeria, they want to tell the stories through the movie industry. So in the past, when I was growing up, you have Pesetas. I don't know how many of you read Pesetas.
Yeah, we read that. I remember.
Pesetas growing up. And
see, Rudolph, just like Uzo said, Uzo was asking what they did. I know the early writers, when you say Achebe, Shoyinka, all those people, I know literature, really. They are talking about maybe humanity, art, telling of their story, maybe either one type of telling Africa to the world. But let me tell you, recently the books I read, particularly about Nigeria, one of them stand out, which is this, where the vultures feast. What you see here is oil flaring in the Niger Delta. Whoever reads this book, you must be weeping as you are reading it by Iko Konta. That's why sometimes when I'm commenting on Nigeria, I always say Ogoni, Niger Delta, this, because when you read this, you find out that I don't think any set of people, apart from wartime, can be treated the way these people are treated. When you read this, you find what is happening in the creeks of Niger Delta. And then when you read about the suffering, then you now sort of the contrast, you find out that the billions of dollars that Shell is making out of these people. And then you come and juxtapose it with the level of suffering, in which somebody will throw away the water he used to maybe wash his clothes, all these things, and then from the other end, the fetch the one he's going to use for cooking and drinking. You can't believe it. So when I read this book, it changed my annoyance about Nigeria. Apart from being an Igbo, maybe you relate our civil war and then you be annoyed if your father tells you the story. But when you read about this book, I'm not a Ogoni, I'm not a Jaw. Thank God I've done read. Electricity said so. Then you read about this, you weep, you will cry. You say,
What's
what?
the title?
The title is called Where Vultures Feast by Iko Okonta and Oronto Douglas. The Oronto is dead now. I think either they killed him or all those type of torturing. Yeah. Electricity.
Go ahead, electricity.
Electricity. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to further buttress your points. It's difficult for me and CM to agree, but we're agreeing on some things. just on the joking side. Actually, you don't actually need to read the book as such. Travel down there. I mean, reading the book is good, but when you travel down there, you will see what's actually going on. But like I still hold to my argument, and I will ever hold to it that I work on the oil rig, and so I know what it is like. I work on the ship as well too, and I know the how disadvantage are with the Play Stores, but I'm still gonna hold our leaders responsible for that. I'm not gonna blame Shell. I just have to be honest. I'm not gonna blame Shell or Mobil Exxon, or it's because of what we allow, and that is why it's happening. There are countries that they exploit oil in them, and Shell don't behave the way they behave just because their leadership or the leadership in that country put them under checks and balance. So while I understand that we're going through certain things back at home, I blame our leaders. I also blame all citizens because we hold the power. We hold the power to deal with these people respectfully and to take back the country and run it the way it should be run. So when my mother was in the village, I go to the river whenever I travel to see her, I fetch water. The same water we fetch is the same water we bathe in, the same water we drink. So I know these things, but nevertheless, we are not different from other parts of the country because the basic necessity is affecting everyone, not just the Ijaw person. The basic necessity.
You see, the contrast is that you bake the cake, they lay the oil. See, without those this thing going through, oil pipes going through, it may not have damaged the environment. But then, in compensation, when you take something out, put something in, at least to help them. Do you know? Let me tell you one thing. Do you know that if somebody can conduct this research, say go to the Niger Delta, just screen them for cancer or predisposition to cancer, I think they will pretty be higher percentage. This is a hypothesis until it is proven. Then why am I hypothesizing like this? Because their exposure to toxins, to chemicals, either through the one they breathe, or yes. So that thing is enough. The only that people might not know. Maybe in future they will say, look, people from this area, this type of what is it called? This type of biological constituent is higher in people from exactly. So all those type of things. But when you look at it, I know that our leaders over there are failing in the mainland and then in the uplands. But this area, because you get something. Okay, let's assume that they are not prospecting for oil. The ecosystem would have been the natural the way it is. Maybe the poverty, if they can't fish or if they can't farm, good luck to them. But for you to come and displace, sort of, distort the ecosystem and then put in toxin. Ideally, this what is it called? Oil flaring. It shouldn't be. It's going into the atmosphere, and then if there is a condensation, if there is a orographic rain, like geographers will say, it will condense in the atmosphere and then fall back as rain. Do you see it on the soil?
Yeah, but there's gas flaring. There's gas flaring from the Warri refinery. There's a continuous gas flaring from the Warri refinery. It's on there, and the gas is so expensive to buy. They just burn the thing into the. I really don't understand.
Just to round up, that is what Professor Gigi Dara, Urobo writer, he said when he's coming from Lagos, anybody traveling, by the time you move past Ore, get to past Shagamu, get to Bini, then you take right. As you are going down Sapele, going to Warri, immediately after some distance, you now start the skyline will change to yellow. Not really because the weather want to rain or something. It's because of the gas flaring. Gigi Dara wrote this. So when you read, after reading it, I felt that when they say environmental injustice, there is. So all these things made me a lot of books about Nigeria here. Nigeria on the Brink, Nigeria, What You Need to Know, The Complete Nigerian by Peter Nahoro, the one that died last week or soon. And then the greatest of them all, the biography of Chinua Achebe. So when you read all these things, sometimes you become annoyed with Nigeria. Otherwise, there is really nothing, there is nothing Nigerians are doing to justify the level of decadence, particularly what is happening in the Niger Delta. To be honest, I'm an advocate of it. Like you said, I've not really been there to have a thought, but after reading this book, I felt, and from what I've read, it's not supposed to be. Even if you don't want to develop them, but you are putting there, based on humanitarian reasons. You have to help them. The people there, they are exposed to different types of toxins coming out of their whatever it is, destroy the environment. Who knows why the lifespan could be what it is? Nobody can tell that. So there's a lot to do. To be honest, there's a lot.
CM, thank you. Let me just say that in this continuation of this conversation, because we can't travel to so many places, the fastest way, the easiest way is to read.
Yeah.
And you can't get into the hearts of people, everybody. I have never talked to certain people you read, you'll be invited into the environment. Also, I'll give an example. I just read this Chika Unigwe's book. I've never been to Obiago. I hear about Obiago in Enugu. I was scared by what I read. She takes you there in the novel, and the people who live there and the division. There's so much you'll learn by reading that it becomes like a foundation to whatever argument you make, whatever you propose. You have the backing of these works by these people. Even when you don't agree with somebody, with a particular book or idea, you read them still. Because when you're reading them, you may force you to think about, understand why they think that way. Anyway, forefathers, welcome to the
show. Greetings, Rudolph, and to everyone on the panel and the chat. I was just looking at, somebody was talking about your book, so I was just trying to review what you wrote about. I can't believe you were writing all the way back in 2006. Wow. That's a long time ago.
1999, before then.
You see, The problem is that we don't know what we got. Here is Rudolph here, because I've had the privilege of meeting him one-on-one a couple of times. Such a great mind we have here. The way he reasons, and personally, I don't praise people. Doesn't matter who you are. But when I have the privilege of running into great minds, I do say so clearly. Because I've had the privilege of being in the presence of Chinua Achebe, Okendibe, Chika Unigwe. Name some of these people. I've had that privilege. But what Rudolph Okonkwo comes across here is a mind. You be thinking something, it brings it a boom. Just ask one question right there. And it redirects you. Like he was redirecting us to how many of us read African writers here? That was one of the last things that we were talking about here. It takes me to say that when you're reading something and you find yourself in it, I read The Alchemist, for instance. But one of the books that I have read that I really read is 373 pages by Andy Uche, who is an engineer, actually worked Shell and all that. Ofia became home. I was about to ask Chika about the situation of the displaced people in Enugu State, because I could see us being displaced. I could see us living inside the bush, in the forest, for 3 straight years. And I could see a whole new village, law and order, everything else forming around there. So when you find yourself or any side of you in any particular book that you are reading, the tendency is that you read it all through, you can identify with it.
I think it's quite great, and like you said, sometimes people the way Rudolph carries himself, and that's the way to do it really, because our people tend to be, they allow their ego to dictate the way they do things, because he's been around since 1999 till now. He's been around.
It's a gift from God, and it doesn't matter whose ox is God. Again, like I said, I don't praise anybody. But when I say it, that's the way I feel. That's the way I say it.
Rudolph is an engineer. He never had a bachelor's degree in the arts. He's a bachelor's degree in engineering before he veered into journalism. So you can imagine. He's from. So he never started out as a writer. Maybe be bachelor's degree literature or English or political science or all those things. No.
Maybe he. Just like Chika Unigwe started to study medicine and then found out that that's what's in him. Sometimes that's happened. There are people who are gifted that way. It could be an engineer, but in you, there's a writer. So he took it that way.
My own is a reader. I may not be a writer. I like reading art. If they give me books free, that will be okay. So if people like, particularly if I meet any author, I would like to have his work or maybe a signature on his take. I like it. So yeah, it encourages me anyway.
All right, so let's move on. If there are other conversation around, where is Scribe? Scribe shocked me with what I think is something that this is what I plan to do. I plan to maybe once a month I'll bring a writer, but I have to get a commitment from you guys that if we announce that somebody is going to come, a writer, that people will read his work or her work, it will be good to discuss it. Otherwise people will be more or less lost in the conversation.
I didn't get to finish what I was saying though. Before we start bringing, one of the, I've read very, very few books I've read of Nigeria, and I don't even read much of books really, which is interesting. I do read a lot of stuff, but not necessarily books individually. But I did read this Varo Nubaisi's story by I think Olaro Timi or something, and that was, for me, I found it very, very interesting, the way the kind of languages he used, the proverbs and all kinds of stuff. I found it very rich, and obviously he also tilted my opinion towards some of the issues that occurred to our forefathers and all the stuff that happened and during that time. That said, how everybody was, that we have CM said something about if Nigeria, the world was rated based on writers, Nigeria would be a first world nation.
Yes,
that is true. And the point is that they allow you space to operate, and the space they allow, you have to remember, is for their own benefit. You are writing in English language; it's their language that you're writing in, and it's their own benefit that's why they allow you that space. Like the African Americans, they allow them a lot of space to do things, like in the music, arts. But any strategic stuff that is critically important to your survival, they leave it out. They ensure you remain completely oblivious of that. So I would like to submit that if we are to be having people here, we should be having people that are of technological background. These are critical things. In Israel, I just learned that they are trying to even create a nuclear fusion reactor that can be contained in a container. And because I've worked with a few Israelis, and if there's anything, don't bet against those people. They are determined people. They are not playing around. So this is something that we need to keep our eyes on the dial here, because while we are writing and dancing and praising all that thing, which is all good, those are cultural aspects. But we are in a state right now, for me anyway, that we need to be focusing on things that gives us real power in this world. There is soft power, it is true, there's soft power, but in the end, the determining factor is often hard, real power that is based on technology and your ability to secure yourself. So that is what we lack. That's what the deficit of Arowen Nubaisi lacked. And that's something we still haven't fixed to date. We have not even come close. So that's, for me, I think we should be bringing our best minds in technology so that we talk to them and some of the stuff they are doing. Who knows? We might be able to support some of them to actually make significant breakthroughs, because we do have minds in Africa. I've been to labs where, like in Ghana, where they are researching malaria, anti-malaria medicine. That was well back in the early 2000s and late 90s. But we didn't bring it out until now. Europeans are bringing the vaccine for us. So we all need to be promoting our own technological experts, not only writers. You see what I mean? Because these things are the most important. That's what we lacked, and that's why we are where we are today. Thank you.
So, brothers, the question I have here is that any of us, Dr. Konko and the rest of us, has the Nigerian government reopened the Department of Chemical Engineering at University of Nigeria, Nsukka?
No.
There you go. That is what we are talking about. That country shooting itself on the foot simply because they are afraid of Obunigwe and the people who have already died, who manufactured those equipments from there. We should not be importing arms from anybody. Nigeria should not be importing any arms from anybody. Now, let them go back and reopen that institution, that chemical engineering department of University of Nigeria, and then we can go from there. There are institutions like that across Nigeria that has so much to offer the world. But because of our so-called leaders who says the invention of 419, everybody must get rich overnight, they forget the goal that we are sitting on. And then we are now exporting talents around the world without actually harnessing the things that we have within us.
I think you are right. I think some of things they need to reinstate it. You have to reinstate, no matter those days are past where you have to be worried about, Bunigwe and all that stuff. And this idea that some parts of the country, they give them different scores in terms of your ability to attain a certain educational training, like in medical and all that stuff. No, you shouldn't be doing that. Right now, we should be going flat out. The best mind should be allowed to advance. We should be going flat out to achieve this in higher, this in outcomes, instead of limiting any segment of the country. I don't subscribe to that, because they don't limit themselves. Other parts of the country don't limit themselves. Look at what they are doing to this is South, where there's oil spillage and all the rest of it. They are all advancing while they are leaving us behind. It's just the whole thing. They need to restructure the country from the point of view that we can't keep limiting ourselves all because we just want one country. We should allow everybody to prosper.
It's true. Let every flower, let all the flower bloom to give a good rainbow. Let every flower bloom.
And it's going to serve all of us well. We don't have time to be holding each other down, because the other people are not going to care about whether we hold each other down or not. You're just going to take advantage of us, like they've been doing.
I need to put a question to Mr. Rudolph, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you considering, it's a rumor. Well, let me put it this way.
Any rumor that didn't come from me is not true.
That's why it's a rumor.
That's why it's called rumor.
It is rumor that you are looking at contesting into the be a legislator in the next cycle of election coming.
No.
Are you confirming or denying that?
Why not now? Why not? You should join them.
Let me address something you said. Okay. So this is not about me, but let me just give you this example. I studied engineering. Most of you know this, and in my final year, I had to design a system. It's called the irrigation system. Let me just reduce it to that. At my university, which was FUTA. But I had to travel to UNN, UI, Ahmadu Bello University, and I went to their agri-engineering departments. And I saw, if you go there, and I wish people can go there and visit, you saw the works that students over the years, the prototypes of what they designed. We have done everything. Our students, our engineering students, they've designed everything. Like one guy designed a machine that you use to plant cassava, harvest cassava, process cassava. We've done everything prototype level. But the problem is that we don't have a system that will go and harness those knowledge, those works that have been produced, and make it something that the populace, the nation can use. So it's not about engineering and about whether we can do it. We know we can do it. It's just that we don't have a system. You can blame the private sector and the government, giving the environment for the private sector to be able to do that. And for forefathers, I want to say that one day I was traveling, I used my original passport, the Nigerian passport. You know, they put in your career, your profession. And when I got the passport, I was still a student. So we are all proud to say engineer, and I put engineer. So when I was traveling as a reporter, and I got to an airport in Britain, they said, "Oh, you said you're a reporter and you went to cover the World Cup in America. Why is this profession say you are an engineer?" So I was caught, and I said, "Well, yeah, I studied engineering, but now I'm a reporter." And he said, "Why?" I said, "Look, Africa, we don't need machines. We need to change the way we think first. The machines are already being done other places. We need to change the way we think."
That's an excuse. That's an excuse.
That's an excuse. No, what forefathers, you also talk about this all the time. I think it's about the mindset, and writers are people. Some of the people who help to change that mindset. The fact that there are people who are producing machines, you don't even know about it. Why don't you know about it? Because there are no reporters who are covering that, who are going there to say, what are we doing? There are some products made by Nigerians that are now being produced in Japan and exported back to Nigeria for Nigerians to buy machines. So these are some of the things. There is no... The first time I got a job as a reporter, I went there and the editor said, "Why are you here? You studied engineering." And I said the same thing, I want to write. And you know what he did? He said, "Okay, you studied agricultural engineering. Go and cover agriculture for us." There's no newspaper in Nigeria that has, they don't have a reporter covering agriculture. No newspaper in Nigeria. He said, "Go and cover agriculture for us." And to him, he felt that that's what that's what you can cover. But we don't even have science reporters bringing these stories for us to inspire people, to tell people it's possible. There are people doing great things. And I've tried to write a few articles about that. But it's difficult, for people who are more interested in politics and in stories and things like that. But I think by having this conversation,
My
maybe...
experience on these things, from what I saw, from what you are describing, it's almost I don't know whether to call it a deliberate attempt, not just to make sure our people don't develop, because one of them that I witnessed, just I think around 2020 or so, there was this competition that was organized in Nigeria for unmanned aerial vehicles, and the competition went ahead, very successful, and that was the end of it. They killed it. They just killed it, dead in its tracks. Everybody that went to the competition was very happy. The stuff went well, and they rooted out so many talented engineers that can be able to design vehicles that can fly and all the rest of it. That was the end. They didn't try it again. So it's almost like we have a culture of not wanting to encourage innovation and technological advancement. We should, given the state we are in, we should be having inter-state competition, technological competition.
Innovations, innovations.
Should be something that we should be more than sports, more than anything else. But we discourage it, and this is something not long ago, 2020. Those engineers that did those things, they are all in a WhatsApp group now. They are all from a small community. But the idea is that nobody is encouraging them. If anything, they are discouraging it from happening. Everybody that was there said it was a success, but yet it was killed.
Okay, one last thing before I stop my stories. When I was in the university, we had a governor in Ondo State. I went to school in Akure. A governor in Ondo State, military governor, who was an engineer. I forgot his name. Navy officer. Oh no, it's not the judge. I hope not. I forgot the name, but I can find it later. But it's in my memo. But this guy was an engineer, and he came to FUTA and he gave us a grant to design water hyacinth harvester. because that time you have all the rivers in Nigeria, even in Ondo State, water hyacinth. So my university designed it. One class started it, the next class we came in and we did part of it, and the next class eventually was finished and it was deployed. So, but that will tell you the difference it makes if you have people who can think that way. The problem we have is that the people in most positions in office and maybe even the private sector, they may not be thinking that way. We need people like forefathers to go home and say, you know what, this is my space. I'm going to do this now. I'm going to make room for something like this to happen.
Rudolph, you've said footer, I think 2 times now. Is that footer or footer?
I went to footer, accurate, not footer.
Okay, not footer.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ed.
I apologize, but I concur with Rudolph for forefathers to go home and to Nigeria.
He doesn't have to go home to Nigeria. He can function from wherever he is.
I pay their ticket.
I think that
pay their ticket. Their ticket.
One of the
I will contribute money because forefathers only talk. He doesn't.
Him when he gets there, they send him like.
You see,
how do you think I know all these things? I'm on the ground in Nigeria. Come on, man. I'm physically engaged.
Let's hear from
when was the last time you were in Nigeria, forefathers?
Rudolph, I think that governor that you had in Akure is one unique example, and it's an exception to the rule. I think if the country has to move on in terms of technology and all this we're talking about, it will never be government. Government experience has shown that the government is never interested in it, and when if they're interested in it, those who are in charge, unless they can get out something immediately out of it, which will eventually kill it. They earmark 5 million for a project, and then they have to take half of that as their bribe or something, and then the work will just end halfway. It has to be, how can we get this going with the private sector? In what ways can it had to start, even no matter how small. The private sector is the one that will rescue, will bring this country. If you're thinking about it, with the government, it's almost like building a house without a foundation. It will eventually collapse. It will never stand. So in what ways can the private sector get involved? No matter how, even if it means looking for funding from outside, whatever, how can this be done? Because, look, we have to research everything, because otherwise the country will be talking about this tens of 50 years from now, still be talking about it. I mean, we'll be talking about it, but what are the practical steps to be taken so that an invention, we have it produced, and then,
there's a time I have this proposal, and I think with what Rudolph said now regarding in those days, I mean, people cassava, a machine that can plant cassava, harvest it, and then process it, all those things. I was telling somebody, I said, with Innocent now manufacturing cars, why can't we sit Innocent down and say, Innocent, you manufacture car, you manufacture Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you can manufacture buses, we are doing. This is something like all these machines used for mechanized agriculture. Like this one, Rudolph said that footer in Akure. Can you manufacture it? Of course, he will say yes. What will it take? He could do it. Then we will start with that type of thing, so that type of made in footer, cassava harvester or whatever, will not be Nigerian brand. It doesn't mean whether Innocent manufacturer. So we start with that, because that is an ingenuity of the students, and the other universities will be encouraged. I've come to the realization that I was saying as an obedient anyway, I don't hide it. Said, why can't we make it that no university in Nigeria should be connected to the national grid? You have all the departments of engineering generate your electricity. Every university in Nigeria must have a bakery. You don't go and supply bread to university. The students should be able to, there should be a food science and technology. There must be a bakery. It should be run by them. You don't need all those type of
They done it already. Lasso just produced their bread this year. I think last month the VC was showing it. Lasso made bread, and they are using it in the school. And
Yeah.
I think OAU or Buckingham University, they have a either they have a reactor, they produce their own electric in
Yes.
OAU.
The
So
same thing with bleach. They have Department of Chemistry, Industrial Chemistry. I remember in class in those days, they say this is what bleach is, a sodium hypochlorate or I did hypochlor something, the formula. So say you can produce bleach. It's not that when you are an undergraduate, you say I'm going to the supermarket to buy bleach for what? Jig, parasol, made somewhere. The university should be able to. University should be a mini country of their own. Because that is where the talent will be coming out. You have your bakery, you have your mini department of chemistry produces bleach, agriculture, and then the faculty of engineering is responsible for providing power for the whole university community. I mean, it's a challenge and it's possible. Let us really start from there. It's a challenge
Okay,
and it's possible.
let me go to
can I please?
angle 90. Yeah, angle 90. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I want to come in from where Mr. Uzo stopped. He was talking about government, private sector taking the lead when it comes to what do you call it? Production of new research and production of those research. So it actually goes both ways. Both the government and the private sector have to come together. Number one is that there are things that you cannot produce, no matter how smart you are in a country, without the government allowing you to produce it. Like when you talk about UAVs or manned area vehicles, there are security vehicles, security stuff that it's only government that will give you the authorization to produce such things. Then if you have an idea or if you can produce it as an individual and government refuses to give you license, whatever you have done it for just like that, it's just gone. You understand? The same thing, there are instruments, there are equipments that you can manufacture. If the Nigerian, they call it NIS, industrial standards and all those things, ISO, I can't remember the organization that sees to certifications.
SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria.
Standard Organization of Nigeria, yes. If you manufacture an equipment and the Standard Organization of Nigeria doesn't certify it, you have just done all you did for nothing. So, like Rudolph said that a governor gave them a grant. It shows government taking the lead. So if we can have a government that is, science and technology inclined, government that likes research, that would like people to produce things, on our own, it will be better. So if you produce and government say, okay, so if anybody can produce so thing, SON give the person so it will be better. So this goes two ways. No private sector can just sponsor or tell you to come in and produce anything without the government. I don't know if you get where I'm going.
All right, thank you. Who else has something to add? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wanted to add something from something I saw on the TV this morning regarding NNPC and some of the work they are doing. I saw that they are, they are doing this pipeline that they want to, the Trans-Saharan pipeline that they want to send all the way to Algeria. Yeah, they are talking about so many things that they are doing, and deals falling through and mismanagement and all the rest of it. And what I observed was that this obsession. Sorry, there's a bit of a reflexive sound.
It's from the basin. Your line is not good. Once you turn on your
customer. Okay, so they were talking about this, and I was like, there's this obsession with. I understand the idea of the pipeline going to Europe because that's where the market is, and we can use it as leverage. But historically, we don't seem to have much of a leverage towards them. So I really it's really troubling to hear the way they go on about sending this pipeline to this in Europe. And you couple with the fact that most of these North Africans and Europeans, they don't care too much for our own this well-being. Why is the obsession? Why not send this pipeline to neighboring countries instead? West Africa, towards East Africa and this is southern this in Africa, like towards the Congo and all the rest that don't have this in oil, so that you can within the African continent you can start having industrialization happen. So for me, and if you look at from hearing the description that they gave about the Niger Delta, what they are going through, these people are going through hell to send resources to countries which some of them actually refuse Nigerians from escaping from Sudan recently. They're saying that we should bring this passport, even if they are part of the African Union, which is supposed to be illegal. And they're asking us to bring visas and everything to get into their country from a war-torn nation. The way these people treat us, they treat us like that, and we are pumping all our oil to them for what purpose? I understand the geopolitical relevance of it, but for me, I'm not sure it's going to pay off the way Nigerians are thinking. And many of the northern part of Nigeria, they would rather we are sacrificing everything in the south, sending all these resources to the top, and this in the north. That there has to be some sense of equity here, or some sense of fairness, whereby if you are getting something from somebody, you are giving something back to them. And I would advise the ones in the south, okay, let them keep pumping all those things to the north. When they do all those things that they want to do, that's when you demand, you have your leverage. Because without you, then they can't get anything. That's when you have your leverage and you make your demands, and they have to fix those neighborhoods and make sure. Because if you go to Bielsa today, it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. It's almost like the more you give to Nigeria, the less you do. You poorer you are for it.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Prophetess, the conversation you were having yesterday, I remember it was you that was talking about Abacha importing oil, importing petroleum products.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Yeah. What is happening is that we are self-sabotaging consistently in Nigeria. Self-sabotaging by, first of all, our leaders, whoever find themselves in position. The oil pipeline that you were just having a conversation about went to the north. It was during my own time as young man that pipeline came through Aba. It passed through Sisioma in Aba. My elder brother actually had a big piece of land where he was, that the late King Charles, Uncle Heke. He had a piece of land where he was going to be fabricating suitcases from there to start manufacturing. He was to manufacture Fabergé products, including this brood for men and stuff like that. And this pipeline came right through that land up to the north. And that condemned that particular dream and that particular land. So what am I saying is this. Our leaders have to sincerely realize what we have. I remember Aba is the same place we call the Taiwan of Africa. Aba can manufacture anything. Aba can produce anything. That city called Aba, that's just the culture of the place. Right now, somebody makes pills with Olubu. And the pills,
yes.
I think it was one of those former INEC chairman, Maurice Iwu, that had that done. Now we are going to be buying the pills because it's been brought in as a Igbo man. The earlier we start realizing what we have, which is why all those foreign countries are pouncing on us and trying to keep us down. So we have to start one by one. If any of the leaders is your relative or you know any of them, try to appeal to them. Just an appeal we are making. Let's make ourselves better so that those people, we can trade from a position of strength, not weakness.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say for now.
Do we have a pipeline that is going to West Africa? So I learned that there was a pipeline that was meant to go through West Africa all the way to Morocco. Is that one going on now? Because it appears that this NNPC seems to be emphasizing the trans-Saharan one all the way from Nigeria to Niger and all the way to Algeria. Because the idea is that, for me anyway, I feel like the people that we really need to empower are the sub-region, the sub-Saharan African region. That's the area that really needs empowerment. And then if you want to sell the oil to Europeans, yes, you can sell the oil to Europeans, but you have to supply this in that oil to all the sub-Saharan African countries instead of running it all the way to Niger, then straight to this in Algeria. Those ones, you are literally arming them to do us damage. Those ones, they don't see us as the same people. And we have to start learning that the people we need to empower is our own group here that is the weakest on in terms of the size of our population. We are the weakest in the world. It's just ridiculous. And I just feel like we need to be doing more to be empowering ourselves and remove all these shackles that we put on ourselves not to develop, not to advance. It needs
It's
it
true
just
now.
needs to go. We don't have the luxury
Exactly.
of, I can understand the instinct, after the Civil War, not to hold some parts a little bit down because they are worried that, okay, something will flare up. But that is how long ago? That is more than 40, 50 years ago now. Move on and let's start developing ourselves because the world is not waiting for us. Sudan now, this war that is going on in Sudan is basically a proxy war. It's not the people that, because what they do is one person comes and meets this warlord, the other one comes and meets this warlord, then they harden their position and say, you don't give ground to the other guy because that guy is under the control of foreign other powers, and you are our guy. We will support you, fight this guy, you fight your brothers. And African people keep falling for it over and over again. You forget, while you are fighting, your country is not developing, your country is falling apart. How do we fall for these things over and over again?
And they themselves are developing non-stop, day night.
Continuously developing.
Continuously develop. So you see, to that extent, I think what it takes a leader, it takes the leadership who we see through this. That's why I remember what George Bush said. He said they can never sign any agreement that will put the Americans out of job. I keep quoting that sentence. Because even if, I think the closest to it when we discuss Abacha is because when somebody said, look, I don't care whether, in fact, if you love your people, the West won't love you. I may be wrong. If really you are committed, you mean that you love your country, you just call their bluff. They won't love you. But try and make sure.
You are not wrong.
Huh? So try and make sure
you are not wrong.
Okay, good. So try and make sure, because if you have this type of thing, I mean, like we are saying, let us use our oil. I mean, the gas, not oil, man, the gas. You could be discussing with, say, let us empower like all these West African coast, everywhere, give them, leave the Europeans. Even if they want it, you give them terms. Even if there's times you will give them, they will know that you are favorable because it is your own. They won't like you anyway, but make sure that you place the interest of your people uppermost. And if they try it, you will be saying that this is what I need this because I want to develop our own. I remember after the
why is it that a bunch of Americans love Mr. Trump with his "Make America Great Again"?
So
America first, right?
Yeah.
Why don't our people turn that around, say Nigeria first?
Nigeria first, and then if you...
CM, hold on, and you forefathers. So in my class, I teach post-colonial African history, and we know all these things you are saying. We talk about it, but the thing is, there's something that happened in Africa that I don't think all of you noticed. We ran away. There's a group of people that ran away from that place. All of us ran away, and so many of us ran away from there and left it for people who, majority of the people you left that country for are people who, one, they don't think like you. They are not concerned about these things. They want to talk about their own selfish, what they could gain. That's why they're there. And when you do that, what do you expect? How do you sit down abroad? You've run away from the scene. You can say they chased you out, but you ran away and you're not there. And the people you left the place for are the people who are not thinking about these things. How do you expect them to implement it? They won't. So that's what happened. Part of a chapter in what we talk about is how India and China developed. They tapped into their people abroad, including what I hear forefathers talk about sometimes, stealing technology, stealing knowledge, taking it back home. We have to begin to think about that. You can't leave people like Babangida to control Nigeria and expect that it's not people like him that will be hanging around him and will be governing the country, and that they will suddenly change and do wonders when you run away. You have to continue to engage. You have to physically go back at one point and change it. That's it.
Yeah, but Dr. Rudolph, what about those of us who believed in the same principle you just talked about? We came here in the 70s, believed that in the golden fleece, go get it, come back and help develop. Finished in 1981, went back, did the National Youth Service Corps, put my foot on the ground, started doing it the American way, hands on. And they just keep looking at you because they expected you to either three things that happen, and I'm not to what extent, and it's still happening. You come there with all these great ideas how to make us America the way we should be. Because of the corrupt and crooked culture in our place, they expect either of two things from you. One is either you join them. Two, either they see you as an obstacle to their daily way of doing things. Or three, you can get out and go and rearm yourself. The reason is this. I have been a witness to what I'm talking about. Went back to Aba, believed in doing it the right way, credibility. The country here is made of credit, right? If you are credible, you can buy $1 million house with minimum down payment, and then you live through it. It's a system, but in our own case, the system cheats itself. Even with the enormous amount of taxes that are there, the system itself is so bad that some of our children have come from here. They went there to help develop technologically. I know a friend of mine whose child went there with all his might. Brave, intelligent, all the IT knowledge. Press a button and every problem is solved. They started looking at him as, no, he's an obstacle here. Obstacle to we continuing to chop money the way we want to continue to chop money, which is the real thing that we have to find a way to address that. That's why I say if we have to appeal to them, one by one, it's for the good of everybody, for the good of our future. Can you please not look at us as enemies, because we are not enemies. I'm saying to you, me and you, that I went through it and they started looking at me. Man, over there, my shoe started carrying sand. My coat started tearing because I believe in doing it the right way. At the height of the introduction of 419, I had a choice. I could be like John Nebodisa. I could be like Fred Ajudwa. I could be like any of them who engaged in 419. But I saw that and I said, no, this is not me. That's not my character. I will live longer. I bailed out, only to come back again because we are going to be back. But we should be able to, from here, ask ourselves a question. How do we, as a group, honestly, not trying to see who is, because even among us, instead of agreeing to do things as a block and go there to make a change, we still believe in that in our individual way. It's my way or the highway. Until we're able to forge a formidable force to take at least one institution after the other. One institution after the other. I was reading about how Babangida allowed Tyson Lorraine to go and form a bank. He formed the bank, Babangida gave him free hand, and he gave loans to all the poor people, and the poor people never returned the money. With that said, that was the end of Tyson Lorraine, the great guy with a short knicker. We all know these stories. So what do we do so that we can go back and make a difference, especially in places like Abia State, where Alex Oti, I'm bringing in that politics back again. Because when he doesn't went there, we gave him all the support. And he brought in people from places say Aba made shoes. Aba can make better shoes than Italy. But we would rather buy the one from Italy. Italy can get our shoes, rebrand it, bring it back to us. So in those places, let's find a way, we here, to make sure that we have we have a, let me say, we have a say in a place like Abia, for instance, and then we can take it up to maybe another place like Rivers or any other place. But let's make an example.
All right. Igbo Basic, thank you so much.
Rudolph, I have a question.
Okay.
For you.
Okay.
I know, talking of what forefather said at the beginning in terms of a caliber of people we can bring here or whatever. This man, Professor Batin Naji, if you can reach out to him, he will be a good guest, being a scientist, and because of that his power plant, so that later, because such people, he may not have much time on the normal mainstream media to say certain things, but bringing him here, the intention will be some of us that has something to contribute from abroad. What plan? How do we package it? Giving him that somebody who has gone to develop something, because, like we are saying, people are. We can't continue being a third world country at this level. Even the most basic of scientists that we have, we can't do anything. So if you can, I don't know, maybe there may be other names like that, but I know of Professor Batin Naji. There may be other scientists.
I support Batin Naji's story.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know somebody to call. Let me just say something about Igbo Basic. Nobody's saying it's going to be easy, okay? And I don't think it was easy for the Chinese that went back to China from America or Britain. I don't think it was easy for the Indians that went back to India from America or from UK or from anywhere in the world. It's not going to be easy. Some people will be disappointed and leave, but some people must stay and form the critical mass that will now make that change. And that's the only way. Nothing is easy. So Chika Unigwe wrote a book for almost 10 years. If you tell some people who want to write today and publish tomorrow and become rich, they will run away. They will say, okay, I'm not a writer. I'm not going to write anymore. But if you want to do it, if you want to make that change, you have to. Let me show you this book. This is called Africa Betrayed by Ghanaian professor George Ayite. I teach that in my class, Post-Colonial African History. And before I started teaching this book and talking about this, I saw an article he wrote in maybe 10 years ago in Wall Street Journal. Essentially, he was saying that Africa has failed, that what should happen is that they should start selling off Africa. Not selling off, that they should give up, like something like Lagos should be handed over to Microsoft for 100 years. And we see what happens, how they will transform Lagos. And he believed that it was management that was the problem of Africa. And I was mad, and I basically wrote a rejoinder blasting him. The guy wrote me and saying, you are too young, you don't understand. But now, reading his book where he detailed his thought about Africa, you can see where he arrived at that conclusion. So one of the things that I think is possible for those who want to, and there are opportunities there in most African countries, and you hear them, even politicians talking about it, making space for Africans coming back, whether it's Nigerians from diaspora coming back to do something for the country, making space for them to be able to accomplish some of the things that they want to do and try. It's not that everybody will be able to stay. Some people will go back, but some people must stay if you want to influence that society and change it. If we keep running away, we can't. That's the point.
Rudolph, I did 9 years on the ground.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I know.
But I'm saying that I'm going back.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go. And when I go this time, I'm not coming back that way. Andrew Onyenwenyi is going and coming. Odabro. That means he has planted his foot there, that he has to be there. So, but we have to, from here, continue with our network of. Now I can pick up the phone if I'm in Aba. I can pick up the phone and say, Rudolph, this is what I'm seeing here. And Rudolph will be able to reach out to maybe forefathers or CM, and CM may be able to reach out to somebody. That is what is going to allow us to sustain those who are on ground, whom we at least know to some degree. That is the point I'm trying to make.
even if I agree with everything Rudolph said about being overseas. It doesn't necessarily help solve the problem on the ground, because Nigerians on the ground don't think the way we do. It's very interesting because even like up till maybe 3 4 years ago, I wasn't in the mindset of going back to Nigeria in terms of just to go and help Nigeria. If I was going back to Nigeria, is to think about, oh, can I set up a business that make money for myself and all the rest of it. Not necessarily seeing the amount, the level of danger that we are in, and the level of urgency that our situation requires, until maybe this COVID-19 hit. You saw what happened with George, this is Floyd, and all that. There was a lot of discussion going on during that time. So that's forced me to start looking into some of all this information. Given my background and everything, the way I looked at it was a little bit different. And when I saw the security lapse and the technological gap and the patterns that you see on the ground, I was just alarmed completely. And even by that time, when we were having all this discussion, because I talked to African Americans, East Africans, everybody, they were many of them were not aware. As a matter of fact, when you start off this discussion, they counter you with, oh, we need education, we need this, we need this, we need this, until you tell them, go and check what is going on there. These leaders are not governing you. They are just there pretending to be governing you. They are not doing anything. And then Dr. Rekana comes online and says, when they give her the job as of the African Union to be the diaspora minister or something like that, one of the instructions they gave to her was that they are not expecting anything from her. That just tells you everything you need to know. That these people, many of them, they have offices, but they are not meant to deliver. If anything, they are meant to block progress. And we seriously need to start fighting against it. This is why, even when I set up business in Nigeria, the thing is, you can set up business in Nigeria, sometimes you're not even there. For the first 2 years, I wasn't even on the ground in Nigeria. I set up a business in Nigeria, I wasn't even there. So sometimes people think that they always have to be physically be present there. I think this struggle, if you want to win it, you don't have to always be physically on the ground. You have to also build alliances all over the world, because this problem is not only Nigeria is facing, it's all of us is facing. And Nigeria, most people, if you ask most people around the world, they'll tell you that Nigeria is at the heart of it. If you want to solve black people's problem, fix Nigeria, you'll see that the changes are going to completely be copied all around Africa, and you're going to see a massive change in Africa. Hence why when I interact with Nigerians, I always say, this is what we need to do. This is what we need to do. We need to be urgent about it, because there is a lot of gain for us, even out of selfish reasons. If Nigeria did its job well, do you know the kind of progress you're going to see on the ground in Nigeria? The entire African continent is basically going to be paying homage to Nigeria. The entire African continent itself. That is how powerful Nigeria is. The position Nigeria finds itself in is the most densely populated part of Africa, especially Black Africa, which makes up about 80% of the population of Africa. We are basically a majority group within a majority group on the continent. A massive continent that has a lot of implication for humankind and this in geopolitics in the world today. If we do our job right, our children, my goodness, the people that are going to solve this problem, their children and their children and the children after them will never forget them. Because this is a very, very important task that needs to be done. And I agree. We have to be physically present on the ground in Nigeria. We have to engage every single day. When I talk to Nigerians, even when I'm working with them, sometimes I start ranting about all these sort of things. They were like, when are we going to do this work we are doing now? All that kind of stuff. So you see what I mean? I try to engage and also try to educate on this aspect that you need to keep an eye on the ground. You are the one that's physically there. Watch out for what your leaders are doing. And you as a person, also try to contribute. Share this information and let people start understanding that we have to do our own things. Many Nigerians, I've seen Nigerians that don't want to leave Nigeria. It's not everybody that wants to leave Nigeria. Some of them, they will be like, I'm fine. I don't care. They don't have a lot of money, but they are fine. They want to stay in Nigeria. They want to help build Nigeria. So there are people in Nigeria there that one can work with. And if I'm on the ground in Nigeria, believe in me, the moment I don't need to be here anymore, what is the use? I'm still going to die anyway. So I might as well go do all the work I need to do in Nigeria as much as I can till the end. That is all we have. What other job have we got to do in this life? That's especially a man. That is our job. So I would put all the energy that I have. And while I'm here, everything I'm doing here is to benefit my country, because it's not even rocket science. That is what they are doing. When Shell is in Nigeria, what do you think Shell is doing in Nigeria? To benefit us? Is that to benefit the UK? That's what I'm going to do while I'm here. as much as I can learn from here, as much as I can make from here, I'm going to transfer it down.
Do you know that my original
Okay,
plan?
please, can
Not
I
really,
come
not
in?
okay. You can. Sorry, I give you a chance. Is
All
it
right.
angle
You
90?
see, my own perspective, yes, angle 90. Thank you very much, CM. My own perspective is this: if you just take a very good look at Nigeria, you will see that it is structured for failure, and the same way is Africa structured failure. Because let's just take Nigeria for as an example. If Nigeria gets it right, Africa gets it right. But since Nigeria is failing, Africa is also failing. If Nigeria is not structured for failure, there is no way the dumbest of us will be leading the brightest of us. Okay, when we are talking about Asians that like Chinese that took technology back their places, like we are discussing here, how the aspirants will come back to Nigeria and help to build the place. They did it successfully because they had leaders who had a purpose. And the purpose is that they want their countries to be great. They want their country, they don't want to be taken for granted. Look at China, look at Japan, look at all these superpowers. They did it intentionally. Their leaders were very intentional in what they wanted to achieve. That is why they are where they are today. But when you look at Nigeria, you see that it is as if Nigeria is my mother saying as if Nigeria is running backwards instead of forward. Our leaders, the only reason they come to lead is for their own pockets. The only purpose, the only reason, the only purpose they have when coming is just to amass as much wealth as possible for themselves and for their generation, and then champion their own ethnic agenda. That's the most important thing. When you see how power is shared in Nigeria, if you check how power is given in Nigeria, you understand the people that has the power and their own personal agenda. So my own solution is this: if you're talking about Nigeria being okay, that is us. The only solution for me is you start from your own particular area. Like you are from Igbo land, you are probably from Enugu. We select leaders. We try as much as possible to get leaders who are progressive in thinking and who have purpose, who want to carry the state forward, no matter what. Like the kind of government I believe we are getting in Abia State now. When you look at how he talks, I believe if he does like 20% of what he wants to do, and the next election cycle, we get that person and he does 20% of what the other person does, incrementally we'll be getting there. Let's just secure our own area first. Let there be that. I will like it more when we have a healthy competition within the Southeast zones. You see, Enugu is competing with Abia, Abia is competing with Imo on good terms, on things that are very good. Like Enugu has a railway transport system. Abia will be ashamed that they don't have it. They will be looking for a way to have it. That is what gives us leverage. Along the line, one day, one of those people who have been governors or who have done those things in the state will have an opportunity to get to the federal. And the person might, who knows, make a mark there, and Nigeria will start getting better from there. But considering how it is now in Nigeria, no leader, even the present leader that is now, that's just elected now, he's not coming to, his only intention is just to come, be the president because it is his lifetime ambition. He's not coming to do anything. So that is just my own perspective and what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ango 90. Ndubisi, let's try you again. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Okay, doctor. Sorry, I've been doing some stuff at home while trying to listen. Initially, I was about commenting on Chika Unigwe's appearance, but that has passed.
No, you can't.
What we're discussing.
Go ahead. If you have.
Okay, let me. I'll read more of her books. I like what she said. I'm excited to hear her speak, and I will take time to read her books and probably buy some. So, on what we are saying about how to encourage innovations and the technology back home, we all know the problem. The kind of leaders we've been having all this while, like the last speaker said, they are only interested in what is in there for me and my group. Group means family, associates, and all that. And this hard desire to dominate others is what is really killing us. Back home in Nigeria, we have people who are enterprising, but many of them can't go further, can't go anywhere because all the effort they make to improve their business and to even create jobs, bad government policies will end up killing it if they are not in touch or associated with one top politician or the other. That is the end. Even when they are involved with those politicians and don't do the business of those politicians, nothing will come to them. So the mindset is what we need to change. And unfortunately, the set of people we have now, even some younger ones, you can see what happened during the campaign. They are into that kind of thinking. Grab. So I don't know, probably if we, from this platform we created through your show, if we can once in a while think of how to enlighten the younger ones who are yet to be corrupted by this kind of system we have in our country. Talk to them. If we can send some things back home to speak with them, tell them that this is the right way things are done. That is the way our country will get better. So they will grow with that mindset, and tomorrow they are going to be the ones that will take over. It will be better because what we are saying now, this set of leaders or rulers we have, they are already positioning their kids. You can hear what the man that INEC shows, his son and daughters, if you see the way they speak, how they go about their stuff, they are already in tune with what their dads have been doing, except very few of them who are exceptional. So it's going to take a whole lot of reorientation. That is why people talk about revolution, but revolution in what way? Is it going to be the bloody one, which will be disastrous for the country? So if there's any way, if our education system can be reformed and set in a way where it will be more about talent, industrialization, and all that, it will help. Even the education system is worse off in many ways. You see people go into schools, some don't even read. They depend on toward way to pass the exams. Lecturers are equally encouraging them. So there's a whole lot of problem. Everybody in their own little way wants to grab. The few who are trying to maintain sanity, they are being looked at as if they don't know what they are doing. Somebody said, I don't know what it was on your show, doctor. Somebody said already that if you are a politician and you start to do things the right way, you know you're not going to make money. Back home, people will be laughing at you when you are back. They will say you went there and you messed up and all that. But that is the right thing to do. But the problem is, if we can harness ourselves together and reorientate ourselves, we can now use our commonwealth for our good. But the people who are there now, they are so interested in what they will grab, and they don't think of the generation that is coming behind. So it's a really big problem. That's why some of us are hoping that with someone like P2B, who people know is antecedent, we can start to make some little progress. Probably if he makes only 10%, when he leaves, the good example he and his team set, others will follow. Okay, even in since we came back to democracy, some governors in some states in the past have tried to set a good precedent. But as soon as they leave, the person who took over from them, be it their former deputy or somebody in their party or somebody from another party, will start a new process again, just to say, this is my own. And that is not the way country moves. It's a real big problem we have in our hands. I wanted to mention something about one thing that has been bothering me. The NNPC, since I've become knowledgeable a little and know what goes on in the oil industry, I know that all those companies exploring oil for Nigeria are foreign countries. Do we have an indigenous company that equally does oil exploration, or the rights have been sold to those Shell, Chevron, and others to explore, while when they sell, they share, the government get their own from it? So you can see we are equally, probably, if that is the case, we are losing so much. Our companies should be able to get involved in the exploration itself. So now that they have turned NNPC into a limited company, I don't even know, the whole thing is still vague. NNPC is still covered in so much secrecy that the Nigerians who are supposed to be the beneficiary of the God-given resources, particularly those living in those areas, they are not even cared for. The Niger Delta area is so devastated, and it is so bad that you begin to wonder, why are we doing this to ourselves? I know here in the US, we have some areas in Texas, Arizona, where they explore oil. I don't think the oil companies there do not follow the standards set for them. But back home, because our people prefer kickback, they are ready to sell us out to those other people from other countries. It's a big problem. Let me stop here so far. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sam.
Don't we have? I thought we have some oil companies that are Nigerian owned, smaller ones anyway. But we do have some indigenous oil companies. It's just that the government doesn't either patronize them, or they fear that they are not capable.
It's part of the problem still. Why would government not find a way to enable their own indigenous companies to get involved, let them have the playing field in that exploration? But they prefer to do deals with the foreign companies because of the colonial mentality we have. It's a problem. Is that the people we have in government, they are working against the country's progress.
Yeah.
Well, of course, that is true, because that is how they make their money. You can't be working for you can't love your country and be defrauding your company. It's not, I mean, your country. It's not possible. So you see, this inviting something like, because we need, or somebody like, I'm speaking from my level of ignorance, if I may call it, if I may say so. We need to know actually the science, the technology, our ability to even change certain things by ourselves. So I mean, somebody like that Bat Energy comes here, he will expose a lot of things, and I will prepare a lot of questions for him. Because let us really know, is it just a case of, we know that there is a political policies holding things back, but in terms of ability, what is the capacity? What is the capacity of Nigerians to manage their own affairs scientifically, technologically? What is our capacity, capability? Let us really know, so that we know the area, we know that, okay, this is the aspect that the politics or whatever is holding us down. But if we can remove this, we now know that, yes, we really have a reservoir of capacity, capability to do things. Because the way I see it, I do not see why we cannot. Because sometimes when things are happening, we can be when they're doing the Biafran war, they said the Biafrans looked inwards to start to say, look, we can manufacture things ourselves. When I say Lee Kuan Yew went all over the world in terms of begging, but people are looking at him as a leprosy, that's somebody smelling. So he came back, called his people, said, look, we have to help ourselves. And they started doing it. So before you know it, people started coming to them. They go to conference, they listen. Anyway, that is a story for people can read up. So in our own case, it's just like an introspection, an evaluation of, even if all these things we are saying, do we really have the capacity to do certain things scientifically, scientific feat by ourselves? Thank God Rudolph said when they started producing a cassava machine and all, look at those and they abandoned. If we have this capacity, how are we going to utilize it? Because this should be action. Wherever I find myself, whoever I come in contact, this will not be the sort of the discourse. If, let's say, okay, go and do it. Let's say the Western world are not holding us back. Can we do it? Say, this is a power supply, we can't give ourselves power. Is it true? Can we not give ourselves electricity using hydro, using, because do you know let me just say this briefly. In 2014, Brazil hosted the World Cup. In 2016, they hosted the Olympics. Before then, when they got the hosting right for the World Cup, it was Pele that represented them in Switzerland. They presented, the whole of South America said they want Brazil, they supported Brazil, so there was nothing like competition, nobody. They just sold it. So Brazil now said they will host Olympics in 2014. I mean, World Cup 2014, and then Olympics in 2016. That it will demand a lot from their infrastructure for these 2 years. Though Rio 2016 Olympics is only in a city called Rio de Janeiro, so that's where all the other ones can be supporting. But World Cup is all over the country. You have to go everywhere. They said, they evaluated their energy demand to sustain most of those things. They found out that they need to sort of increase their power generation energy capacity. They said, okay, to host Olympics in Rio, some of the area they intend to develop to put a power up something or maybe generation should be in the favela. They said, okay, if we if we destroy this favela where the poor people are living and relocate them to somewhere else, how much will it cost us to demolish it, do everything and do all this? They said, no, let us leave the favela for now. All we need to do is to go somewhere instead of establishing maybe fossil source of power. Let them use hydro. That was when I started hydro. Hydro means because they're on the Atlantic. It's free water. There's a way they do the turbine that's to generate. So they said they can use hydro only for Rio de Janeiro area. Then remove Rio from the national grid so that they can support other ones. So what I took out of it is that why can't we have a situation? Are you telling me that we don't have Nigerian engineers or scientists or with genius that can say this is the solar we want? They can do it in Nigeria. Go to the hottest place where you have the highest sunshine, maybe in Meduguri or Sokoto or what, plant it there just to take care of as much as it could that surrounding, remove them from national grid. Places like Lagos, Bayelsa, all these things, will be using hydro. They don't need they use hydro for that hydro water for them. We can have scientists that can say something like this. Enugu, maybe, I don't know whether coal might be too laborious or if it's not counterproductive. You might say, okay, can we use the river, Niger River, Benue, or the Kainji will now be only for Niger State and then some other environs. The Mambila this. So when you analyze it like this, the United States, do we have the capacity? Can we be able to do it? Let's say we are not involving the white people. Can we be able to do it? That is the question. Because if we can, we don't have anything holding us.
Let me just add something to it. I think we can be able to, we have the capacity to be able to do these things, but some of the technologies that are required are not on the ground. The other day, I looked into, let's say somebody wanted to manufacture something in Nigeria, like an electronic product that can move. First thing you have to think about, do you have the microchips in the country? We don't. Let's say a motor. Let's say we can order the microchip in bulk and just go to China and say, get us a million microchip and put it as a form of reserve for the nation to be able to supply itself in case there's a sanction that prevents you from accessing them in the future. I say, okay, how about the motors? Can we make them? I discovered that the Nigerians do manufacture copper. I think copper wires, we tend to be quite good at that from what I gather, but we don't make the magnets. We don't make the magnets. And some of all these things, basic things for moving, like even this in the dam that you refer to, the idea is to rotate a dynamo that is involved, an armature and a magnet and all the rest of it.
Exactly.
So you still need magnets in many of these this thing. Although I think the other one requires mostly copper and iron. We don't even do a lot of steel manufacture. So all those sort of things, we have to have the base of most of what we have to be able to deal with steel. We have to be able to deal with magnets. We have to have wiring. And then the other critical one is the electronic microchips. We have to have a minimal base of electronic microchip, if not manufactured to start with, but a reserve that we can call upon when we need them, because this world is a technological world now, and you need a level of technology to be able to function. And you would think we should have learned our lesson for the last 500 years, but we still haven't learned it. So we need to close that gap. Personally, it doesn't cost a lot to close the gaps. All these things that I discussed, barely 10 million you require to close this gap, but nobody will bother to do it.
It's true because it's like taking an inventory of what really, because that's why I've said, let's say the white people are not involved. Can we do it? The what or how far can we go? So that is, because when you see, if you're in the way, do you know that when I come into having come here, I realize the importance of engineering as people turning Yaba into Nigerian Silicon Valley.
No, keep talking. I wanted to point out that there are a lot of good things that are happening. Sometimes it's underreported, especially in the tech sector. This is an article about tech sector in Yaba. And I think I did it for an Italian magazine, but later on it was published on Sahara Reporters. So there are so many, it's like a hub of tech, and there's so many innovation going on there. Ideas are being transformed into, because this doesn't require you to use big machines. So I pointed out that some of those new technologies and how.
You know why this one concerns me too? Because I think this is what you see. Let me just go straight to it. The idea is that if you look at the technology that we are advancing in, it's mostly in areas where you need data centers that are not necessarily present in Africa, that is present in their countries. Strategically, you are still serving them. And this is the thing, we really need the Chinese government. One of the things they did recently is that they went after their technological companies, like this type of tech companies you're talking about. They send them overseas, and the ones that they are encouraging at home are the ones that are building hardware at homes. Because there's a difference you have to read between the lines. Whenever this will give you something, they give you something in a way they can control it. All the servers the servers that they are using to develop maybe all this AI and all the rest belongs to the West. Any technology, most of these payment system that we are using, where is the data center located? We don't even have data sovereignty, which is something that is a new area of technology development that most people don't talk about. I think in the last 10 or so years, it started coming on the international stage. There's so many things going on now that our people still even haven't started talking about. There is the idea of quantum technology breaking the internet now, whereby what they are doing now is that, you know what people are doing now? They are copying all the data in the world, saving it, waiting for the day that when they have the quantum computer, they will just break into all the data and find out all your secrets. This is what we live in right now. And our people, the areas we are developing in, that's why it's very good for people in technology to be coming to talk about these things. Because so that we can start knowing, projecting into the future. Just like the entire, if you want to catch up, you have to know where they are.
Because you know where they are. Probably you steal it if it's possible. But I feel that because the way maybe I'm approaching it laymanly, but I want to see, because sometimes you challenge yourself. Just like create a scenario, no white people, just all us. Can't we do something to help ourselves? If Biafrans could, under the bombardment, they were able to sit down the day night. Ojukwu said he will be having a meeting there, call himself, come and see the rocket we want to launch. Come and see the beer we made out of cassava. Come and see this. All those type of things. So probably now is the time. Nigeria is the poverty capital, just like hopelessness. The world are trying to say that for nothing good can come. Yes. No, it's true.
Konata said something for once. I have to. He's saying that I want to stock up microchips and magnets. I didn't say magnet for $10 million. So just don't go and start quoting me on that, Konata.
Yes.
Sorry. CM, what you said. Okay, sorry, Ike.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Hey, let me put a one sense into this. If you look at, because in every society that in the last 25 years, last 3 decades, they made some changes. In Nigeria, educational system have gone backwards instead of forward. So, do you know how many engineers that we have in Nigeria? Like people that graduate in engineer. We have all these engineers, but guess what? To build a road, just 1 kilometer of road, we go and hire Chinese to come and build 1 kilometer of road. Can you guys check this? For 1 kilometer of road. Then you're talking about ITs. How are you gonna say that people in Nigeria can write codes, can do those things, but unfortunately they don't have electricity? How many people have recent computers? We have computers, but good computers to do those things. They talk about the infrastructure. Remember Niger Bridge? They opened it because of election or whatever. They opened it for Christmas and they close it. The bridge is not even ready. How many years have you built that road? The construction to go from Port Harcourt to north through Igbo land and go through across and go to the distance. They didn't build it because at the end they couldn't borrow more money to do that. But guess what? At the end of the day, who have the will? If the government does not have the will to do this, somebody alluded that when people come in, all they coming in is to take as much as they can take.
Yes.
You can't move. You can't go with people that doesn't have vision. Vision. Nigerian people that rule in Nigeria, they don't have vision. Because they don't have vision, we are not going anywhere. We cannot go anywhere. We have doctors, they are all Japa. Do you know that in America now, if you go to medical school outside the US, you can't get residency when you even taking all the exams. Unless if you're from India and you have done neuroscience, they will give you a job. They will give you green card. They will give you everything because those are the things that are difficult to have in America. But for me, the problem Nigeria have is lack of leaders that have vision for tomorrow, 10 years, 20 years from now. Where do you want the country to be? India's changed that. Chinese changed that. But Nigeria, before we finish tribalism, religion, before we finish, he's from East, he's from West, he's from South, he's from this. Before we finish it, the time have passed. I don't think, my grandmother said, Nigeria is no mepata. You cannot fix Nigeria until you have competent leaders that have vision. You can stay here and talk 20 till tomorrow if you don't have competent leaders. Do you know in IT, the black people in IT now is Nigeria and Cameroon all over the world. Nigerians and Cameroons are the IT gurus of black race in IT right now. They are all Nigerians and Cameroonians. But guess what? If you say, let me go and change Nigeria, somebody was talking about data center. AWS have data center in South Africa. Why can't they have data center in Nigeria? Do you know why? They don't have a zone in Nigeria because you know why? We have a corrupt system. We don't have people that have vision. Leaders, you have to have vision for people to say, we can actualize that vision. That is the fundamental problem. Until we hire competent leaders, people that will look at common election that we just did. Common election, $789 million. And this is what we did. We have idiots as outcomes. And how would we get there? We can never get there until we learn to have visionalists, people that think about the nation first before they think about their pocket. How can you bring an old man who is almost 80 years old to rule 220 million people? No, he barely know how to use computer. People will say, "Oh, in America you have this person." In America, it's not centered in Washington. America is centered in locales, in districts, in counties. So that is the issue. For me, Nigeria is no mekwata. I'm sorry to tell you guys. Where we heading? Blind leading blind. People that don't have competence are the people that are leading. The highest intelligent people in the world are Nigerians. But this is where we are. In every sector.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ike.
Ike na Santa.
Mike, welcome to the show.
Yeah. I think first thing first, like, there's something called the law of attraction. It's like the law of attraction is like whatever you prophesize about yourself is what you will reap. It's kind of like something you get. I think one of the root problem of why Nigeria is not, we keep on reaping like negativity, negative outcomes and backwardness and everything is because when Nigerians speak about ourselves, it's always negative. It's just always, most often time, Nigerian rain curse on Nigeria. Like we brought rain curse. I understand people have reasons to do that. I mean, their experiences in life, everyone have had terrible experience and things like that. So they have reasons to be negative and be raining curses and things like that. But it's just part of the reasons why we keep on reaping this negativity. And despite looking at the potentials and everything, everything we have, and we just can't understand why bad luck is just keep coming our way. And to me, I always believe in those. I'm a spiritual man. I believe in, those kind of things. Like the universe. Whatever you say out to the universe, what you get. And that's what even my own personal life. I always try to prophesy positive to myself, so that way I can, get those positives. I want to touch on what me I learned about. So people were talking about Nigerian oil and things like that, and foreign companies, foreign countries. What me I learned was that Gowon and Ojukwu sold Nigeria during the Biafran War to these foreign countries and foreign companies. Because what I learned was that those Western countries, because that war was one war that didn't make sense to me, because the countries that were supporting weapons on both sides, they are both Western countries. Because a conventional proxy war usually between the West and the Soviets. But the Nigerian Civil War didn't make sense because it was both the Western countries, Western allies that were supplying weapons on both sides. It was the US, England, France, Israel. These are all Western countries because the US and England were supporting Gowon weapon, while France, Israel were supporting Ojukwu weapon. That picture didn't make any sense to me. And what I learned was that they used that desperation in the middle of that war to make those guys sign that country over to them. The oil deals, all those things, just sign off. So today, I think it doesn't make sense. When Nigerian oil is called the sweet crude, the most demanded oil in the planet. We are, and with that kind of wealth, we don't even know the documents. We can't even see it. Anybody that shine light on that direction to see what the deal is about, that person will not get killed or silenced. It was when Abiola made a speech. Okay, when he become president, he will make the oil sector, everything open to Nigerians to see. The moment he said that, the next day, Babangida came and annoyed. He said election is cancelled because those oil people, they don't call and say, "Come, that guy cannot be president." When Murtala Mohammed decided, okay, that's what's going on there. That whatever deal may go on, I don't care. I already overthrew go on. I want to cancel it. The next thing we know, Murtala Mohammed was assassinated. So I think we need to go back to the roots of where our deals with these Western companies and all these companies came from. So I believe that Gowon and Ojukwu, like Che Guevara said, he said, because Che Guevara was in the Congo trying to help the Congolese free themselves from the Belgium and the West, during that Soviet era. And Che Guevara was working with the generals like Desiree, Kabila, and others. And Che Guevara had to abandon the thing. He said, I can't work with these Africans because they always put the interest of their stomach above the bigger interest of their people. I think that's what happened with Gowon and Ojukwu. Both of them just wanted power. They wanted power because all they were fighting for was who will be the president, what is what. And they just didn't care about the interest of the future of Nigeria. And they just fought that senseless war, allow millions of people. I mean, they just created nonsense chaos and destroyed the future. And today we are still dealing with it because after that, those Western countries just took over, So we need to start looking at the root of our problems, tackling it from there rather than just, lamenting and expressing frustration, because we can express frustration all we want. If you don't go and tackle the root of where our problem originates, we'll keep on wasting our time,
See, Mike, I think you said something that I really agree with. The way you describe it makes sense. But you see, one of the areas I always wrestle with is that why did they behave like that? Is it because of just tribalism and all that? Yeah, which is true. Those things played some role in it. But the reason why they couldn't overlook some of those things was because they don't have an overarching drive to work together against these people that are looking to divide us. And if you look at many of the other countries, because I've always wondered how this tribalism is so unique among people, but it also is not so unique because Europeans hate each other too. But when you look at the Chinese, the Indians, and all the rest, what tends to drive them is that they remember what has happened to them in just recent past, like what the Japanese did to the Chinese, what the Americans did to North Koreans. All those they reminds them. They remember, so they set their differences aside. At least, even if their difference still is, they will set it aside and focus on working together to make a great, a strong nation. And I think we as Africans then we didn't have that. And I'm not even sure.
I have a question, please.
Hold on, let me say this real quick.
Just for
No, let me say this real quick. See, let me tell you something. Those guys, they knew. The African, those guys are not idiots. They know what you know, trust me. War is about power and resources. That's what it is. They use ethnicity to further it. And let me tell you why they use ethnicity to further it. I know I was in the US military. I know about war. War is very expensive. You understand? The most expensive part of war is to pay your soldiers. You understand? And also to motivate your soldiers. So now, reason why warlords use ethnicity as a base to push their war is because they know that once you convince people that they are fighting for their tribe, they won't ask you to pay them to fight for you. You understand? You have free soldiers that will fight for you for free.
But why
wait. Let me tell you.
That's what you should ask yourself.
Hold on. Let me. I'm trying to explain to you why war in Africa or any war was never by ethnicity. It's just about power and resources. Well, and those warlords is all for themselves. The first campaign they will do is convince the people from the ethnic group, like, listen, that ethnic group is about to fight our ethnic group. You need to fight for your tribe, for your survivor. So come and fight for free. Because if otherwise, you're not going to go fight for somebody for free. You will tell them to pay you. It is like American soldier or Nigerian soldier. They don't pay them salary. They go and fight Boko Haram for free. Or Americans are going to fight. They won't fight because why am I fighting for you? So you have to convince people that they are fighting for their tribe. They are fighting for the ethnic group. So they will be motivated. They'll be willing. They'll be extra motivated to fight and even die because everyone is willing to die for their family or their clan. So that's what warlords do. They use ethnicity and religion to further their war. But the war is never about ethnicity or religion. It's about resources and power. That's it.
Okay. Right. The question I want to raise.
CM, hold on. I have to go, but I just want to say just one thing before. One day we're going to have a conversation about the past. Maybe we just pick a period after the inauguration. Hopefully things will calm down. We'll talk about the past. But I want an assurance from people that they will have to read books and be able to, when they say things, they will have references to support what they are saying. Otherwise, we are going to be in trouble because what Mike said now, a lot of people will disagree with so many things he said about his perception of what happened during the war. But that's why we have to, because people say it here every day. Oh, the truth, nobody's, we can't even agree on the truth. The only way we can do is to make sure we have references, so we can actually have something we can use to back up what we're saying. I just wanted to point out that Ojukwu and Gowon, they were in their, Ojukwu was, I think, 33 during the war. Gowon was 28. So we have to be aware of that. All of us here, I don't know who is under that age. And and they did all those things. I think we got to the point. Okay, yeah, I know. We've got to the point where I think if that nation must stand, we have to actually move forward and be able to say that we are of age, we can take care of this instead of, but we need to go back and look at it and agree on what is true and what is not true that happened. And Mike is right about the team that came together during that war. The fact that the Soviet Union and United Kingdom were supporting the Nigerian side, which has never, during the 60s and during the Cold War, it never happened anywhere else. But that's something we discuss that when we get to that point. But I really want to stay, but I normally on Sundays, I put in 4 hours because otherwise things wouldn't go well. I really want to hear what Ngozika and Alex HQ wanted to say on this topic. I'll be listening outside while I go where I'm going to. But I thank everybody that joined us. I really appreciate your time. Next Sunday, we are going to bring another guest that will be very, very entertaining. Forefathers, I've been sending you messages. You didn't respond to me. I hope you can carry on with the conversation. All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
I'll be listening.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. The remark I want to bring up is when Mike was speaking, he said Ojukwu signed in all this oil deal, sweet crude. Ojukwu signed oil deal. Gowon signed. I want to know which year, because I know Gowon signed oil deal with Britain. That Ojukwu, oh, he's gone. That of Ojukwu, I'm not aware. If you can enlighten us, the one Ojukwu signed. That's what I want to know.
Well, during the war, both sides, obviously the people supplying their weapon, they have to make deals with them. So the French, the Israelis were the ones supplying Ojukwu. In fact, they play both of them. That's just the ultimate point I'm trying to make. And one of the things I know that Ojukwu did very in the beginning was he immediately gave that Bakassi area to the French Cameroon, which after the war, I guess Nigeria was still disputing, this is our territory if we won the war. But they're saying, well, that region was.
It wasn't Ojukwu that gave. No. It was Gowon. It was Gowon, so that the Biafrans will have aspect of. It was Ojukwu didn't give Bakassi. It was Gowon.
The ultimate point I came to make today is that both the guys, they slept with the enemies, because there's no warlord in Africa that's not backed by foreign power.
Listen, I know. See, listen. If just one moment. If you are fighting a war, you can. I'm coming. Listen, hold on, please. If you are fighting a war, you can always buy arms. Biafrans bought some arms. Listen. That's arms I'm saying now. Arms and weapons is the same thing. Biafrans bought. Listen, just hold on. Biafrans bought arms. That is not the issue. You can buy, even if you start a war to me and you today, you can buy arms, I can buy arms. What I'm saying is, did Ojukwu sign any oil deal? Which oil? And you've just mentioned something, man. Ojukwu gave Bakassi. Ojukwu didn't give Bakassi, it was Gowon. I'm talking of facts.
Okay.
Which oil deal? Because Ojukwu is not, which oil deal did Ojukwu sign? Well, with which country? I giving you say Gowon signed with UK. That's why they have their own. So that is oil. They have it. Which oil did Ojukwu sign and which country? That is the thing. It's a simple question.
There's no evidence to be fair.
I don't want to drag on. I don't want to get into this thing. But there's so much. But I don't want to get into.
But that's what you said. That's why I'm taking you.
Okay, let Ngozika add to this, please. Thank you for your patience, Ngozika.
Thank you, forefathers. Good evening, everyone. Mr. CM. I want to start from the beginning. Good evening, everybody. My bad if I spoke Igbo, you don't understand Igbo. Today we are talking about preserving language and being Igbo. I want the Igbo language preserved. So I want to start from the top. The interview with Mwada Chika. Oh my God, it was mind-blowing. I was so, if you see me on the comment section, I was just scribbling away. It was like, It was priceless. And there's a few takeaway from what she said. I am starting from the beginning because I had to go off for a while because my phone battery was down and I needed to power ice. So I'm going to start from her interview and my takeaway from it. So recently, I was contracted to do something for secondary schools, some sort of inspection. I was part of a team that was supposed to go around not selected, secondary schools and then make reports on what they lack and what in the areas needed attention. And one thing stood out for me. Their libraries, most of the schools we visited and I have reports on, their libraries are nothing to write home about. So when I heard that Chika is coming to the show today, I am a bit confused on whether to say Mrs. Chika or Miss Chika. So I'm playing it safe by saying Chika because I'm now ultra mother by no. So when I read that she was coming on the show today, I felt this would be a good opportunity. I'm going to take, in absentia, I'm going to take permission from Dr. Damages to do this. I went around the schools and I discovered that most of their libraries were in deplorable shape. Some of them do not even have a functioning library. And I'm talking about secondary schools inside Enugu town. We've not gone to the suburbs or village yet. We're still covering the township. A particular school, their library stood out for me because as a child growing up, my father gave me wings to fly. God rest his soul. He gave me wings to fly because whenever I found something to read, my dad cleared the road for me to read. I got away with not doing house chores because I was reading. I would be going to school and stop to read obituaries, and people would complain to my dad, and my dad would tell them, leave her, she is reading. So a reading culture was built up in me from a very young age. And what supported it, I made a post about this on Twitter, was the library in after, okay, just this is too much information, but I'm going to give it so that you understand the background where I'm coming from. I'm sorry if I'm rattling on, but I need to give this background. So we relocated from where we're living to the village at some point. And one of the things that kept me going was in that village, in my village, in the primary school we were transferred to, there was a library. Hard to believe, but there was a library. When I say library, functioning library, complete with sitting areas, it was my safe haven. It further fostered the reading habits my late father had built in me. So imagine my shock when I went around schools in Enugu town and they had next to nothing as libraries. So I am making this appeal in the spirit of today's show and today's guest, who is an author. I'll provide whatever information anyone needs. This library, this particular school I'm making this appeal for, they are the good guys. The librarian is taking so much care of that library. You should see that library. It is so sparkling clean. I did not touch a single dust on the few books they had. The sitting areas were well arranged, and I was reliably informed it was all the doings of the lady in charge of the library. But they lack books. That library lacks books. And it's a secondary school in Enugu town. That's the crazy thing. They lack books. Most of the books they use are outdated, but they still keep them in the library anyway. And this student, it's a girls' school, and these girls troop to the library anyway to read those outdated books. So I'm making this appeal because reading, I know what it has done for me, and I want other girls to experience it. If you can in any way, I'll provide the principal's number and the details of the school. If you can in any way support this school's library with books, I'd be happy to provide the details. And then moving on from that, I I enjoyed the conversation when it was all about Biafran War and go on and oil well.
Sorry, before you continue, I shouted you asking for your phone number. So,
I did. I gave it. I did.
Okay. All right. I'll pick it so we can talk.
Okay. So moving away from that, I want to talk briefly still on what Mrs. Chika, Mother Chika, I don't know which one to use, but she said something. When we talk about language, I think I saw somebody in the comment section said saying that languages die off as a result of civilization. No, that is not true. That is not true. They might change over time, but you can actually preserve your language as a way of preserving culture. And I find it that I see people that were born in Enugu, grew up in Enugu. Both parents are Easterners, Igbos, and they can't speak Igbo. Panama Igbo. It becomes a flex. My child cannot speak Igbo. It's really name a flex. Oh, you tell a child, come. Do you know what is come? The child will say is beer, and the mother claps. Yay! My baby can speak Igbo. People living in the eastern region, living in Igbo land, it is a flex for them that their children cannot speak Igbo. How do we move on from this ridiculous kind of mentality? What are we going to do with the next generation that is being taught that doing away with their accent, we're doing away with their language is being woke? How do we overcome this mammoth challenge of the decline of our local languages, and in this case, Igbo language? How? How do we do that? I know most people will say, how does that affect the price of Gary? It actually does affect the price of Gary in a way, because I know that most people that are multilingual or bilingual are oftentimes the more intelligent ones. They are more versed, they are more knowledgeable, because they understand. It takes a little bit of a higher intelligence, if you will, to understand and interpret and communicate in different languages. So you think you're not doing your child any favor by denying them their mother tongue. You're not. It is not a flex that your child cannot speak your mother tongue. It is not a flex. It is stupidity of the highest order. And it is part of, I feel it is part of this our loss of the essence of who we are, where you have people who cannot even identify who they are, what they stand for, where they're coming from. When I'm not talking about physically where they're coming from, they do not identify with certain ideologies, and these ideologies translate to the way we live now. We know how our people used to live. There was nothing like cells. There was nothing like prison, because you would know that you're either ostracized or banished. And these ideologies we lived with. So somebody that does not know these ideologies, but because their parents did not deem it fit to teach them this, imagine all they know is this new dispensation ideology of if you do wrong, you go to prison. They do not know that their forefathers do not have need for prisons, because they had an ideology and a culture in place that did not tolerate or further or encourage thievery. So there was no need for this kind of things. So when we say when we pretend as these things do not matter, when we pretend that these things do not matter, it is sad. It does matter. Language does matter. Our native language matter, because it is beyond language. It is who we are as a people. And when we begin to discover who we are as a people, some of the things we are battling today, I'm telling you for free, it is going to be mitigated. And then I will yield the mic for now while I listen to Alex to speak. I don't think I've seen Miss Alex on the show before. So thank you very much, forefathers.
I'm muted. Thank you. Let me see what Alexa. I think we are going to come back to that. Alexo HQ. I think I know you. You look very different today, but I still think I know you. So welcome. What have you got to add?
Okay, thank you all. First of all, I'm not good at this bibbing English people used to speak. So I must admit that one. Because I have come to realize that this bibbing English is what is killing Nigeria. And Nigeria is dead and buried. So there's no need of engaging in that. So to begin with, I'll be listening to you guys, but I not start from the guest. I listened to Ago 90, and it said something that profound. Ever since Ago 90 spoke, since then,
I've been listening to everybody, but I can't hear nothing apart from Ago 90. So I know if you best me manager. The truth is this: Ago 90 spoke a word that Nigeria is gone, Nigeria is dead. But to my greatest surprise, I can see some contribution like let's talk about Oduku War and some contribution from a lot of pardon on the mention. Everybody will talk and know it talk. Contribution like let's generate energy in Nigeria, let's do 100 million capacity, let's do that, let's do that one. When on the Reed's thinking, the amalgamation of Nigeria ended in 2014. Nobody has come to the round level say, but let's renegotiate our existence or living together as one Nigeria before we talk about fixing this Nigeria is already dead. As we all know, after the ranting of LUP taking back the country, if our candidate is not giving the presidency, we're going to kiss Nigeria goodbye. To my greatest surprise, Nigeria assistant Gidigba up till now. Nobody has kissed Nigeria goodbye. All I can see is coming together, just talk about how unworkable Nigeria is going to work. There's no way on this planet Earth Nigeria is going to work. If you like, they make everybody the president of Nigeria, not one person, everybody on Nigeria citizen to be the president of Nigeria. It will not work.
Because okay, let me start asking you some questions then. Why do you think this is not a broadcast, please? You know, this is a two-way discussion. So now I want to ask you specifics, like why do you think particularly it would not work even if they make every citizen a president?
Everybody at once as president of Nigeria to not work. Because if you listen to Ago 90, he said Nigeria is destined to fail. Nigeria is destined to fail. So on that
Who
word
said
alone,
that? Who said that again? Who said that?
It's not, maybe he has left the program. Ago 90, he said something like that. And he was trying to recapitulate on what the mother told him about how Nigeria is gone. He was trying to use an Igbo language to say some word. And I listened to him. After him spoke, everybody have been speaking after him. I know they hear them. I can't hear nothing. It's just the same romancing of same word. So I'm not really seeing any action plan. Because you are telling me
you're not answering the reason why you said even if everybody was made a president, Nigeria will fail.
Ask me your question.
Let me ask it again. You said even if every Nigerian was made a president, Nigeria is doomed to fail. Why?
Yes, because Nigeria was built on a 40 grand. To begin with, the existence of Nigeria was not agreed, was not negotiated with Nigerians. Nigeria was forced into believing the Nigerian passport you hold was imposed on you, not that you accept it. But like whatever country you base on, now let me say UK or England, where you base on, you are willing and happy to receive their passport. But the Nigerian passport was imposed on you.
It's very interesting you said that. So now this is a two-way conversation. I like that. So you actually believe that most countries in the world, it was due to they agreed to stay together based on consensus that there's no major group in the country that disagrees with the constitution. Do you know that in the UK we have at least 15 separatist groups in the UK alone?
Back to history. You're still telling me.
No, because I'm trying to correct a narrative you painted here, because we are started off from a false narrative. This is a premise that some people were forced to join together. We have written several constitutions, about 3 constitutions after that. As a matter of fact, I remember watching Abacha even start doing a constitutional conference too. So Nigerians, not foreigners, Nigerians came there, gathered together to write the constitution. Not some weird things. They were wearing agbada, shokoto, and hat like us. They wrote it. So how is it not us that did these things? Maybe not you, but people from your area went there.
Okay, you said something that can we record that the fight of Biafra and Nigeria, the people that make that decision was young. Okay, it's not that on damage, that they were young, they made those decisions. Now, do you believe that every decision that was made by our forefathers, as your name implies, are correct up to now?
No.
You don't believe. So do you believe that there's a room for us to renegotiate and make some changes pertaining this Nigeria that's destiny to fail, that any incoming president the previous was always better than any incoming president. Can you prove me wrong on that one?
There is always room for negotiation. There's always room for improvement, like they did recently with the power generation bill and ability to manufacture this in create your own rail tracks. There are things you can modify things, even in this Nigeria that you see today. You can modify the constitution. You know that, don't you? You can change the constitution. The Nigerian constitution as it is, you can change it.
Okay. So begin with, do you have any moral compass to talk about remodifying the constitution? You just talk about, so do you have it?
It's not about moral compass, it's about what you are demanding. If you are saying that there are things you are not happy about, then they can change it. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, now, are you proud of being in Nigeria with the present Nigeria as it is now? Are you proud of being in Nigeria?
Of course, I'm proud of being a Nigerian, but I'm not proud of the state of affairs. You can be both. You know that you can be both. You can have a poor parent. You can be proud of that parent, but you're not proud of the fact that they are poor. You see what I mean?
Okay, now, sir, I don't want, you guys, one thing I don't really enjoy is that I don't believe in stories or history, because I'm not even interested in reading the failure of our past elders, fathers, mothers. I'm not interested. I'm interested in moving forward. As the way Nigeria ticks now, with the present constitution of INEC, to start with, the INEC that's going to give us an independent state. Do you believe that as it stands, INEC is not supposed to longer be existing right now? INEC is no longer supposed to be a functional body right now in Nigeria due to the failure.
I think that the INEC chairman has a lot of questions to answer. He probably should have stepped down.
This is the problem. INEC, who made him INEC chairman? Who made him to decide your future? Who made him?
This conversation is not even.
People have to be given positions to run the country. Just like if you want your country to be run properly, you go to a doctor. You don't say who made the doctor this thing a doctor. So there has to be rules. My point is that he had a lot of failings. If I was in charge, he should have stepped down by now, because if they admitted that they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Okay, Papa, sorry, let me just ask you this so we can move on. If Nigeria happens to be your company and you have INEC as the chairman, you have Bukwari as the president going out, and you have Jagaban as the president selected by the INEC that was supposed to make the right decision, what will be your decision to your company being in Nigeria? If Nigeria happens to be your company, what will be your decision?
I didn't get that, please. If you can repeat the question quickly.
Let me say Nigeria now. Let's take Nigeria as your own company. Your own company. You own Nigeria. And INEC is there. Bukwari that is just make Nigeria divided than before he came into power after the promises gave to Nigeria. And the INEC select president that is coming in, which is Jagaban, which nobody can stop. And the INEC that make that kind of decision, what would be your action as the owner of Nigeria, as your company? What would be your action?
I will fire the people that are responsible for the mess up. I will fire them faster than their head can spin.
Thank you so much. So what is Nigeria waiting for? So what is all this reason of talking about this, without?
But the Nigerians are the owner of the company. The Nigerians are not necessarily firing them. That is the problem. And that is why we are here. So Ngozika, please, if you go ahead if you wanted to add something.
So sorry, I was going to respond to the question I saw in the comment section. Somebody was AB, I think. He's saying that he thinks or he thought that e-library is the way forward. What is the use? They should scan it and put it in tablets. And I'm like, it's like putting the cart before your horse, AB. It is very funny for you to think. I don't know how in touch you are with the realities of most schools in Nigeria. I don't even know if you're in Nigeria. But let me shock you. Most of the schools we visited, their ICT lab will have you rolling on the floor. ICT lab. So you are talking about people that you're talking about a school that probably offers ICT lessons once in a week, twice a week. You're talking about them scanning ebooks and having them in tablets for students to come and read when they do not even have a functioning ICT lab. No, now that is you're going like 10, 15 years ahead. And I know as much as everything is now on the internet and everything is now soft copy and soft life, it's a long way. These schools will have to come a long way to get there. And before they can get there, the only thing we can do for them now is provide them with the physical books they need. God being kind and faithful, if this country ever gets leadership right, somebody becomes serious about education and does the needful, then we can start having that conversation about e-books and scanning and things like that. But for now, the e-book you're talking about is for the movies and for the Ajebota schools. It's not for the kind of public schools I'm talking about. Thank you.
I sympathize with him to an extent, because one of the things I don't worry, you will come next and then Mike can go, because I know Mike, you know, you can interject. This is free for all, kind of, as long as you don't overdo it. You can interject as you see fit. See, I sympathize with the library that's digitizing the books, because I was one of those people that criticize people here in the UK, like the libraries here in the UK, that they didn't digitize the books and they waited for Google to compile it, Amazon, and all of them, and now all those people are making millions upon millions out of it. So something can be said for all Nigerian written books being digitized, because that is something that whoever does it is going to make a lot of money from it. And right now it's the Europeans that are doing it for us most of the time.
Doing it is not a problem, forefathers. It won't get to these schools. I don't know if you visited a public secondary school in the last few years. When was the last time you visited
I understand I understand what you mean, but you have to. Nigeria is leapfrogging. We have to leapfrog certain things, and I think that many people have smartphones now. Many people have.
Most of these students do not. Their parents do not even have. I'm talking about.
Alexo, please wait. Let Ngozi finish. Then Mike, listen. Mike can interject. Then Chi can go.
It's my time she's using to discuss what they relevant for my area, because what she's talking about,
books.
You're not talking about security of life and property. You're talking about books.
You're saying the education of the next generation is irrelevant.
Alexo, please hold on.
What is education?
Alexo, please hold on. Education is important.
You've been rambling on about things that do not have head or tail, and you're saying education. Now that I think about it, you need more education. Because if you had proper education, you will not be rattling on the way you would do it. You won't. For you to come on here and say that somebody advocating for a school to have a functioning library is inconsequential, that speaks a lot about your reasoning, sir. That speaks a lot about your reasoning. And I'm sorry to say it without any apology. You're completely beyond redemption.
Don't worry, nobody's beyond redemption. Not without shirt that he's wearing. Is that LGBT this is wearing or something?
He is. He cannot say. We are talking about education. He's saying it's inconsequential. Please, how low can you go? We are talking about education, secondary school education, and he's saying it's inconsequential.
Let's let other people talk, because other people want to contribute too. Then you can carry on with this nonsense. Hold on. See, let Mike interject first. See, Alexo, you are going to carry on. Don't worry. Let Mike interject first. Mike, please go ahead so that the folk can go. Well, I'll come back to you, Alexo. Don't worry. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah. I think what Ngozika was saying was very, very important. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't even interject. I allowed to speak, because what she's saying even more important than anything we've discussed today. Because the education of our children is the future. You understand? So there's nothing more important than that. So for anyone to say what is not important, it's very laughable, So my interjection is, when the problem in Nigeria, many Nigerians, especially online, is when people are saying, "Oh, Nigeria," when someone came here and say, "Nigeria can never work, Nigeria will not work." For that, you have to understand what they are saying to you is not that Nigeria cannot work or will not work. What they are saying is they don't want it to work. And they don't wish it to work, you understand? And they have reasons to. Of course, they want something else. And I'm in the same shoe as those kind of people, because me too, I want something else. I'm a Yoruba man. My biggest dream is to have a Yoruba nation, you understand? But however, while I'm wishing to have my Yoruba nation, while I'm still stuck in Nigeria, I don't know when I will have my Yoruba nation. Maybe 2 years, maybe 50 years, maybe I don't know. While I'm in Nigeria, I'd rather wish it to work for at least people that are suffering, and for my children or generations to come. I'm not going to say I wish hell in Nigeria because I want something else. And those that are saying, "Oh, this constitution, that 1914, this and that and that. These things, yes, are they relevant to be discussed? Yes, but figure a way where we can get it to the Senate floor, where we can discuss our whoever we elect, our our regions, our people we elect to be senator. Take it to them to go and present on the Senate floor. Those are where we can address all this, take care of all these issues. Not on the internet and throwing fight and going on platform and be shouting.
Mr. Mike, sorry to interject. Sorry to interject. Just a second. Need I add that this school that I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the other schools that we visited. This particular school that I'm talking about, the last time they saw electricity was over 10 years ago. 10 years ago. So you're talking about ICT for a school that has not even seen electricity in the last 10 years, and somebody is telling me it is inconsequential. How do you people reason? How?
Ngozika, my sister. Hold on, the gentleman, hold on.
For those things they're talking about.
Yeah, the gentleman, hold on for a second.
About the return of the Chibok girls. Are they not students? Do they not went for education?
The gentleman, hold on for a second. I don't know if it was you or the other person that said something you don't believe in history. If you don't know where rain start, they beat you. You will not know when the rain stopped. The case of Nigeria, I'm talking about e-library, which I saw on the chart. In fact, I was gone, but as a result of that, I came back briefly. Abia state government, under T.A. Oji, established what it called e-library. Ask me how many people have taken advantage of the e-library. When we're talking about practical, sorry, I'm an old soldier. I'm not sorry I'm an old soldier, let me put it that way, blunt. When I went to school, all that my father bought for me was a slate. I don't know whether you know what is called a slate, but there was a slate and a chalk. And he said, go to school. I went to school. Today, you can have your internet and all that. That's not what we're talking about, e-library. Earlier on, I made mention that a home without books is a home without a soul. That's a quote from somebody. So in terms of what Ngozika has said here, in my own village, there's no guarantee of electricity. When you talk about even the secondary schools, they don't even have electricity on a regular basis. And come on, have you seen what we call secondary schools in Nigeria, in some of the places, particularly in the eastern part? Dilapidated buildings with ceilings caving in, still with the blackboard on the wall. And you're talking about e-library. The physical book that they have there, some of them have been eaten by termites. So what we are saying is this: books have come to stay. Electronics or no electronics, books will always be there, whether we like it or not. And for the immediate time, I subscribe to what my sister Ngozika has said, which is, for now, give books to the kids. Listen, I went home the previous year, and I went and gave the kids an exercise book. It was called Igbo Basics Exercise Books. If I tell you how joyful those children were going home with that exercise book, because it reminded me of 3A exercise book and all those exercise books that from time. So my good friend.
Wow, you are really coming up with things that I've not had in a long time. You use slate and you use 3A exercise books. Those words I've not had them for ages. Jesus Christ. You are really bringing back memories.
You see this one? It's a 40-leaf exercise books. And the children went home. Behind it is mathematical table. Okay? And the children went home so joyful. So all I'm trying to say, young man, for heaven's sake, technology is good. Technology is not everything. Artificial intelligence is coming. Artificial intelligence equally participates in stolen dreams. And stolen dreams have no heart, because whoever steals the dream don't go far. So, JJ, chill out. Learn from the elders, because nobody starts from nowhere. You start from somewhere. If you have a village, make an effort, go to your village. You will see the reason why of your own personal being. You will find it in that village. If you like, be in America. If you like, be in Russia or anywhere. There is a reason why there was a place your parents came out from. And if you look at yourself very, very well, that gene is what you're carrying going forward, no matter where you are. So for heaven's sake, e-library, beautiful idea. No, for Nigeria, come on now, go to far part of northern Nigeria. There are places that have not seen a motorcycle, and they're just seeing it for the first time. There are people who have not seen borehole, and they are seeing it for the first time. If you happen to be privileged to be in a place where you have electricity, you have all this, you have cell phone. People in the village don't have cell phone, all of them. It is just now that some of them are having cell phone, even in the bushes. So for heaven's sake, let us advocate for what is right. And the only thing I can say, please, call people like us. By the time we talk to you privately, you will learn so much. If I need to, I can call Ngozika wherever she is. She will teach me what is going on the ground immediately. Learn from your elders. It doesn't mean everything that they say is what it is. I regret not asking my old grandpa when he told me that whenever they want to make a travel, that it is a particular tree that they will go and rub their body on and then they will go. But I personally do know that even in the bushes today, there are leaves that if you enter the bush, if you don't know about the bush and that leaf touches you, you will be disoriented. You may not be able to come out of the bush. That is a fact. I'm telling you from practical experience. So ask questions and you will be educated accordingly. There are roots that come from the bush that if you eat it, you will think you are Superman. Nobody will stop you. They are there. I know these things. I just wish that people like you can reach out to us, ask us for free. If I don't have anything else to give you, it is the experience or the knowledge that I have gone through. They say, if you put your hand for fire, it will burn you. And the talk say, the grasshopper, where no they listen. Now for inside pot of soup, where they listen. So my brother, all those things that you hear about, that is deep knowledge that is there for you.
That deep knowledge
Okay,
requires
can
somebody
I,
to be eating grasshopper.
Forefather, can I
I have to be careful about that.
can I make a
If you have
small
a question,
comment?
I'll answer you. If you have a question, I'll answer you. That will help everybody else.
Forefather, can I make a comment?
I want
Who is that? Who
My
is
name is
last?
Okej.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Anybody that wants to
I'm
make
not
intervention,
spoken
you
now.
can make
You
quickly.
everybody started
Okay.
Okay, let him speak so you can go. That shirt that you're wearing, is it for LGBTQ or just a shirt?
God forbid. As you see me, so what thing I go do? I like woman. I'm
No,
married. I get
not
children.
you. I'm asking
Okay.
Alexo. Alexo
Okay.
is the one
Okay.
wearing the rainbow color. So is it
No
for
way, man.
LGBTQ or just a shirt?
I don't know. It's a design I bought. Any problem?
I'm just
So
confirming because some people are curious.
you have
Okay, go
Zolando.
on.
You have Zolando.
Okay.
Body from Zolando. So they can contact Zolando and ask the make of the shirt.
I've
Okay.
listened very keenly to
Can I use my time now?
what is going on, and
Don't worry.
I'm
Let okay just intervene. Then
Alexa, do
you
you have
can
a
go.
question for me before I step out, please?
I want to say something about the education. I'm not against education, but what I'm trying to say is that
that's what I want to comment on. That's
I'm
what I
not
want to
against
comment on.
education. Education is good, but what I'm
A
against
man,
is that education in Nigeria, particularly at this present age at time, is of more of no use. Yes, it's of more of no use because if I say so, in Nigeria, you see a graduate begging to be your security man. You see a graduate begging to be, what to be beg? Doing Okada business, doing all sorts of menage, dirty kind of job in Nigeria. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not against education. What I'm against is that we need a security first. I want to talk about education. Imagine the Chibok girls, because your kids are it's not among the children. You thought it's normal. Imagine adoption every day in schools. Little children went to school to go and learn. At the end, they got pregnant, they married Boko Haram, things like that. Nobody's talking
bros.
about you.
I thought I understood what you are saying.
What is
But
education without security? After you have the knowledge tomorrow, unknown government brought you down, or a bad road, you fall in accident, bad road you died of, or the useless politician talks, they break your head. A lot of things. Education is important, but in Nigeria, the lowest person is the one ruling. Imagine a graduate begging
now I wanted to agree with you, but
Alexo, calm down. Alexo, on your last point, I think most people will agree with you. I agree with you on your last point that education, the security comes even before education. But that said, let's let Okech add to this too.
Okay, Alex, I wanted to agree with you, but your last point has totally thrown me off balance. No matter how I'm coming, sir. We give you a time to speak. Let us also give us time to speak also.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
No matter how bad a situation is, in fact, the Igbos have a proverb that not because somebody died, you pack the mortar and throw away, that there will no longer be food. People will still eat. Even though there's somebody dead, there's a dead body on the ground, people will see it. So even though the situation is bad, we cannot now say, okay, because of that, let us fold our hands and then forget our generation or our children. Because you see, there's a time for education. Once you go beyond certain age, it's no longer going to be useful for you to go to school, and get something out of that school. So we cannot throw away education and say because now if you go to school, a simple Boko Haram guy who has not gone to school will shoot you down. So means that you shouldn't no longer go to school. No, we can't stop. We continue to also emphasize on security and also emphasize on education. If those people who are Boko Haram were educated, they won't be carrying that, the activity they're carrying out right now against the nation, Nigerian nation. And if we had more educated people in places of government, our situation will not be as bad as it is today. And I'm sorry to say that after 60 years, after 62 years to be precise, there's no one issue that Nigeria has raised up as a nation that have been solved. You can fast check me on that. If you read the coup statements by those who struck first, they talked about corruption, they talked about ineptitude, they talked about lack of medicines in government hospitals, they talk about lack of medical care. And those things talk about bad road. Have they been solved? They talk about, they are not being solved. They've not been solved. So there's nothing that Nigeria have taken up that we have solved in total and say, okay, this one we have done and dusted. These have been dealt with, and now we can move on to something else. None, not one, not even education. Before now, Nigerian educational system was, top of the class. But right now we're ranking even behind Sudan and all the rest. So this is what we have found ourselves. And then I want to go a little bit before I hand to someone else. I want to say something. When we say Nigeria, Nigeria is irredeemable, that's not because we don't believe in the nation any longer, but because we have done. People like me, I never thought I would live outside Nigeria. I mean, if I wanted to, after I left the university, I would have, left. But several of my friends left. But we said, no, we believe in this nation. We are called to this nation. We're going to give our best. We stood the ground. We stood our ground. We did everything possible. Okay? Some of our friends even got into government. And when they get into government, all of a sudden they change. They change and begin to talk another story. The same people you and they have been sitting and strategizing and saying, these things are bad. We need to, make a change. We need to do this, we need to do that. Once they get into government, it's like, I'll give you an example. About, the first, when the second of Obasanjo's tenure in government, I had a friend who was contesting for a governor of a state. I won't call the name. We will sit in his house, midnight, okay, praying, saying, God, give this man this opportunity because we know this man will make a change. Okay? He going to be a governor of a state. He won. God gave him the opportunity. Now, the next thing that happened was that the man no longer stays in his house. He was living in Transcorp. And before we knew it, they had brought about 3 different SUVs to him. He has not taken over. He just won. He just won. I want to let you know how bad. And when we say there's nothing to redeem about Nigeria. This guy was taken out from his house by a certain group of people who had already given themselves the honor to be able to kit him. I mean, buy him clothes, get him up ready for the government. for the office was going to, occupy. And they first did what? They took him to the 10th floor of the Transcorp Hilton. Okay? The 10th floor. And so there he was, drinking and eating. We didn't see him after a while. We looked for him for some days. Then eventually one of our friends said, they say they Transcorp. We all went to Transcorp. When we went and we sat down with him and said, Oga, what did gonna happen? I will say we don't look for you. He said, bros, things don't change. This is our time now to enjoy. I'm just telling you the mentality that is out there. Oh, it's your time now to enjoy. What about all the problems that we have been seeing? What about the prayer in praying? Leave that to enjoy. Did you see? I mean, things have changed. Things have changed. Look, don't worry. I mean, that guy spent his 4 years in government, did nothing. Now, which one you will talk about? If you say Nigeria is redeemable by the constitution we have, then how do you make amends? Because the same, remember some people wrote and said, look, we have to change. Let us push this agenda of changing some part of the constitution. The National Assembly, that someone was saying we should take those things to National Assembly, let them make the change. It's not this same National Assembly that the president of the Senate, the president of the Senate, Ahmed Lawal, did not contest an election, but yet is going to be back in the House. It's not the same National Assembly. So which law are they going to, such people going to make for you? They know the shortcomings. They know where it is. Let me shock you. You see, if the whole of the Southeast gather to push an agenda in the National Assembly, it can never pass because they don't have the votes. Now, let me even shock you further. If the whole of the South, that is the South, gather together and decide to say, okay, today we want to outlaw something, and so we're going to sit and pass a bill. Let me tell you, it will still fail because we don't have the number. The number is tilted to the north, and that's why they will always have their say. They have their way. You can make all the
Hold
noise.
on. When you say are you saying if the entire South votes for something?
Yes.
And so by the percentages, how many?
By the number
what are
of
the
representatives,
percentages of the representative from the South versus those from the North? What are we talking about here? What are the proportions?
The numbers in the North are, in fact, let me shock you. The revenue allocation that goes to Kano alone is almost equivalent of all that goes to the Southeast.
I'm not sure
the
that is
share
accurate.
number.
No,
I'm coming.
I'm referring to the assembly members, the seats that they because you are talking about voting in the assembly house.
Yes,
so
the
what
seats are not
what are the
proportional.
numbers?
They are not proportional, and I'll come up with a figure, but it's tilting towards the north because Kano State alone has more representative than almost every other state. So, but I'll check it. I'll check it, and I'll get back to you as soon as I finish talking. I'll get back to you to the correct figures. I don't have it offhand now. But this is the situation we have faced, and that is why it is difficult to pass anything. The people who are there will not change it. They are the ones making $1 million. They are the ones making all the money. I mean, if you can walk home every month with about 16 million naira in your pocket, and somebody like Okechi coming to tell you, "Let us change the system," will you agree? If you don't like what you keep doing it because it's favoring you, it's favoring your children. Okay? Any other person can, we keep talking about the same thing. We keep look. Let's even. Somebody was saying that INEC chairman, should have resigned. How is he going to resign? Is he doing it by himself? What is the difference between what the INEC chairman did and the one the guy in Adamawa did? It's not the same thing. They call the result before the result before the results came in. It's the same thing they did. But this man in Abuja, nothing happened to him. But the small man in Adamawa is the one they are looking for to kill. What's the difference? What's the difference? And by the way, some of our sources said it was the INEC chairman that told him to call the results. Okay? So now, if he did the same thing and he's not being punished, why will you punish the other guy who is now? And you told us that once INEC declares a result, it cannot be altered except by a law court. So how come now that same law that is applicable to the South and every other person is not applicable to the North when the result was called and INEC had declared results, but you didn't wait to go to court before you change the result? You insisted that the result will be changed. You called the result that you think was. But when you called your own and the whole Nigeria said, look, this is wrong. This has to be changed. You say, go to court. But brother, you see, I'm just pointing out this little so we know the kind of people we're dealing with. Okay? The people don't want the system to change because they are benefiting from it. I'm telling you the truth.
I think one can, you see, nothing is frozen from what I can see because they changed the law, the rules regarding energy generation. They changed the rules regarding rail track, this in build from either state. So if they can do that, they can change other things too. I don't see, and this is what other nations do. So that is not exactly unusual.
Let me tell you something. They changed those things because they felt that, well, I mean, how many state governors state governments are going to build rail tracks around their states? That's one. I'll give you an example. A friend of mine was the one who pushed the first bill for second Niger bridge. Okay, he's a northerner from Adamawa State. I mean, sorry, from Nasarawa State. Now, what was his purpose? Is it because it wasn't there? No, it has been lying there for long. So when he got his, in fact, by the way, I can give you his name. His name is John Damboy. Now, when he pushed that, it's not because it was not been in the master plan. It had been sitting there for long. But when he was in the assembly and brought up the bill, I want to tell you what happened. Some of his colleagues called him and said, oh boy, are you okay? Are you not the northerner? Why do you want these people to have secondary bridge that they come from Abuja before 2 hours they're in Enugu? What will happen to what's the name of this town now? Lafia and there's another town before Lafia.
Who was the guy that said it?
Sorry?
Who was the guy that said it?
Some other legislators. They said to him, "You are crazy."
Let me add something to this. Let me just add something to what you were saying about the National Assembly.
Okay.
I just gathered the numbers. It says the total number of National Assembly members is 360 or 50 actually, and we have 167 from the southern states and 193 from the northern states, which gives them just over 54% of the National Assembly members. That said, personally, I don't subscribe to the way Nigerians describe North and South because they put Benue in the North. They put many states that personally I would consider South, North. And that doesn't add up. Yes, most of those countries, those states are Christians and they're basically Southerners, but they group them as North. So if you look at those, the people in the South have similar interests as those people. And if you have any agenda that you want to push, that group agrees, they will get a majority in the House of Assembly to get stuff done.
But let me tell you, and I have no problem with any northerner. Like I said, I grew up in the North. I went to all my school in the North, primary, secondary, university, and I have a lot of friends who are, in fact, majority of my friends are northerners, and they all know my view. So sometimes when we speak this way, they think you are being tribalistic. No, what we are looking for is equity, fairness, justice. It doesn't matter. You see, if these things were on ground, I'm telling you the truth. Being an Igbo man, no Igbo man is concerned about who is the president. We are concerned about how do we do our business and succeed. If you give today, if you say to the east, you have your seaport, you have your international airports, you have that's seaport, especially international airport. So our goods can come into the east. We don't have to go to Lagos. You develop the water line in the east, in the south. Let me say south. I don't want to go to that other things. They
what do you want?
South. Sorry.
East it doesn't. They don't bother the Atlantic Ocean. So where can you put the seaports in?
You see, that is another lie that they've done. They've told you. But you see, you are talking to somebody who is apart from being a student of history.
I'm lying that
far and wide. The East has always been. In fact, if you go back to your old history, your old maps.
You guys don't want me to talk. I don't come out to.
Sorry, no come out. I beg, wait.
You can always jump into the conversation now, just like
if you go back to your old old Nigerian maps, you find out that
When I want to speak, they will
No,
interject me.
see, you can no, I'm not stopping you. You can interject
okay,
when
Oga
is saying
speak now.
stuff.
Oga speak, so I no go verse. No be war
And
now.
I feel like I don't even get what he's talking about. You understand? He's talking, and I can see that he's scared. Because whenever I want to talk about the North, he said, I don't want the North to feel like we are doing that. Why will you be scared in your same if you claim you are in Nigeria? And this thing is what is killing us. When we want to speak, we'll be trying to bring the North as if they are not Nigeria. We were talking as if they are different, maybe they are another ethnic from Nigeria, that the North who are seeing us being, so we are trying to look. I don't understand. You people know the truth, but you people cannot say it right before your face. You know the truth. You see everything. You know those people, whenever you talk something. Yeah, what you saying?
Define the North. We don't know who the North are. We want to know who the North are because
Okay, she can define the North because when I want to say something, they will think that we are trying to remove them from the picture, from the line. I don't understand why we
I think you are misunderstanding.
because
I think
you are just told you like Kogi, the North. Consider the North.
People.
I think you are misunderstanding me, my brother.
I don't misunderstand you. I get you right and clear. I get you point.
No, I think you're misunderstanding me. And now you see, because we have been so divided, that's what I mean by that statement.
Statement when you measure the North, you say some kind of qualify that
That's
statement.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to bring you to understand what I meant by that. The nation right now is so divided that every time you mention North or South, there's somebody feels that they are because you are against that geographical location. We are not against anybody because we are trying to form a nation.
That is the country is not one. We are just trying to pretend that
hold
this country
on
is
now,
one.
Oga, hold on.
The country is not one. I live in France. You cannot tell me that if I want to speak in France now, I will be scared of one particular place that in France. When I go to Toulouse or when I go to Montpellier, they will think when I talk about that, they will no, because the country is one. But when you want to talk about Nigeria, you want to talk about North, you will like you will be pampering, you will be painting it so that they will feel you, will clothe them. But they are killing you. You cannot say before their face that they are killing you.
France, the country is not one though.
It's one.
None of all these countries, when you look at them from afar, they look like one. Like in the UK now, they have what they call the North and South
Not about
divide.
France. I live in France. I know France. Don't tell me about UK. Tell me about France.
Yeah,
they are
but
one.
they are not. They have separatist groups there, don't they?
There is a separatist group, a black group in France.
In all
There's
these
a separatist group in
they are one.
Yeah. You see, but listen, my brother. So we don't get it wrong. We don't get it wrong. Listen, what you are saying.
Give me facts about France.
My brother, listen to what I was saying. We are talking about Nigeria. All of us are talking about how to go forward.
Nigeria is not a country. We are forced to be
now,
Nigeria 9 years ago. Nigeria is not a country. We are just trying to rigmarole it. We are one. We are Nigeria. Have you ever heard in any place in this world that we say we are one France, we are one United Kingdom, we are one US? Tell me anywhere you are heard of something like we are one.
Mr. Alento, for somebody that has so much disdain for grammar, you speak so well yourself. That means you're part of the
people. Go to school. I don't like it.
You have so much disdain, but you're still spewing grammar here and there. I expected you to speak Igbo or French, but you're here spewing the same grammar you have so much disdain for.
You see, let me tell you, sir, Mr. List.
I'm to communicate with you people with the language you understand.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
So you're admitting that this is the common language we can all understand and communicate in, but you were making derogatory remarks about those that are using the same language. What does that say about the kind of person you are? That speaks a lot about the kind of person.
No, you don't get me. I'm not interested in big grammar because the big grammar don't prove any point.
Speaking big grammar now. What do you just talk Rigmarole now? Rigmarole and small grammar.
Okay, listen, let me make my point and go because let me make my point and go.
Telling me about history. Give me a solution, or let me give you guys a solution to Nigeria's problem. Then you agree with
solution?
Me.
Give us.
The solution of Nigeria's problem, Mr. Keshi. Have you ever heard of the word protest for referendum? Have you heard of that word?
Many times. I have joined protests many times.
Thank you. What Nigeria needs at this time now is protest for a referendum for us to agree to renegotiate our live, if we want to live together as in Nigeria, for all of us to have our right. Not that one person will come to the office and tell you now. Okay, just imagine in one country, some people will tell, okay, let's give the Senate president to the South, let's give to the Southeast. That is not, we are not one. We are just trying to remark that we are one.
But let us put mouth now. Allow us to put mouth. Allow us to put mouth.
Keep it simple. Instead of just going around, let's just go straight to the point.
Allow us put mouth now. Allow us put mouth, Oga.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, listen. The problem you are trying to deal with didn't start today. It didn't start with this government. It didn't start yesterday.
Yes, I want it to end with us. I want it to end with us. I want to end with us.
Wait now. Oga.
I'm giving you a solution. I'm going to end. Tell me I started. I don't care I started. I want it to end. I want us here to end.
I'm just letting them self-regulate.
Give me 1 second. Let me go with Alexa. Okay, so we know your position now. You want Nigeria to break. Yes, right? So, right?
It's not that I don't want Nigeria to break. I've been wish.
Okay, good. Now we know your point. So now my question. Okay, let's give
you what Mokolata said.
I want Nigeria to break. So, Alexa, I think me and you.
The result.
Listen. Okay, listen. 1 second. We don't allow you to talk now. Give me a second. I just ask my brother a question.
Talk.
Alexa, me and you, we're on the same page. You want Nigeria to break. Me too. I want Nigeria to break. But now the next question is, if you're in power, how do you split it? Tell us how you want it to split it. Who goes where? What goes where? You have to get to that agreement first. Because when I speak to many of our fellow secessionists, wait now, let me lie. When I talk to my fellow secessionists, many Nigerians say, but when I ask them, how do we break it? It seems that we can't come to an agreement how we will break it. So can you tell us how you will split it? Split Nigeria. Yes. Let's give you the power to split this. Tell us how you split it along what lines and what. Tell us.
Okay, let's begin with this. If we want Nigeria to, I'm not saying Nigeria should break. Let us start with this one.
Tell us how you split.
Okay, Nigeria to break. Now, if we go into a referendum, now, wait now.
No, tell me how you will break. Okay, we'll give you power to break Nigeria today. Break it for us. Tell us how you break it. Tell us who goes where and who goes where. Tell us.
Who goes where? Okay, now, you are from Yoruba land. If I ask to go to Biafra land, you go.
No. Tell me how you want to. Do you want me to go to Biafra? Tell me. I'm asking you. Tell me. Don't ask.
If I tell you go here. That's what I'm telling you. I want to explain to you how Nigeria will be break. If Nigeria want to break, everybody has to agree. I want to go this way. I want to go this way. We have to. That's why we have to come to the round table. Not that you tell me that.
You're waiting for everybody.
Go here.
So you're waiting for everybody. You're waiting for everybody to agree first before you. You have to let us know what you want. Before we can even, you can't be wait. Today you can't go to Abuja and be saying, I want every Nigerian to agree before I tell you what I want. They will tell you to get out. So they don't know what you want.
You are saying the same thing. You are getting it wrong. You say you cannot go to Abuja because you don't have freedom of speech. What is democracy?
You are moving the goalposts, bros. Let's keep it simple.
If I ask you,
you guys don't know what you want. You don't know what you want. You say you want to break, and when they ask you,
you are raising too many.
You don't know the question you're asking me. You don't know the answer to the question you're asking me.
It's a simple question. You say Nigeria doesn't exist anymore. Why do you want it to break?
Give me the answer to the question you're asking me. You say I want Nigeria to break. This one should go where? So I will not be the one to decide your fate. You will be the one to decide your own fate. You will say, okay,
where do you want to go?
I am from Ododuwa. I will go with Yoruba Nation. I am from Biafra. I will go Biafra Nation. I'm giving Istanbul. I'm from Niger Delta.
Okay, where do you go?
You will still want to decide your own fate. I am in one Nigeria like you. You will stay in one Nigeria. Nobody will force you to be in one Nigeria.
I'm not one Nigeria. That's what I'm telling you. Where do you go? Where are you going? Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go?
You see, my brother, at the end of the day, we will all sit down on a table to discuss. No matter what you say, no matter, excuse me,
but I see the problem. They don't know what they want.
We're not going far. We're not going far with it. You're rather going around.
Can I just add something?
Which country do you want to go? Which country do you want?
It doesn't make sense.
So you choose where you want to go. Okay, let me tell you where I want to go.
Then we have to wait now. If all of us come to the like that, we have to have agreement or a working scheme that this plan right from today, Nigeria will be like this. There will be no need of dragging presidency, like for instance, Obi come out, let's take back our country from who?
Oh, no, you are okay with Nigeria.
Okay, let me tell you where I want to go. Let me tell you where I want to go.
Let us be one.
Alexa, let me tell you where I want to go. Wait, let me tell you where I want to go. Alexa, let me tell you where I want to go. Please give me 1 second. I want to break Nigeria just like you. And I tell you where I want to go, the country I want. I want Yoruba nation. You see the president of the Southwest? I want that place to be a country. That's my country. Now, my own is clear. If I go to Abuja and I say, hey, Abuja, this is what I want.
Mike,
But
are you
But whenever I run
are
into
you going to leave Benin Republic out of it?
no, that one we will discuss with that one after we leave Nigeria. But when I ask people like Alexo, I've run into many people like him, like, okay, bros, I want succession. Tell me your land where you want, what country do you want? They can't give you an answer. But they're the one that drive the most.
Mr. Mike, please let me tell you something. I am like the convener for referendum. Let me tell you something now.
I'm not waiting for referendum. You two decide we can work together and break up.
Wait, Mr. Mike, I know where I want to go, but I'm like the convener of referendum. I cannot decide. I cannot tell you where I'm going to, but I want you to speak. No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell us, look at what we want. If I tell you that I want to go to Biafra, I want to go, so hey, that's why I came here. That is what I'm talking about. I want you to make your own decision. You understand me? So you feel like, let's tell me where you want to go. Where I'm going to go is not important. Where you want to everybody decide to live together.
You see, if you're even talking about referendum, my brother, you're not the first person who have decided to call referendum. A referendum, at the end of the day, somebody has to supervise it. Somebody has to collect the whatever votes that have been cast, and somebody has to now check it and mark it and say, okay, these people have decided to move this way, or these people didn't make it. You see, everything has to be organized. At the end of the day, we still come back to the table that we're trying to do here now. It's not by shouting, it's not by all those things. Listen, bros. Let's deal with this thing. Let me tell you something. There's no Easterner. There's no, except those who are gaining from government, who will say they don't want to go with Biafra. Because I, as an Igbo man, I know that if Biafra was there, Nigeria, at least that part of Nigeria would have been so better than Dubai. I can tell you that for free.
You just because say that southern part of Nigeria.
I mean, the eastern part of the Nigeria.
You see that kind of statement. That's kind of southern problem.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. You are making a mistake. Forefather,
they are not even on the same page.
You are making a mistake. You are making a mistake. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm talking about the southeast.
That's why.
I'm talking about southeast.
Okay, good.
The Igbo speaking southeast. You see, look, I am not one of those who say people should come and follow us. I'm not looking for territory. Okay, Israel is how big is Israel, and yet the whole world benefits from Israel. Okay, so what I'm saying is this: if the nations are allowed to develop on their own, that is why I say nations. I'm talking about the Yoruba nation, the Ijaw nation, the Idris nation. All of them, they would fare better. They would fare better than whatever we are doing right now. Remember that when Nigeria got independence by 1960, the southeast, okay, and the southwest all had embassies. Okay, go read your history. They all had embassies. Those prime ministers, those premiers, prime ministers, or what they call it, they were dealing with the affairs of their state, of their regions. That is why Okpara was able to do what he did in the southeast. That is why the development came to the south. I'm coming. That is why development went. Sorry?
But they were agitation within those regions now. They were agitation. They ended up breaking those regions.
No,
what is the use of having all these embassies anyway? I think we have to be careful about just saying stuff as if it's a good thing, but it doesn't make any difference to our lives. Breaking up the country will not change outcomes for us. It doesn't. We are not in Benin Republic. They are still going through it. Cameroon is going through it. All Central Africa.
I mean, we can break it. We just have to agree. That's what.
We keep thinking that breaking up is going to make any difference.
When we finish talking now.
Actually, let me list something that people don't seem to understand. When I asked this guy about separatist groups in France, he says he lives in France. Let me put the list. The list of separatist groups that they listed here in France includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 separatist groups in one country. Nigeria has just about 6. If you go to Europe, they have them. The reason why is because they are still able to function. Even if they have differences of opinion, they are still able to function. And some of the reasons why they are able to function is based on history and events that have happened to them. But we are just, even what has happened to us.
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. Why are there separatist groups in Nigeria? Why?
Because people don't share the same opinion. If you have
No,
family meeting,
no,
you're going to have
no,
difference of opinion.
no. You see, that's the mistake you're making. And as I tell you that, me speaking to you, I was at that movement that brought about escalated, IPOB this thing. I was there to cover I was there to interview him and cover that in 2017. I want to tell you why there is this uprising in Nigeria. It's simply for three reasons: injustice that have stayed all through, okay, the lack of, especially when it has to do with the Igbos, IGBO.
Okay, give examples.
I'll give an example. All right. Do you know that? Let me just give you one. Up to this moment, the first private airport, that's state-owned airport, was built in Igbo land by Mbakwe. Okay, is it Mbakwe? Yeah, Sam Mbakwe, who was then the governor of Imo State. And why was it built? Because the federal government will not give airport to the east.
That's a lie, man.
Give airport. I'm telling you, which one that's a lie?
Are built by state governors. So there's international airport.
Like which one? Like which one?
Sorry. Sam Mbakwe Airport was not built by Sam Mbakwe. You may have conceived an idea. I was one of those who contributed money in Lagos with which that airport is built. It was
all right. Great. I didn't contribute. I was a small boy that time, but I'm telling you.
No, because you said that Sam Mbakwe Airport was built by Sam Mbakwe. And I'm trying to say to you,
I am saying that Igbo land is the first place where that's a state government had to build an airport. Because the federal government will not build one there. That's what I'm saying.
State airports
am I wrong with that, Oga?
Okay,
am I wrong? Can you name another airport that was built by state?
Wait. Other state airports in the country, name which one was built by federal government.
Oh boy, you know they understand what I say now. Whatever, when Nigeria, I'm coming. I'm telling you what happened, what generated to the Igbo people contributing money to build an airport for themselves.
It's the same thing in other states. It's the states that put money to their governors.
Okay. Hold on, Oga. Hold on, Kwao. Hold on now. You see, I know they like this guy. What if I say something that you think is not true? You go research.
I don't need to research. Okay? The fact that it's states that build their own state airports. It's not federal government.
When did the states start building airports?
Federal government built most of them, to be fair.
No. Let him tell me when the states started building airports. You see, the whole of the southeast, apart from Enugu Airport, which was not even functional, because then you wanted to fly, you hardly would get plane to Enugu. Okay? Then there was none, not one was, And up till now, do you know that it was, if you go back now and look at what I'm going to say. It was Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala that begged Obasanjo, on Obasanjo's this thing, to approve that Enugu Airport will be inaugurated and made international airport, for which they are still holding Obasanjo to tomorrow. He's still saying that they're not, still refuse. And how functional is that those places? Have you ever tried buying a ticket to go to Igbo land, and how much it costs you to land in Enugu vis-a-vis what it would cost you to land in Lagos or to land in Abuja?
Okay, look at this now. Hear this. The first airport in Enugu, from what I can gather, it says was constructed in 1940. That is crazy. And upgraded to international status in 2013. If that is accurate,
okay,
that is crazy. That you are even.
So now you get what I'm saying.
Hold on. I need to say this. Okay.
Okay.
And this is why when you were saying something about marginalization, or I wanted to add the term perceived. Because sometimes people feel certain things, it doesn't necessarily is the objective truth. Because if you look at Bayelsa now, that has been producing oil for Nigeria and those riverine areas, how many airports do you think they have? The first airport that was constructed in Bayelsa, from what I can gather, is somewhere around 2019.
Yeah.
And most of the development in Nigeria is not even on that land. So when we say marginalization, And if you look at many northern states, to the same thing. During this bank crisis, when they were talking about the naira no change, that's when I found out that some states they barely even have banks in Nigeria, in the north of Nigeria.
You see,
Please,
go further. I like what. Okay.
Any part of Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria is not marginalization. Or some people think it's only them that. What we are fighting for is the right for human being to live. We are not talking about marginalization. You get the point? Nigeria is one side. The major problem of Nigeria, nobody lives anymore in Nigeria. People are just existing. Nigeria is a dream killer. Nigeria takes souls every blessed day. That is my problem. Not about marginalization. Talking about airport. Not that one. Nobody lives in Nigeria. Nobody life is guaranteed in Nigeria, like those in diaspora. I know many of you talking here lives in diaspora. That's why you can talk. Can you stay in Nigeria for 2 years without leaving that country? Nobody lives in Nigeria, where a policeman can gun you at gunsight without nobody will ask him a question. It's not the country. We're talking about people rights to live. People right to live, not about marginalization this time around. We're talking about people right to live. Nobody's living in Nigeria. Everybody are just existing. A lot of died 20 years ago. But they say existing and they're not living anymore.
Let's the new people that came in and contribute because they are. Let me allow Ify talk because she came and left, and then Augustine can go, and Owen the BC can also contribute. So Ify, welcome.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Mike, my enemy, how are you?
If you fall, it's listening.
Look at how Mike turned away.
Okay, I have to go. I'll get back. I'm behind the background.
No, please don't go. Just give me a minute. I'm listening something to you.
Anyway.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
See, the truth of the matter is this. This is a question of is Nigeria working for you? The reason why everybody or some group of people are asking to leave the country, Nigeria, is because it's not working for them. A lot of people feel that they are being marginalized.
Yes.
No, let us be honest with ourselves. If Nigeria is working and everybody is benefiting, nobody will be talking about this, leaving the country called Nigeria. We will argue from here till the Thy Kingdom come. Even prior, before this election, we know that Nigeria is not working for us. But the election exposed it in such a way that everybody's now, angrily talking about it on a daily basis. Nigeria is not working for me. Honestly speaking, I'm not going to lie about it, whether we like it or not. Talk about Igbos, talk about Yoruba, talk about Hausa, talk about North, East, West, North, and South. Nobody's happy in that country. Just like somebody is saying that we are not living, we are just existing. How can you say that somebody's existing and you call that life? That is not life. Let us be honest with ourselves. It's not a must for us to stay together in order for things to work. It's not a must. If it's not working, it's not working. If we have to leave, people have to go, let them go. Look at Russia. When all of them used to be under Soviet Union, somebody said something about Israel. Israel is a small country, and if you look at the map, they are in the midst of most of the Arab nations. Pakistan and India, they used to be one country. Everybody went their different ways. So telling me that Nigeria, under this state we are right now, is working, I disagree. And that it's going to work, I disagree. I've talked about the airport. We have literally 2 international airports. I don't even count Enugu as an international airport because it's only Ethiopian Airlines. I don't know if Ethiopian Airlines still goes to Enugu. We're only talking about Abuja and only talking about Lagos. Well, there was a time we argued about it here. Imagine going from Lagos down to East. That's literally, if the road is good, when I went, it's about 6 hours, thereabout. Imagine having one international airport in the East. Do you know what that's going to do for us?
But you have it.
Hold on. I wasn't talking to you, Mike. Calm down. I didn't interrupt you. In my adage, I don't know how Igbo Basic is going to interpret this. Do you understand? If you do a child what you do to other people, the child will be happy. So let us stop deceiving ourselves here because we're not telling each other the truth. If Nigeria is working for you, fine. I live in a country where the system works, fine. I'm not saying that this country is perfect, but at least it's up to the standard where you say that you can get this, you can get this, that this is working for you a little bit. When my neighbor is complaining, I look at him like, are you okay? In my head, I'm like, you need to go to Nigeria and see what complaint is all about. When he's complaining about the things, we know that it is nothing. I mean, it's a daily life for us in Nigeria.
Father, if you ask how she wants to break Nigeria, she won't have an answer for you. I guarantee you. Ask her how she wants to break Nigeria, she won't have an answer for you.
Mike, you know one thing about you, you are very aggressive. I respect.
No, I'm not aggressive. No, when I'm being honest, you accuse me of being aggressive.
Excuse me.
Okay, let me ask you. You want to break?
This is how Mike makes friends.
They don't have an answer for you.
Mike for 4 hours, you find out that he's your friend.
I respected you.
Thank you, Father. See me and Father, I don't argue many times. You don't say we're enemy.
Stop it.
I'm not your enemy. I just like to have a logical conversation. So, let's go. Oh, Father, that's the problem. Like people, they will constantly crying online. Nigeria needs to break. Nigeria needs to break. It's not working. Okay, let's break it. Where do you go? They don't know. Oh, referendum. No, don't ask. How do we break it? No, they won't give you an answer. So you're not serious about breaking up.
You know, when Buhari says something, and I'm beginning to wonder whether he has a point, that when Nigerians ask for something in certain sections of the country, because the truth is we are all, compared to most countries, we are not doing very well. But he said when people ask for things in certain sections of the country, what they are saying is that they want more. And the truth is, because this issue of this in the airport just crystallizes to me, because when they are saying, no, the South didn't have airport, I was surprised. They have airport going back 1940, when the South barely cannot even smell that during that period. They had airport in the South, is in Enugu since 1940. And
let me tell you the truth.
They were complaining that nothing was there at all.
Let me tell you the truth. You see the people saying they want to leave, they don't want to leave, they're lying. So that's why when I keep asking that question, how do we go? They will say they don't know. I asked one guy, okay, where do you want to go? Where do your new country? You say, anywhere we went, I threw rapper, that's my new country. What kind of answer is that? That's no, it doesn't make, bros, we all know the truth. The Southeasterners cannot live without Nigeria. That's just a fact. If everybody split today, say all tribes go to their territory, they can't function. Their territory is too small, for one. 2, their population is too big for that territory to be a country. 3, they will have to deal with other regions to access their seaports. 4, the list goes on and on. No. Southeasterners cannot have their own country. If there's a tribe, the only region they are ready to form a country and go is Southwest, and probably if the South come together or something like that. Because the Southwest, they have access to the sea, they have land that's big enough, they already have international airport, they have seaports, but the Igbos are not ready to leave Nigeria. That's just a fact. And if they actually benefit most of Nigeria, is them. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. And they know that they benefit. That's why when even Kanu said himself, he said in prison, they offered him the Southeast as a country. He said, no, he won't take it. He has to form a referendum with some other region and form them together. So you're not clear what you want. You're not ready to leave Nigeria.
Where did you hear that Kanu actually rejected
he
that?
said it now. He said Buhari offered him Biafra in prison. He said he's only going to be the Southeastern states. He said, no, he doesn't want to. He said he must take the whole South. And me, I don't even mind. Wait, let me land. I don't even mind. If the Southeast, if the Southeast and the South can come together and form Biafra, I'll be good with that. But they will never come together to talk. The same Kanu, he will never approach the South people. He won't even get along with Asai Doku, but he won't get along with the South people. He won't even respect them enough to discuss with the Biafra with them. What he wants is just do as I say. That's why the reason why that guy wants that question is because you from the South and you're probably going to tell him you don't want Biafra.
I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to say anything, but right now you're forcing me to talk.
Please
I'll just make a comment and I'll go away. I'm sorry,
you can't survive on your own.
Something on my hands.
The South is 5 Southeastern states. Is the size
Can I
of
just say something and I'll go because I'm going somewhere and I'm not going to be around. Now, Mike, you see,
the truth is bitter, but I know you offend you guys, but it's the truth that I'm speaking.
That have been carried for many years against the Igbos. What you say
That's a
sometimes
lie,
really
man. Nobody
surprise
carry
me.
anything against
I'm
anybody.
coming.
Allow me to
You
talk.
were
walk.
talking. Let me talk.
After
Let
the
me
war,
talk.
then nobody's carrying anything against anybody.
Let me
The
talk.
whole Nigeria was abandoned during the military
let me
Allow
regime.
me
talk.
to talk. Please,
Even the
Let me
please,
talk.
southwest, all the road was
Let me
abandoned.
talk.
The
Let
road
me
all over
talk.
the country, the
Excuse
north
me.
everywhere
Let
was
me talk
abandoned.
Excuse
now.
me.
So nobody
Excuse
was
me.
marginalizing
Excuse
anybody.
me.
Okay,
Stop it,
since you
man.
won't let me talk, let me go.
Excuse me.
Another time.
Excuse me. No, don't go. Do not go. Please. Here.
Even
Dr.
Obasanjo didn't fix the
Excuse
road to his
me.
village.
Excuse me.
It was
Wait.
Jonathan that fixed it. Jonathan
Hold
was the one that
on.
started fixing the road in the
Hold
southwest.
on, Mike.
And
Hold on,
Buhari.
Mike. Hold on, Mike. Why I'm saying hold on, if I continue talking, you are talking. I don't think you can. Your voice can dwarf my voice. I can continue unless somebody mute us. Okay, wait. Dr. Damage's show is not one man went to mortuary. That is where we start. Dr. Damages have your say or 90
Brother,
minutes
make your point.
Africa.
Don't speak for Dr.
Hold on,
Damages. Talk.
please don't hush me. Please. Just try. Don't
Make
be
your
rude to
point.
me.
So I be talking
You
something
don't know me.
different.
You don't know me. You don't force me. Don't say make your
We are
point.
not fighting. We are just making our
Other
points
people,
here.
but don't force me, please. Other people are
But speak
listening
to
to
my
me.
point. Don't
Are
attack
they
my
talking?
personality. I'm talking
I
about
don't
somebody
even
more
Let's try to
forget
get
substantial.
to
about
the point because there are other people here
Exactly.
too.
Instead of
your
getting to the point, we start
Let's
personality.
talking
get to
about
the
something
point.
Forget
different.
about your personality, please. Don't do that to me, please. Otherwise,
See, your
I
person
give you
hasn't said
I give
But
you
that's
anything.
what
back
you
to
Let
you.
do. You are telling me
you guys,
about
Otherwise,
something
I
that
all
give
of
you
you
back
can
to
say
you.
something.
It's my opinion. This
talk
place
to the
is
point
not.
we are talking.
This place. Excuse me. Don't direct me, please.
Make your argument. That's what we are saying. Don't try to
Then
do propaganda.
then please
Mike,
please this place.
please,
It
That is
doesn't
my
matter your
opening
place.
salvo.
Don't tell me about this
This
place.
this
Mike, I
place
don't
is
think
Not your
not
place.
one
Make
man.
your point. That's what we are
Please let
saying.
me
it will
tell
help
you.
us. I don't think it will help us. This attitude, it
When
won't
you are
help us
doing
at
all
all.
these things, you think you are clever. You are not.
You
This
always
place
think you are
is
clever. Don't make sense to me.
this place is not one man went to the mortuaries
Forget
show.
you.
That's number
Who said
one.
that?
Secondly, somebody do not come here to peddle lies. All you need to do is forefather is here as a witness. Go to YouTube, forefather. You can be doing it while I'm here. You type Nnamdi Kanu plus, just plus as my sign, plus Kadaria Ahmed. Kadaria Ahmed is a Fulani lady or Hausa lady. She worked with BBC in the UK. She came back to Nigeria to work for Channels News. She used to anchor one program called either Pulse or what is it for one program, but it will be there. She traveled all the way from Abuja to Afaruku to to interview Nnamdi Kanu in 2017 when IPOB was at the top. She asked her a couple of questions, one of which is, he asked Nnamdi Kanu, this Biafra you are looking for, who and who, can you give us the map of this Biafra? This was the question I made, and Nnamdi Kanu said, okay, the whole of five southeast states, as you know them, when you get to Benue State, he mentioned southern Benue, I think about 6 local governments, they are Igbo speaking. They were part of East Central State as at 1973-74. Before 76, they created them. They are speaking Igbo today. People from there attend Ohaneze and Igbo meeting. He said those people will be included. He said then you go to Edo State, there's a place called Ibanke in Oriowo local government. That Ibanke is Igbo speaking. It means Igbo Akere. That place is Igbo. Till today, people there attend Ohaneze and Igbo meeting. That place is included. That place, they carve it in. You go to Delta State, the whole of Delta North, Eka North local government, Eka South, Oshimili North, Oshimili South, which other, I think there are about 9
You
local
are talking
governments.
about Kadera
Listen,
interview.
excuse, please,
I'm not really sure what you are talking about. Is it Kadera
Don't
interview
worry.
you are talking about here?
We'll come back on this.
Opera, you already know what is lying, Abi. Okay, go ahead.
Leave it.
Finish your lie. Go ahead. Yeah.
Please, I hate interruption. That's why I'm telling you, don't think you are
No,
clever.
we
I
just want to be
repeat
sure
it
what you are
again.
saying. Go ahead, finish. Well, you interrupt people more than anybody else.
You
So don't
see,
say.
Let him carry on. Let him carry on.
It's English language I'm speaking, and I've referenced it so that if you don't want to listen to me, listen. If you don't want, if you don't, excuse me, just listen. If you don't want, you can go and I've given you a reference. What Nnamdi Kanu said. What Nnamdi Kanu said.
You
Now,
said
when you get
Nnamdi Kanu plus this thing, what's her name?
Nnamdi Kanu plus Kadaria Ahmed. It's an interview.
I've seen the interview now. We've all seen the interview.
Listen, I'm not talking to you. What's wrong with you now? What is wrong with you now? Huh?
What is wrong with me is you're bullshitting us, man. Just finish your line. Huh? Go ahead.
Now you leave it. I mean, I've told you the Delta because of talking geographical area that we make up Biafra. Because of somebody might tell you, oh, it's the whole of South. No. I'm just giving you, just let them. Then you get to Rivers State. All the Igbo speaking local government of Rivers State, I can name some of them for you. I don't have all of them at my but Nnamdi Kanu said it. So which means when we say, because Ogoni is not part of, Ijo is not part of it, Urobo Ichekiri is not part of it. I've not mentioned them. These are Igbo speaking. Then you get to Cross River State. There's a local government called Abi local government. That is where Lie Limoke, their former governor, is. They are Igbo speaking. They attend Ohaneze and Igbo meeting. The Ikwere is part of it because somebody might tell you this. Ikwere is Igbo. Ikwere is part of Ohaneze and Igbo. The Secretary General of Ohaneze and Igbo, who just handed over, is an Ikwere man called Barrister Uche Okuku. So if anybody can be Secretary General of Ohaneze and Igbo, that person must be Igbo. Do you see
it?
Okay.
Are you completed?
No, I've not. Then you go to, I've forgotten the local government in Cross River. I can't, but if you listen to the interview, so these are please don't please. What is the meaning of this now? Allow me to say something. So these are this. Please. If I pay you back in your own coin, you may not like it.
Because
so
these are
the area. Please. These are the areas. Nnamdi Kanu. What is the problem with this chap now? If you think you are clever, you are not. If you think you are clever, you are not. It's only if you think you are clever, you are not. These are the area Nnamdi Kanu demarcated. Now the lady now asked again, how are you sure that all this like a Kanot in Delta, a Banke in Edo, and this one in Benue, and all those ones joining Southeast? He said, how are you sure they are going to follow you? Nnamdi Kanu said, referendum. That's what I've been asking. That if they do a referendum today, and they say, no, that ends it. You go your way. He said, so you are not going to fight? He said, no. We fought a war in which the world conspired and killed more than 5 million of us, 1 million by starvation, the children. This is what he said. So when people want to talk, because there are certain things, if I want to quote somebody, if I said Obasanjo said something, if I can give you the recorded tape where Obasanjo was saying it, you don't need to debate me anymore. You go and debate Obasanjo. Okay. I've given you where Nnamdi Kanu said it in his mouth.
Okay.
He said it like this.
You can't just keep going on indefinitely.
But this guy is interrupting me now. This guy is interrupting me.
Your answer now. You've already given your answer.
So that is it. So for him to come and be talking all this, I have to put it the way it is. So why is he coming to every minute?
We get your point. Okay.
We had what you said. Let's let Augustine talk because he hasn't said anything at all. Please.
Yeah, I thank everyone. Personally, I am disappointed with the level of our comments. We should be able to decipher between a nationalist and an agitator. When after Ngozeka spoke, the guy that came in, what's his name? The guy that spoke about the National Assembly. No, not Alexa. The guy that spoke about the National Assembly, Ugogo.
Yeah, I think it was Alexo, the one that talked about this in. Oh,
About
okay,
the
it's okay,
governor.
it's okay, it's okay.
Okay, yeah. So when Ngozika spoke and Alexo came with agitation, it was just a bizarre. It was a disappointment because Ngozika spoke as a nationalist. And we were able to contend that. Then Okechi came in with a very deep knowledge of nationalism, which I was listening to him in every second. But I became so disappointed with Mike's position. What's my disappointment? My disappointment is the master of the slave should stop telling the slave that the slave is stupid. It hurts when you are the one that is being marginalized and they're still moving for, let's build it together. How do we make things to work? If you sit down and watch Nigeria, you will know that the marginalization of the East, of Ndigo, is well planned, is well orchestrated.
By
Now
who?
you are using the Western world. I live in Florida. It is only when I want Nigeria passport that I will have to go to Atlanta. If I'm doing anything with immigration in the US, I don't go to any. The immigration that did my papers is in Texas. I don't go to Texas. I go to my local place and they will interface me with Texas. But if I want anything in Nigeria where I come from, I must go to Lagos or Abuja. If I'm coming back home, I must stop in Lagos and spend over 200,000 naira before I get home. If I'm going back to where I'm living, I must come to Lagos and spend over 200,000 naira before I live in the same country. And somebody who lives in Lagos will only drive to the airport and come back to the same country where I live. So there is a serious orchestrated marginalization. But people don't want to dwell on that. People want to dwell on how can we make this thing work? Because we know that if we are sincere, it can be done. It is workable.
Okay, please. So you say you have to drive from southeast to Abuja and Lagos. So those people that live in the northeast, right? And those that live in the south, other area, they don't have to drive to Lagos. And those that even live in Kogi, some Yorubas live in Kogi. So people don't. So they are marginalizing you because you have to drive from. The people that live in the northeastern part of Nigeria, their distance even further than your own to Abuja or Lagos. Then they are not being marginalized, Abi. You guys will start picking all these.
Now you see, now you begin to see. Now you begin to see that what Buhari said is correct. Because some people, when they say they are marginalized, they don't necessarily see from the other person's point of view.
They don't. They are not being marginalized. Just they pick up
nations generally. Let me just add this. Nations generally organize themselves in the way. In other words, like it's like saying these people want it more, they get it. These people want that one more because it means survival for them. They get it. That's how nations organize themselves. In other words, nations self-regulate. If the thing tilts too much to one side, you're going to have a problem. If the stuff tilts too much to one side, you're going to have a problem. Based on the side. Because in the UK now, we have the North and South divide. So hold on now. TM, you know this full well. In the UK, we have what they call the North and South divide. We have all kinds of marginalization in the country. Very, very few people actually run the country. The classes that rule the country in the UK are the aristocratic class, and most of them are hereditary, and they become these leaders in the country. So let's not pretend that you don't have
in Nigeria.
In
Nigeria,
no, hold on.
In Nigeria,
you had your say. You had your say.
But they were interrupting me now. People were interrupting me now. Hey, let me interrupt you. In Lagos, there's international airport. There is international airport built by federal government. In Abuja, there is international airport built by federal government. In Kano State, there's international airport built by federal government. Why can't Enugu have federal government international airport? Why? Why can't it have? That's what I'm saying, and that is the marginalization. Lagos airport was not built by the Yoruba; it was built by federal government. Lagos airport was federal government. Enugu was Abuja was federal government built. Kano was federal government built it. Then Enugu, what of Enugu? That's what we are talking. You see how it is? You see how it is? Here is not one man went to mow. Here is not one man went to mow. I know you now. Here is not one man went to mow.
Do you even see me?
I have my own issues with But this is not
See,
the issue we are talking
see,
about now. See,
I've given this.
Just
This is
personal,
the issue.
it's not the personal attack.
I've
Instead of focusing on
listed it.
Why
Why is it? Why is it closed down? You are
when somebody's
asking me.
argument is more superior than your own, you begin to play thematic.
There's no superior. You have no superiority. All you talk is lies.
All you've been doing is type of lying.
You said.
Mike, can both of you stop? Can both of you stop? The first airport that was built in Enugu was built in 1940. I doubt many parts of Nigeria even had airports during that time. But
Lagos has. Lagos has airport. Lagos has airport. Yes, Lagos has. Enugu can, only Enugu cannot have airport 1940 in Nigeria.
Okay.
Enugu can never be federal capital.
Can I make my point then? So they had it in 1940 when the first airport in the Bayelsa region was built in 2019. The first one. Do you see when you say marginalization, there are others that are worse off than you? And the first people that tried to secede from Nigeria was from that very region. Because you know whom they were pointing fingers at? Enugu.
The first airport was in Kano even. It's not even Enugu.
Hold on. Adaka Boro was pointing fingers at Enugu. They didn't care too much about the north. Because all he saw was Igbo people making all the money around him and they were not doing very well. That is why he pointed at Enugu. He doesn't see the north. You see what I mean?
Making money around you, is it? Are they sharing money they refuse to give him?
Hold on, I have to speak for people that are not able to speak for themselves, because what you see in Nigeria is that the three major
Adaka Boro saying they are making money around him. And so what? And so what?
Because they are okay. Now you say, and so what? If the Yoruba
yes, Adaka Boro say people are making money around him. Is it whose fault?
No, see, they are developing their areas while they are not able to develop their own. So if a Yoruba man tells you now, we are making money. You see how we are selfish? No, this is a very, very important point. You see how we are seriously,
Adaka Boro is making, people are making money. Is it my fault?
Hold on.
Is it my fault?
Hold on. No.
Don't twist it,
I have to get this point across. Because it looks like what we do in Nigeria is this thing that we accuse others of doing. We pretend as if it's only us stuff is happening to, but when it's happening to other people, we don't feel it at all. No. See, I need to finish my point. You don't care what Adaka Boro was complaining about. Hold on. If a Yoruba man now doesn't care about what you are saying, that
straight to your point. That's what you told me.
But you're not letting me state it. If the Yoruba people
allow me, it was a war. Go straight to your point. Go straight to your point. Go. Don't waste our time. Don't waste the time. Others want to talk. Is that not what you told me?
I'm disruptive. I'm going to say
he doesn't want you to land your.
It doesn't mean forget about that. I know. Disrupt. Is that not what you told me? Did you send Mike out? Did you send Mike out? Don't bring your bias. Don't bring your bias here. Did you send Mike out?
You're acting childish right now.
Did you send Mike out? You
need to stop it. You're acting a bit childish. Stop it. See,
I have a question.
I'm trying to get him to see.
So what? Did you send Mike out? And you are threatening me? Did you send Mike out and you are threatening me with send out?
Just let me finish my point. It's not even Mike that was arguing with you. I just need to make it my point. Somebody needs to moderate this thing, and I'm trying to get you to, for you and Mike to
understand. You are threatening me with send. Did you threaten Mike with send out? You threatened me with send. Did you threaten Mike? He wasn't. When I was talking, Mike was disturbing me. Did you threaten him with send out? Why did you threaten me?
He was not opposing me.
Yes, he was opposing me. You should have threatened him as an unbiased umpire. If you are not biased, you should have threatened him.
Anybody rewind the you refuse to stop. See, Mike stopped.
You should have threatened him the way you are threatening me.
Okay,
that is the truth.
I was unfair to you. Leave it like that. I am trying to make one point here. The point I'm trying to make is that when other people are affected, we don't see it. When I mentioned to you about Adaka, what he was complaining about, I said, what is your problem with that? When your people are making money around, let him put himself out. Hold on.
Is it my fault?
Okay, good.
Did Adaka say Igbos took his money?
He won't let me talk. That is good. It's all good. But the question you have to ask yourself again then is, when a Yoruba man tells you now that is this his problem, you mind your problem. You feel like you say you are marginalized, that is your problem. How would you like that? How would you like a Hausa man tell you, oh, you're complaining about marginalization? Not my problem. That's your problem. That is exactly what you just did just now to Isaac bro.
They are not the same, and I will tell you, they are not the same. They are not the same. Why they are not the same is this. When he will give example, forget about. You can say the question and answer. I know where you are coming from. When they are not the same. They are not the same. If Isaac Bodo complained that people around him are making money, that is not federal. That is not federal. That is not national cake. If Isaac Bodo complained that people around him are making money.
No,
it is not. It is not national.
I said he was pointing at Enugu that they are developing Enugu from the point of view of the nation. What do you think you want to say for Nigeria? Stop pretending that you don't understand.
Enugu, Calabar, Port Harcourt. These were cities that made up Eastern region. They were developed equitably. I can tell you what the industries that were there. What are you really talking? What are you really talking? Go into archives. Go into history. Go into history.
Are you okay if outside
listen
like that? Are you
listen,
okay
listen.
if people speak to you like that?
See, listen. There's something you are not getting. No. There's something you are not getting.
What is it?
Eastern region. When develop Eastern region equitably. Because when somebody make an allegation, when somebody make an allegation, you substantiate with facts. Calabar, Enugu, and Port Harcourt were the same thing. What are you really talking? What are you really talking, sir? And then you are threatening me. You send me out. While Mike was talking here, you never said anything. You are terribly biased. What are you saying? What are you talking about? How dare you? What are you talking about? You are calling me selfish in what way? That I'm trying to present facts. I'm giving that I'm trying to present facts. And so what? Of course, it's my opinion I have to give. I have to give my own opinion.
You don't say where your opinion aligns with other people. You just want to get your way.
Okay, forefather, let me say something. Like I said, sorry. Let me say something quickly. I'm in a conference really, but I have to run out and because I've been following the talk so far. Now listen. What some of these things? Let's not be sentimental. What he has been saying is a history that can be read up by anybody who wants to read. Remember, you said that airport was built in 1940. Also, remember that at that same time you quoted, there are already schools being held in Igbo communities where they gather every day and they teach them Abibili, that is the Igbo language was taught. English was taught vis-a-vis the Igbo language. Now, why was airport built at that time? That's what you should be asking. Which is the reason why I'm coming back on. The capital of Nigeria was, first of all, started from Calabar. I hope you know that. And that means that the Eastern region already have a Eastern region headquarters, which was Enugu. Okay? So, at the time that 1940 was still under colonial masters, Enugu was, remember, coal was being exported from Enugu. So, they had to bring some form of development in Enugu for those things to be ferried out of Nigeria. Okay? Now, also remember that the Lagos they claim now to be built by Molokon was also a region. Lagos was a protectorate of its own.
Now, can we call
it was
them
already
Europeans?
a government.
Masters. They are not anybody's masters, please. I really don't like to hear that term. They are Europeans. They are not masters. Jesus Christ! Enough of this master nonsense.
Okay, it is opinion. Anybody can call anything. It's somebody's opinion. When it gets to your turn, you call it anything you like. That's the way it is.
Let's not divert. I want to keep my thoughts.
We cannot be prescriptive. And so what? We cannot be prescriptive.
Sorry, guys.
When somebody says something, that is his person's opinion. You can have your own opinion. And so what? You can't tell somebody not to say this. You must say this. And so what? If you do not like it, you do not like it, he likes it. And so what? You don't like it, he likes it.
Please.
Simple. You don't like hearing colonial master. Somebody wants to use it, and so what? Come on, what? Please, I don't like being prescriptive. You are too dictatorial for my liking. Please, don't patronize me.
I want to add something to what CM earlier said. If you go to Benue State, there's a place called Olamoboro local government. Olamoboro people are Igbo speaking. They all bear Igbo names. If you go to part of Ida in Kogi State, there's an Igbo speaking also in those places. Now, why were these things made? and I won't have the time to be able to buttress all, but I just touch it on it. So if you want to read, you can go and find out. This was made so that the Igbo land was constantly reduced to a point that it became like a dot. Just that's why you can say you
there are Yoruba speakers in Kogi.
You don't have access.
Do you know there are
I'm
Yoruba
coming
speakers
now,
in Edo State? Are Yoruba speakers in Niger, Delta State?
Listen now, listen.
And
you can't tell me about Yoruba. My wife is Shekiri. Okay, my wife is Shekiri. So I know that place.
Is Shekiri are technically Yoruba people because the language is
Excuse me, it's not true. It's not true. Let's not go into that history. And you're talking to somebody who is
Shekiri more Yoruba than Ikweres.
My brother. You know that? I read well. Let me even tell you one of the lies I've been told over
Yoruba
time.
people don't go and be
We are told that that Christianity first came to Yoruba land. It is not true. Christianity first came to Ishekiri land. If you want to learn, you learn. If you don't want, it's okay. I'm not here to argue with you. All right? The first place that Christianity came to Nigeria in 300 years before it came to Lagos.
Did Igbo man claim any state? Did Igbo man claim? Did Biafrans claim any state? We've told you the area where they are speaking Igbo. The people of Ibanke.
All right. I think in this case, I'm not making any sense. So let me leave it. Father, thank you very much for the opportunity. I will join you if you guys are still on the next time I come up. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. See, the problem with this discussion is what I've been saying before. We as
forget about that. Look, if you're listening,
this guy, conduct yourself. See, the problem with us is that we have what we call double speak. 1 minute we say one thing, the next minute we say something else because it doesn't suit us anymore. This is what Rudolph was saying earlier on in the I think he said it today and he said it yesterday too, where just because we support this person, we will support the process that brought him to power. Then, because when we don't support the person, we don't support the process. When it matters to us, it is marginalization. But when it's the other people, why don't they just sort their problem out? That is exactly what I'm trying to highlight. That CM did today.
I have a point. I have a point.
He doesn't want to say it out. Because they only see their own marginalization. No, hold on. Because one thing in this life, you can pretend as if you are the only one marginalized. There is your own objective. There's your own truth. There is the objective truth out there. And that objective truth actually wins out. That's why our people bang their head against the wall. They are not paying attention to the real truth. That you are not the only one experiencing problems. Other people are experiencing it too. Stop being selfish about this thing because it's not getting us anywhere.
Listen. The real bias I've witnessed was for me to try to make my point. Mike was interjecting me unceasingly, and you kept quiet. You never did anything. Listen. I don't want it. You never listen. You never threatened. You never. Listen. You see your bias. Allow me. Let people hear what I'm going to say. I was making my point. I was trying to make my point. Mike was interjecting me unceasingly. You are here. You never threatened him with, Mike, I will send you out. I will put you. But when he was talking, I want to make my, you started threatening me. What type of bias is that? Do you think you were? He was also talking. And so what? So look at it now. And you are telling me the type of selfishness. The reason, listen. It's my turn to talk now. I listen to you. Can't you listen to me? Haba. Can't you listen to me? Is it because they told you to moderate? You can manipulate the way you like. Is it because of Rudolph gave you? Rudolph gave you this now, and then you feel that you can just you finish that. Allow me to talk, for God's sake. That's why the other guy left, because you don't like him. You don't let him talk. All you do is you mute. But you are talking. I've been listening to you. Is it not me to talk? And I'm not, but this is my turn to talk. You finish, let me talk my own. And so what? But then why did you talk? Why did you talk? Why did you talk? You see now, you see the selfie, you see the dictatorship. You are moderating somebody's else. So he said because you are moderating. So because you are moderating, only you will be talking. Because you are moderating, then you talk. Other because you say it's not your turn. And so what? I beg, get lost. What does that mean?
Now
You are down to self. You say I'm selfish.
Fine.
Of course you are selfish.
You're being
So
selfish
what?
about
Can I do what? You called me selfish.
making
So
it
please
about
allow me. Let me talk. No. I'm not going to put up. I can't put up with this rubbish of yours. I can never put up with this rubbish of yours. Allow me to say what I want to say. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. If you feel you can be dictatorial, start your own YouTube page. If you see me there, you kill me. And so what? Let me talk. Let me say something.
Now, okay, I will
Then-
meet you then.
then let
I'm
me-
not allowing other people to speak. Please, Mirage, you can go because this guy is not being coordinated at all.
You're not coordinated. It's you. You.
Can you
Let
leave
me
it
say
now?
something. You finish something. Let me talk. Then you jumped in.
Mirage, do you have anything to contribute, Mirage?
I have to react to your lies. That's what I'm trying to do. I have to counter your lies.
This is not what I was expecting. I'll come back later.
Okay, you can come back later if you want to. So, see,
I want to counter your falsehood.
Okay, you can counter my falsehood because you don't want to hear the truth. And
You
whoever doesn't want to hear
it now. You see
let
it
me
now.
say this.
It's only you that is speaking the truth. You want to hear the truth. The truth. It's only you that is. Others are lying. You are speaking the truth. I've told you. They're coming here every time. Imagine threatening me. Imagine threatening. I will send you out. What does that mean?
Let Mr. CM speak, please. Let all this while you guys have been going back and forth. This whole back and forth, he could have just said his piece. Please, let's just allow him
Why
to
is
speak.
it that he is allowed to speak,
Please,
but others
let
are not
him
allowed
speak.
to speak? When I'm moderating, he shouts
Why
me
did
down.
you? Why did I listen to you speak? Why can't you listen? I listened to you speaking. Why did I listen to you? You're a bloody liar. Didn't I listen to you speak?
Ask him now. What did I say?
Please.
What did I say?
I am imploring the both of you, please, if you could just give him.
Can we be objective? Don't be. You see, this is what I don't like. Our people are very wicked people. We do this all the time.
It is you that is even wicked. It is you that is even wicked.
Ask him, what did I say? Whether he listened to me. That's how you know who is listening to who. I listened to everything he was saying.
You are asking me, what did you say?
Yes.
I'm not. You are asking me, who are you to ask me to say what you say?
To tell you that I was listening to you, I can tell you every single thing you said.
Who are you? Who are you to ask me to repeat what you said? Tell me.
You tell me.
Tell me. No, tell me, who are you that I should repeat what you said?
I was listening to you.
That is not the question. That is not the question. Tell me who you are that I should repeat what you say because you order me.
Deserve to be listened to. This is the nonsense that we do to our people because we
that is the thing. Imagine telling me.
Ngozi is asking me to listen to him.
It's not ordering me to tell him. Ordering me to tell me what I said. Who the hell are you that I should tell you what you said? It's ordering me now. Tell me what you said. Tell me what I said.
Listen to me. Because I will tell you what you said, and because I was listening to you loud and clear. You were not listening to anybody, and this is what we do. You don't listen to other people, but you expect people to listen to you.
See, I've been quiet. If you like, you can play this back. I've been quiet, listening, and you are lying here.
Let me repeat what you said now, just to let you know that I was listening to every single word you said.
Anybody can play this back. You are just lying.
Kadiri Ahmed, you actually instructed me to go and search for it. Kanu plus Kadiri Ahmed, that let me check their interview. Then you went on to explain what Kanu told Kadiri Ahmed. No, hold on now. Let me tell you so that to know I wasn't talking over you and Mike wasn't talking over you. I was able to hear you.
You're a liar. You're a liar because listen, because there's evidence. This can be played back. If you like, I will stop. Play it back when after I said that thing. It was a battle for me to put in a word. You were here. You kept mute. You never threatened Mike that you will send him out. You never threatened. I begged, say, allow me. Why weren't you here? Go and play it back. You are a bloody liar. Get other.
I hear what you were saying.
How can you hear what I'm saying? When you were here, all you do is when I started to reply to Mike, you say you forget about. Say, listen. You don't play this game with me. Don't play this game with me.
Gentlemen, please see. I think the time you've both spent going back and forth, if you took 10 minutes each, you'll have said your piece without interruption. But it's just honestly, I can't even understand how it degenerated to this. Just allow one person, even if you don't agree, even if you feel like you have to, to reply to them, note what they've said, take your time and come back. We've not achieved anything in the last 20 minutes. It's just been a shouting match. Who can shout the loudest? Two people have left in the process. It doesn't leave a good impression. As much as you might, some people actually are with CM, while some people are with forefathers. I belong to the chat section. That is where I belong. And I read the comments. And I can see that both divide have supporters, people who actually believe what you're saying. But you've lost them in this process of just back and forth shouting. Honestly, just see, forefathers, let him speak for 5 minutes. All the lies, as far as you're concerned, let him spew the lies. Then you have your 10 minutes, 5 minutes to push back on them. So people can learn, people can be educated. But this approach that you've both taken over, I'm not a passionate subject and all of that. Over the last 10 minutes, 20 minutes, you've lost a lot of us. I've not gained anything. I've not benefited. Of course, I like a bit of chaos, but that was just a bit too much for me. Even for me that like a bit of chaos. So please,
Look at me that
going
was just
forward,
coming to listen
you
about the
understand?
history of the secularists and
The point is
Christianity.
that
They
the
made the
chaos.
man
You see,
leave
what
the
I did
show.
was one.
They made
What
the
I did
man
was
leave the show.
I decided to allow people to self-regulate to a point so that it doesn't get to this is where people are just talking one side. So, but what was happening earlier on was that they were having a discussion regarding issues with Kano and all the rest. When Mike
I've been
says something,
following it. I've been here for the last 2
PM
hours.
wanted to
Before
talk.
Rudolph left, I've been here.
He's saying that I didn't contain Mike. I contained Mike to the point whereby even him was instructing me to go and research information, which I did. I got that information that he told me to check, and I listened to him for more than 5 minutes go on about explaining it. Then when I wanted to talk, I said a few things and he jumped in and he wouldn't let me talk.
Okay.
I-
Okay. Now
I-
let me
I mean, I- I-
let
Oh,
me put it.
on.
Let me put
the
in my
advisor
own.
is
Okay.
back.
Hold on, please.
Please.
I wasn't listening. I got so many calls that that I should come and shut down this, that something is wrong, and people were shouting at each other and everything. I had to stop whatever I'm doing to get back to where I could log on. Please, it doesn't. The fact that people who have my private number, not even my public number, were calling me because I wasn't on the phone, that the public number could reach me. And so please, I don't know what happened. It's not important at this point. The point is that something probably happened that hasn't happened before. I don't know what it is. I don't want to go into that. But I don't know. Please, it's not. We can't, and I've said this on this show. We can't solve the Nigerian problem in one sitting here. If everybody take that approach, that there is nothing that we say on this show that will solve the problem of Nigeria and make everything okay, then there is no need to lose their temper and get angry at each other. There's no need for this. No need. Please. I don't want this. It's not the goal. It doesn't achieve the purpose that we are doing this. People care about this more than some of us. Even people care about the perception we are giving out there. And I have people I don't even know, even my students who now.
Okay. Excuse me, Rudolph, please.
Yeah.
With all due respect, at least you should let me just because you've come in, let me say something. I came in. I was here before I left. Came back. They were talking. I waited. When I had time to say something, the mic couldn't allow me. Because what I'm saying, at least, everybody can go and rewind. At your time, you can go and look back. Maybe at least from the past 1 hour. You couldn't. It was just a war. I said, look, they say, excuse me, just let me put something. To the extent I told him that, don't think you are clever. That was the quote I said it 3, 4, 5. They don't think you are clever. Allow me to speak. Forefather, the moderator, was here. When he was able to say something, what he said was, hey, go straight to your point so that others could talk. I said, how can I put my view across when this guy is just talking on top of my voice? All these things you have to go back and look at it. He never threatened Mike because he should have known. He know I have the floor, so nobody should talk when the other person is having a floor. When Mike was talking, if you have to check, I didn't say anything. Instead of him, he should have threatened Mike. Mike, either you allow CM to talk or I kick you out. He never said so. That is the bias, unmitigated. I've never had it before. I kept quiet. So I tried. I said, okay, to help, go and check Nnamdi Kanu plus Kadari Ahmed. That is what I'm trying to repeat. So that let it not be, I'm saying, I said, all this, I keep telling them, these are the geographical, answering questions Nnamdi Kanu answered. It wasn't easy. At a point, I give up. Then the man came in. All this, I keep telling them, these are the geographical, answering questions Nnamdi Kanu answered. I told Mike, if I do it to you, how will you feel? I waited. When he had his own, I have to settle the score. I couldn't allow him. Then forefather now wake up. Mike, if I see him not, I kick you out. I say, kick me out for what? You are being biased. That is the meaning of bias. I told him point blank that we are biased and I'm disappointed. That I've taken a lot of lessons on board and that we act on them. So I now said, okay, if that was what we are arguing, I said you are biased. I explained to him. It's not contesting the point. So my disappointment was, you are too dictatorial, telling me then say this. I said, I won't say. You don't have to prescribe to me what to say. These are some of the things you go when you play back, you will hear it. You say you can't be prescriptive. You can't tell me what to say. I say what I want to say. So please, in case of you see, say listen. Did I say anything when you were talking?
I can't talk. I'm not allowed to talk.
We
are having a discussion.
But I kept quiet. I kept quiet when you were reporting to when before Rudolph came. Did you hear me when you were talking?
Carry on reporting, please.
And so what? You see it? Did I say anything when he was talking? This is to give you a glimpse of what happened. So to me, I felt it's quite unbecoming. You are terribly biased. Terrible. Terribly calling me selfish.
CM, I am so sorry for what happened. To Nigeria, I'm so sorry. Can we, Doctor, hold on. Can we look at where we see the time? The time. Maybe we can use the time to say, okay, when it comes to your own turn, look what the time is saying. For example, now this is 6 hours, 30 minutes. If you give me 5 minutes, I myself will be saying the time that 6 hours, 35 minutes, I'm out. That way you will not see somebody kick you. Because sometimes when you're talking, you might think you just talk for 1 minute and you've already used 4 minutes. You know, and that also affects. Maybe we might be using that time that is popping up on the system to time ourselves. So if the moderator give you a time, then you work with the time that the moderator gives you. This is 6 hours, 30 minutes, you are out 6 hours, 35 minutes. So that you can have time to tell your lie complete or to talk your lie halfway, whichever way. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ngozika.
Please, let me start by apologizing. I am so sorry because I know you're still recovering. This is very unfair to you and to everybody that follows this show. I don't really know who is at fault, and at this point, I don't care. Things got really out of hand. At a point, my head was spinning. I kept having to do like this to follow the back and forth, and I just kept saying one thing. All the whole back and forth could have been resolved if one person, be it the moderator, forefathers, or Mr. CM, had just kept quiet and allowed the other person to finish. Wouldn't have been here. It's not difficult now. Most of the times when I'm even trying to set somebody straight and they start talking, I use my hand, mute my mic. Most of you can attest to this. I use my hand to mute myself because I realize it's just going to be a fruitless back and forth, and it is not necessary. It is not at this point. I came on the show because I heard Mr. Kechi saying something. He was trying to explain the history of the missionaries and the Ishekiris. And we lost him there because of the back and forth in the studio. That is another lesson missed. And it's sad. We've lost a lot already. Mr. Kechi left the show. He couldn't. He said he can't do this. And I was really looking forward to it. I've never heard that angle before. And it was we were just yelling. Nobody wanted to hear the order out. And it's so unfair.
It's unfair to Dr. Damages. It is unfair to the other panelists. It is unfair to the viewers. Please, we can do better. I promise you, it won't cost you anything. When the other person starts going off, just mute yourself. I promise you, it won't cost you anything. Dr. Damages, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm worried about people at home because if people were looking for me and calling me, I could imagine people who had no access to me and how they felt about what was going on. Mr. Shaw, let me hear from you. We are going to round up the show after this. I think another day we can continue. Let people just calm down.
Can I add something to this, please? Because
I'll come to you, forefathers. Okay. Let me hear Mr. Shaw.
Well, there's not much to add because the conversation that was going on, because for me, when there's a conversation going on and it's not a particular subject I'm well versed in, I don't join the platform. I watch. I've been watching. I was there before you left. When you took your goodbyes, I was already here, and I've been listening since. So I was quite, it was quite interesting session until it got out of hand. And like I said earlier, the fact that you shout your opinion the loudest does not make it true. Even if it's true, you can't convince me if I decide not to be convinced. You understand? I think it's best. Okay, I'll give you an example. I follow a lot of football. I meet a lot of people and they ask me, who's the better player, Ronaldo or Messi? And I tell them, I said, before you start this nonsense, childish argument, I will tell you who I prefer. I prefer Messi. You're not going to change my mind, so don't let's engage. There are some things that you can't change people's mind on. It's good to engage sometimes, but shouting it, repeating it does not mean the next person would believe you. We could have left CM and forefathers for the next 2 days. CM won't convince forefathers, and forefathers wasn't going to convince CM. They will go home the same way they came. So sometimes, let's just exercise restraint. People might say things that you don't necessarily agree with, might annoy you. I mean, I've seen a comment in the comment section where someone said, oh, Show has come with the Twitter updates. Twitter is free. You don't have to pay. If you're interested, go and open Twitter account. If you have the sort of time I have, invest it on Twitter. You understand? I can do Twitter and still live a decent life. Some of us have it like that. So we don't have to go out at 5 o'clock and come at 11 p.m. I spend time on Twitter. I see the comments. I laugh. I banter. People would, agree with me. They would disagree. Shouting at each other is not going to solve any problem. I joked on, in the comment section that this is where Bori took off his slippers, put a toothpick, crossed his legs, and was watching. You can imagine 3 people. It was like war, and Mike has disappeared cleverly. He's disappeared for some reason. Mike, he's gone now. He's not part of the equation anymore. But it was 3 people. We couldn't just manage it between the three of you. So please, let's do better going forward. I just thought, imagine managing 200 million people. If 3 people can just literally tear this place up. Rudolph, I'd like to apologize. On behalf of everyone. And especially, like you said, to the people watching at home, because there are times I play this and I put it on speaker when I'm doing some other things. If I don't have my headphones or if it's not charged, I put it on speaker. My daughter, who is 15, will walk past. They all know Dr. Damages. My wife will be like, are you on the show? You understand? So, honestly, there are kids who listen. I have a 15-year-old who listen. And that's why I came back and apologized the last time when I was speaking to Pilata and I said F you a million times. I came and I apologized on the show to say, for using vulgar language. So you never know who is listening. And it might not just be Nigerians who are listening.
Oh yeah.
So it's not just a family affair. There are external, people who listen, and it doesn't portray us in the best, in the best image. So please, going forward, I know you might be passionate and all of that, but please let's exercise restraint. Thank you.
It's very important, yeah. And there are not a lot of non-Nigerians who are watching. Africans, even Americans, I know. And we'll replay this again maybe tomorrow morning. And it's really please. Miraj, you want to say something?
Hello, Dr. Damages. I was here when you left before forefather took over, and it was quite orderly when you left, but I only observed that it wasn't even CM. Mike himself, he was virtually interjecting when anybody was speaking. He was loud and he was just interrupting people's comments. So at the time, I felt like, okay, no need to, I muted my distance since I'm in the office. I don't need to be hearing all the shouting. So When I came back again, it was still going on like that. So before I saw CM, also everybody was shouting. God, forefather was trying to bring things together, but all the same, I think forefather should be more stricter the way he moderates this, because if they see him as somebody who is actually being a little bit feeble when it comes to telling somebody keep quiet, and you don't, if somebody is making noise, mute the person. When you mute that person over and over again, he will learn his lesson. You see, I was watching all this while, and I saw that the so-called Mike, he put his camera up when he know that the place is on fire. You didn't hear from him again, because virtually he has achieved his aim of putting fire in this place now. And when you came back, he left, because there wasn't for him anybody who will back him up on the nonsense he did here today. So I just think it's forefather, please, next time anybody that does PM, if you can't PM them, tell me. I will just blanket the person, and the person will go out. You should be more stricter, because you know our head, our Nigerian heads and our African heads together, if you knock it, is fire. So Mike has put fire. He has gone out, probably drinking a glass of wine, and people were here breaking each other's head over one comment or two. So it's my first time of seeing it like this here today, and it's really disappointing. But all the same, I hope it's going to be better next time. Thank you.
All right, forefathers.
Yeah, first I have to render my apology for dragging you out because of all this drama that has been going on here. And that said, obviously it's not ideal for you to be pulled out, given that you entrusted me with the platform. The idea was that for me, I wanted to relax the conversation so that people can be able to talk. I didn't want to always. He's already calling me dictatorial for not even muting him, and if I put him on the backstage, I'm Hitler then. So I didn't want to be that stringent. I wanted him to have his say without necessarily having to be muting and putting people backstage constantly. And besides, I've been on conversations that are far worse than this. And what you tend to find with conversations like this is that, yeah, people get upset. People say a lot of hurtful things, but they will get it out of their system, and eventually they might actually get to know each other more. Like Mike, that people talk about. I've had 6 hours straight conversations with Mike several times. When we started our conversation, we are arguing, we are biting each other's head off. In the 6th hour, and I told him, by the 6th hour, suddenly we are gelling. We are all this stuff we are talking about, we understand each other then. There is something to be said for these truths to actually be aired. Because some of the times we close off, we don't want to hear it, and we think that just pretending as if we are getting along is how things are going to get along. Because some of these things that really triggered some panelists today were things that, he don't think. I just said, let me have my say on this. I just wanted to say something that brings both of you together. It led to a serious, and the truth is we were not even insulting each other, just not letting each other talk. We're not like swearing at each other with names and stuff like that. There are places where they are swearing at each other, literally swearing at each other. They will just leave them to carry on arguing like that. So that was why I felt like, okay, I would leave CM to carry on. But CM was really crossed. He didn't want me to say anything any further. And I don't hold grudges, because most of the things he was saying, I can understand he's angry. But I also wanted to get my own across. And besides, Nigerians don't understand that kind of stuff. They've never seen it on this our channel before. Hence, you see the situation has occurred now. Does that mean that I dislike CM and all the rest of it? No, I obviously I respect CM for some of the other. I've had long conversations with CM. Hours on hours, privately, backstage with CM. So this kind of discussion is not going to make any difference, except he decides to hold it as this. I don't hold grudge against people because of their opinions. I just want people to be truthful about stuff, and let everybody hear the truth of each other, instead of us pretending as if we own the truth itself. And I was just trying to tell him, let this get to the point, and I allowed him to finish everything he was saying, and I heard every single word he said. I listened to everything, and I told him I can repeat it to him, and I can still repeat it now. Every single thing he said, and I said, let me have my say. He refused, even when I told him I listened to every word he said. And then that issue went away. Then the next person came on, and I said I didn't like the idea of calling Europeans colonial masters. Then I wasn't talking to him. Then he came in again at me. So it meant he was still upset from the previous encounter, which is fine for him to be upset. It's just that Nigerians are not used to this. They are not used to this. This doesn't change my feelings for CM. I know that CM gets sometimes a little bit angry and he doesn't, give way. But he's also a very clever human being. So I see both sides of human beings. And if you look at people, the viewers were around 125 or so, or 103 or so. Now it's 170 because they see arguments happening and they have never seen anything like this before. That is my take on it. And for me, I know that I breached the protocol because I think this is not the way people argue on this channel. That's for sure. So I just thought I would have it a bit more, leave it. I even said it on the chat that I want to let the place self-regulate a bit to see how we go without people being regulated. And this is what you see. So I'm sorry I have to drag you out from your this thing. You had other businesses to attend to, and I should have given you a heads up if I was even doing anything like this. So I apologize for that.
No problem, no problem. I really I appreciate everybody. I know that things like this could happen. I have been in platforms where things happen, but we're trying to be as much as possible, make sure that people who are watching at home don't freak out, especially when they are not used to this. I understand if our idea is to have this kind of platform where this kind of thing happens, then people will be familiar with that. But I don't think that's what we want, because it doesn't. At the end, you may let off steam, but it doesn't educate the people at home, which is the main thing we're trying to do. Share ideas. If people are shouting over each other, people will not learn anything from that, and that won't be of much importance. So the consensus is that we should just end it here for today. I don't think so, or you guys want to? What do you want? It's not
anyway,
because.
Anyway, Rudolph, sorry.
Go ahead,
I'm happy to carry on with CM. CM is my brother now. Come on. CM, are you not happy? Come on.
What I want to say is, Rudolph, at least in retrospect, I mean, they said anybody can steal, but if you remember that there are people that will be ashamed because you stole, then you shouldn't steal. Otherwise, if everything is just only for you, so I'm really sorry. It's not my finest hour.
I like the fact that CM is whispering.
Okay, are you not hearing me? Sorry.
No, I can hear you, but it's almost like you're whispering, almost like going 180 degrees from where you were 20 minutes ago. Like, okay,
I beg you, sure. See, you are making light of everything. Anyway, I don't need to. So it doesn't call for it anyway. So at least it's so bad. So like I'm saying, I thought you people had me. The thing is, normally, obviously, this is not your. We all look forward to weekend here because of intellectual discussion from every angle, the guests and everything. So, which even we've made a thing. Remember, we are making an arrangement for people that will come, and then they take away from today what we proposed, how we are going to change it, everything. But it's just that sometimes I think, if I may, it's not that I'm trying to point out, but there are, let me say, I don't know whether I can say I fall for Mike's bait. Otherwise, I don't really need to debate it. I should have said, Mike, it's okay. You win. I go away, because there are yes, you win. You are right. I think that was what brought it. That is where I could locate it. So probably I fall for his bait. They said you are having your bet, and the madman comes and takes your clothes and run away, and you start pursuing the madman. Two of you are mad. So nobody, if you are telling people that this is the madman, he took my clothes, when you are naked, people won't believe. They may think it's you. So on that score, I'm really sorry. And then please let everything be bygone. Hopefully, I don't think this will repeat itself.
So I think the best thing to do is you guys will prove them wrong, which is to say that you prove the audience or people who are worried that there's no, that you can discuss things at a level that would be serve the purpose of conversation for everybody. So instead of saying we just cut it short here and it make it look like if something, I think you guys can prove me wrong. I have to go back to where I was, and I trust that things will go well from now on. There were people I didn't know they have my numbers. They called me and I was surprised. They've never talked to me. They called me.
Anyway, tomorrow is a public holiday here in the UK.
Oh,
so
is it? It's not where we are. So okay. So I trust that things will go well, and my battery is dying here and everything. Let me just go back. Please just tell yourself at any point, this will not. I can't win the argument today. This will not change Nigeria today. And that's what I tell myself. And there's something I will write that will change Nigeria. So you write what you can write. But thank you guys. Please just think about people at home, kids. I'm serious, kids. They have parents who are cooking, and they tell me this: they're cooking, they leave it on, and everybody in the house is listening to your voices. And think about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Rodolfo. I'll log in on my laptop and I will co-moderate.
Since I'm a dictator, can you give me the numbers of those people that call you so that I'll make sure they will never dial any number again?
By the way, forefathers, the biggest challenge I have is that I don't have your number, the one you answer, because you gave me a Nigerian number. I can't even reach you. So when I started getting messages, I thought of reaching you. There's no way.
I should sort that out. I think I will sort that out after the show.
So I have to say this in the public so people know that, even though it's more, I don't know his real number. But thank you guys, and thank you everybody.
No worries.
This is part of the Nigerian process. During one national conference we had in Nigeria, Ojukwu fought with Umaru Diko, physical fight. So you can imagine that. So this is part of the process.
Was that true? Was that really true?
I believe it was true. Ojukwu said it.
Okay, because I
he said he had to fight anybody who, so but this is what it is. Sometimes it could happen, but I think we're trying to show example to people. I told you guys on this show that we are planning to have a portion of the show put out there in Nigeria on radio and TV in Nigeria, but we have to get to the point where we make it look professional, especially when we say these are Nigerians abroad. We don't want to make them stop coming abroad. They will say, all right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Who goes next now?
Sure.
Forefathers, I'll get my laptop and I would co-moderate so that at least we can run it together.
You remove them. You just remove the person from the stage.
All right, I'll join you guys in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ngozika, I think Mirage wanted to say something before he left.
I've already finished what I was saying. I'm just digesting every other comment.
Okay, good. And who's next?
So I actually came. Okay, please. Can I mute my camera for a bit while I do other things, but I'll still be talking. Is that allowed?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, yeah.
For Nigerians, of course, that's allowed. The ones in Nigeria, I mean.
Please bear with me. I know I go at Kulata for doing the same thing, but please, please. Just for a minute. Let me just get something. But you'll be hearing my voice.
Okay.
So I actually came back because of Mr. Coat of Many Colors. I came back because of him. I went back to the report I wrote about the school I went back to. You have to forgive me for going on and on about this school, about this whole thing, because the guest today is a writer, and I swore that I was going to take advantage of the topic of discussion and the personality of the guest to drive this home, because it's something I've really been holding in. So I was really hoping Mr. Coat of Many Colors was still on the show, only to rejoin the show and see it was Babylon all over again. Mr. Forefathers and Mr. CL. But that's by the way. So I don't know what led up to the discussion. Mr. Forefathers, please, what are we discussing? Because at this point, I don't even know where we stand again.
I think we got lost in the weeds of what was happening. People that call themselves marginalized, because I think the Alexo, the Coat of Many Colors guy, was talking about why we should carry on in a country that is marginalized. And Mike was saying that he wants Nigeria to break up, and then I think he went to Kanu, what Kanu said, that in terms of, because he's saying that he is clear about what he wants from Nigeria in terms of he wants to break Nigeria up, but that the Southeasterners don't know what they want. So that's where the details came from. CM provided the details, and then I wanted to explain why, you know, the both sides have some issues with their explanation, but I guess you know history now. The whole thing is degenerated.
So about that, I'm a Southeasterner. I'm Monibu, and I know what I want. And I know that I keep saying this. I have been in an argument with somebody on Twitter, because just like Shu, I know they carry Twitter play. I've been in an argument with somebody just because they said that the Biafran ideology, how did they put it again, was dead or something like that. And I was trying to explain to the person that it's that to an average Igbo person, to the average Onyibo, IPOB, Biafra is a very sensitive topic, very sensitive. Most of us, for some people who do not have Igbo heritage, they cannot relate. But most people that are of Igbo heritage, these things are not just stories. They are families. Some of us, our families have not recovered from the effects of that war. Some of us. Some people's family never remained the same. So forgive us when you see us rattling on about it. We can't stop talking about it. I am one person that can't stop talking about it. My grandmother, her only brother, was lost in the war. Her only brother was lost in the war. He went fighting and never came back. Her dad died. Heartbreak, probably. Ekuchi Mia. I'm not going to interpret that. Ekuchi mi Ekuchi. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to interpret that. So, but one year working now for near.
They're not hearing this one now.
I'm not going to interpret it. I'm sorry. That is the beauty of language. I'm not going to interpret that one. Get you an Igbo interpreter. Ekuchirimia before they could get another son. But her own brother from her mother's womb was lost in the war. And their family never remained the same after that. Do you know why? Because they needed continuity. So what did they do? They had to get him a wife posthumously, so that the name of the father will live on through him. And that was when things fell apart, the getting of the wife. And that family has never remained the same. Why? Because my granduncle went fighting and never came back. My grandmother has not stopped talking about, she's in her 80s now. She hasn't stopped talking about him with sadness and bitterness. I had reasons to do a bit of research recently about the Biafran War, specifically about Afia attack. I don't know if most of you have read about Afia attack during the war. I had reasons to research, and it involved interviewing people who lived through the war, women in this case. And I can tell you that a lot of these things have been bottled up. So it's why sometimes when I come on the show and people are getting riled up about touchy topics, I don't blame them, because these are things we have been made to keep within us. We've not properly digested these things. We've not had the conversation. And when I say conversation, it's not these things we come here to do. We've not really, as in, both sides have not laid their cards on the table. There have never been a proper discussion about this war. There's no reconciliation. There's nothing. We just, like this same thing that is happening with this election. The election don't finish. Let's move on. The war has ended. Why are you people still playing victim mentality? Let's move. You can't move on from this. I keep saying it. We can never move on from this. Families never remain the same. Communities never remain the same. I was talking to one woman. She was telling me how in that huge house, because they were one of the first people that built a huge house in those days, how her father-in-law was the only person that refused to run. His reasons, he said they will have to come and kill him in his house, that he's not going to die like a wretched person in the street or in the bush. They would come, you will be cooking outside, and they will just drop a shell in, and you leave your pot of food on the fire, and you scramble to the nearest bush for protection. And then after the war, she was telling me about how they had to use, forgive my language, I'm going to get a big graphic. They had to use chamber pots. They didn't know it was chamber pots. Some of them didn't know it was chamber pot as plates. Imagine using somebody's chamber pot as plate. So I get that.
So sorry, chamber pot as what?
Po, what we call po here.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Basically toilet, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
When they think clean
So
now,
when
You don't want say the word now, so that we know, because so that people really get the gravity of the situation. You know.
So you can imagine they did not know better. She was telling me how some of them were using hemlets as plates.
Wow.
Hemlets as plates, and some of them recounted the stories to their children. Some of their children witnessed it. I spoke to a man in his 60s who he told me he was a bit younger, but his elder brothers and cousin brothers served in the war, and one of them never returned. It scarred him till date. So these are conversations we need to have. Yes, restraint, yes, in a controlled environment, yes, but we need to have these conversations, and we need to understand why people get riled up when we have these conversations, and we need to know that it is unfair to expect people or somebody who, for reasons more personal to them, always wants to talk about this, to not talk about it. Somebody like Mr. CM, I see he's passionate about it. He makes no secret of it. He's very passionate about it. So we have to understand that this is his touch point. You don't just come and tell him, Mr. CM is okay. I've seen people saying victim mentality all the time. It's not victim mentality. It's the same people that are screaming May 29th. These are the same WhatsApp group. I don't know who is their admin. The same people screaming, if people are doing victim mentality, are the same people screaming, come May 29th, whether you like it or not. I don't know who is the admin between the two of them, but it's the same people. And that is why we can't move forward. So on whether or not it was what's their name again? The guys that you people were talking about that started this whole debacle. Please help me with their name again.
Mike.
That one, I don't. Whether it is Michael or no, I'm talking about the people in. Oh, Jesus, I've lost my train of thought. But yeah, we need to have these conversations, and Biafra or One Nigeria or I don't want to say it or Yoruba Nation, because whenever I say from now on I've been scared, just like Mr. One Man made me aghast. Whenever I hear aghast now, I just burst out laughing wherever I am. The man has scarred me for life. I can't listen to aghast the same way again. It's the same way I can't listen to it's the same way I can't listen to Yoruba Nation again, because Mr. Mike just left a very funny taste of Yoruba Nation in my mouth. So yeah, we need to have these conversations, but we need to be really careful how and when we do, so that it doesn't turn into something like we had a few minutes ago. So yeah, I hope Mr. Alexo will come back, and I'm desperately hoping Mr. Kechi, is it Kechi or Kechi, will come back. He was going to say something about the Westerners bringing Christianity to the Shekiris first, and I was really looking forward to that history lesson. And you people chased him away. Why? And how do we make him come back now? I really want to hear it. I'm really interested in it, because for the longest time we were made to believe that Christianity first came to southwest Nigeria, that is the Yoruba people, and the man was bringing another perspective, and the whole riot in the studio chased him away. I'm really, if anybody can get in touch with him to come back, please. A lot of us, I just saw some comments, and apparently I'm not the only one looking forward to it. If anybody can get in touch with him to come back and tell us how it all went down with the missionaries and the Shekiris, I'll be really grateful. Thank you. I'll be in the back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he will come back. Maybe not this week, but I think he does show up now and again. So he'll be back, and whenever he comes, I'll make sure to remind him about the Shekiri. I hope you'll be around that day anyway. And sometimes these things coincide. CM, is there anything you want to add?
Anyway, well, the following on from what Ngozika was trying to say is that those, at least in my town, when I want to be just like, I know people are listening. In my town, we have a historian. The man think he's late now. He wrote a history book on my town, but he was former principal in one secondary school in Ubiaja in Edo State, Sacred Heart College. So when he came after the war, he came to he said in the town that every parent should assemble the children and hand down the Biafran history to them orally, because every village we all touched, every village, there's nowhere spared. So my dad told them, because my dad participated, all of them, they said it. Not that they are not that, but they told you the suffering they went through, why do you saw this thing the way it is, why this thing is like this, why this, and we're all growing up. So I think I've written it somewhere. When people now come up, and then you get into a discussion with somebody, and then probably the people who didn't, who maybe whose area we aren't touched, and then they will be saying all this. Then you tend to wonder, are you denying the fact? Or are you rubbing salt in my injury? Or are you trying to rub a balm to cool it? So, no, because in this world, like Achebe said, the history of the hunting expedition always favors the hunter, not the hunt, not the animal hunted. So you have to tell your story. So some of these things, because whenever Nigerian issue is mentioned and people say certain things, even something that are very, very apparent or what is written, and when people argue it, there's a way it touches me. It's not that I'm trying to be more something than everybody, but there's a way it touches. You now start to say we are one country, men and women. Yet we don't have a feel. We don't. They fought civil war in Rwanda. There's a memorial. 25 years after Rwanda genocide, they invited Nigeria officially. Oshibajo went and then hold candle with them. Oshibajo represented Nigeria in another country, but we don't have it in our own. And there's not even a mention about it. How can that heal? It cannot heal. It cannot heal. Every opportunity is opportunity to bring the wound of the past. Every opportunity. Definitely it can't heal. It cannot. It can never heal. So when you're in a discussion and then you allow somebody to say, okay, let's put in a word, even things that are self-evident, things that are open. You ask somebody from Igwe, something like Igwe is the local government of Nsukka, or is it Igwe Titi? The one in Nsukka area. He will tell you that there's a community that is in Kogi State. They were East Central State. They were Eastern Region. 1961, 62, they were all Eastern Region. Even after the war, 1970, 68, 69, 70, East Central State, they were. All of a sudden, 1976, local government and boundary adjusting, they are now part of Benue State. From Benue, they became Kogi. These are Igbos. So when the people are saying these are the map you draw, and somebody will tell you, oh, you want to accumulate everything, it's painful. Then you now look at, like I was trying to explain, they will say, the example I always give is, I always use the man called Ayo Kwadoku. He's from Ofa. Ofa is in Kwara State. Kwara State is not central. But the man is as Yoruba as Ayo Adebanjo from Ijebu. There's nothing changes it. You can't change it. He is. Dino Melaye, no matter how he speaks, he's Yoruba. As more than Yoruba like any Okitipupa man or a Kare or maybe a Koko area, no matter, even Oyo. But when we want to say, look, the way they are marginalizing Indibo or whatever, look at Ikwere, our people. It's because of federal government policy. They say, hey, Ikwere is not Igbo. Why the Secretary General of Ohaneze Ndibo is Ikwere man, who handed over the last one, Barrister Uche Okuku. So when you try to explain all these things, it hurts, to be honest with you. It's like somebody putting you, I say, this is history. You don't falsify that with me. So when you are now trying to put all these things across and then tell people what you don't know, I mean, so when something like this, that's what normally triggers it. And they said, hey, no, you want to do this. I said, this propaganda, I can't bear it. But if I must say it, I need to explain. I need to explain it. You ask somebody, where did Shell start? They will tell you Owerri. You know, Imo State, Owerri, there's a place called Shell Camp. They say the signboard is still there, the flag on the wall. Later, where they have Alvan Ikuku College of Education around it. These are facts of history. Because they want to deal with these people, hey, you know, when we want to press this type of case, people will see us as maybe, I can't be with this. So it pains. They remember what what our fathers told us. They sat us down at my own town did it, and I know so many towns. They did it, called the kids, say, look, this is how Biafran war is. This is what we went through. So just for you people to have it in mind as you are going about. Till today, it hasn't healed. It hasn't healed. Build a memorial. Let us know. Call it a Biafra war memorial. Build it even in Abuja. Bring everybody. They did it in Rwanda. And now they are moving. South Africa did all they did. There wasn't a civil war. It was just a apartheid. But they wanted to say truth and reconciliation. They did it. Now look at South Africa. They don't know there's something called spirit. Look at Rwanda today. People that slaughtered, even this one, what happened, everybody saw it. But they reconcile. There's something like abandoned property. In Nigeria, we swept everything under the carpet. Nigeria is highly spiritual. Though I don't believe in all this, but there's something. Because there are ways. You can't tell a pensioner, an old man who must have served 40 years in the service, say, go, you are this. When he goes, he's crying and he dies in his grave, he will be cursing the governor and things won't move well. So what will it cost? That's why some of us, there was a program called Biafra Memorial, say, why can't build just a small, call it memorial. America has a Lincoln memorial, so many memorial in America. They all built this. Even in UK here, let me put it, everybody knows this. 11th hour, when it is 11 o'clock, on 11th November of every year, Britain must lay a wreath. They say they use that hour, 11th o'clock of 11th day of the 11th month. In UK, Britain, they do it. Before then, they say the puppy, what they call a puppy is because they say dog was the animal that survived either during the war. I don't know the way, I've forgotten the history. I may not be accurate, but something. So when I said, why? They said, no, you can't forget them. In Israel, there's a time, I can't remember the date. Everywhere in Israel, we stand still. Even if you say you are driving on the motorway, you stop. Everywhere, just like automatic, pause. For some, either a minute or 2 or 3, I don't know. Everywhere, everything stops in Israel. After that, they continue, just to remember. But Nigeria failed to do this. That's why we are launching from problem to problem. Let us not run away from our past. Let us reconcile it. Say sorry for this, and this. We refuse. We pretend, oh, these people are talking. Then at the end of the civil war again, instead of helping those people, okay, now let me put it this way, because I'm just talking. The first casualty of every war is the social infrastructure. The schools, the churches, the industries, the markets, the mosques, everywhere. And when you destroy the schools, no education. As long as that war is lasting, the children of that era, if they are not in the refugee camp in another country, they can't get education. The only way they get education is you take them as refugee to other country. There they start school. But as long as in that country, hiding from one rat hole to the other, no education. After that, 3 years or 30 months, nothing. All the government could do to us was to raise the cutoff mark for school for people from that side that missed education for 30 months. Rather than bring what they call affirmative action, say, okay, let's make special way for them to see if they can cover up. You now dump them down again with 20 pounds. And they have been suffering under that. To get up is a problem. So when you now see people argue it, they will start to, you don't force it. Certain things you can't, there are things you can't falsify. I listened to the lecture of Professor Mike Ozekome. Mike Ozekome is not Igbo. He is from Agenebode. Agenebode area of Edo State. The man gave he listed the people that participated in that January 1966 coup, January 15th. Ndi Igbo were, I think, either 7 or something like that. The rest, they are up to 30 from different tiny ethnic groups you may not know. Ozekome said that is to tell you that it is not what they think it is. He made a research and I will go and look for it and call through it. He called each person name, the area, the tribe, not just the area. So when we see all these things every day, and you start to wonder, because at times you have to ask questions, you take a stock. They said in life, at a time you sit back and take a stock because where you are going is very far from where you are coming from. So you just have to look at these things. You say no. And when you call Nigeria is like this and people are talking, people are trying to make it one, then somebody will be, trying to deny what? Nobody can deny the genocide, the second genocide ever in human history after the Holocaust. Nobody can deny it. No serious genocide has happened after the Holocaust. It's Biafran genocide. Before you talk of maybe the one of Yugoslavia that happened later, and then Rwanda and all those things. The first in Africa. And when we suffer all these things, with all the setback, lost so many, not men, not material, then we came back. We can't even have a space to operate. We denied what we should have had. By the way, you develop a country based on need. I'm in UK. Tony Blair was prime minister for 10 years. I'm living 8 miles from where Tony Blair came from. If you go there, there's nothing there because there is like a village. They said no. They concentrate where the population is. They said you cannot, because the prime minister came here, you go and put a university, they start to concentrate. They no need. He said because there's nobody living so much there. So you go to somewhere where there are millions of people. London has every amenity because there are millions. Manchester, Birmingham, this is what they do. Why can't we do it the way? Nothing. Which people will just be suffering upon that. We under occupation. Every day they tell you police are still lined up. Nigerians are trapped in Sudan. Rather than our military to go and rescue them, like other countries are going. This is where you have military jet flying in, rescue their people. Nothing. All you get is you see police lined up between Onitsha and Nnewi, Enugu to Umuahia. This is where you see police extracting money from people. Army and police. And you start to wonder, is that the way to build a country? Sometimes when and then people are trapped in Sudan. And then to make it, to even underline the score, the people you are denying this are the one of them is the person that is volunteering his aircraft to go and rescue Nigerians. Free of charge. Why to take a bus from Sudan to Egypt? $1.2 million missing, or if they are using it. But somebody who will carry them from Egypt to Nigeria is free of charge. Free of charge. Free. And these are the people that. So when you look at all these things, you said, really, it's annoying. It's annoying. That's why when we take stock, you start to you take a step back. You say, look, what really is this? And then some Nigerians, rather than appreciate it, some will like you to deny the history and then start to tell you that it doesn't. Maybe you are. I mean, it's a propaganda. You are not marginalized. Imagine. What if Allen has charged double the price? They say he's a Shylock. He want to make money, but he's doing it free. He did it in South Africa. Did it during COVID. They said from India. Now he's doing it again. All these things. What does it point? Yet these are the people you held down, and it's voluntary. But there are so many private jets in Nigeria. So many presidential fleet lying there. So many governors. We have his own. Every governor has a presidential jet, his own private or something close to it. Daddy GOs, everybody. Then this guy is bringing his own. Then all these things, it will count for nothing. Then you now start to ask yourself, well, really, is this humanity worth a living? Are these sacrifices worth making? So when you look at all these things, it hurts, it pains, unless we are not human beings. Probably, my thesis may be wrong. I believe I'm wrong. But until Nigeria do restitution, Rwanda is moving from strength to strength. Why? Because they sat down, ran the table, shake hand at the hand of brotherhood, blame each other, right the wrongs, and they moved on. South Africa, the white left them. They did restitution by under Desmond Tutu. The way they did it, and they moved, and we started going there. These are people we help to. But when you contact, you don't even mention it. When you bring it up, people will just say anything. Why do we? Let me end on this. When you hold somebody down, you must be down with the person, because if you leave the person to go and attend to something, the person will get up and go. So invariably, if you hold me down, you won't accomplish anything. Me too, I won't accomplish anything. So is there any sense in that? There is none. Please, Blackstone, welcome. Let me give way. The Blackstone, yes, I think.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good evening. Thank you.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can.
Okay, all right.
I was gonna sorry, Blackstone, 1 second. I was gonna check if he's still there.
I'm still here. Give me a minute. I'm coming. I'm listening. Yes.
All right. Okay. So I think Ike came in. That's fine. I think I came in before the Blackstone.
Yes, he did.
So if we go in that order.
Okay.
Ike. Have you got anything to contribute before we go to the Blackstone?
My brother, sure, I just came in to say, how are you? It's been a very long time. I've not seen you. So I just saw you now and I said, wow, it's been a very long time. Even my sister, Ify, I've not seen Ify for a long time.
Okay, good evening, sir.
It's life and work.
I said, let me come.
Most times I'm in the comment section, I belong to another family in the comment section. It's quite fun in the comment section. Sometimes stay off the panel and join us in the comment section. It's quite fun in there. Lots of madness go on every Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good to sir. The Blackstone, the floor is yours. Yes, we're all good. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. And I've been listening to the conversation for a while now. All right. And it has been interesting. And also like one time it was zone, actually, So, yeah, anyway, from talking about the Civil War, the Biafra War, and then though I'm not an historical person, I am on the IT side, and so I've not actually read the history. So though but one thing I have to say that we compare the Nigerian Civil War with other wars in another country. So let us actually look at it from the Nigerian perspective, right? And And sometimes when we are comparing it with other countries' war, it's quite different to some extent, right? So CM was trying to make references to Rwanda. Rwanda was a genocide, you know. And if I have to, the Biafra War was a full-fledged war. I said that's a war against the state, against the country, which maybe the other they might take it as maybe a rebel group fighting against the country, something like that, you know. And so when we talk about restitution, coming to the round table to have some how to come to a table, have a handshake, try to resolve this issue. It might be difficult because different government, before different people in the government zone have different idea why the war and have different feelings. Though, like I said one time here, I said that if the Biafra war was fought all around Nigeria, Nigeria would have been a different place by now, you know, right? But I also think that the Nigerian government, the young people have not learned anything from that war, right? And it's very sympathetic actually, because in everything there's a good side, there's a bad side, right? So coming to a round table, sitting down to shake hand and everything for restitution, that's gonna be very difficult in Nigeria because the eastern part, the Igbos have a different idea about the war, and other people from other part of Nigeria has a different idea about the war, right? Until we all have one idea, one reason, at least a genuine reason, or a reason that cuts across every part of Nigeria, right? Why that war took place. That is when we can be able to that's when it can be possible that people can come to a round table to discuss about the war, or do something that lead to a restitution, or have a handshake, try to forgive each other and things like that. So that's the way I see it, because it's going to be a very difficult thing. So for me, I rather have to believe that Nigeria, we have a lot to do in Nigeria. Nigeria is a country that with so many potentials. We have very great brain and everything, but one of the Nigeria biggest problem is corruption, right? And if you can be able to kill corruption in Nigeria, I think Nigeria will be a better place to live in, right? I was just discussing with a friend just then, telling my friend how life is in Germany, how the people behave, your boss, in government, and so on and so forth, you know. So when we are talking about Nigeria, let's talk about the main issue, and which I think the main issue is issue of corruption, the mindset of Nigeria, you know. So the Biafra war is there, it has come, it has gone, and the effect, the scars that it caused on people's hearts, some people, the people from the East, will be there for years to come, not going to wipe it away, because the history being passed from one generation to another generation, right? But we should also know that many other countries have had wars, they have fought wars, and at the end, they still come together, they move on, they build up their country, they clear everything. You know, if you think of the war, the World War, Second World War, what happened in Germany, how they suffered and everything, you see that. But today, they are trying to make the world feel that they weren't as bad as people think, you know, because by doing one thing or the other and things like that, you know. So we can also have that same attitude, you know, to this world. The Igbo people are intelligent, industrious, and everything. If Igbo people can change the whole Nigeria, if they really want to change the whole Nigeria, because they have the potential, they have the brain, they have the technological brain and everything, they can do something greater than what we are seeing today.
Okay,
right?
So the Blackstone. So if I ask you now, why are they not changing it? And this is me just acting as a panelist. I believe you. I'm not arguing. I'm not saying they cannot, but I'm just saying, you know, you say the Igbo people can change Nigeria. How can that be done? Because Nigeria will benefit if Igbo or whoever can change it.
Okay. Let me start. Okay, let me start from this level, right? The eastern part of Nigeria is 5 states, right? and they are all one people speak the same language, right? For me, I believe that for them to change Nigeria, they can start developing their own region. The states can come together and have a master plan for this region, right? So if they can have a master plan, I can come, because let me say that this war was more felt in those regions, right? And if they can come and say, okay, let's forget about politics. Let's forget which party it belongs to. As long as we are in this region, this five states, right? They can come up with a master plan, how they can build up, establish industries and attract business into this area, right?
Okay.
It will change because why I say that everybody value great things, right? If those great things they are just...
I agree with you. I agree with you completely. So would I be right in summation that the biggest problem of the East are the political elites from the East? Because they're the ones who can make these changes you've talked about. So do you agree that the big, maybe not the biggest, but one of the major problems of the East, like with every other region, are their political elites? Because to develop the East, the governors, the 5 governors can come together and say, this is what we would like to do, and they can do it.
Yes, of course. Okay, let's just see what happened. Let's see what happened. Give an example, the so-called the G5 governors from the PDP. They were able to come up and say, okay, this is what you want. This is what we are going to fight against these people. Because why can't also come together and have that type of idea, that type of unity to say we want to develop our area?
Because it doesn't benefit them personally.
So
that doesn't benefit them personally, and that's the nature of an average politician, especially the ones in Africa. I mean, throughout the world, politicians are politicians. It's just more pronounced in Africa because we don't have systems, we don't have all these things. But yeah, well, thank you for your submission.
Let me say something. So sorry,
you've got something to add. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I got something to add. Not because of the system, it's because of the people mindset. Right? I say one thing, that a country where the citizens do not love, if you don't love the country, you cannot sacrifice anything for the country, right? We all live in diaspora, we all live in foreign countries. We see the passion of each country we live in, the citizens, the passion they have for their country, right? But do we have that passion? Does Nigerians have that passion for Nigeria? Even the political elites, do they have that passion for Nigeria? So when that passion is not there, you cannot cherish what you don't love. So that passion has to be there.
So what comes first? So the question is, what comes first? It's almost like catch-21. Is it the passion for the country, or does the passion come after you've benefited from your country? What do you think comes first?
The passion has to come first. The passion has to come first, because if you benefit,
so do you think it's easy to tell an average Nigerian to show passion or to have passion for Nigeria? I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just asking questions. To take it on face value. Do you think it's easy to tell a Nigerian who feels neglected, who's been denied quality education?
Yes, not the average people. The passion not start from the average people. But have to start from those people in politics, the people in government. You understand? If you have a governor that have a passion from the state,
so you've gone back to what I said. So you've answered my question now. So because the question I was asking is, what comes first? Is it having good governance that would lead to passion, or the people will be passionate and that will produce good governance? So I think you've answered my question by saying it starts from the leaders.
Yes, and they have to have a passion for the state, for their state.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I'm with you. That's fine. If he's still on the phone. Okay, she's on the phone to Niger. Forefathers, you're back.
I'm back. Sorry, I was away. I was away for a bit since I saw you come in. Do you have access to the back end?
Yes,
Sure. Do you have access to the back end? Okay, good. So that you can be able to.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. I think from things that I've observed, when I said Nigerians, our favorite sin is hypocrisy. And I think I still stand by that. And I see that people shut people down when they want to talk. And I'm sure other people shut them down too when they want to talk. And there is no honesty in the discussion. There is just bluster. People just stand their own position. Nobody wants to talk. And I don't know who condition was to be like this or who will clear it. Now I'm beginning to understand what happens in other nations where they had to resort to total cleansing of a whole set of populations because some people will never change. They don't understand anything else. They will just keep hating and remaining in their position intransigently, no matter even reasons suggest that they should, but they won't. Now I begin to understand because I've watched those documentaries when I was growing up. I was like, why are these people following the orders of this one man, killing their own people? Their own people, sometimes their own tribesmen. Watch the documentaries and ask yourself, what psychology does that? Ask yourself, how did they get to this point where somebody will pass orders and will just go and start killing thousands of people, almost on an industrial scale in nations? Now I'm beginning to understand how we got there. Because if somebody wants to solve the problem of Nigeria, fire will be on their eyes, and they will see blood everywhere. Because some people don't want to change; they just want to remain the same, and they will keep us like this until the people come again and instill a lot of punishment on us for being like this. And the Sudanese are going to pay the price for what they are doing now, because those two generals decided that their own interest is bigger than our interest, and the entire people are going to suffer for what they have done, and Africa is going to suffer for it too. And more of us are going to keep doing the same thing until somebody says enough is enough. We are going to either clean house or we just resign ourselves to a slave race or extermination. There is no other path out of this, because if some people are not going to agree to change, it will be forced on them. It's either forced on them by internal forces or external forces, one way or the other. The way the world works is that when there is a trend for a change, there's globalization happening now. When there is a trend for a change, if that force is coming, no matter what you do, you can pretend as if you are not seeing it. It's going to come and it's going to wash past you. It's just how the world works. And when colonization was happening, there were chiefs that were fighting. Who separated the fight? The colonizers. Helped them separate the fight and took over the entire thing. That's how it's going to happen again. We can carry on with all this our nonsense, indulge ourselves, gorge ourselves on all this nonsense, pettiness, and not being honest with ourselves. Don't worry. When it's time, the people that will come and break us up, they will decide what happens with us then. That's all I'm going to say.
Let's hope it doesn't get to that. But yeah, I hear you.
Let's hope so. It's either our people will do the job or foreigners will do the job for us.
Mr. I got to say something.
Say,
okay, quickly.
The thing I have to say is that among all of us that are in the studio right now, I don't know what is our age, but I know I can talk of my age. I am 60 years now. So politics is out of my style. So some of you who are below 60, 40, 45, 37, 35, 30, 25, 18, 20. The ball is in your court to go home and change the minds of the people. Go home. Start with your local government. Become a councillor. Become a local government chairman. Become a state house member. Become a house rep member. Become a senator. Become a governor. That's the way we change it. Because like you, forefather, what you are saying right now, there is nothing that any of us can do if we refuse to be part of that change back home. Why I say that I am 60, that I am no more playing politics, but I'm playing politics, but I'm not going to be a candidate of any politics. But it's my children now that will play politics. That's what I am saying. So, time has come for Nigeria, the time we say, oh no, leave politicians, it's for politics, it's no more for politics, for politicians, I'm not interested, I don't have time for it. When we don't have time for it, those people we are still talking about will continue to be at the helm of affairs. So I think that there are so many things all of us should see. The emergence of P2B in the political scene of Nigeria in this time. There is a reason, there is a purpose for it. The Bible says in Ecclesiastes chapter 3, there is time for everything. Time to live, time to die, time to rejoice, and time to mourn. So when you read Ecclesiastes chapter 3 and you go down, you will discover that there is something deeper than what I and you are seeing that brought the emergence of P2B in this present time in Nigerian politics. So if you really care much about this country we call our country Nigeria, it is time some of you that are younger begin to relocate home to go and take part in politics. Because that is the new Nigeria we are talking about. Because you cannot be in London where you are sitting comfortably, where everything works well, where you follow the rules. Because some of us who are talking here right now, if you travel to Nigeria and you're driving on the road and there is a red light for you to wait, you will drive past that red light. But when you are in London or when you are in US or wherever you are, when there is red light, you stop. When the green light show, you go. But some of us who live in this Western world, where the things are working, when we go home, we join them to do the same thing. We break the same law with them. Oh, because this is Nigeria. Now this is Nigeria now. Oh boy, leave me. Oh, this is the time that the younger men and women in Nigeria that are living outside that care much about this country should go home. Belong to a political party, register into a political party, be a card-carrying member of a political party, pay your dues, and become a card-carrying member of a political party. You cannot change anything, but even though we talk in this platform in the next 1,000 years, who is those people that are going to go and change it? Because already I and you, we have the answer. We know what the problem of Nigeria as a nation is today. My brother mentioned corruption. Everybody knows that it's leadership failure. Everybody knows that it is about only few people. If you count the people that are ruling Nigeria, maybe they are not up to 10 that are controlling the life of 250 million people. It's just few people. So, if we want to tell ourselves the truth and to be honest with what we are talking about, if somebody like Forfad is a local government chairman and you have a governor who is corrupt in your state, you yourself can make that governor to do the right thing. And if he doesn't do the right thing, you can use your position as a local government chairman who is honest. You can influence the other local government chairman to remove the governor of that state. The same thing goes to CM. The same thing goes to Show. The same thing goes to my sister Ify. We have to start from somewhere. Don't say go and become a governor. We start from councillor. You start from local government chairman. That is from where we begin to change the system. Because the problem we are having today in Nigeria is that, for example, a governor of a state, there is no more local government in Nigeria. The governor is sitting on top of the weight of the state. The local government has nothing to run about. It is whatever the governor decides. And the commissioner of local government affairs, or whatever they call it. The government is no more in the hands of the people. It is community-based when you have the local government. Your town, your village, your kindred, everything that the government is doing is reaching to your people deep down into the village through the local government and the councillors. But those things is no more existing because the federal government money that is coming, the state governors want to control the fund. And that is why the governor of a state in Nigeria is more powerful than a prime minister in a developed country. Because the money that he's controlling, the first thing he does, he goes to the State House of Assembly. He will buy everybody. I give you an example what is happening in Imo State right now. The same people that won election under PDP in this present election have become to APC. Federal House of Representative members in Imo State, they have become to APC. Following a governor who was not legitimately elected by the people, a mandate that was stolen and imposed on the people of Imo State. He is using the resources of Imo State right now, intimidating everybody in Imo State, making sure that you don't hear any other thing, either APC. That's what we're talking about, my brothers and sisters. So why I use myself as an example is that, like I said, I am 60 years. I'm no more going to go to Nigeria to contest any election. But some of you are younger than me. So you got to take the bull by the horn. P2B has opened the door. Dati Baba Ahmed have opened the door. Sowore has opened the door. The man of SDP has opened the door. So some of you who know that legitimately you can be able to relocate to Nigeria and sacrifice that thing that is good for the betterment of Nigeria. You begin to think about it right now. We have 2027. You should register with a political party. I don't tell you belong to, you can belong to any political party. Because we are no more talking about party, we are talking about people. We're talking about human beings that can change the life of Nigerians. Become a card-carrying member, begin to pay your dues. Because if I'm paying my dues, I'm paying that dues not for myself, but I am looking at younger men and women who I can be able to say, if you are qualified and you're ready to sacrifice that for the good of the people, I can say, okay, go to contest for councillor. Let's see what we can do. Go to the chairman, go to contest for local government chairman. Let's see what can be done. Go to the State House of Assembly. That's what we're talking about, my brother. If we cry from here to the next 1 million years, it doesn't change anything. So you got to decide what you want for yourself. P2B, I have mentioned them. Adebola, the one of SDP. They have given the new generations of Nigeria opportunity to take part in what to decide and determine the future of our country called Nigeria. So we can, all of us cannot continue to live in the Western world where there is rule of law. And we continue to talk about the old politicians that we know, that the way they come to power. Somebody was saying yesterday, let's move on. You want to use illegitimacy to legalize illegitimacy and falsehood. And he said, let's move on. If that person becomes your president without a due process of law, what do you think that government will look like? Because you have started already with illegitimacy. You have started already with falsehood. You have started already with the deceit and hypocrisy already from day one. And somebody said, let's move on. Why should we move on? Let the judiciary do their work. I am after who wins that election. Up to today, as we are talking now, INEC is still uploading the election of February 25th, presidential election of February 25th. From where did they get the figure that they used to declare this man who won as the president of Nigeria? How are you going to reconcile the figures that you are uploading right now with the ones that you used to declare the election of February 25th? Can you tell me how you're going to reconcile those numbers? Even with all the mutilated figures that we have seen that have been uploaded, that you can't even see what it is, they are still uploading. After how many months? Was it the promise that was made to you and I? Was it the promise that was made to the whole world about the Nigerian election? No. But everybody said, no, let's move on. Oh, let's move on. It's Nigeria. We'll give him 4 years, 8 years. Listen, if you move on, I am moving on because, like as I said, I'm 60 years. I have nothing to gain. I have nothing to lose in Nigeria. So if you say that the illegitimacy that has taken place, we should move on, then you are here sitting here talking about how do we sanitize Nigeria? How do we flush out the bad governance in Nigeria? Why you are saying let's move on with the illegitimacy that took place, with the crime that was committed against Nigeria that took place in February 25th. Some of you are saying let's move on. Then tell me how you are moving. Tell me the solution you are trying to bring here on how to solve Nigerian problem. Why already you have accepted that this illegitimacy should stand? When we say that judiciary is the hope of the common man, why don't we
Uncle Mike,
let this judiciary end? Whatever comes out of it, Nigeria today can decide whether they are moving on or they are moving backward.
Okay.
yes, Uncle Mike, I agree with you.
Thank you.
If you remember correctly, okay, quite a
Go
lot of
ahead
people
if you
pushed
wanted
back
to
on this idea of moving on yesterday. So it was people pushed back on the idea of moving on yesterday. But in summary, what I got from what you said is people of my age, forefathers, people in the chat, Team Ajek, and the Olus of this world in the chat, you go back to Nigeria, pick up tickets, become party members, change it from within, which is a very good advice. I think it's one of the best ways to make changes, to get involved in politics actively and see what changes we can make. So everybody in the everybody in the chat, typing away from the comforts of your home in the UK and Canada and all these places, it's time to go back. Uncle Mike has spoken. I said in summary is that corruption is the biggest problem we have. So we need to rid of corruption. If he's gone again, so since if he's gone, I think we should go to
Can I say something? Can I reply?
We'll
can I contribute? Can I reply, Mr. Ike? Can I contribute?
Let's just touch base with those who've just joined.
Okay.
Please, let's hear from those who've just joined. We'll come back to you at some point in the Blackstone. Let's just join. I haven't said anything because they might drop off again. So before they drop off, it'd be nice to hear from them. So we go to Dan. We go to Mirage. If Igbo Basics is ready, I think he's busy gathering information from different sources. So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening to everybody. And I joined in when the senior brother was just landing. Of course, I picked up a lot of good things there from him. But what I just wanted to tell my brother is that he thought that many people have not tried. A lot of us have tried to penetrate Nigeria in many ways. Politically, it's not possible. We know that. But we have penetrated Nigeria in terms of business, which is the most common thing any hustler will do. When you go abroad, survive, you say, okay, I have family, let me go and set up one or two things for them or for myself, just in case of old age. At least you will have something to stand by. You know what I mean? Europe is sweet, but after some time in Europe, honestly, people like us who came here at a young age, we are not younger anymore. And about 30 years in Europe is enough. So, but going home, like he said, go and join political party. You see, let me give references to Showore when he came in 2019. I had a lot of people. I'm a strong supporter of Showore. Some people mocked him. Oh, look at this small boy. He wants to go and start from the top. Go and start from local government. That is Nigerian system for you. The senior will tell you to respect them while they know they are doing rubbish. So now when you want to contest, they tell you to go and start from the first ladder. And I bet you many people died there because they will not let you go nowhere. This is Nigeria. No matter anything, the solution, I will just stop in maybe 30 seconds. For me, as an Igbo man who has lived in Lagos all his life, so I'm just place me anywhere, I will fit in. The solution to Nigeria is the same thing Showore said. We have to go to Nigeria. If he's fighting physically or spiritually or anyhow, because these guys there will not leave. They will never leave that country except we go on revolutionary level. Many of us will die, of course, but without that sacrifice, Nigeria, for me, maybe for you guys, there might be a system, but for me, as a Nigerian who has moved around this world, see Nigerians suffering all over. Sometimes I go to Africa hustling grounds, you see what Nigerians are suffering there. You see Nigerians in prison, places like Cape. I don't know if any of you have visited there and go to Nigerian community. You will see Nigerians languishing in jail. Some of themselves don't have nothing. They used to come and beg us to go and contribute something for them. When you reach there, my brother, you cry. Why should Nigerians be here? What is here? Nothing. But Nigerians are just going up and down, trying to see where they can fit in. Nothing. Some died. Some, if you see themselves, you pretend to see, what can you do? So for me, to round up, gentlemen, revolution or nothing. Thank you.
Can I ask, when you said the revolution, I take it that you are referring to from the point of view of like a nationalist, not like a sectional thing.
Yeah, that's why if you check my statement very well, I say I'm a Nigerian, an Igbo one, and nothing. I never believe in separation of Nigeria. It's these politicians who are trying to separate us by trying to harm different groups. Nigeria I don't believe in Nigerian separation because we don't have problems, bro. If you know what I mean, we mingle among ourselves without problem. The problem, look at P2B came in. When Showore were moving, they were saying this, that. The young boys in Nigeria, they protested, NSACs. They say, give us a leader. And God answered that prayer and brought P2B. What did they do? Just look at the game. What did they do? Okay, now they say they've given us somebody, but still, they must start from the scratch. I must do my turn first, like Tinubu said. Even though he didn't win, but it's a game. And I don't blame him. They promised him something. He has started from the ladder. So, Emilio come. So, he must be his turn. Buhari clarified it. He showed secret ballot. Only Buhari showed who he voted for to complete the deal. So, for me, it's not a separatist agenda. Nigeria has nothing to do with Abibo. We are all together. Bro, I've been abroad now. You will see many people, when you enter streets, you're not going to even know who be who. So, I'm saying it, the only solution, my own point of view, everybody has a point of view, is revolution at all costs, so that this group will leave Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think you wanted Ngosika to have a say because she wasn't around the last time. So your camera is frozen. I don't know if you want to, you can turn the camera off and just use audio, Ngosika. Yeah, you can go out and come in again. Who's next? I think that brings us to Mirage, isn't it? Mirage, what have you got to say so far from what you've heard? Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Godfather. I want to thank our senior man who made the comment some minutes ago. But I was a little bit disappointed when he counted himself out of the plan, because he said he's 60 or above 60. How old is our dear loving Tinubu, who is now the precious INEC president-elect, or select, should I say? The man, going by his age, he should be 77. Even though he's still dangling around, we know that the age he gave in his INEC form is over 60. So, our senior man, it's not good you counted yourself out. Please, we need you, because we need people with wisdom. When things are going on, and youths are rambling left and right and trying to see how they can do something, you always need wisdom And people like you can always be very handy to help us. So don't count yourself out. Even if your children are old enough to go into Nigerian politics, they too can also get some advices from you than you relegating yourself to the background. So that is number one. My other opinion is about this move on mentality. You know, I said it yesterday again, and I will repeat it again. I think we have not learned our lesson, because if we've actually learned our lesson enough, we should be very consequential with anything we are doing. If we have we had an election and then all of a sudden somebody said, I don't agree with the outcome of that election, I think, even like Godfather said yesterday, Nigeria should make a provision in our law where no president will be sworn in until the litigations are done, until it is concluded. Then we can now say this is the final person that the court have agreed that this is the person who won the election. Instead of litigations will be going on, then you swear somebody else's in, and that person, anything he does within that period that the litigations are still going on and he's in the office of the presidency, he's immune to prosecution. That means even if he goes to China and sell Nigeria, before we wake up early in the morning, we always start speaking Mandarin. So you find out that such idea about carrying litigations on and then swearing another person in, it's counterproductive. But what can we say? Nigerians, we have gotten used to, let us continue, life goes on attitude. So people are not seriously considering what next after they must have committed some certain crimes, because not only rigging an election, not even putting your name, address, or even saying that you have dual citizenship, all these things no longer matters, because once we carry on, life goes on. Nobody wants to die. Nigeria is our father's land. And we wait for another next corrupt politician who will come in and rig himself in. It is very pathetic. Then another thing is that nobody should mention Godfather's name here. If you're giving an example and you say Godfather being in any political position, because yesterday he said Abacha did not steal. So we already told him.
Besides, his forefathers, it's not Godfathers. So sorry, I'm not a Godfather. It's just
both
forefathers.
forefather and Godfather. I don't know which one, but it's okay. Your forefather, good. Sorry, but like I'm saying, nobody should mention your name again. We don't want you to enter there. So you are.
I didn't say I want to enter there anyway. So
you didn't say it, but the idea of exempting or exonerating a hard-known criminal who stole so much money that the country is still getting some coins back is uncalled for. But then another thing is,
but hold on. You are going to carry on though, but I think let's hash that one out. I think that thing he said. See, all the leaders like Jagaba we talk about, all these leaders, they have money everywhere and they have properties everywhere. How many of them do you have that Abacha has? How many property does he have anywhere? How many cars does he own? The guy he didn't behave like a criminal, like somebody that has a lot of money and he's very flamboyant. Do you see that guy like that?
Forefather, I'm very happy you asked this question. You asked it yesterday. Yeah. Nobody responded to it. But now I just want to thank you very much for mentioning it again today, because it's escaped my memory. Now, my question is how many spirits in Nigeria have been giving people money after they have been buried for so many years? In the land of the dead, they start pouring. Which kind of money ritual is that one? That kind of juju? Because Abacha juju, his own must be very strong, that after he must have died after so many years, his account money they are still discovering. Very soon you will hear another one in Switzerland or America. You see? What I'm saying is, I said it yesterday. It doesn't matter how they did it. Just like they said, Tinubu opened an account and Keyamo came and said that Tinubu was not under investigation, rather the account in his name. So, and I asked yesterday, I said, since when did the account number any bank account number open itself in the name of somebody. It must be that person who opened it, and anything that happens in that account. Okay, even if they use their associates to remove money from Nigeria, which they do, we all know. They don't buy properties with their names directly. It's after they must have finished their terms in office, like this useless one now that is going to go out in ending of this month. He said he's going to Niger Republic. Nobody should bother him. He has already collected his own share. So any other person who goes around looking for where he has a house, or you might never find, but you will not tell me, nobody in Nigeria will believe that man has no money hidden somewhere outside of Nigeria. So we all know it. It's not something you come and write in black and white paper and say everybody should show, somebody should show me.
I get what you are saying there, but it's different because you don't know the purpose of the money. The one, Abacha, they didn't find any property they tracked to Abacha's this thing that he bought, like this mansion for himself in London or in Paris or anywhere in the world. He didn't do that. The money that you see in cash, you don't know the purpose it was there for. The excuse Mustafa gave was that Nigeria was under sanction, which it was. And if Abacha needed to do certain things, you can see that it is easy for Westerners to freeze the account. So he used subterfuges because Mustafa came on this panel and he told us that they went to Libya to go and learn how Gaddafi avoided sanctions. So this could be the method that they were using to try to avoid sanctions, except there is another method that you use to avoid sanctions, is to put money in dodgy accounts so that you can be able to do things for your country that you will not, they will not allow you to do openly. So I've seen a case where, like the military, even Nigerian military sometimes, or people in Nigeria, they want to order something. They will order it through other channels. Because if you try to order it, sometimes they will track you through months of paperwork or all the rest, red tapes. So they will use it through other channels. So we don't necessarily know where all this money is. Right now, they are saying every single money Abacha put overseas is basically stolen, other than the ones in National Reserve account. So that's something we have to be careful about. We don't know. Abacha doesn't own mansions in Nigeria. He doesn't own them overseas. He didn't travel overseas. He didn't borrow money from IMF. He raised Nigeria's National Reserve from 200 million to 9 billion. Tell me, does that sound like somebody that is looking to enrich himself? I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, let's take it that all those money they found his account was for naming ceremony. It's okay. But all I know is that Nigerians, we know that actually Abacha himself was corrupt. Like this man now, this useless one that will be going out at the end of this month. You will not find any thatch house in his village that is in his name. But when he leaves, you will still hear stories. That is one of the reasons I think that he is probably putting this so-called Jagaban here so that the man can clean up his messes or cover up his messes. So, but the thing is just that, like I said, Nigerians, we are very quick at saying, let us carry on, life goes on. After some certain things must happen. If we punish politicians, or if politicians have to face the consequences of their actions, others who will follow will learn. But the thing is that Nigerians, we're too quick to say life goes on. So another thing I think that may solve the problem of this regional hatreds and regional crisis that we're having is devolution of powers. You know, East, you do your thing. West, you do your thing. North, will do your thing. But, you know, if you mention it like that, story will start again. They want to separate. Oh, that is another trick. And argument will start off all over again. So that is just what I want to say for now.
Can I ask a question, please? Ask him.
Okay, go ahead.
Please, does it matter that something as basic as conducting an election, based on your own rules, you drafted the rule yourself? This is not the Oyibo people dictating to us, because we like to blame the white people for our problem. We drafted the law, we made the guideline, we stated appointed officials, everything our own, on our own terms. Yet we can't conduct the election. How long do we put up with that type of rubbish? These are what West African countries, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea, Ghana, Senegal, Rwanda, they do it and go and get on with their life. Does it worry anybody at all that we can't conduct the election in 2023? Even with the technology we invented ourselves, it's not imported. It's not imported white man. We invented beavers. It's a Nigerian initiative. A Nigerian, an Igbo scientist, engineer. Does it not? It's not a shame. Is there any future? Why? I want just to.
Okay, so let me answer you.
It depends on who you're talking to, because if you talk to the APC guys, they'll tell you the election was fine, it was free, it was fair. You've seen APC guys go on TV and say it was 0.001% of fracas here and there. It was mine. So it depends on who you're talking to. You can't talk to the APC guys and say the election wasn't fair. You can't talk to Yakubu Mahmoud and say the election. I'll tell you, was money well spent. So it depends on who you're talking
Even
to.
Buhari
If
says
you say
the best
it's not fair, they will say you're an idiot, you are crying. This exactly. Buhari said he's proud of the election. It's the best election we've ever had. So it depends on who you're talking to, my friend.
Okay, let me say something. Let me say something. The last one.
Okay.
Thank you. First of all, let me respond to Mr. Hike. Thank you very much for your submission. Though I have to say that I disagree to some extent, and I think that the people in diaspora will not be the people that will change Nigeria, because most of us, we like to talk, but we don't have actions. There are so many Nigerians who from diasporas went to Nigeria, got involved in politics, and at the end of the day, they were more corrupt than the Nigerians they met in that place. That was one. We had one, as an example, was I think Bukola, who was once time the Speaker of the House, right? We also have some governors who came from abroad, who were governors, and at the end of the day, what did they do? They failed woefully. So anybody that want to try to bring a change in Nigeria, first of all, have to have a new mindset, right? Number two, like what I think Don said, they will frustrate you, definitely. I have a friend there. He's a doctor in nuclear physics from Plateau State. In 2019, all his friends, classmates, schoolmates invited him to come to Nigeria to come and contest and everything. I think he joined the PDP at that time and everything, did everything. After they have helped him to squash his money and everything, they didn't even give. In fact, in the primaries, his name wasn't even measured. He came back here, start from square one after start paying back his loan and everything. So to come from diaspora to go to Nigerian politics, even from the local government, is very, very difficult. Like brother said, it's very, very difficult. What I see is this: the impact. Let me say one of the impact that Peter Obi brought into Nigerian politics at this time was that people now are looking at people who have a track record. Right, not just people that just come into politics, they want to just make noise, but they're not actually a track record. And how many of us in diaspora can say this is our track record? They will not listen to us, definitely, right? And we have people in Nigeria who have a track record. And one person I see from this last election, that governorship election, was Professor Oti. For that woman to stand firm and fight against the norm, against the political elites, say, you can't bribe me, I will do what is right. She has set a precedent for herself. She has set a move for herself. If she comes out tomorrow, say, if you want to contest as a governor for her state, everybody will accept her, and that would also make Obi to be a candidate that everybody supported, because he has a track record. Is incorrupt. He can probably say, this is what I did. Go and verify. how many Nigerians can come out and say, this is what I did, go and verify. So, and Nigeria is changing. You said one word, said from the book of Proverbs, right? A time and a season. So I believe there's a time and a season. And even if this time Peter Obi don't have the chance, but in 2027, Nigerian politics is going to be a different ball game.
For where?
No, excuse me. It's going to be a different ball
I
game.
never understand that country.
Let me finish. It's going to be a different ball game, because if what the obedient did this time, they can do more than that in 2027. I tell you, no, there are times that there are times that people will vote. You can't overring it. The number will tell. The number will tell. You understand me, right? So it's going to, and people are now more wise. Out of difficulties, we learn a lot. Out of problems, we learn a lot. So Nigeria is learning their lesson little by little. I do tell my friend, I said, when Buhari said it's coming with a change, Buhari came with a change, and that change was a negative change that now woken up Nigeria and say we have to have a new page, a new agenda. You understand me? I listened to somebody in Arise News. I think a mockery. It was said that if Peter B was in PDP, they would have won landslide. You understand me? So they recognize and the impact of Peter Obi in Nigeria election, and that impact will continue, and it's going to increase in 2027. And Labour Party, if they work very well, they are going to have more states in Nigeria, right? So that's what it is. So coming to CM question. So the question we ask you, INEC, they said, is independent. How many times did the INEC chairman visited Buhari and have a private meeting? Did anybody talk about it? Do you think what Yakub did was just by his own power? No. If you look at that coalition when it was ready to dissolve, you know that guy was under pressure. If you can have a private meeting with the president, who is a party leader, 3 times, what did they discuss? So, what did they discuss? Private meeting 3 times before the election. What did they discuss? Do you think it was working? It was just acting on its own. It wasn't acting on its own power. So there are forces, and it was under that pressure to deliver. That's why he called that the election result at 4 p.m. So at 4 a.m. I mean, when everybody was still sleeping. So I've called it. So then what happened? Then anything can happen. So I've declared my result.
It's very, very important, the next election, because I see there is a good chance that the next election can be, that's the APC can be beaten in the next election. One, just because of exposure alone. And however, the big however is it depends on what Tinubu does in office. If he goes and maybe even gets lucky, not necessarily perform, and things improve significantly in Nigeria, which they could with all the deregulation that is going on with the energy sector, and maybe Dangote refinery coming on stream, you could see a situation whereby the incumbent becomes stronger, not necessarily because of timing alone. But if it doesn't work out, let's say this subsidy thing goes bad and things really, really goes badly in Nigeria, there is a good chance that the next election they can beat him. And that is why sometimes, no matter what the court case says, let's say he lose on his behalf, the Labour Party and the Obi supporters, if they strategize well, they can beat him, and they can. I think PDP will not recover from the nonsense they are going through now. They can actually beat him. So I think there is a lot of hope either way for Nigeria. Because one, either it does well, good for Nigerians, or if it doesn't do well, there is somebody to replace him. That is the important aspect. That's the good thing. But however, in the middle of all this, we don't want to regress backward. This direction I just spelled out just now is a win-win. Either he performs well, good for Nigerians, or we get ready to remove him?
Father, I can assure you that Tinubu is not going to perform very well.
We get ready to remove him now.
So let's. A governor is quite different from a president. As a governor, you have the power over everything in your state. You have the power over the House of Assembly. You have the power over the local government, and you can dictate everything. As a president, okay, let's be frank now. Who are the people who are Tinubu's main supporters? People are sitting around them. Which of them can you say will perform? Which of them is going to appoint that will bring us something different from what they have done with their Buhari? So it's not going to perform anything because it can delegate power.
The idea that you're going to beat Tinubu, nobody's beating him. That idea.
If he doesn't perform, they can beat him.
How?
No,
brother. See, Tinubu can go on holiday for the next 4 years. See, I'm not ready to discuss 2027 election because, of course, there's a petition going on. If Tinubu is sworn in 2023 and God preserves his life, he can go on holiday for 4 years. You're not defeating him. Have you seen Lagos? You can't defeat Tinubu. I'm not saying he would engage the right tactics or fair tactics. That idea that you're doing. See, the promise or the braggadocio of PDP of will keep power for 60 years. APC are the ones that will actually show you that they will keep power for the next 10 cycles. How?
I think it's easy to. I think it's assumed to. I disagree with that too. It's not. You can see no party has had that kind of power over Nigeria.
The only thing that will make Tinubu maybe win performance. It's the performance.
I think you are falling for. I think you can't say that you are falling for. What's his name? Obasanjo was very powerful too after this in Abacha, and he took over, and even PDP fell after 15 years or so. Even PDP fell. I don't think we are as remember his health is not even exactly very sound. He can go to this thing as you said. It is by strategy. If for after how many months, 8 months, they can get 6 million votes. If they strategize from now, yes, they can. I can see a situation where they can bring him down if he doesn't perform well. No matter how powerful he is.
Godfather, you're talking as somebody who is outside of Nigeria. You know, before the election, I told most of my friends, I said, most of my friends, I said, you see, Tinubu, they will rig him in. But most of them did not listen to me. I said they will rig him in. Now,
listen to you.
Now, when the time came, everybody was expecting Obi, LP.
I was correct about many things too about this election. When I was saying that, even from the very first day, where a lot of people were saying PWB was rubbish and all, you're not going to even get 1,000 votes and all that. I was like, keep joking around. This guy, from what I see, he's going to do a lot better than people thought. And clearly, he's won 12 seats. That's on paper, and one other this in territory. So I'm not entirely disconnected from the realities of the Nigerian politics. I am saying politically, if people are exposed, a party becomes exposed. In other words, people have seen what they can do. They've seen you have corruption, you have this, they'll get tired of you. The next guy doesn't have a record that they can criticize that much. The other party doesn't have a record they can criticize too much. So in other words, they are more likely to vote the other party. Nigerians are one of the most impatient people. That's why one leader has not governed Nigeria for 10 years. Not one leader.
Oh, Father, make you give us some rest of mind. Which kind of Nigerian has been patient person? And Nigeria is still like this? Nothing.
Nigerians are not, but is it a lie? Look at all these all African countries. One leader has governed.
Oh, Father, please just give
one leader has not run Nigeria for 10 years. That should tell you something.
No, it's a circle.
We still have a concentration going on. Somebody is shouting.
Even military regime cannot survive 10 years in Nigeria. Other countries they survive 20, 30 years.
Buhari came back after many years. Is it not the same faces we are seeing? Tinubu is back again.
Okay. If you want to argue that, you can argue that okay, he came back. But my point is that one leader has not stayed in office for 10 years. Nigerians cannot stand that.
No, that is why they are doing all what they are. It's a game. These guys are skillful guys playing football. This one go left this time. Next time he go right.
I don't know. Now. We have a president that cannot wait to leave office. I can tell you, if you go to all African countries, you won't see one president that will say that. Our president cannot wait to leave office. Maybe there's something Nigerians do to their leaders.
Because the system, the system in Nigeria,
it's not that he can't wait to leave Nigeria. He has looted enough, so he can't wait to go and enjoy it.
You tell me, other leaders loot too, but they don't want to leave. Kagame is there for 30 years now.
But he's doing something now. Kagame is not a thief. They are working. Nigerians guys, they're a group of guys stealing. Emilio come. It isn't a place somebody to come up on national television and tell Nigerians, Emilio come. Oh, they come. You know what he
excuse me. Okay, let me just one question. If Peter Obi can pull more than 6 million votes within,
did he win?
Well, excuse me. No, excuse me. Let me finish my question. Let me finish my question.
Okay.
In waiting 8 months or so to change the Nigerian political landscape. Within 8 months. So if he used 2 years, so what we expect it to be.
It will have a stronger impact.
It will be under hurricane. I tell you, those northern parts are saying that they didn't have an influence. If he has the time to spend good there for 1 year visiting the northern part of Nigeria.
My brother, let me tell you, Peter Obi performed beyond expectation. It was a hurricane, even more than a tsunami.
That's what I'm saying.
But what I'm telling you, you are not saying what we are hearing. What I'm telling you, Nigeria has a system. If you like, bring tsunami.
Any system can be broken. Any system can be broken. Any system can be brought down.
It can be broken. They remove Jonathan from office.
But it has to be true.
We always make it look like nothing. No presidents can be broken.
The only thing that can break Nigeria's system is revolution.
It's revolution. The system is there.
And the kind of revolution is not.
Let me tell you what happened with this Peter Obi thing. This Peter Obi election. Yeah, go on, Miraj.
No, I'm done.
Sure, you're talking now. Sure.
You were saying something. We are listening.
Yeah. Okay, so what I was saying is this Peter Obi election, you said they got 6 million votes, and I agree, got 6 million. But if you speak to the APC guys, you've seen a lot of them go on TV, and they said it was a tsunami. Some of the words you've used, tsunami. They didn't see it coming. Nobody expected Peter Obi to get 6 million votes. A lot of the places he won in the North Central, they overlooked those places. They didn't think it was possible. Are you telling me? I feel almost guilty discussing 2027 election because there's a court, there's a case in court. So discussing it seems like you're accepting defeat already.
It's hypothetical.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's say hypothetical. Are you telling me that the result that happened in Lagos, where even the PDP said Peter Obi scored about 900,000 votes, APC scored 150, and PDP scored 120,000? Are you telling me APC haven't seen that in 2023? Will let that happen in 2027? It must be a joke if you believe that. I have
he might make up for it. He might make up for it with votes elsewhere, even if he cannot do that again.
You know what? Let me tell you what I believe.
Where is it going to come from?
Well, let me tell you what I believe.
Wait. Let me give you a clear example of what will happen. You see the presidential election where Peter Obi won in Lagos. What happened at the gubernatorial? It was less than a month apart.
Peter Obi was not on the ballot. You have to understand. Peter Obi was not on the ballot. The same thing happened in the southeast too.
No, excuse me. Okay, let me say something.
See,
I believe. No, excuse me. In 2027, I believe the election will be more clean. I believe, because let me tell you something. There's going to be a lot of changes. No, wait.
Bro, you never know Nigeria, sir.
Wait.
You are saying.
I believe.
I think you are being too pessimistic. I think that the election is probably going to be cleaner next time.
We are talking reality, not pessimistic.
Okay, you listen now.
Reality.
Nothing.
What's on the ground?
Let me tell you something. In from 1999. Every election has been worst. You understand me? Because APC was able to ring in some states, does not mean it will happen in every state. Or able to do what they did in Lagos. It's not it doesn't mean that it will happen in 2027. Because the people are already waking up. Let me tell you something. It's like a person beat you today.
Brother, Nigerians are not sleeping. No, Nigerians are not sleeping. If don't say waking up. We are not sleeping.
No, let me finish.
We're sleeping. We are not sleeping. We are telling you facts.
We are
not sleeping, man.
No, wait. Let me tell you something. What happened in Lagos State? I don't think they happen to come to that extent. If you look at the last election before this election, you understand me? They were more
2015.
2015. No, 2019. They were more violent. They were more violent in Lagos than this election. They were more violent in Lagos. There were more national ballot boxes in Lagos than this election.
Yeah, because ballot box was counting then.
This time.
Because then if you carry ballot box, you carry it. But this time, because of uploading, you don't. Even if you carry ballot box, so far it's been uploaded. You can go and you can't do anything. So the thing is this. The thing is this. Let us hope that with this tribunal they are going through, what I would like, this is my own opinion anyway, either the judge or whatever, is to compel INEC so that the process will be audited. When we audit it, we will know the level of the scale of fraud that happened first. It could be that this vote allocation, so that we know the real figure. It doesn't mean the APC may win some state clear, in which there's no doubt. But let us know the scale, the free figure. When we know it, that is evaluation. Whoever wins goes in. So that when you are discussing 2027, you can have a fallback and know the area to improve. But as it is now, everything, as far as presidential election is concerned, somebody like me, until Labour and PDP release their own figure at the tribunal, APC will release their own, PDP will release, Labour will release, then people that then we will know, because INEC must be able to provide evidence of how they got about, how they arrive at their conclusion. That's what I'm waiting for. After that, then a discussion can start on all this. This is just what they did in the midnight. That is to me.
I want to say something on what Sho said, and I want to agree with Sho. Listen, do not misread what happened in this election. If you think that because Peter Obi and the Labour Party was able to achieve this feat under the space of 1 year, and eventually we allow this illegality to be established in the Nigerian system as the president of Nigeria, I am telling you that if there is nothing APC will ever do in 4 years, is to make sure that Labour Party do not exist. He has the money, he has the power, he has everything to do that.
But they have started now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, but what is going to be the solution right now is what happened in this 2023. That's why I'm not only saying Labour Party, but I am saying patriotic Nigerians, because it has gone beyond the political party. Because most of us here are not members of political party. Probably we support Peter Obi, not Labour Party. So, but what I'm saying now is no more the issue of Peter Obi and Labour Party, but every patriotic Nigerian should say, Nigerian judiciary, we are watching you. Our eyes are on you. It's no more, let's forget about party, but Nigerians should say the judiciary, our eyes are on you.
In which way, sir? In which form? Is it a form of revolution or just form of talking? Which form?
My brother, this is revolution in front of the judges. They will run away. They might not even have the.
But excuse me, sir. That is the only solution in Nigeria. For me, there's no other solution in Nigeria apart from revolution, concrete one. Because if we are telling those people, look at what happened to Peter Obi, for example, at least that one is what we know. They say, bring us a leader. They brought a leader. Everybody supported this man. Honestly, we know he won. What did they do? Clean eye. They just turn the paper. They tell us go to court. Now they go to court now. Do you know their problem in the court now? They are afraid that there can be 2 or 3 revolutionary judges there who could just do some kind of magic. That is what they are afraid of now. That somebody can, that day, one of these judges can just say anything, make it happen. He just judged through to the Nigerian people like us.
Yes.
This is their fear now. But
the only ultimate fear that they will have is if there is evidence of serious rigging. All the rest is just more minor. They can always appeal and overcome
there
it.
is an evidence of rigging. That is one of the fear, because I just said here that INEC is still uploading the presidential election. So the figures that they declare by 4 a.m. and upload that they are still doing, from where are they getting the figures? This is one of the problems that they have. And this is one of the problems INEC has.
No, excuse me, Sam. I can assure you that no election that INEC has done that was fully uploaded into the IRF. Go back. None of them. Even Edo State. No, excuse me now. Let me finish. Edo State governorship election was not fully uploaded. Almost all these elections they did before this election with IRF and everything in service, none of them were fully uploaded.
Okay, you said you are ICT.
What of the Senate? What of the Senate?
Tell us.
What of the Senate? The one they did on 25th.
I think the Senate, they are not all uploaded.
No, brother, I have to check your facts very well, please.
Check your facts. It was the House of Reps. Listen, the House of Reps and Senate were uploaded in real time. Go and ask.
No. I'm saying a different thing. I said they're not fully uploaded.
Okay.
They're not uploaded every result. You understand me? That's what I'm saying. So every election they don't upload every food. And why? Because most of all this INEC officials they polling booth do not do it.
Yeah, I for one don't subscribe to the idea that Tinubu is Thanos and they can do whatever they want to do in this universe. In 4 years' time, all bets are off. If I was the one in the opposition, he would not want me there because I'll make sure that I make his life a misery. The truth is, the way people just surrender to this inevitability is just ridiculous. The point is that he is going to get into office. If he doesn't do the right thing by the people, he's going to lose support. One of the reasons why people like him was because they think he can perform with all the narrative they've constructed in the election. What if they go there? Yeah, and they become very embittered. There's a bit of division, and he's never governed on a national level before. People just assume that you're just going to spectacularly perform.
That's what I said before. I said ruling a state and being a president are two different things.
And if he goes there and he becomes a sectional, even more sectional than Buhari has been, you're going to see something that is going to just transform his image and the government completely. And if there's nobody, because people were just assuming that, oh, he's Thanos, nobody can touch him. There's no government in waiting. Somebody that is prepared to take over. Then you're going to have a problem. And this is why I don't like the narrative that they are painting, because it's also important to have a solid opposition there, ready to take over, because that also propels them to perform well for the people. This is why here in the UK, the opposition party, they have what they call a shadow cabinet. That's, you have a replacement government ready to take over.
Father, that one na UK, this na Nigeria.
Come on, but I'm trying to paint the idea, the importance of having a solid, ready-made government ready to take over. You can't just say, "Oh, let me leave the guy. He's Thanos now. He takes over everything." Okay, you're going to get terrible governance.
Okay, so let me ask a question.
Fathers, we're not saying there won't be opposition.
Because you are saying that it's like he's going to win whatever happens. Nobody's going to take him out.
There will be opposition. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there will be opposition, and I'm happy that for the first time in a while there will be a very strong opposition. The obedient, Peter Obi and everybody. That is if they declare Tinubu as the winner at the Supreme Court. There will be strong opposition. But what I'm saying is the antecedent of Tinubu, what is done before. There's a way they brag and say Tinubu's never lost election. He's never lost this election. He's never lost that election. What is done in Lagos? Look at the tactics they employed in River State. Look at what they did in Lagos State. When they saw that they lost the presidential, look at what they did at the gubernatorial. Did you miss
how
that?
many elections has
and this is what is going to be replicated. And
We can say talk now. We can say
talk now. Everyone has been involved. What I'm saying to you is,
how many elections has he been involved in?
Wait now, what I'm saying, this is the third one. So he did the senatorial, he did the gubernatorial twice.
So 3 elections.
And he's done the presidential. So
people always end up losing one, and he doesn't have a choice about the next one. He has to get involved. Like before, he chose not to run again before till now, because he knew he didn't stand a chance.
So even if INEC works for him, he will lose. So you're saying even if INEC works for him, if INEC works for him in 2027, he will lose. How? If the referee is against
INEC is working for Jonathan, and Jonathan lost.
Yeah. So how do you plan? So how do you plan to win?
Okay, Mr.
How do you plan to win by getting more votes than he does?
Okay, Mr. Show, number one, the INEC,
I think you're playing devil's advocate at this point. I don't get energy. Thank God we're the same country. It's 1 o'clock.
I don't see it as playing devil's advocate. I just think that starting from Thunderstone, you're going to go ahead. I just think that starting from a point of view that, he's inevitable, like Thanos. It's a terrible defeatist attitude, and it's not going to serve Nigerians very well. How can you start from the first go that this guy is inevitable? We are done for 8 years.
Because they're the one who own Nigeria. They own Nigeria for now.
See, now that's the kind of thinking. I don't subscribe to that. I totally disagree with it.
Let me tell you, first of all, this INEC chairman, his term is ending after this election. I'm going to get a new INEC chairman.
How? Who told you?
It's 8 years now. It's not 8 years now. Which one again? One continue again. It's 2 terms.
They will bring a new person that will be also under their.
Why do we always have negative thought about Nigeria?
Excuse me. Let me tell you why.
About Nigeria is negative. So how can you be more positive?
Okay, wait. How do you patriotic? How can you be so negative about your country?
Brother,
let's hear
excuse me. I don't know.
Let's hear Nduvisi for the first time, please.
All right.
I greet everybody, please.
Okay.
I've been listening. There is something we are forgetting here, just like Mr. Dan just spoke. All these people who did this charade, they are all in the same club. They belong to the same system. So that is why they had their way. It has been planned ab initio to make it work this way. Why they have the way of deceiving Nigerians that are going to conduct a free and fair election. And Nigerians, for the first time, had more interest to get their PVCs and to vote. And INEC was really not figures. So we have over 90-something million registered voters now. And over 80-something million or 70-something million had their voters card. But on the election day, from the results they declared, we can see that the total number of vote cast is even lower than that of 2019. So people are not even asking that question, what went wrong? INEC is just making us the more we look, the less you see.
Thank you.
So it's a ploy. They have packaged these things very well. The only way we can have a respite for this election that was just conducted is if, like somebody said, if somehow one of the judges, having seen clearly the evidence, or 1 or 2 or 3 judges, and say, despite what is going on, our country has to turn around and decide to do the right thing, because it is clear that Tinubu never even won. Some are even saying, some who have followed, who have looked at, who have monitored the results very well, they said, if the true result is declared, Tinubu even came in distant third.
Yes.
So that is by the way. Then, if by the way things are going, it is becoming clearer that they are going to have their way, and it's one in and it goes the same way, do you think that they will allow the opposition, like the Labour Party, to gather the same steam they gathered in 2023 for 2027? They will begin now. Part of their work will now be how to destroy the opposition party, particularly the Labour Party. Except if Nigerians, if we are really tired of what is going on, we decide to take our country, take the bull by the horn, by insisting on the right thing, by insisting that the right thing should be done, by ensuring that whoever they bring in as the new INEC chairman, if there's going to be a new person, because Nigerians should start insisting that this man should go. Whoever person they bring in, each person should be scrutinized very well. and all that. But beyond this, the constitution gave them a lot of loopholes to do what they are doing.
Yes.
The constitution is so porous in many ways. How can a president appoint INEC chairman that is going to conduct an election where the president will participate in?
Tell me.
Wouldn't there be some bias? Because they will call him and put gun to his head and say you must do it the way we want it. No, please let me finish. The whole thing is really going south. I mean going wrong. That's what I mean. Except if Nigerians come together and insist and don't allow these politicians to divide them, because the way it is that they are dividing us using religion and ethnicity, the way they've been doing it. And you see some people who call themselves learned, they will come out in the open and be supporting evil. And this thing will continue. What they will do now, they will find a way to cage.
That cannot change.
They will find a way now to gag even ordinary Nigerians under this man's government, this regime that is going to come, if it is Tinubu. The press will not have it easy. They will not go through the normal way. They will be looking for a way. You see a press man will come out openly and challenge them. The next day, he will start saying something different because they must have warned him and all that. The only option is that that person will leave that particular media house and maybe run into exile.
Yes.
It will be like a quasi-military government because they don't want to give up power. Except Nigerians will say this suffering is enough.
Enough.
We have to take our country back. And they're too docile.
I don't know how that is possible because if you look at this thing,
I disagree.
Can I finish, please? If you look at the way this election turned out, APC is powerful. Tinubu is part of APC, and they got 37% of the votes. This Thanos thing that we are doing is really defeatist, and maybe that's why we are here in the first place, because we're already giving up. I don't know what the point of discussing is. The numbers don't suggest this Thanos mentality.
What INEC declared, they didn't get the real vote. All these things,
so you think they got 45% or 50%?
They got far less than. They've got far less.
Then it means that they are even less powerful than you think.
Because they had their way. That was how they were able to gather what INEC declared.
I disagree with you when you say if they get in, what they will try to do is to make sure that they sort of, it might not be the right word, to destroy Labour Party so that Labour cannot pose the challenge again. No, that's not what they will do.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, they will destroy the opposition is what I'm trying to say.
But bro, they started it now.
The obedience stronghold.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Hold on.
You see what they're doing now? Bringing wait. And some renegades in Labour.
I know.
It won't work.
Wait.
They will keep doing that. They will keep doing it. Sorry.
Excuse me. That won't work. The strategy, because the mistake they made, INEC didn't rig it the way they want. So their stronghold will be do whatever you want to do. They will appoint the next chairman and perfect it at the level of INEC. If they bring anything that is more than beavers, they will find a way to invalidate it and see, because there's no point. Tell the opponent, because if you are Labour Party or PDP, vote and get your 1 million. It is then that we reduce it to the number they want to give you, just like what happened in Lagos and Port Harcourt. So their own rigging is not to mind the party, just to make sure that the person in INEC is their man and you do what they want. That's just the thing. That's what I want to put in.
They did it. They did it to some extent on this one, like in Rivers. After they declared Tinubu winner of the election in Rivers, later we saw the real result, showing that Obi won clearly. So how are they going to defend that in court? I mean, INEC. How are they going to defend that? The Lagos vote is even there, and some other states.
That's what I'm telling you. APC did not get 25% in Rivers and Lagos State.
Yes.
They didn't get 25% in Lagos.
Yes.
They didn't get 25% in Rivers State.
But we don't have evidence for all this now. We don't necessarily know that. That's the problem with all these things.
Don't be too forward.
Evidence day.
I just like us to be based on evidence, because we'll just be second guessing everything.
We have not seen
evidence day.
We have not seen what the Labour Party figure is, so we can't give you evidence. But all we are telling you, even the Nigerian politicians themselves, even Governor Wike of Rivers State, know that the APC did not get 25% in Rivers State. So it's not something that is hidden or let us begin to debate. Lagos State, APC did not get 25% in the presidential election. In Lagos State.
They didn't. They didn't.
Okay, the Lagos one, I don't know about that, but the River State one, the one that I know for sure is that even if I don't have evidence against it, for it, but my own impression of River State was that there's no way the APC will win River State. Fairly, there's no way.
The question is,
excuse
me, sir. The question is this, even though these other states we are talking about now, if they actually can't come up with the right result, with Labour Party still have a majority vote? That's the question. So would that be able to turn the
yes.
To turn,
Yes.
If they bring the evidence out, then we'll see.
You know that,
I think
you know
we'll
that
see
in
that.
Plateau State, do you know that in Plateau State, Labour scored over 1.3 million votes?
Yes.
See what they gave them. They still declared them winner, but they gave them 400 and something thousand.
Yeah, so that
they reduce it.
Yes, Labour even won Benue. Their members.
Where did you get these numbers from? Do we have any form of source?
Sources there.
This dark guy. You just like to say stuff. Even where sources there. See, I need information so I can present it to other people to come back.
Don't worry. Haven't you seen some records where they will cancel Labour? Take away the Labour score 120. They'll take away the one. Top it to.
I would like to have River State one. We've got River State one now that he won. We need to get evidence for the other states too.
Excuse me,
it's a terrible thing. Okay, let's even that one. What about the violence? What about the violence that people?
They're not going to overturn the election for that.
What about the violence?
I think what they are going to overturn the election on
to bury the dead. Every election, we're ready to bury the dead. The election has become.
You know one thing. Wait.
See all the killings. And
the numbers is how they are going to overturn the election. If the number shows that TPW won, no judge is going to decide against him. I can tell you that.
The number is widespread across the country. But are we going to have judges who are
the Labour Party asking for? Excuse me. What's Labour Party asking for? What is the party asking for the court to do?
Labour Party is asking. Number one, Labour Party is saying that Tinubu should not be declared winner because he did not satisfy the condition. One of the conditions, which is at least 25% in FCT.
Thank you.
So that's one of the conditions. Then the rest are something like the overall number. They mentioned Plateau, they mentioned Lagos, and then think about 10 states. If I pull up the petition, because
valid votes. The total valid vote.
Yes.
So said P2B won the highest number of total valid votes in up to 24
so I'm
to third of the states.
Yes, okay. Let me continue because of this man. Then one of the grants of the activities they
get now. Come on, it's not fair.
The
guy is calling people
one of the
and you're picking it up.
Is that what Mumu
no,
don't do?
Okay, who?
You're calling us who is presenting.
Okay, who said? So who is saying who don't do?
I don't know what I show that is the. I don't know. Somebody is calling us Mumu.
I don't know. Okay. The Blackstone, one of the things the Labour is presenting again is that he said
quickly, let me give
he said Shetima, who is the running mate to
context to that comment that I highlighted by TJ.
TJ Majek,
Okay.
Sorry, I was going to give.
Okay. Let me go. Okay. Let me continue. Let me continue. They are saying that to be on the presidential ballot, Shetima is already contesting for Senate and also on the presidential ballot. So that is double registration and should be disqualified. They said it, and they cited the electoral law to show for it, whereby you can't take form for this, you are going for this, and you are this again. So they said that one. Then part of the other one was Tinubu's drug case. But of all these they mentioned, all of them, if they can uphold one to disqualify Tinubu, because that 25% in Abuja, you must satisfy it. Otherwise, you can't be the president. That's what they're arguing. So they have about, I think, 5 strong pillars they want to argue. If I pull it up, but I can't. If I pull it up, I can be reading it out.
Meanwhile, I saw somewhere. I think the case will resume on the May 11. They have, I think, 3 days to
May 11.
the beginning, the start of the hearing. I think 3 days, and I don't know when they will continue, but I saw it somewhere in the papers.
That is
11,
the start of
12, and 13.
May 11. But what you have to know that
11.
That is 5% of Abuja.
11, 12, and 13.
It's the biggest
That's
controversy.
the beginning, maybe the preliminary hearing also. I don't know.
In your issue, that is the 20. That should be
They
Abuja issue.
say it's not because Supreme Court has ruled on it before. The Supreme Court has ruled when Buhari challenged the Yaradua, I think in 2000 and is it not 7 or so. Supreme Court ruled on it before. 25% of Abuja, and every president since then has satisfied it. Even Buhari last time, Jonathan did it, everything. So they are happy now. That's why I'm saying they did not rig it, because if APC really took note of that, since they are changing figure, they would have changed that. So that is why I said INEC, if they venture swear Tinubu in, they will never bother campaigning anymore, because they know they will appoint INEC and then rearrange it in future to put all these loopholes, because all these things are figures they are putting. They are giving themselves figures here and they are adjusting it. Now they can't even defend what they've uploaded. So there's a strong case. However, we know that Nigerian judges are corrupt. We know Nigerian judges are corrupt, because if they can return Ahmed Lawan, who didn't take former, who didn't even contest for senatorial seat, and yet they brought him in. And then what is the name? This one, the one of Godswill Akpabio, who the so if they can bring these two, so people are citing say it is not the same judiciary that did it. So that is why you say when you have hope again, you have to balance it with look. This judiciary can look at what they are, the way they are stuck in trade. They can easily mess it up. So, but
truly, if the judiciary refused to overturn this election, it has really set a very bad precedence for the next one. If we get to that next one, because what I see is that some desperate politicians, both at state level and the federal level, they will do whatever they want to do and get away with it. See what they wanted to do in Adamawa State.
I tell you,
how can
exactly?
It's not the returning officer. He went and announced results.
Let me bring one thing up also. Apart from this tribunal, at least if any Nigerian can go to court and say Tinubu committed perjury for not declaring that it's a dual citizenship, he has a dual citizenship. Because he lied that he doesn't have a second passport. In Alec form, he lied. He lied. So that's true. So anybody can take him to court for that, and he cannot deny that.
Sorry, nobody can. There's a new law that says only those who are contesting with him.
No, this is not an election issue. That not to do the election. That he, as a candidate, for lying. In his
on the form. The question is that is he lying? Because the Guinean president said that. Can I just finish? The Guinean president said that the citizenship was honorary. So that doesn't necessarily apply.
It doesn't matter.
It's not honorary. It's not the Guinean president. That's other man, Usman Diarra.
Did they ask for a passport, whether he holds another passport or whether he's a citizen of another nation?
It's a citizen. It's a citizen.
It's a citizen.
That is what I'm saying. Now, the Guinean president said it's not a citizen. That is just honorary.
What is honorary?
So that is honorary citizenship. Is that
hold on. If they give you an honorary degree, PhD, don't they call you doctor?
Yeah, they call you doctor, but it's still honorary. But you're not a real doctor. Don't confuse this. Don't confuse it for a real doctor. They will not let you touch anything that relates to that profession because you're not a real one.
But let us talk of what Nigerian Constitution says.
They give you a PhD.
Brother, Nigerian Constitution says that as far as you are born in Nigeria.
Nobody's saying that he's not allowed to be a president because of dual nationality.
But he said he lied. He did not declare that he has another passport in his INEC form.
You have seen it again. The question was, were you a citizen of another country? Are you a citizen of another country? Have you ever been a citizen of another country? And he said no. That is the question. And the truth is, if the Guinean president is correct that it was honorary citizenship that he gave him, that is not real citizenship. Just like honorary PhD
Okay,
doesn't make you PhD
okay.
of engineer.
Forefathers,
don't let you do anything.
No, listen. Honorary, if they honor, if they give you, what is happening is a diplomatic. What is happening is a diplomatic.
Diplomatic passport they can give
I
you
know
separately too.
What they have, what Tinubu is having is a diplomatic passport. Not every citizen of Nigeria has Nigeria diplomatic passport. Not every citizen of Guinea has a diplomatic passport. Diplomatic passport is higher than the normal passport everybody has. Diplomacy, because you have to have some measure of immunity at the airport when you are traveling, because you're a diplomat. It's like a diplomat of that country. Yes. So Tinubu, Tinubu, because all of
the government.
Hold on, please. So exactly, Tinubu is a citizen by having a diplomatic passport of a country, because you are higher than even an ordinary Guinea citizen that has their Guinea passport. Anybody having Nigerian passport, like ambassadors, are higher than me and you that are having only the normal Nigerian passport, because it's called diplomatic. So Tinubu he should have answered yes, but he perjured by saying no. So that's an offense, because he says there is not whether they are trying to this APC narrative. He's having a diplomatic passport which is higher than any ordinary passport of a country. Nigeria has their diplomatic passport. I've seen one, but I don't have it because I'm not a diplomat. I'm not in that.
That's a big difference.
So
nobody asked him about the passport.
Does he have anything to say, or is he just chilling?
That's true, actually. I was thinking of calling her, but I was got thrown in again. No, come on, don't do this to me. How can you do this to me?
Now the fight is between me and you. I'm ready.
Don't do this to me.
It was carried away. Don't be angry.
They are very tempting. They are very tempting. They drew me away.
Okay, fire on. Sorry.
Please go ahead.
No.
Good evening, guys. I don't have anything to say. Mike was here earlier. Going back, I had to log out because, he was completely out of control when I was talking. So, but honestly, I'm enjoying the conversation. I don't have anything to say. So don't worry about me. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, forefathers, we are still fighting. Next week.
No, we can't fight now. You are my sister. We never fight. You know that.
And stop harassing me when I'm eating. Stop harassing me. You are constantly typing on the comments.
So I'll put up my camera, but not. Let me stay for a while, then I'll put up my camera and eat. Then come back.
I'm just warning you for what is to come, because Rudolph was saying it the other day that some people are drafting. They are drafting the new SOP. So going forward, eating will not be at the show. So I'm just warning you for what's to come. So start.
Well, can we drink something anyway? Coffee, tea?
No, you can't. But my angel was crossed about that yesterday. Like
Drinking.
She thought they were gagging up on her. She didn't like that. Yeah, the food stuff.
I'm talking about drinking. Can you drink it?
No, you can't drink now. No food in. No, there's no food when you're on panel.
Drink.
Seriously, I don't know. I didn't write it. I think when he presents it, everybody.
No. So what if you want to drink water?
I'm sure drinks will be allowed.
I think because TV channels they do drink on TV channels, don't they?
Yeah, because drinking water is allowed. Drinking water is allowed, and some of us drink our water in mugs. You can't see the content, so our water will be in the mug.
We don't know
the content. Drink is drink. Drink should be allowed. I beg.
Yeah, I think who knows what they will say because I think they will try to compare it with what happens in main media. But drink, even on TV channels, they do drink water, don't they? We see them drinking water.
They give you water now.
You have to drink even coffee. But of course, now you are free to drink.
So all of us now are in cahoots that, in short, everybody so far seems to be thinking that nobody can stop Tinubu. But in terms of these,
no, I disagree with you, forefathers. I'm not in your line. Don't say that.
In my line.
Nobody's going to stop him.
I thought you were saying nobody can stop him or something like that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
If you that is like all of us agree that nobody's going to stop him.
No, because Dan was saying so. Thunderstone was saying.
No, you did not get me point. No, forefather, don't put words into my mouth. What I said was until we're ready to change Nigeria through revolution.
Nobody can stop him.
Nobody, yeah, because it's a system now. It's a system.
Well, okay, Dan.
But remember, PDP was in office too. PDP is part of the they were also removed.
Please hold on first. Let me ask Dan a question. When is this revolution? When is this starting?
You say what?
This revolution. When
will it start?
Yes, when?
That's what I'm telling you. Excuse me, 2019, when Showore ran. Let me answer you properly. When Showore ran 2019, and he saw what happened, he told us that time that they were just allocating numbers. They gave him 40-something thousand. He said, no, that one is not what he got, but that is what they gave him. People said he was joking. Then he got angry and put his hat, like this South African guy, and they say revolution now. Nigerians destroyed him. They told him, blah, don't do that.
No. I follow the story. I'm just asking you a question. When has it started or?
Excuse me. I'm coming. I'm just giving you a background to where I'm going. So when he mentioned that, because he saw reality, which me and you know, you don't pretend you don't know what is happening in Nigeria. And the only way to get Nigeria out of where we are today is either by force of revolution or civil disobedience of people sitting at home, like the IPOB are saying. But I know when you mention that one, they will say, no. But that is what Nigeria needs.
I understand.
When everybody sit at home,
and when is it going to happen?
Then we know that we are being hurt. For them, they don't care what we feel.
No, my brother, you're not answering my question. I said, when will it start?
Now, it has started already.
It started already. Okay.
Yeah, but you have not joined.
Blackstone, let me let you know something.
Yes,
let's joke go apart. Let me remind you something. You see Nigeria today, you're asking when the revolution is going to take place.
Yeah.
I want you to remain calm and cross your finger and let the judiciary finish their work.
Thank you, sir.
And if that decision did not go the way Nigerians, not me personally, but Nigerians, majority of Nigerians, if we didn't see the truth, because what we are asking for is the truth.
Thank you.
If Abubakar wins the election, let him go become president of Nigeria.
Okay,
if it is Kwankwaso that win, let him go become president of Nigeria. If it is Asiwaju that won convincingly, Nigerians are ready to stay by his back. If it is Peter Obi that wins, let the truth be made. All I am saying, me personally, all I'm saying, let the vote that Nigerians casted on 25th of February, let the vote be counted. Simple. I don't care who wins.
That's all.
Yeah,
count the vote.
So that is it.
And INEC created this problem because if they had followed the process that they laid down, this confusion wouldn't be there at all. And this would have been one of the best elections from the point of view of reporting.
Father, don't tell you, say, when INEC chairman go to eat privately with the president, why do you expect to get a good result?
Okay, but think about it. If you look at, sorry, let me add this point.
Let me ask you a question. You live in UK.
Yeah.
Who's the election officers in the UK? Do you know the body that conducted the election in the UK?
I think it's this in the National Electoral Commission. They call them to not INEC.
No, I know.
They didn't have to be an independent one.
Yeah. No, I know.
But nobody cares about the head. It's not important.
So that's what. So this is supposed to. That's why call it. That's why they're independent. Like in Germany, I can tell you that in Germany, I don't even know how. What don't you receive that I have a letter? They're going to be election so and so day. This is special. I'm going to vote.
You see.
So
the difference.
There's a big difference.
This is the difference. I'm not in Germany, but whatever obtains in Germany obtains in the Western world because they're all civilized. They know how they do their things. But this is the difference. An average German may know how the process works. They will know that this is the way it works. An average Nigerian, based on INEC, what they dictated us, we now know how beavers, what they will do. But in presidential election, they didn't follow the guideline. That is what Labour Party is contesting. That is what Labour Party is telling them, that you told us this is what we are going to do, and we look forward to that. And because of that, people collecting PVCs spiral to almost 80 or 90 million, hoping that the system will be transparent now. Obviously, it was used in Anambra, transparent, used in Ekiti, transparent. I mean Ondo, used in what is it called? Oshun, transparent. Used in Edo, transparent. Then we now come on presidential. You use it for House of Reps, House of Senate, transparent. People uploaded. Then why was the presidential? Why? That is the case. So that's why people are contesting. That is a fraud. Yes.
That's why I come back to my question.
Yes.
If the INEC chairman can have a private meeting with the president 3 times, what did they discuss? That's my question. What did they discuss?
Well, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. Whatever answer I give, you know I'm lying because I wasn't there. So, but whatever they discussed, you see, whatever they discussed. Hey, listen. Whatever they discussed. Okay.
See, let me finish. What I'm trying to say, understand me? INEC said it's independent. You understand me? So INEC has no right, chairman no right to discuss with any party member or any party leader. You understand me? So what I'm thinking myself, that was where all the instruction was given to INEC chairman what to do.
But the president appointed him now.
If he doesn't appoint that, it was sent to the House to be approved.
Somebody appointed.
Maybe you have evidence. I don't know. But all we know is we know what the procedure is. We know what the procedure is, and the INEC didn't follow it.
Yes.
That's the thing.
That means quote me. If, for example, now you appoint me, you understand me? Then something special, I want to go to work for you, no, to work for the country. You invited me, you discussed with me. You understand, privately. The press will not know what they discussed. It was not made to the general public. You understand me? At the end of the day, then they came out and do what they said. Do what they against what they said they're going to do. You understand me?
Yes.
For example, when they said that the server was down, you understand me? I can AWS be down. So if AWS was down, no, excuse me. Wait now, you wait. Let me finish. Let me finish.
No, let CM tell you what happened.
I know what happened. Yeah.
Listen. Sava, listen.
Let's let Thunderstone finish. Then one person at a time.
I said they said the server was down. I'm asking a question. How can AWS server be down? If AWS server is down, they have breached their contract. They can be taken to court.
Okay.
You understand me? That's what I'm trying to say. That no server was down. They know how they manipulated everything. Because if server was down, why was then the House of Assembly and Senate was going freely, and the President was not going? So there must be a reason for they know how they manipulated everything. That's why that you're not able to upload that. And as from 10 p.m. midnight, they started uploading it after they are already taking the result to their own local government area collection center. I followed the election. Last time I logged into the server by 10 o'clock in the morning. It was working. You understand me? By 6, I log in. I could not log in anymore.
I followed the election. I find it difficult to understand the point you are trying to make.
So what I'm trying to make is that there was a master plan between INEC and the APC chieftains.
Okay.
And the president was a part of it. That's why it was having a private meeting with the INEC chairman.
So we're on the same page now. Now I'm saying at the same thing with the they come from another side.
I can't believe that the Southeast strongly, even more strongly supported Buhari's government the first time around. That's I when I'm looking at the numbers here, the Southeast voted Buhari government more strongly than even the Southwest. Although there are a few states that didn't vote for this in the South very strong for Buhari. man, the Southwest was very light.
Who voted Buhari in the Southeast? Which Southeast?
Hold on. No, because the map is only a few greens there. Okay, yeah, there's a few greens, but Rivers,
listen.
all the others, a few southeastern states.
If you go to your account, hold on, please, Ike, let me put this. If you go to your account tomorrow, suddenly you see 100 million pounds. Something is wrong. You must know it. It's not possible. Tomorrow, suddenly you see 100 million pounds in your bank account. You will say no, it's not your own. You know it's not possible. Nobody voted Buhari. Nobody. Maybe got 5%. We don't.
Let me tell you, in Imo, I'm from Imo State because you don't like to say where you come from. I am from Olu local government. I am from Olu senatorial zone. And I'm proud to be an Imo man. Listen, I want to shock you right now. During the presidential election in February 25, there was no election in the whole of Olu senatorial zone. But APC won Olu senatorial zone. Omuma Maji. And what I'm
Maybe they had it online now.
What I'm giving you
online voting session.
Because the governor is from there. APC governor Hope Uzodinma is from that area. He want to do magic for his man. We know.
This is what we call the Omuma Magic. There was no election in the whole of senatorial zone in the presidential election. But APC was awarded vote in only senatorial zone. From where did the vote came from? So when you say Southeast voted for APC, which APC? Which Southeast? Who?
You see, that's the thing that confuses me. How is it that there's nobody cast vote in that town and somebody comes and announce, and that's not national news? Because these are delicate one. We all know about it too.
Now be your citizens. Now be your citizens write the result. Now be officials write the result for the result sheet. Go give them.
It's
not only ANEC that is trying the election. It's also the citizens, the workers, the ad hoc staff, all of them.
The map is showing Enugu and Anambra, they are culprits. They voted for Buhari. Which other one? Abia definitely voted for Buhari. I'm calling them out so people know the people that voted Buhari. I don't think Imo did actually. It's not showing Imo as a culprit there. Imo is one of them that didn't vote for Buhari. And which other one didn't vote for Buhari? That is Mboin didn't vote for Buhari. But the others did.
That's a provocation. That's a provocation, please.
The last election.
I mean,
in 2015 election. Yes.
That's a provocation. You know the thing. The thing there is this. One thing you must know is this. For instance, this last presidential election, why is it that election ended by, like we all know, 4 p.m. at least closure nationwide, unless some people may say they voted till 6 p.m. or whatever. Why, if INEC, after satisfying every result, all the party agents get their own copy and goes away, what is INEC TPEXing? That TPEX, because when you are TPEXing, it's like I brought this election sheet, give everybody one copy. They will all see it, then we all go home. Then I will take my own as INEC and go and be TPEXing it. Don't you know you are the person having the origin? That is the thing. So ordinarily, you the party agent, when you now go to INEC server, when they upload the TPEX one, you now say, but this is my own, this is my thing. So where is the TPEX coming from? So that is the wayo openly. That is the thing. So that's what people are saying. Open one, and in the night, because you the agent said Blackstone, you are the agent. You are in your party pulling unit. After for your party, they satisfy you are there. You said, okay, I agree. This is what we score. Then you go home and be drinking. Only for you to say, let me check. You go there, you see TPEX. But the copy you took out, original, there's no TPEX. So where did that one coming from? So
when do you think we are going to start hearing evidence of these actual numbers?
Because 11. I think they say it's 11th May. I don't know. I think it's 11th.
That's when it's going to start. But do you think they will present the actual election rigging numbers that to correct it
Yes,
in that, because they
every
might want
part,
to deal with the
every
passport and Abuja issue and all
The
those things
parties are
first.
going to submit their own copy of the result they had. You
the
understand me?
parties
Have they
will
already
submit their own
submitted, or they are
copy.
going to submit on that
Agent.
when it starts?
No, every party
No,
have
they
their own. And they're going to use that
they have their
as
own. They will submit it that day. They will
defend
submit
their
it that day
case.
as
Yes,
evidence
they
in court.
yes,
Do you think the Nigerian people will see some of these numbers before Tinubu is sworn
Yes,
in?
because
no,
that could affect the attitude of Nigerians towards
But that's what they've
this
been
swearing in.
Yes,
advocating
because
for, to make an
because
open camera judgment so that people can see.
I was asking somebody from Labour Party. I phoned somebody from Labour Party. I said, look, they issued what people are saying is that INEC has uploaded what they feel is the right figures. You, the one you have, how will the public know? They said they are keeping it, everything is intact. When they tender it at the tribunal, when the thing opens, then they will now go to their own website, that's as Labour, then put it there. Because putting it there before you go to INEC is not good. They say they don't want it. They will just put it before the tribunal or whatever, say this is evident, this is the real result. So having submitted it, they will now go to their website, which is Labour. PDP will do same, then put it there. So people will now be looking at it and said, so this is actually the real result, because they will say there's no TPEX. You will, because you see, because you will see. So just one moment, let me land. So you will now say, if you go to your polling unit, say you go there and see the one Labour put on their website, you go and compare it with that same polling unit, the one on INEC site, you see the difference. Say this one hasn't got TPEX, this one has TPEX. So that tells you where this is just a practical way to demonstrate it, because INEC is putting their own with TPEX, they have to upload it after doing all those rubbish. Then the other one, at least if you go and use that of Labour, so that will show, or PDP or whatever, that will show you. So it's not really, it's going to embarrass the country first. Yes, it's an embarrassment.
No, see, we know one thing. Sometimes people think maybe they're intelligent, they behave foolishly. You understand me? Like you said, using TPEX to change the result. I know there are some results, They're changing the numbers.
The figure, but the wording. But the
wording, they forgot to change the wording. That's some place.
They want to change the wording.
Yes,
it's true.
I saw that. To change the wording now. No chance to change the wording.
There were some places in the northern part of Nigeria, they were uploading people's picture as a result.
You see.
You can change number, but you cannot rewrite the number when it's written now.
Yes, you cannot rewrite.
Anyway, me, I want to say good night. So thanks, guys, for the good conversation.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Always welcome. Your friend is not here yet. Loco, he probably might show up later on. He tends to come a bit later.
Okay, okay. Well, but I'm still watching you guys, so only I want to do something while listening.
All right, all good.
Okay, good night.
Okay, you wanna eat? So
the day we have governorship election in Nigeria, the same day we have governorship election in Nigeria, we have election in the island where I live. Nobody, they send me my voter's card about 1 month before the election on my mailbox.
I can't wait to see the evidence, though. Personally, I can't wait to see the evidence of election rigging.
I just came back from work because we voted from morning till 9 p.m. in the night. I came back from work around 5:30. I take my shower and I take my dinner, and me and my wife, we went to vote. It was like carnival. Nobody is fighting nobody. No, everybody, it was carnival everywhere. The whole political party where they have their loudspeakers somewhere. Everybody is rejoicing. And we just walk in. I was walking with her card. She went to vote the other side. I went there to vote. Under 2 minutes, we finished. We come home. Around immediately it is 9 o'clock. The voting end. Immediately it is 9:45. They begin to call the result.
Oh my God. Loco, you just miss your friend. How did you just show up now?
I hear
you
you.
just miss your friend. He just stepped out.
Those are advanced.
Where did that go?
In
Where did
Germany,
that
yes.
go?
They both
He just stepped out.
they both is 6 o'clock.
So then, tell me why you
My
will
friend,
not
don't
be interested to play politics when you
don't
find
talk
yourself
about
in a situation like this.
Germany is advanced country now. Germany is advanced. You can't use Germany to be comparing. Germany is
No, I'm saying
it's like
advanced
signing
democracy.
signature.
Yes, now just advanced democracy. Cannot use the. How many people has address? When they send you letter, Papa from DHL, send letter, the post doesn't even know the street where the street is located in that state, apart from DHL. So how are you going to do all those things? Even so, we have to talk about
It's really a shame. Something as basic as election we can conduct. Something as basic as a simple election.
I can relate to what Ike was saying in terms of because that's the kind of future we want to create for ourselves now. We want to create a future where people are going for election. It appears almost as if it's carnival, and they want to go and vote for somebody, and they know that the result is not going to tear the country to pieces. I've always wondered why we like to do things where one side is jubilating and the other side is in mourning. I don't get that.
It is the
Because
politicians.
of rigging.
It's two things. It's two things that are
It's
politicians
because of
and
rigging.
poverty and the politicians. They have used poverty as a weapon against the people. You understand me? And the people the Nigerians are people that just listen to. It's like they don't think for themselves. It's like when they are using this, so when they are talking about these things, they don't even think for themselves. You understand me? Even some of the literate Nigerians, they're even worse than the illiterates. The way they think sometimes, the way they behave. You'll be surprised that Nigerians they know what is wrong because they are
there's a logic now I want to introduce because it's funny. Just let me we say it and then I will explain. Keyamo said that the money refunded 460,000 is not Tinubu, it is his account. Now what I should have asked Keyamo is, if I go to your account and withdraw the money there, will you complain? After all, it's not you, it's your account I took money from, isn't it? If I go and they deplete your account, are you going to complain? After all, it's not you, it's not your money. It's the money that belongs to so account. Do you see it? So that's why sometimes, yes, how can you say Tinubu's account? It's not Tinubu is involved, it's his account. It's a account, it's separate. Okay, so Keyamo, if I know your bank account, if I go and do Yahoo and remove your money, tomorrow will you say, the money I remove belongs to account number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is the person that is concerned, not you. So you see, you hear funny things in Nigeria. When you hear this type of thing, you tend to wonder. And this is a logic being made on national television that the for money is not really Tinubu. Tinubu is not involved. It was the account. It was the account. So
CM, I'm really surprised that you are lending ears to those kind of, I don't call names, but those characters you are referring to are the people who go look you koro for eye. They will call you John Thomas. In your own eyes, when you know that your name is not John Thomas. Those people would, before you, just think about it. So they don't have. Sometimes I'm wondering whether they have conscience. That thing called conscience.
No, they don't have it.
A bunch of them have blocked out the reality of what makes them human being. I'm sorry to say it, because anybody who can make that kind of a koro statement, even if all lawyers were liars and all liars are lawyers, that Kayamo of a person. Those kind of human beings, when you see them going forward, never regard anything that comes out of their mouth, no matter how intelligent they present it.
I fear that it's more benign than that. They don't see themselves going to hell. That's the problem with these things. These people, the reason why they don't see themselves, you think they go to sleep and worrying about their judgment.
No.
They probably think what they are doing is somehow agreeable or acceptable. They are not seeing it the way we see
One
it.
of them said to me that heaven is here on earth, that hell is here on earth.
Oh, you see what I mean? They literally believe these things.
No,
And
excuse me, sir. Do you know the Nigerians I fear most? The Nigerians that criticize the government when they are not there. And when they are given a portfolio, they become the praise singers. So these are the people I fear most in Nigeria, you know, because
those are the majority.
Keyamu was one of the first lawyer that sued Tinubu to court in Nigeria when he was a governor over this issue of fraud and paper and everything. You understand? So when they are talking, when they are not in government, always criticizing the government. So, and once they begin to test that money, when they are appointed, given a portfolio, you see them changing, you know. So that's the worst thing that is happening to Nigerian politicians. Those so-called they are critics of the government, you know. So when you're outside it, when you are on opposition, you talk and talk and talk. But once they bring you in, you become their praise singer. So that's why they don't have conscience. You said they don't have conscience.
That's why I like Okech when he came here the other day, when he made it clear that out of 10 Nigerians, 8.5 would take the bag of money. And that is what we forget. Yeah, all these people, they will fight and fight and fight for justice until they get that bag of money. They will forget about justice.
8.5 is even too low. I was 90.5. What are you talking?
You know why I subscribed to him to an extent? Because he said he was part of I think NLC or something. They were doing something and the others just backed off and took bribe and everything. They went off. So you can see that if people are okay, if that's before they threaten you, you're already accepting money. Yeah. It tells you that we are very, very few of us that will make it to the top without compromising. And you know, and these people, they don't believe they are bad people because the politicians, the good thing about the thing politicians do to them is that they'll be like, you know what, take this money, this is what you're going to do. You're going to oppose also. We're not saying you should compromise. They'll make you feel like what you're doing is not too bad. You're doing a good job. And so in other words, they will take this money and they will go to bed fine, like nothing just happened. But while they've sold their country. So it's a very, very insidious, that's why it's so hard to destroy. It's so hard. And okay, go ahead.
Let me give an example of a true life story. There was a Nigerian lady. He was appointed to one of this ministry. I think was one of the during that of Yaradua. You understand me? He was appointed and was I think the head of the ministry. You understand me? So when she came there, right? So at the end of the year, they came to her and said, madam, these are the money that we are not spent, the minimum amount that was not spent during a period that what they normally do, they share it with themselves, and then this is our own portion of the money. The woman said, no, I will not touch this money. It's not for me, it's for the state. They said, no, madam. They pressurized her. At the end, she took that money. Do you know that after taking that money, 2 months later, Yaradua said that all parasites should come and give the account of what they spent and what was remaining. Do you know that that's when the woman realized that she had made a big mistake and she had already taken the money, and that's when Yaradua dismissed her. And she was the only one that was dismissed, but the other ones was them. So they pressurized them. They pressurized you to be a part of that gang.
And if you're not a part of it, but you can't say no sometimes.
They start working against you.
They can threaten you now. They can threaten you too.
Most times you can say no.
That is to resign.
You see what Blackstone just said now. It happened exactly what he said. It happened to the former VC of
Futo.
No, University of Benin. Professor Oshodi. Right? Normally, in fact, since the inception of University of Benin, let me know, at least I know of Grace Alele Williams then. From Grace till the last VC, the last two VC, Professor Oshodi, what they normally do is once they've share, they paid all whatever they want to pay, salaries, contractors, whatever. There's this amount that's remaining that's being shared by top cabal in the university. So he got to a point where he entered during his tenure. They brought the money to him. Bossa, everybody, like this, how we share the money, or registrar, all of them came. And he said, what is this money for? He said, this is how it's done. Like when they pay everybody, contractors, this, whatever, they will just share for ourselves. He said, okay, he said it's coming. He just traveled out of Nigeria, went to US. From US, he instructed them that they should create what's called employment. They started Unibe just from nowhere started advertising for vacancy, any job. He started creating different kind of job, assistant. He was creating job. That was how he came back and they created job, and those money they used to pay everybody. But guess what? Before he came back they did the advertisement and they did the employment, they did the vacancy, and they did the employment everybody. Before he came back, they going to put sacrifice in his office. Full sacrifice in his office. And he came, he said, because of something I want to try to do something good for the school. And he went ahead and ignored, okay, I don't know if he ignored it, whatever, but at the tail end, the sacrifice they did had effect on him, and he collapsed, and he felt very ill, and they rushed him back to America again for treatment. So he got there, he was there for like, I think like a month or two or thereabout, treating himself, and even because he's kind of chubby, he even got to the time he was shrink as he reduced, slim, but he came back and he told them, I will not die. As far as I'm doing the right thing, I will not die. Go and do your herbal jazz or whatever, I will not die. And he came back and he succeeded and he finished his term and he left. The person he trusted that he handed over to, because he was the first Benin man to be VC University of Benin. See, the history of University of Benin, was first Benin man to be VC, and he did the best. The whole money, he built hostels, built theaters and LTs, built new faculties, new halls, whatever, sports center, whatever, conference center. With the whole money, he never took any dime, and this was what befell him. So he left. He thought somebody was going to take after him and continue that, but he was surprised. The person that he anointed did worse than another Benin man that he anointed, did worse than other visits that was there. So, but one of is that there are people like that who can do, but because we don't announce them, we only announce the bad people who collect money and do the wrong thing. Those who don't collect money, who don't compromise, we don't announce them. Few of them, like Dora, though Dora really was announced anyway. By the long run, she died not because of the threats. She died maybe brief illness or whatever. But we are supposed to tell her story, continuously like a heroine, so that people will learn. We only tell the story of those who get the money and
who is Margaret Okadigbo? Do we know who she is?
The former wife of Chuba Okadibo, the wife of Chuba Okadibo.
Is this his wife?
Where is she from?
She's from.
She attended the University of Nsukka, from what I can see. The husbands. Yeah, I wanted to find out where she was from. The reason why I was asking that question because you were talking about University of Benin having a Benin or Edo vice chancellor. So I that took me to whether Nigeria has had a southerner or even a Niger Delta
where was that,
head of NNPC, something like that. Because recently I was just watching on the channel where this lady was talking about
Obaseki. I think Obaseki was the head now. GMD NNPC.
Obaseki.
Was he?
Yes. Andrew.
Yeah, I just thought I should check. Yeah.
During Obasa just tenure, he was the one that
bad now.
It was not bad. Evil people. We're not the one who.
I'm just saying. When something is not right, you should commend it.
Do you know that the VC of Uniben?
Was it not the one who wanted to sell NNPC before? They didn't want to sell NNPC.
But at least you cannot now say that a southerner has not been head of NNPC. That would have been bad.
Obaseki was there. Do you know Obaseki just tell me?
Do you know that Oshodi, the Uniben VC, he has died? The one you're talking about, Sayuki Oshodi.
Sayuki is dead.
He's dead. Huh?
He's dead.
I see. I think the way for me anyway, if I'm approaching politics, we have to take this thing out of politics, because I think in a country that is so diverse with different interests, you have to take this thing out, because whenever anybody wins, the other side is crying, and some of them not just crying, they are going to be looking to pull the country the other way around because they don't want the other side to succeed.
It's out of greediness and wickedness, because we're very good. If all is fair, if it is transparent, why should you be angry that you lose?
You sure?
Yeah. No, if all is really fair, why should you be angry that you lose?
But sometimes you lose, it's unfair.
No.
Just by losing, it's already unfair.
It's only in Africa that failure is a bad thing.
If you are robbed, you feel bad. If you know that you are robbed,
your conscience says you are wrong.
Okay, let me give you an example. If you go and do an exam, and you know you wrote and you passed, you give the right answer, and you are giving fail in your mark.
Yeah.
Will you be happy? Will you say you have won, or you just go out like that and be happy? Also, you feel very bad. If you can fight, but you fight back. Sometimes you go and contest it.
Sometimes it doesn't necessarily have to do with justice or whether the stuff was fair. Maybe it was very fair and you actually deserve to lose. But the fact that you lose will still make you feel bad.
Nobody deserves to lose. Understand me? If you know you are good, you don't deserve to lose. Nobody
exactly. Then in other words, but you lose anyway because the election makes people
lose. Bad,
do
you deserve to lose if you are bad?
Huh?
If you are bad, do you deserve to lose? If you don't do
who
it,
is bad in their own eyes? Most people are not bad in their own eyes. You know that, don't you?
When you say bad,
if you are bad in what is it? I think somebody was saying like you write an exam and then you are given a bad. So if you are bad in an exam, is that what you mean? You didn't perform well, then you lose now.
No, if I say you perform very well, you understand me?
How would you know you perform very well?
Okay.
I cannot be the student and be the examiner.
Okay, hold on. Let me give you an example.
Okay.
You can know.
Wait, my daddy was doing his PhD.
I know.
Excuse me. My daddy was doing a PhD in the University of Benin, right? Then it's instructor, it's lecturer. So they were not discussing. So, and that time, my dad just came back from UK, you know, I think about 3 years later, you understand me? They were discussing about the topic gift and everything. My daddy told you that this you are talking now, they already are outdated.
Outdated, yeah.
The man became very angry. And this man is also, we live in the same area and also in Benin and everything, you know. So he became very angry. From that time, because of that very thing, when he gave a paper for my daddy to answer and everything, he gave my daddy 0/10. You understand me? So normally they have visiting professors.
Yeah.
So the one I visited when I came from the University of Ibadan, he never knew my daddy. No, he never knew my daddy. So he now went through that same paper and gave my daddy 6/10. So how will you feel when you know that because you argue with somebody, he deliberately failed you? Then you said that because he didn't do well or something like that. No, so
in this case, we are saying if all is fair, all things being equal, will you accept failure?
Yes,
will you accept defeat?
No, if all being equal, you can accept defeat. You do because you know that.
That's just my point. That's my point.
If you know all be equal, you can accept defeat because you know that you didn't do well enough. That's why you had a defeat. That person did better than you. If it's all fair.
Who is hybrid 10? It says Obasuyi, not Obaseki. Where you from come? If you are hearing me, hybrid 10. It says Obasuyi, head of NPC, not Obaseki. Which Benin city are you living? Or which information do you get that from? Obasuyi. I won't argue, Sha. Look, okay, you win, Obasuyi. I won't argue with you. You win.
Yeah. I see. For me, anyway, lose or win, one side feels bad. I see that in the UK. I see that in America, where the country is so divided. There is something that it creates. Yeah, it has some advantage where you know ideas clash and all the rest, but it's not doing Switzerland a lot of harm when they are a little bit more collegiate.
Yes, sir. I won't argue with you. You win. I won't argue with you. You win. Yes, sir.
Who is Ivory? Okay.
I won't argue with you. If I argue with you, I'll have a ticket. Sorry, let me not argue.
That guy's funny.
Win.
That is like Switzerland is not doing Switzerland any harm from not being so confrontational in their politics. I fear that if we carry on with this our politics, sooner or later, look at what the opposition was saying when they thought Buhari won. They were saying they're going to form a parallel government. When you start having that kind of, serious, even this election, it could have gone very, very badly. P2B wasn't so disciplined. Most of his followers were ready to go on the street and start tearing things up if he too came across as being angry and wanted to react. So I feel like maybe we should need to take this thing out of politics. We need to take the power out of it too, because the center is too powerful.
That one, without doubt, it can be achieved. But I'll assure you one thing: if the tribunal return P2B to be president, the whole entire trajectory of politics in Nigeria will change immediately. It will change immediately, because I say this because that people will now say, I don't have I don't have this.
Why are you explaining? You have time to explain.
One more.
Why
So
should you
he
explain?
said people will say if P2B can become president by not dishing money out. He said it hasn't got shisha and then they had followership. Just go and verify. You will now see there are some good people that must have done something for their community or in one way or in any society that people will say, go and represent us. He said, I haven't got money. He said, don't worry.
The bonds were right. The bonds were right. If it will be its return.
Exactly. That is what we say, because
you will see that country
jubilate, and then the politics will change. So people will now know that you do not have money. You don't have Godfather. Doesn't mean if you have something to do, come out. People will vote for you. Convince people they will vote for you. And under P2B, INEC will mess up all these things they are doing. He said something. He said if he's to be president and conduct the election, he said it will be cheaper and it will be better than what INEC is doing. He said he knows what to do. So that's why the revolution probably we are asking for, it might be this type of thing. Because when you see the body language of the man at the top, it's not from the corrupt system, and he won't allow it. People will have more confidence to now say, okay, if P2B can be where he is because of the way people voted for him, I can come out. And then people will now say that, look, giving money is no more in vogue. Just if you want to vote for me, vote for me. I'm going to do it. So it will change. That confidence will come back. Then from there, they build up. The building, a new trajectory will now be established. But failing it, if all this Agbado gets in, this old guard, in which you use money to buy everything, use money to buy nomination, use money to buy INEC, use money to buy judges, use money to, no, we are going back to the past. It's as simple as that. So that's why people are saying, let this man, and people came to vote, Obi won the election, but let the judges be courageous to say, look, Nigeria must change, even if we have to put our lives.
I will see the name of the judges, the five judges. I will see their names.
No, I don't think their names are not supposed to be displayed now. I don't think so.
No, I don't know. Is that because I see?
No,
I don't know.
No, the one is from Kano State. The one is from Borno State. One is from Plateau State. One is from Kogi. The fifth, I don't know where is it from. They show their picture there. It's 4 men.
One is from Benue State.
5 notes too. Yeah, nobody from Nigeria.
Well, you never know.
No, I think there's one from this Southwest.
Which one?
I think there's one from, I can't remember. There's one from Southwest.
Okay. Well, you never know.
There's one from Kogi. One is from Kogi State.
Okay. Well, you never know. You never know if things are really, because all I feel is that, does it mean, I have to ask myself, does it mean God want Nigeria? Does it mean God want Nigerians to be suffering like this?
No,
that's what I'm.
Say no pain, no gain. So no worry, Nigeria will soon change.
CM. If you have children, hold on, CM. If you have children and you are telling them what to do, I don't think that they refuse to hear. What will you do? You leave them.
Look, let me just add this. I don't think that P2B is gonna get there and try to change the electoral system.
No, he won't. He won't.
He's not going to do that because
Why
one,
not?
the other parties will not agree to it.
No.
That's one, and secondly, most Nigerians will not understand it at
No,
first.
wait, you know what?
Until the debate is hard about how to distribute
Let me
this
tell
power,
you.
because nobody is having that debate yet.
No,
He's just going to win.
Father, if Peter Obi goes in, first of all, they will give right to the people in diaspora to vote. That's number one he will do.
Yes, he said so. He said so.
Tinubu will do that, I think.
Tinubu will not do it because
I think Tinubu will do that.
He will not do it because Tinubu knows that he has no more support from the diaspora. So why will he do it? He will not do it.
I think he might do it because he's a southerner. Many Yorubas want to vote too.
I say he will not
do
it.
Is it all Yorubas that are supporting him? Nah, he won't. Trust me. Even if he wants to,
enough
the advisors will not allow him to do that.
Have you listened to this guy's show? Mayegu, something like that.
Okay, Mayegu, yeah, I do.
Yeah. How is he sorting Tinubu? He's not Yoruba guy.
He's a Yoruba guy.
Sorry, before I forget, the committee for what's it called? For as in the committee for guidelines for this show. I'm volunteering to join them. Why will I join them?
I'm not sure you should be allowed.
No, please. No.
This guy, you're just going to create anarchy there.
No, doctor,
what is it you want to fight for? Tell us what you want to fight for.
Because nobody has said yes on air. I don't know if I'm permitted to say mine on air. You understand? Because doctor said that yesterday that he thinks that I should join. So I thought of it over another, like, okay, yeah. There's some things I really saw that left for me. I really do not want it to happen. So as I said, I'm just volunteering to join. If not, I didn't have it in mind. Sorry?
Do you have anything you want to suggest openly now?
The plenty.
So the committee members can take it on board. I think you know how to reach Dr. Damages now.
So. No, I know how to reach. I know. He said that he was who just said that, like,
local committee for what? Committee about what?
Okay. Yes, please. For the explainer.
Committee to regulate the way we behave on panels. Like some people are not allowed to eat or sleep or stuff like that on panels. And but this thing is this correct? This Mayegun, is it detribalized? Because the guy came across a little bit not when I saw some of his video. But is that true? That is detribalized.
Actually, I listened to that guy for 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 13 seconds. I posted that on igbobasics.com. I believe that's on.
Wow, you really got the time down. 13 seconds.
3 hours, 11 minutes, and 13 seconds. He was interviewing David Hundeyin.
Okay, then.
Yes, and anything that made me to stay that focus, and the gentleman, whatever he's doing, he doesn't care whatever it is, whoever it is. He just lays down the way it is.
Yeah.
And that's why that I'm able to do that much of a listening. And the day David Hundeyin came up here, I cited that particular interview that he did. And I asked some questions about David's father, who was an incorruptible person, who Tinubu actually sent gifts for. And he turned it down, said, we don't do that. Because he has signed up on landed properties that Tinubu, I believe, was the person who got those properties. So in essence, people have a lot to offer. Character, Nigerians have character. It just depends on what side that they display that character. Nigerians can be bad and they can be really good. Some of the people that we sit down here and talk about, sometimes when you meet them, you will wonder, is that the person that they've been talking about? Somebody like UK, Ojus Okalo. I asked the question, any of you ever met the young man?
I think he's a nice man. I've not even met him. People just like to hate on him.
It's not even a matter. It's not even a big matter of being a nice man.
I know that's going to get CM going.
No, you see, look, listen. My interest in any public officer is okay.
CM, have you met OUK?
No, what for? No.
No. I just asked a question. Have you met that young man in person?
No, I haven't.
You have not. I almost guarantee you one thing. If you meet him in person, he will charm your pants down. But by that I mean, you will wonder, is that the person that I've been hearing about? That is just his nature. That's a gift he came with from God Almighty. He has been in this house where I'm talking from, but not just because he's from my village, but I'm trying to say, sometimes read much about a particular person. I'm not saying he has done wonders. At some point, Obasanjo called him the action governor. And at some point, things changed very, very differently. And I always said to him that the only thing you did wrong is that Abba, you're an Abba boy, but you let Abba go down to the abyss. And the Igbo man will not forgive you for that. And that's the same thing that I said to Alex Oti, who is coming in. If OUK, no matter what, all of them, they take money. They do whatever. They have their own businesses. If you examine what businesses these people do, oil businesses, land ownership, oil blocks, transportation, logistics, name it. If you see what these people do to get where they are, remember he owns Lock Airline at some point in time. And as a result of this agreement with Obasanjo, that's Lock Airline, and he owns a bank in Zambia and all that. So all I'm trying to say in essence is this. Any of them, study them briefly. Try to find out the good things about them and the bad things about them. And then you see if there is something that you can take away from there. When I talk about Alex Oti coming in, we are watching. And mark my word, anybody who fixes Abba, if you like, take 20%. If you like, because of what it is in me. If you fix Abba, Igbo man will love you. Igbo man will love you. Nigeria will love you. I'm talking about Eastern Nigeria will love you from now to
I will forgive you if you fix
the same way they love
Igbo basics. You see what?
Because of
you see the way Igbo basics. Just one more.
And I'm not against anybody.
You
I'm
see,
just saying.
I've not met Ojus or Carlo, and I don't think I will ever meet him because I don't have the opportunity. But the thing is this, I like somebody when you go into public office. I've seen white people that go into public office, they say he didn't perform well or whatever, maybe or one thing or the other. But what I hate is stealing public money. I don't like it. Owing pensioners is not good because there's something that's some cardinal sin you don't need to commit as a public official. When you go in, the money there is to work for the public. I can understand that you are incompetent, you didn't do anything, but the money is there, such that when the next person coming after you can come in, he can now use the money to do something. But not that when you use the money to, that is you steal the money and use it for your own business and then put the state in debt. Pensioners you won't pay. Maybe in short, you run the state aground. I can't forgive you because it's a public office and it's not a must you will go there. Talking of Abana, the incoming governor, why I feel that the man will succeed, Alex Oti, is that I've never had this before. He said he will have a commissioner only for Abba affairs. What concern a commissioner, ministry, sorry, not ministry, only for Abba alone. We have a full ministry just to look after Abba. It means that the man wants to succeed. So when that, it means because he knows what it means. rather than putting Aba as a this, he said Aba will have a separate ministry, that just like a ministry of Federal Capital Territory. So Aba will have his own ministry only to look after Aba, a budget for it, so that you now know what to do. So
that doesn't make sense for me. To me, it doesn't make sense.
It makes sense for me. It makes, and I'll tell you how. It makes, because
what do you think will be his function? That the function of that ministry. What do you think would be
the ministry of Aba is infrastructure, business wise, anything that you treat Aba as if Aba is a separate this thing. Because accountability. No. If you say like Ministry of Works, that is for the whole of Abia. We agree. You say Ministry of Health, that is for the whole of Abia. But when you say this ministry is for any infrastructure within Aba and everything, health, primary school, education is good. Because that is where the money will come from. If you develop Aba and restore Aba,
why not empower the local government? The local government.
Okay, if you empower the local government, is that not? Is that okay? If they were performing, why would they have ministry for Aba? That is what you should ask yourself.
Okay, so if the chances of the local government is not performing, what is the chances of this the commissioner for Aba affairs will perform?
Yes, it will perform. It will perform because the commissioner is part of the cabinet. He will sit around the cabinet with the governor and not as a local government chairman. He will sit around the cabinet.
Whatever is going to look over, right? Whatever sector is going to be involved in, there's already a ministry for that sector. Whatever sector is going to look into, there's already a ministry in that sector. So that would be like you're creating double ministry.
No, it's not double ministry. When you say Ministry of Health for Abia, they've already known that healthcare in Abia for the whole local government, whatever, Aba is not included in that ministry anymore. For that 4 years, it's going to be there.
Okay.
So
the local government in charge of that Aba, are you going to remove their money from the local government and give to the commissioner for Aba affairs? The budget
the local government, the local government, because Aba is not just there. There are other towns that are within Aba or whatever. Those local government can be taking care of those ones, but that Aba city, we have a special ministry that we look after.
What you mean to say, CM, is that the local government function like every other local government. But what you are recommending there for a ministry of Aba, in other words, what's important here, me, you, all of us here who wish Eastern Nigeria well, we need to keep their foot on fire. Why do I say that? The outgoing governor, Mr. Ikpeazu or Dr. Okezi Ikpeazu, you always say Okezi Ikpeazu, PhD. Pull him down. Permanent head damage. He always puts that. The man passed through my school. We used to claim him as an alumni. But here is the
high
point.
School. Is it High School?
No, it's High School. Okay. It's High School. High School is here is the thing. Alex Shorty has to choose somebody who truly means well, for not just for himself or herself, somebody who truly understands that Aba is the nucleus of the land.
It's true. That's what I'm telling you. It's a special ministry.
When he does that, me and you, all of us here who are still talking about this, has to, first of all, for the person who has been chosen to see their character. In other words, from the get-go, we have to start firing. Mister, this is the only reason why we want you to be here. Because and we are not going to let you fail. We will all be participants. Aba, the Taiwan of Nigeria. Aba that can make anything. Aba, everybody has run away. I grew up in Aba, and that's why I'm so passionate about Aba. We will see to it that person, whoever it is, must succeed. If you don't succeed, we'll take you out before you even think about it.
But regardless of the good thing, right? It's like you have EFCC and you also created ICPC. Do you understand? Which both of them are supposed to be under Nigerian Police Commission. Nigerian Police
it's not. You should have used Ministry of Niger Delta to illustrate your point in terms of this ministry, because it is this administrative unit only for one purpose.
Even the Niger Data Ministry of the NDDC is your sound. It's still the same thing. You are creating double media, double work just because NDDC is born out of to settle somebody. I know that one. That one you can't tell me for a fact.
Do you know? It's like you are investing money and you want a return. Aba is decayed because if you bring up the infrastructure in Aba and all these things we are talking, Aba will fund Abia State beyond recognition.
Okay, why not allow the government himself to face it instead of creating a ministry?
Excuse me. To call it doesn't mean it's not just to call it ministry of the it's a good concept.
You have head of service there with that ministry. Head of service will be
no, it might not be.
Loco is a good concept. All of them will do their job. Nobody's interfering. But we are saying the character of the person that is put there. And I'm saying you, me, all of us are responsible to make sure that
that ministry.
Loco. It might not be. I know. It might not have all the paraphernalia of a typical ministry the way you know ministry. Because this is only ministry only for one city. Only for one city. Remember, the basic thing they want is develop the infrastructure there.
Yes, only in that city.
When you develop the infrastructure to support business and investment, so that the return will come, because they feel
land.
That is it. So
what about the Ministry of Commerce and Industry?
That's fine. The Minister of Commerce and Industry. Okay, there's one here. There is what are the towns? There is half here. There is do all those things. Leave Aba alone. That Aba takes. This is the thing. Leave that Aba.
Minister of you don't mess up. Not this time. Nobody's good. Okay, hold on. Okay, Zikbazu was commissioner for environmental in Aba. That's how he rose. He went there, he destroyed more than you can ever think about, just in the name of chop. He did not do the work. Sam Bakwe, when he was governor of Imo State, Sam Bakwe brought in Sulu of West Germany. Sam Bakwe made sure that landfills, things were happening. We were proud of Aba. I grew up in Aba. But today, Go to Aba. The last time I went to Aba, like I was crying. People are running away from Aba.
Let me paint you the picture of Aba. Let me paint you the picture Aba was before. You have Liver Brothers in Lagos. The next branch, Aba. PZ Lagos. PZ in Aba. You have what is it called? All this industry. ACOA Motors in Lagos. You have it in Aba. You have I think there is it's like whatever you have in Lagos, they will open a branch in Aba. No way, not even Port Harcourt in Aba. So what they are trying to say is this: when you say this is the ministry for Aba, what it means is that this is the money you want to be spent in Aba. Whatever budget you give to the commissioner in charge of Aba, Ministry of Aba, you want that money spent in Aba. So the commissioner for Aba is directly answerable to the governor. It's not like under before it's the Commerce and Industry, Ministry of Health, the hospital in Aba, hospital no more. This is just like this is for if they say 1 billion, that 1 billion to be spent anything concerning Aba. That's all they want, and they want result. Let me tell you, if this model works, so many people, some states might adopt it. If you feel there's something to regenerate, because you are not doing it for Aba alone. I mean, you are not doing it with the intention that you love Aba. It's because of what Aba will generate. Because if you resurrect Aba will sustain Umuahia in the southeast because of what it is. So that's why they said let's give it a special care. It's like when you come to a hospital, that's what they call intensive care, and they say there's what they call a executive ward. Say rich men will just be in this ward, lock them. That is where you treat them. That type of thing. Because of the money.
Before?
CM, the Aba that I've seen, it used to be the dustbin of Nigeria.
No, my question is local. Have you been to Aba?
Oh yeah, I've been to.
Which Aba did you go?
In all these things,
I think No, I don't think I don't. I drove past there. Let me know that I drove past there. I don't know the area.
You drove past Aba. I grew up in Aba. I went to school in Aba.
Excuse me, sir. Igbo business. What I say, in all these things, understand me. The most important thing, not the ministry for Aba, is the ease of business that matters a lot.
Yes.
That matters a lot. If there are still many bottlenecks, understand me, no matter what you do, no matter how you invest on it, companies will be afraid to come. Understand me?
First, the dirty in Abia, Aba, they should move the dirty Aba.
That's why a separate ministry is good, because can you imagine? Excuse me, local. Can you imagine? You are the commissioner in charge of Aba, only Aba. Whatever comes from the budget is under that. Just you spend it on Aba. Use it on
that effort that the governor wants to use. Why don't the governor put that effort, pressurize the commissioner for environment? Commissioner for environment. You do this thing.
Local is more than that. There is a whole culture. There's a whole culture in the place called Aba.
Okay.
When I say I grew up in Aba, I'm proud of being from Aba. If Nagota, I go take my leg, enter up to show you, say, I pass them. You understand? Okay. Because we are so, if you can survive in Aba, you can survive anywhere in the world. Yeah. And Aba people know the taxi show, they know the play.
So you think the governor cannot say, okay, I want to do something. Commissioner for Works, I want to make sure Aba is clean. I give you the mandate, I give you some time, I give you the fund. I support you financially, okay. I give you logistics, I give you everything, material you need to make sure Aba is clean. The commissioner will not do it. Is that what you're telling me?
That's not what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying is that commissioners can be there and all that. But we are picking one person and saying you are responsible for Aba.
I'm saying only. The commissioner for Works.
We need to keep it. We need to keep him in front corner.
If you did
in front corner.
The issue is that is even if it's set up that ministry for Aba, if what is the continuation of that ministry? Because Nigeria is continuation.
No, if it's good, you see, listen, if it achieves results, people will, some of these things, some people have conscience. If the result is being achieved, and which I hope it will achieve, I don't think they will scrap it, because it's getting the result you want.
You can't not scrapping it, you understand me? But can they continue with the
yes. Why? I don't see why not.
Any good model continues.
Please, I want to come from another perspective before I lose my line of thought.
Let's hear you.
I want to honorably speak to my big brother, big Igbo basis, concerning Ojus Okano. I do not have anything personal against Ojus Okano.
Of course, I don't know him. Yeah.
Or any Igbo political elite in the Southeast. I am only angry and against any politician in the Southeast who have used the Southeast money for their selfish political goals.
Exactly. Stealing public money, that's all. That's just the point. That's me too.
Before he became governor, he was a multi-millionaire.
There you go.
But what did he achieve in Abia State as the governor of Abia State? Politically today, what is Ojus Okalu to any Igbo man? This is the same Ojus Okalu who said that there is nothing wrong with the same Muslim candidate in the presidential election. But now that we are going to the Senate, he's saying he don't want to see a Senate president becoming a Muslim.
That's a politician for you.
So what I'm trying to tell you is this. Because he's not representing my interest, neither is he representing your interest.
It's true. We know.
Anything he has achieved politically is for his own selfish interest.
His pocket, yeah.
He wasn't doing it for anybody. For example, this Aba, let me finish. This Aba we are talking about right now, somebody like Ojus Okalu, who is an international businessman, was a governor of Abia State. And he messed up that state.
Exactly.
And he left Abba, the state that he had left Abba, So, which excuse does he have to tell me that it's only when he becomes the senior president that they can be able to achieve something for the Igbo man? Who is he trying to deceive? How many governors has come after him? We're talking about Dr. Ibazu right now.
Right? Came after him, then Ibazu came after him.
Okay,
those are the last two.
Can you see the people that? Can you see the people that has come after him? Can you see the state of Aba?
Abia State.
I mean, come on, because if Aba is what it is today, you talk about Mbakwe. May his good soul rest.
The crying governor.
Yes. We are talking about Ezekiel Uzog. When Ezekiel Uzog was fighting to become governor of Imo State, his first program was to make Aba to become the Japan of Africa. These are the people that have vision for an Igbo man. All this, and Ibazu is 80 years. What is his achievement in Abia State? What did he do in Abia State? He's following Wike, who is eating oil morning of River State. He's following him about. You understand? So I have nothing personal against Oju Zokalo, but it is a disgrace to an Igbo man. And if I see him anywhere, I am going to spit on his face. Because this man made me, I felt so much pain when he said that Muslim candidate is not a problem. And now he wants to be senior president. And now he's telling us Muslim president, Muslim vice president, and Muslim senior president. No, it's not going to be good. Who is he talking to? President of Nigerian Senate, he would never would he ever be. Godwin Akpabio is a criminal, but if he come to the worst, let him become the senior president.
What if Ujo Carlo is thinking that maybe someday there will be a Christian president, this thing, ticket?
Forefather, listen, all these politicians we know. I'm talking about, listen, when we're talking about, I am a complete Igbo man. I grew up in Igbo land before I begin to travel. I followed the Nigerian politics since 1979. Anything I am telling you is a fact. The story of Sam Mbakwe today, whatever you see that is left in Imo State and other state, was the foundation that Mr. Sam Mbakwe laid in Imo State and that becomes Abia State, part of it today. All these governors that we have had, they have achieved nothing. Completely nothing. They are there building political class. And at the end of the day, they use our money. Like what your governor is doing now of Imo State. Did you not hear about 2 months or 3 months ago, standing on the pulpit of Imo State government? He said, and I quote him, this one Jina as governor of Imo State, anybody who will kidnap this governor. Come I hear anything he will keep my Imo State. The governor of Imo State is saying for him to stand on the pulpit of the government of Imo State and he declaring before Imo State, you see this, he's the governor of Imo State. Nobody is going to take it away from him. Forefather, what do you think?
Yeah,
the governor of the state to make that declaration in the pulpit of the state government of Imo State, which means Imo State is his personal property.
In his pocket.
That's arrogance now.
From him.
Isn't that how Tinubu sounds too? Wiki, we have leaders like this that just act as if they own the state.
This is what he's doing now. The problem you have in Labour Party in Imo State, you think it was for fun. He sponsored those candidates in Imo State. Every crisis you see in Imo State today he is using the money of Imo State to make sure that the other political parties do not exist. The same Omuma magic that he used to become governor of Imo State, that is what he wants to do.
But okay, from my point of view, from somebody that came to Nigeria, we visited those areas sometime about 2019 or 20. See, what I see, the area that didn't improve what I saw with my own eyes was the Aba area didn't improve. But I can say from what I saw in the Onitsha areas, the road through that area, through Imo, all of those areas, I saw improvements.
Go to
you can see improvements.
Brother, let me tell you, every structure Hope Uzodinma has built in Owerri, if you push it with your hand, they will fall. Everything is politics.
Maybe it's not the one that built it. Maybe it's federal government.
All the whole road did you watch when Buhari went to commission the road in Imo State? Did you see when Buhari went to Imo State to commission a road? Let's go to that road. That road was not built. Immediately, Buhari turned back and went back to Abuja. Look at that road today.
The road wasn't fully constructed. They will show Buhari is the one they tired, and Buhari got tape and go. The rest they didn't do anything.
He went to repent it, and he called Buhari to come and inaugurate it. Buhari come to Imo State. Listen, these people they're not thinking about
it. Let's jailbreak for 1 second. Imo State, as we know it. You know, Imo State has had 16 governors since its inception, including Dibisi Kanu, Adekunle Lawal. Listen to all those names. Sunday Ajiboye Adenefit, Samuel Orunaka Mbakwe, Ike Wachuku, Alison Madueke, Amadi Ikweche, Anthony Ogugwa, Ivan Enwerem, James Aneke, Tanko Zubairu, Achike Udenwa, Ike Dio Hakim, Orocha Sokrocha, Emeki Hodua, and now Hope Uzodinma. Those are the governors that have come through before it was split somewhere along the line.
Exactly. Igbo basics, please allow me. I want to say something so that I laugh. The whole of Southeast, the whole Igbo nation, we are always in sympathy with Imo State and Abia. It's a shame on the conscience of the Igbo people.
The sympathy, what do you mean by sympathy?
Well, sympathy, you see, that, because they've not been having good governance. To have sympathy for Igbo people, because that's what we are saying. It pains us. I'm from Anambra anyway. Enugu State, you can't say this type of thing to some extent, even Ebonyi. The thing is that since Sam Mbakwe, Imo has been unlucky with a good governor. Imo and then Abia, these two states. All you see, particularly Imo State, are fraudsters.
Amadi Ikweche came after Sam Mbakwe, don't forget. Amadi Ikweche came after
Sam
Mbakwe, yes. He came a few governors after Samba. And he was a gentleman to the core. A naval officer who commanded ECOMOS to Liberia. Go ahead.
Yes, you see. So in terms of
these are characters. It depends on the character of the integrity of the person in the office.
When they look at, you see, why I'm saying this is that when Ike said what happened in Imo State, like what Hope Uzodinma is doing, using money to go and destabilize other parties such that there's nobody who won't have opposition. It's true. Imo has never been lucky, to be honest, since that Sam Mbakwe. It pains us, those of us, it's very painful because we know the potential. Do you know that during the same time of Sam Mbakwe was the only person they can compare to Emayo Okpara in the whole of Igbo civilization? Sam Mbakwe was the only person. Those of us in Anambra and Enugu, we envy Imo because the man.
Don't forget that Sam Mbakwe was a lawyer.
After all these ones coming.
It's a giant.
Exactly. All this one that came. So Sam Mbakwe, when they talk, do you know that in Anambra, even if a child, there's Sam, but they don't know him, and you are not from Imo. But when they mention Sam Mbakwe, everybody will say, "Oh, Sam Mbakwe did what he did." Imo State since then has fallen to the dogs. These are all fraudsters. Who is Hope Uzodinma? Retired fraudster. That's what they are doing. It's very painful. Our happiness, let me say this as an Igbo, is that Alex Oti is coming. Probably when he starts setting our back, but I know that Alex Oti from day one, the man will succeed. The man will succeed.
My senior brother, Igbo Bezi. Do you know that the primary election in Imo State, this LP primary election, you know, you know, Dr. Amadi, the analyst at Channel or Arise, Dr. Amadi.
Arise, yes. Sam Amadi.
Sam Amadi, yes.
Yes, Sam Amadi, yes, Sam.
I had contact with him.
PhD.
And I tried to get reach to him to understand his mindset, because I confronted him and I asked him, are you a member of PDP or Labour Party? He said he's a member of Labour Party. Then I asked him, do you have interest in being governor of Imo State? I said, because what I'm asking you is that I have been following you for a very long time. And I think you represent a new generation of Nigerian politicians that we want, based on your experience and your kind of decency since I've been following you. But my question is this: do you want to be part of the primary election? He said, yeah, he's going to go to the primary election. I said, okay. So, you know what happened at the primary election? When, on that day, he stepped down for somebody, the Major General, retired the Major General, one of those Major Generals.
Lincoln Ogunlewe.
Say exactly.
Ogunewe.
So when I saw him, when he was addressing the people, at the end of the day, he stepped down for
Ogunewe.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, this Senator Achonu eventually emerged winner.
From nowhere.
Personally, myself, listen. Personally, myself.
You mean the one-armed man?
Yes. Personally, myself, I didn't like that he won. But you know what? At the second thought, I said, this is a criminal like Hope Uzodimma. Because I believe that Sam Amadi would have not even been able to stand the Hope Uzodimma in Imo State. So at the end of the day, after the primary election, we get in touch and I asked him, why did he step down for the man he stepped down for? Was he a better candidate for you? Do you think he was going to be a better candidate for Imo State? He said, well, my brother, is not that, but it is the thinking. It is the thinking of the Labour Party. Because of his military background, they felt that he can be able to handle the security problem that we have in Imo State. I said, okay. So what I'm trying to tell you now, my brother, is this. This man who won the governorship candidate of Imo State for Labour Party, he might not be what Imo State deserves. But I think that this man will be able to stand Hope Uzodimma 1 foot to 1 foot. Do you know the prayer of any Imo man that Hope Uzodimma never see government house in November?
Again.
That this one, that is, it doesn't matter who wins that election. Even the PDP governorship candidate, if he's better, Imo State is ready to put anybody, but not Hope Uzodimma. When I tried to go to the profile of the Achonu,
yes.
When I went through his profile, I saw that he's the same old breed, the same political, political old class, the people with so much money, so much weight, you don't know how they acquire their money, But this is what it is. But at least it's better than nothing, because what I'm telling you is this. In Imo State, I used to use my local government as an example. I'm from Olu. If you go to Olu local government right now, Hope Uzodimma is from Olu. But I am telling you that it is difficult for you to see any young man of the age of 25 to 30 years in Olu senatorial zone. Because everybody has run away from Imo State. Because if they see you, it's either you're an IPOB member or you are an agent of anybody. the way the people disappear, the way people disappear in Olu senatorial zone and Imo State as a whole, from Olu to Njaba area to Arondi zone. So this is the situation that Imo State is today. This is supposed to be a state that after Lagos, it should be Imo State. The foundation that Sam Mbakwe tried to lay for Imo State. But look at the story of Imo State today. The story of Imo State is a sorry story. Ihedioha would have achieved something. But after all that Imo people, the 100,000% support we gave him, he decided to sell himself. Because I told somebody who know him, after he made that comment in Enugu, that Peter Obi, he said something in Enugu, I can't vividly remember what he said. I said they should tell Ihedioha that his political career in Imo State and Nigeria is over. And it is over. He had the opportunity to become a good administrator in Imo State.
They were following Atiku. You know the thing
because
is
he
that
followed Atiku and he didn't omit anything from his mouth.
But you know one thing, all hope is not lost. Alamefula.
Okay, well, I'm not saying good night, everybody.
Why I say all hope is not lost.
All right, good night.
Is that so? I think it's you that just said that it takes a criminal to beat a criminal.
Yeah.
If you see how Abalanze the cat was wrestled and things fall apart, you will come to find out that you don't take how do I describe it? Let me put it this way. I just said the one armed man.
Yes.
Okay. I read
they
briefly.
Call him Lion. Is it? They go.
I read briefly on the man's antecedent and how he had tried to play the game in Imo State, and I come to the conclusion that if you see one person where get only one eye, fear that person. No. If you see one person, there was something I saw on the net where somebody who had only one arm and how he maneuvered everything else in order to be able to. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that that one arm that he has can be an advantage because all his energy goes back to his mental abilities to be able to maneuver things. I pray for him that truly, because the die is cast, the selections have been made, the primaries have been conducted. It is now, how do I, Ediabale versus Kura. I don't know if you know what we call Ediabale.
Yes.
Okay, Ediabale is the animal that comes to eat the chicken.
Yes.
They eat the chicken and the eggs.
Yes.
In the night time. I would like to look at this Achonu as somebody who at this stage wants to prove that disability, if you call that disability, is not going to hinder him from performing for the people.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. That's why I said finally, because when after my long 2-3 weeks conversation to 1 month conversation with Sam Ahmadi, I when he was speaking, for me personally, yeah, my intonation is telling me that maybe he's not sure that he's going to win, but he's going to go to try to be.
That was horse trading. They did some kind of horse trading. They thought that if they banded Sam Ahmadi and Ogunewe,
yes,
they would be able to produce a stronger force.
Exactly.
That didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't.
By virtue of whatever happened, that Achon is there. Let's all, me, you, all of us, let's now focus on trying to encourage him to make sure he doesn't sell us out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're going to support him because
I learned that it was the Hope Uzodinma that sponsored Achonu.
Because I would like to think that's propaganda. I would like to think so.
Okay.
Can I ask that? Is there any national Southeast politician that the Igbo people support?
How do you mean? Igbo
well, that's like because I hear Oji Uzo Carlo is a thief. I hear the other one is not good. It's like any politician they mention from that region. None of the Igbo people like them.
No, it
So
means
is there
Only Peter
is there
Obi for
anyone that
now.
they like?
Is he
Peter
presently now?
Presently, Peter Obi.
Presently, yeah, the one that you can put forward and say this is our guy, we like him.
Okay,
Peter Obi.
like CM said, Peter Obi.
Peter Obi.
Soludo disappointed a lot of people.
Yeah.
Wow, it's already started disappointing people.
Yeah,
Hold on. Peter B is not even on the running because he's running for president. So that's different. I'm talking about like in other positions now. Like this Audios or Carlo and all the other people they are mentioning. But every time I hear their name from our Southeastern brothers, they always like hate them. So which one, who are you going to send?
Well, that was why I said, if you understand the game of politics since this second era of Nigerian politics, remember that all Jews or them were the people who formed PDP. Remember that it was their money that they put on the table to form PDP. But along the line, they made some serious mistakes and blunders because of personal aggrandizement or whatever you may call it. They made those, and those were the places where people begin to shake their head. Do you remember that all UK used to have a political party? And their political party, PPA, actually won 2 states.
Yes.
During, what's the name of that? Maurice.
Yeah.
Yes, during that time. They had Abia State and Imo State. It was under PPA. And all of a sudden, the dancing, the tone changed. Things happened. The horse trading and all the rest of it. And now...
No, the question is, we are talking of, Forefather is asking of, because we condemn all Jews or kind of course he's a thief, Rochas Okorocha, this and never do well. So he's trying to say, is there any other person such that maybe he's in the House of Senate or something and they need to...
Well, let's take that survey and then be able to come up with names.
Mm-hmm. So
because I'm sure that there is somebody in Igbo land who has not been so tainted or have been so bad painted. Because we paint our people the way we paint them. Hello, wait a minute. Umaru Diko, Umaru Rice, the rest of Zulu. Name the Northerners who have done worse than what they is. I'm not trying to defend that any Igbo man should know better. But what is happening is this. They look at it as a game. And unfortunately, when they look at it as a game, they get in there. If you followed what they did, when people like OUK was putting the Senate President Talawan to go and contest in the APC presidential nomination. This is brutal battle for their own personal survival that was going on. But we should be able
if we look around, you know, the tragedy in this type of thing is that if not that a Labour Party came, Zie Ikpeazu would have been going to the Senate.
Of course.
Another thief. If not that Labour Party came, this Buruburu of Enugu State, who failed again, would have been going to the Senate. And then all these all these their own. So, in fact, it's like this revolution, Labour Party revolution, was much more pronounced in the Southeast. And I tell you why. In Enugu State, about 11 members of House of Reps, I think about 10 are from Labour. And these are new people.
Yes.
So, these are new people, imagine. So the only old politician I can think of going to the National Assembly, something like all these Jews or Carlo, Rochas Okorocha is out of the way. I don't think Rochas is going, no. Oster Izuna saw one chap will replace him. So virtually, to answer Forefather's question,
people like Uche Ogbuagu came back as a state rep.
Only probably Eyin Naya Baribe.
Did he have the election?
Uche Ogbuagu won as a Labour Party.
Yeah, they don't know if he won.
Yeah, he did. House of Rep. Yeah.
So in the
Uche Ogbuagu, by the way, has been in this particular studio.
In the Senate, it's only Eyin Naya Baribe, who is an old politician.
There you go.
And then that man, if you mention Peter Obi and mention Eyin Naya Baribe, people will say it's like people will tell you, telling people who to bring. They will mention
why are they not
Peter
putting him forward now instead of saying
no, because he's in
he's not in APC. He's not in APC. He's not a minority. He's in APGA. He's not in APC.
But they can choose him too, even if he's not in APC.
No.
Just
APC won't do that. APC won't do that.
if you try, government of national unity.
APC won't do that. If they do it good, but APC won't do that. They will say, how can they go and select?
They've already shared these positions before we get here.
They know.
What is just happening?
We practice a very backward politics in our country. It's just about them, nothing more. They don't care.
Positions. All we are doing is putting them. Remember that during the campaign, Jagabon, Tinubu went and prostrated for a Damale for OUK's mom. You mean you didn't see that?
Well, I didn't see it, but I think I read about it, but I didn't see
one thing that Tinubu's son said that can I bring this topic so that you guys can look into it. Tinubu's son, I think Sheyi or something, said that his father is the best thing to have happened to Nigeria. And the question is, could he be right in terms of, if you look at the performance of all the other governors and all the other individuals, and in terms of their ability to sway people and get people on their side, does he have a point there? Because his dad is a great, he has accomplished quite a lot for himself as an individual. He has gone through things that would destroy other politicians, but he's still standing. Even if he's trembling sometimes.
That statement is self-serving. That is the beginning. It's just a self-serving statement.
Shameful statement.
He can't even summon the whole Yoruba and say it in front of them. They will shout it down. I'm telling you. He can't even say that when Yorubas gather. He will tell Yoruba that my father is the most important thing that has happened to Yoruba politics.
It's a summary of it's a summary of the state of Nigeria at the moment. How can he say such a thing? Knowing the father's antecedents.
You see, but the thing is that the Yorubas are a bit different. You see how all of you are all like, all Jews Okalo is useless and all that. But Yoruba people, they're like, as long as he's a Yoruba guy, send him. It's okay.
It's not true. It's not true.
Maybe they like to. Maybe.
You think all those Yoruba people are sending to the center now are performing very well for their people? Even in Northerners, if you look at Northern politicians, they don't perform for their people, but their people still send them anyway.
Father, I want to say to some extent you get it all wrong. Just imagine if they had done the primaries like the way they do primaries in America, where the only nations will come outside and do the primaries. You and I know that the Yoruba people would have voted for Osibanjo. But now that Tinubu happened to be the last man standing, they are giving their all to Tinubu just because of the the tribal tendency and everything. But Tinubu is never all their best. But they just feel that he speaks the language that they understand. They speak the language that he understands. That's why they are giving it to him. But they know he's not the best man. That's it.
But in the Southeast, they even if they know their man is not the best man, they will say better nobody than that man.
But that's why not because of we have a lot of Southeast people, you give it to South people because they are very pragmatic people. They know onion very, very well. You understand? They don't. The Igbo man don't tell themselves lie. The Igbo man might say that business lie, but they don't tell themselves lie. That's it. That's what I can tell you.
Your connection is a bit troubled.
Your connection, Abi, you
He's hiding in the garage now, so the family members will catch him. He hides to come here all the time.
I didn't put on clothes. I beg you to bring me in. I didn't put on clothes. I'm in somewhere.
Now that they're talking about the protocol and all the rest of it, I don't know what I'm going to do. Whether to
Paul,
bring
later
you in.
you will drop your number for me, Paul. We go to discuss business. I didn't know you are a container man. We go to discuss business later. You go drop your number.
Father, let me tell you something. Let me tell you
Okay.
something.
You're a container man. We go to
If
discuss
it were
business.
to be
I beg.
Osibanjo, if it were to be Osibanjo that won the primary
Father, I
election,
don't late. Let me stay off picture, please. I didn't put on my clothes
Okay,
on.
I'll put your picture then. Okay, go up
Thank
picture.
you.
Go up picture.
Thank you.
All right.
if it is Osibanjo that will win election of APC,
yes,
we will not be talking what we are talking here right now.
There you go.
Exactly.
True.
It's true. Yes.
True.
To be honest, it's true.
What I am telling you is the truth. We will not be talking about what we are discussing now. Let me tell you what people. It's not that people fail to understand or recognize the political clout of Tinubu, or people try to forget what he has done with democracy and the rest of them. No, that's not the point, my brother. The point is that this present Nigerian life we have today, first of all, this man is sick. This man is sick. We know what we go through with Buhari for 8 years. You know how much we spend. Every time you, forefather, you stand here, you talk about the medical, you talk about the, what do you call it?
Medical trip abroad.
Medical tourism or whatever you call it. Every day, that is your campaign. You don't want that thing to happen. But you are trying to sow a seed in our mind, like, okay, let's leave Tinubu to. Listen, this man is sick. He's not well.
It will make nonsense of.
I don't support Tinubu now. What am I going to do?
No, let me finish what I'm trying to say. This man is sick.
Yes.
It's a fact. And old age is a blessing. My prayer is for me to grow old. And when you get to a certain age, you can never cheat nature. I used to tell my kids or my grandchildren, I say, listen, what I did about 30 years ago, if you're expecting me to do it now, I might do it, but it is by the grace of God, because the bones and the marrows and the nerves are no more there. That's a fact. And everything I am doing now, I put into consideration my age. I'm not trying to show off anybody or trying to impress anybody. No, because it's my life. So what we are talking about, Nigeria of a population of 200 million. Are you saying that Nigeria don't have a capable young man of 45 to 50, 60 years that can be president of Nigeria? Is it what you are saying? Come on.
We have them. The problem with them is that they've not proven themselves.
Second thing, my brother, is that the way he won the primary election in APC.
It is fraudulent.
Everything is all about Emiloko. So we're in a situation whereby most people who are talking about Tinubu today is based on the fact everybody that has opinion about this man right now is about 75% of the opinion is concerned on his health. The rest 35% is his credibility. There are so many stories. There are so many stories about this man that even you can't explain. Because this man is like a mystery man. Nobody knows actually who this man is. Because everything about him will end up to being a lie.
Yeah, but see, let's not see the thing. This is the reason why I try not to have a highly polarized situation, so that we can peer into the other side and try to see what other people see. People that are close to Tinubu, if you see when they are following him, when you look at Tinubu, you don't see him like a dictator. You don't feel like they are afraid of him, but they are enamored by him.
They are following. They are following. You know the reason why?
For money.
Money.
They're not following him for anything.
Money. It's more. It's No. The way you know it is this. If you take the Yorubas,
Are you not amazed that people who are well-learned, professors, sons, and PhD holders are following him in across the country? It's all because of money, nothing more. They know his past. This time now, it might happen for the first time that somebody whose past secrets have come out, his connection to drugs and all that, and yet he may be sworn in as our president. Something that has never happened before. So it tells you the kind of people we have ruling us, the kind of morality. They have thrown morality away with all the evidence.
But are you sure though? If you look at Shonwolu, if you look at all some of the capable people around him, El-Rufai.
Those court records are very clear. They are all there, very clear.
No, I call them capable because these people are able to go into. Why I call them capable? They are some brave people. Look at El-Rufai is a brave man. You have to give that guy credit.
The man,
that guy,
after money. The man says whatever money. What money cannot do, more money can do it. That is Tinubu's motive.
Let me add something now. So, CM, just wait for a second. Wait for a second. El-Rufai gave this Buhari armored vehicle, and because of that armored vehicle he gave Buhari survived a bomb attack. That guy seems to have, he's more powerful than people give him credit for. He's not just the man you see on the road. That is why he's the governor that went and defied the commander-in-chief in Nigeria. That El-Rufai guy is not an ordinary guy. You have to respect.
Have you been able to tame security?
Let me say this.
I don't know. He hasn't been able to do that. That for me, that's a mystery too. Because the guy seems to be very powerful.
They do what is convenient for them. They do what is convenient for them. That's what you don't understand. When it sounds their purpose, they will do it. That is what all of them do.
It's Kwakwaso. Oh my God. Sorry. I think I'm correcting it. Not El-Rufai, it's Kwakwaso that gave it. Oh my God, forgive me, Kwakwaso. It was Kwakwaso that gave Buhari that vehicle. Sorry about that. That's not nice.
Can you guys hear me?
This thing.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Let's allow someone to talk. He just came in now, please.
Ekene Igwe Nago.
Yeah. So you got it right. Okay. Igwe Nago. Yeah. So let's put it this way. The problem with Nigeria is the fact that we have very powerful governors. You see what I'm saying? We have very, very powerful governors. We're not supposed to have governors so powerful. No country whereby you see hierarchy as number one hierarchy, the most powerful person in that country is the president. And then the next person that is powerful is the 36th governor of the states. So powerful. But mostly in countries, the hierarchy of strength is usually the president, the vice president, you have the chief of defense staff, or maybe secretary of defense, secretary of state, which is minister of foreign affairs. So you see how they go by it. They go by those hierarchy to showcase that the federal executive is the most powerful body. So before you get into state governors being powerful, it's down the road. And in most states, like in America, the governors don't even really have power, like Texas. The governors don't really have power. But the corruption in Nigeria comes by what you guys said earlier, money. Money is our biggest corruption. And in the sense that you have somebody like Tinubu running for offices, the first thing he did was to start buying professors, start giving money to professors, because he understands that most politics in Nigeria are local, but local if you have the money. So if you don't have access to money, you don't have access to power in Nigeria. So you can be somebody that is a professor of a university or a vice chancellor of a university, but as long as you have money, you can do the undo. But the thing is this, based on what I always tell people all the time, Nigeria is a system we cannot change by just speaking. What we have to do as a people, how can we isolate the government and develop a system within ourselves whereby we can then build a system with money to then challenge the government. America did it. Like in the United States, if you look at the United States, when the federal executive of the United States was so powerful for over a century, what did people like Rockefeller do? They went and started building the commerce system. They built a commerce system, they built wealth within states. They accumulated so much wealth by using what the earth gave them to build financial strength. And then they become very wealthy. So once in a while, the federal government reign on those corporations. But in America today, the United States system work in tandem with corporations. But in Nigeria, the state governors are richer than corporations. That's a problem.
Do you think?
not that they are
See,
rich,
I thought he
they
was going to
stole
say more
money.
about. Sorry, I thought you were going to say more about why our governors. Because I actually agree with that point 100%. I think our governors are too powerful, and they hold too much influence compared to what you see in other regions. And people go on arguing for regional government when we literally have regional government of 36 states in Nigeria. That's what we have. Our governors are just too powerful. So, CM, go ahead, please.
What I want to say from what you said is we may, because the level of American development and this changes the effect, like you outlined, probably is a product of their civilization and where they are. Not that we are not that crude, but you must know that our own might not come the way Americans' own came. I may be wrong. Right. I may not come, but the outcome, what we want is to change, to challenge the system or whatever. This people say disobedient, the type of hurricane that it came and everything. Yes, if, a big if, our judiciary should live up to expectation and the announce will be as the real winner of this thing, then the journey has begun. It might not be the American way, because when it enters with the type of OB, the states, there will be shock all over the place. It will open up the political space that money might not really be playing a big role to get in. And then transparency, depending on how Obi is projecting Nigeria, using himself anyway as an example.
Yes.
The trajectory of politics will change, the journey will start, and then we now start having hope that yes, we're going to change the system. For instance, ordinarily, if not because of Obi's movement, Ibazu would have become a senator elect as a former governor. There's no, then Ugwanyo of Enugu, the same thing. And who again? All those who check Unife, them will be going back. Cross River governor. So particularly in the southeast, most of the labor new entrants all knocked out the old people. In Enugu State, most of their members of House of Reps are not coming back. About 7 are brand new labor. In the southeast, almost something like that. In the in the Anambra State and all those things. So I subscribe to the idea that though the governors, of course, we say they are powerful because they are thieves. They only go there to amass money and then use it to organize talks, and they intimidate anybody. That is their power. That is the extent of their power. But in removing them or trying to suppress them or neutralize them, it's a revolution, voting revolution like this. We sweep them away. As simple as that.
Let me break your heart a little bit.
Just before you come in, this man Oti going for Abia State, he's a nice candidate, but I think he has tried before other PDP and APGA or so. No way, because of the entrenched system, but because of Obedient swept him to power immediately. Elects Oti, the first Labour governor. Enugu State is in the bag because it's in the tribunal and the people are sure that it will be overturned. So, so I feel that the change or the sort of to remove, to challenge the system like you've, and maybe I'm not, to challenge the system like you've outlined. It might not come the American way because we are very poor. Our system is ill-developed to sustain a private enterprise and then produce the likes of Rockefellers who will maybe come in and change. But then we still achieve it through our own way, maybe our own peculiar way. So the change is just like going to a particular destination through different routes. But what we want is to change the situation we meet using our own way or using our own peculiarities. I yield.
Yeah, yeah. So this is what I'm trying to say. I gotta tell you guys this. This is how it's going. Just see it this way. The Supreme Court of Nigeria overturning Tinubu for P2B is going to be very difficult. I will tell you why. Nigerians have to understand that Tinubu becoming president was not by accident. It was planned and planned outside Nigeria. There is something that P2B did that I knew right away when he was doing it. I supported what he was doing, but I knew it was going to backfire. When P2B started discussing about turning Nigeria into a production country, that was a threat to countries beyond our shore. You see what I'm saying? These are countries that are seeking mineral resources that's on our shore beyond Nigeria. But for you to have a production Nigeria, that means we have to negotiate with these countries on equal level, shoulder to shoulder. And they are not ready to do that. Because if you look at what happened as soon as Tinubu was declared president, right? What happened? The British High Commissioner to Nigeria congratulated Tinubu. 2 days later, she turned in her resignation, right? Either resigned or recalled to England. It was planned.
Catriona Lang, yeah.
It was planned because they told her to declare, and they knew that the obedient were going to be pissed off. And as soon as it happened, they told her, "Come home, don't stay there because you're going to be the center of attraction." They will call her right away. But that's to tell you, that's what I'm trying to tell Nigerians. We have to understand that the problem we have back home, if it's Nigerian problem, would have been fixed long time ago. It's not a Nigerian interference. So, in order to counter that, when we start finding out that there are people that are actually interfering in our country in different ways, right? We have to then start looking inward. Because I gotta tell you, when you have an external force hitting you hard and you don't know where it's coming from, you can never build a defense, right? The only way you can build a defense is now to recall yourself and build a defense wall within to be able to stop what is coming from outside. So what we have to do right now, if you ask me, P2B being a president is gonna be very difficult. It might never happen on this challenge, right?
It's possible.
But I know nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible.
Okay,
Everything is possible.
Okay.
But while we are hoping and praying that it's possible, we should also now look inward and say, what can we do to better our economy in order to stop external interference? The politicians that benefit in this thing will never relent. They will not come back. They will not surrender. But we as... Yes, sir.
I agree with you on the things that you've said, and I'll sum it up in one word.
That's right.
That should be the strategy.
That's right.
We've learned it seriously. I think we all understand this, and I will speak it in a different language also. On your toilet, you push it around. By the time you get to the toilet, I can afford it. In other words, we should learn from the things that have just happened. And I sincerely believe on the concept of Medinobi.
That's right.
You can preach all of that gospel, but bear in mind, because I knew some other things that was going on. as far as this whole election is concerned. But at the same time, you have to balance the act of selling yourself. That was a very powerful message. Consumption to production, consumption. The people down on Abefa, they don't want to hear that.
They don't want to
Because
hear
the name God, they know, but we can still come back at it from a different perspective.
That's what we have to start doing. That's what
Because
we have to start
it
doing.
is still very, very possible. Look at let's digress a little bit. What's happening in Ajaro Estate today? I don't know if some of you have seen the demolition of properties that is going on there. And we need to actually shed a light to that briefly. These are $1 million or $1 million naira properties that are being torn down in Ajaro Estate, and somebody is saying it's retaliation because that's the Igbo stronghold and stuff like that. And the government of Lagos State is coming out to say, oh no, those people, we've been telling them for the last 2 years and we're going to pull them down if they don't. First of all, did they buy those properties? Because I don't think you just go and build a property in any place without buying the land, without getting the certificate of occupancy, without getting permissions, even though Nigeria is a place where anything goes. So we need to kind of sympathize with, I don't know if you've seen what I'm talking about.
I saw the video.
What you said about something that will be in the heart, what is that supposed to mean? That's when you said what somebody is going to do is going to be in their mind. Yeah.
So a surprise element in a nutshell. Surprise element. If I'm coming for you, I better throw you
You'll be pragmatic. You'll be pragmatic.
Yeah, you can call it pragmatism, but if I'm coming for you, which is what these people do to us, I might as well come from, hey, it's okay, but I know what I'm supposed to do. Surprise element.
For me, when I hear that, it comes across as if is what we do often, where we don't talk to each other honestly.
No.
Talk from their own point of view.
No. I just made a statement a while ago. I said, I didn't remember to go and sit in your toilet. If you're going to the toilet, you don't start fighting. By the time you get to the toilet, is it your intestine that you are going to shit out? That's a crude way of putting it. The game that if you not fear the hair where they for my head, bite me there. If I bite you for us, I don't go fear the shit where they bite you. Is the point I'm trying to make. It's about time that we don't say everything that we have in mind that we're about to do. When we get there, then we'll get it done.
But you see, the revolution of P2B was that consumption to production. Nigeria was almost, people gave up hope, really. Yep. Remember, the PVC people collected was because P2B's message inspired them. And people started taking PVCs because people has given up hope. So when you see P2B say production to, of course I know, something like it has to backfire somehow. Maybe because of the West might not be happy with it and then felt that this man will be a danger. Like they told Chinua Achebe, said after writing Conrad, he said a white man wrote that if they allow Africans reason like this, they will be in trouble. But that is by the way. So what P2B did, because when you meet people that are down, hope lost, in this world, when Obama came, Obama said, if anybody selling you, what is it called, fear and hope, he said, go for the man selling hope. Because hope is what, because Nigerians, we are down, practically, people are giving up. Most people have given up until P2B came to the scene, galvanized them with all this message. People were listening. Go and verify. You look at the man. Okay, not cut from the same cloth like the rest. Okay, go and then the youth. Let me just say this: took interest in him. But particularly when what shot P2B to limelight, apart from saying this consumption to production. When they are talking of structure, because when he joined, hey, no structure, where is Labour Party? He said, look, all the students that are 9 months in school, 9 months out of school at home are my structure. All the ASU lecturers they've not paid are my structure. All the market women that this is are my structure. When he was saying this, people said, eh? And then he said, these are my structures. The structure of criminality, we must destroy it. So that sort of galvanized people. Although, there is this fear because in politics, being a president of a country, I know that no white man will be saying it here. When you see a black president, a black head of state loved by the West, it's foolish. They are not doing the people well. If you are good to your people, the West will hate you. They may not tell you openly, but they know that this man is trying to open up these people's eyes. He's trying to help them.
CM, I disagree with you. CM, to some extent, I disagree with you. You started making points. You see, what Ekene said, to some extent, I want to tell you, I want to disagree with him. But because of we've had this perception for a very long time, there's this funny thing we get, like growing up in Lagos. You see a downfall driver, somebody use a Mercedes-Benz to hit the downfall driver. Then the man who hit the downfall driver will sit in his car, will not even come out. The downfall driver will run out of his car and discover that who hit him is in the Mercedes-Benz, then come out. The downfall driver will start making noise. Before you know, people will say, that man, now the head of Ogboni for this area, the downfall driver will get panic. Sometimes we accept defeat before the battle even starts.
Yeah.
I will tell you that. How did other countries survive? How did Barack Obama that you use survive? He's a black man. So if you also want to say Barack Obama will not go anywhere, that is the defeat we accept before even start the battle. See, Obi did great. The West support Buhari, punish Jonathan, stop June 15, 2014. United States of America stop buying our crude. You understand? And they give Buhari ceremonial support and everything. And the same West again, turn back from Buhari again before this election. So the West did not even support Buhari, starting from Donald Trump. You understand? Donald Trump even called Buhari, say he's a living dead. They didn't support his government. So when this thing happened, let's not quick to blame the West. Even from what Ekene said, even though Katrina, that the British ambassador, you understand, the consulate there, that even congratulate Buhari, she was recalled. That is not their stand. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We just have bad leaders that disappoint us on another way around. It is not really the West, like we might want to put it. I don't think it's really the West.
Come on,
you
let's
understand?
not do that now. You know that the West has a hand in some of all this.
No, hold on. See, hold on. The West on their own, they look down on us. They do everything. But what I'm telling you, with the way the world is going, even the West understand that the greatest black nation in the world with our population, if things didn't work out well for us, it's a threat on them. And you already understand. Look the way we travel. We love to travel.
You can't just say stuff. How is it a threat to them?
Hold on. The threat that I'm telling you, do you see the proliferation of Nigerians that are bombing UK right now? You understand? Any slight opportunities? How many of our professionals are going back home? You understand? Now our Tom, Dick, and Harrys are coming to the UK.
But they are.
You understand?
It's to the advantage. It's to the UK.
It is to the advantage now, because right now you see it to the advantage because they are looking for people. But we're talking about when things get worse, even though the one they are looking for and the one they are not looking for, to still be coming in that direction, in that space, as things is getting bad.
Any country that gets Nigerian mass exodus is a country on a hill. You know why? Because it's those Nigerians with talents that will move to those countries, not the very poor Nigerians.
That's true. I understand.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to tell you is this: I'm not saying that Nigeria should give up hope in terms of the election. No, Peter Obi has to keep going to the Supreme Court, keep banging on that door, try to break that door down. Yes, he should be doing that. We support him, but we also have to start building an economy that is parallel from the federal government so that we can build a strong defense internally by using that word of P2B from consumption to production. Right?
The great
So
Dim
we
Odimegu Ojukwu,
we have
I've said that. Sorry, my brother, sorry, I'm so sorry. The great Dim Odimegu Ojukwu said that. I was in Lagos. I was there myself. I didn't even know what led me to that area. When Ojukwu come to trade fair, when Ojukwu was campaigning 2000 and,
you went to sell container.
2006,
You go do container business.
you don't start. When Ojukwu came to trade fair, because I used to go to trade fair every year. They moved trade fair from the normal. They used to do trade fair in TBS, so they take it that year. They take it back to the real place, trade fair. You understand? In Ojo there. So when they take trade fair to Ojo, after Tinubu kick the Igbo people from Idumota to trade fair, and trade fair, that trade fair where you go inside, it used to be waterlogged area. The Igbo people developed that place. Ojukwu went there to campaign to his people. Ojukwu forget campaign. Ojukwu say, see what you turn this place to. And you people have Aba that is your own China. You cannot transform Aba. You cannot transform Onitsha. You cannot transform somebody. Please help me, my brother. Anambra, where Ojukwu come from? I forgot the name. Nnewi, God bless you. The hub of pharmaceutical. Ojukwu say you cannot transform Nnewi. See what people, any place you touch your hand, you touch it to gold. They pursue you in Idumota. You people are crying. Now you come to this place now. You transform the place. Not so long. They kick them again. They started frustrating them in a trade fair. They push them to auto parts. Inside again. These people turn this place and never that thing. So these are the things that I'm saying. So what we are saying is that the Igbo man tried to some extent, and I give it to them. They bring the business to your doorstep. What we call a DoorDash in America. You understand? Home delivery, they deliver your burger to your front door. My brother, is it not time for the Igbo man to go and develop their Aba, Onitsha, Nnewi? Make the Yoruba man where they do mechanic. Travel, go Aba, go buy spare parts.
Paul, my brother. There was a language I used here. I said, that should not only be a strategy. If you are going to play soccer game, or you are going to play football, you don't show the opponent your hands. Doesn't matter whether the opponent is America or Britain or whoever. What you rather do is that when you get to the field of play, you play that game. You are already
I think for me that came across as like, because the opponent now is based on language that you're using. It's almost another tribe.
No. It's not.
That's how it came across.
No, forefathers, it's not. It's a proverb. When our guest earlier on today started, she started with one proverb. And what I'm landing on in addressing Paul's comment is this. Right now, and too many things have happened to us. We are not only learning, we are doing now. If you go to what we call turning Igbo land teacher, turning Igbo land to the Japan of Africa, you know the Akuruno that is being built in Enugu now. And sooner or later, Aba will come back into its glory. So there is already movements in that direction. What brought about my talk here is this. Yes, it's about time that those people where they say, leave my place, let us develop not only Akuluno, let us go ahead and develop turning Igbo land into Japan of Africa, being aware of whatever we are bringing in to make sure that those things are not going to come and kill us off. Let us go back and do what Aba does best, which is becoming the Taiwan of Africa. Let's do that, and we will see the result.
I'm sorry.
Let's get it done without announcing so much.
I'm going to put it this way. Right? We as Nigerians have to be very, very careful when we say something, especially on the open space like this, about moving out of certain part of Nigeria or moving resource and logistics away from certain part of Nigeria. It's only going to cause sentiment. It's not going to make us achieve what we need. But I'm of the opinion that We have 5 states on the Nigerian shore of the Atlantic Ocean, right? We have to build seaports on those 5 states, just like I discussed on my channel. We have to build seaports on each major city in those 5 states. I am not doing it to punish the Yorubas or punish the Lagosians, but I'm saying this: we can build in Ondo, we can build in Edo State, which is right after Benin at the Atlantic Ocean, right?
Yeah.
We can build in rivers, we can build in Akwa Ibom, we can build in Cross River. Those 5 states, right? 6 states, we need to have seaports in all of them. Then we can have satellite seaports on major cities across, along the river banks of River Niger and river banks of River Benue, right? In order to develop our trade. But at the same time, if you tell me that people should move from Lagos and move to the east, I got to tell you, the eastern Nigeria is the most dirtiest region in Nigeria. Our traders do these things because if you go and watch my show, my program, or maybe you drive from Asaba into Onitsha, you see the way that place look. Is a dirt. We're supposed to have high rises there. Do you know that my brother-in-law, that's my elder brother-in-law, moved from Jos to Nnewi with his business, with his computer business, only to have to fold the computer business into selling beer. Why? Is because you can't sell computer accessories in Igbo land. Nobody's buying it, but they will buy your beer. 95% of gross product in eastern Nigeria is trade. No technology, no anything to do with the 21st century market, no law firm, no real estate management, nothing that has to do with the 21st century. Everything there is buying and selling. 95% of gross domestic product in eastern Nigeria.
Wait. When you say one moment, when you say no law firm, you mean law firm?
I'm talking about no law firm, no insurance company. I'm talking about corporations. We do not have corporations.
Do you know that Anambra has almost the highest number of SANs, senior advocate, on a Shandinnewi alone? They are bar association.
They do have individuals, not companies. I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about companies. If you go to Lagos, you can see KPMG as an accounting company, right?
Okay,
yeah, that's what PricewaterhouseCoopers.
You don't have KPMG in Anambra, in the whole of eastern Nigeria. We don't have accounting firms. We don't have nothing. But you know that we have 95%. Let's just make this argument simplistic. We do have 95% of traders in Nigeria. That in eastern Nigeria, that's our gross domestic product in eastern Nigeria. Am I right?
That's true. But Ekene, I think the mistake where we get it all wrong to some extent, you see the way these 3 major hubs in the east is domiciled. To some extent, they abused it. Aba is the industrial hub of Nigeria.
What is traders?
Yes, it's the industrial. Onitsha supposed to be the commercial hub. Onitsha is supposed to be where you put corporate offices. Onitsha is supposed to be, but the mistake that government are making, government all over the world compensate, because Onitsha is an ancient city to some extent of its own. So if you will develop Onitsha to bring it to where you call a better commercial city in terms of offices and the likes, which means you're going to redesign Onitsha, you're going to destroy structures that cost millions because they've been there for a very long time. And one of the ways you will do it very well, you have to compensate. You understand? Because if I can buy your building is still there, but I'm putting 10 structure on top of your building, which means I'm giving you 2 apartments, but I'm putting 24 apartments in that same plot of land. That is what we call high-rise building.
You have to uproot the whole building and that building.
Exactly. That's why I said if I'm putting an high-rise building of 24 and I'm giving you 2 out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, based on this design that I'm looking at, to make Onitsha a viable city, you have to look at Hudson River. You see how New Jersey on the other side and New York on the other side, right?
Correct.
From Hudson River. That's what you need.
The bridge.
Asaba on this side and Onitsha on that
On
side.
the other end.
High rises. I got to tell you, the transformation is going to be huge because now you have people building real estate that want millions of dollars in that river band. And now they can have hotels, hospitals, offices, and now you have people driving jet ski on River Niger. You have people building houses with where they can park their boats. You see what I'm saying? That
Correct.
Dubai that you're looking for, we already have it.
That's why I said governments don't know how to compensate. Take this land, give the people the property back. Go ahead.
Before you take that argument that way, government comes to play. Somebody wanted me to explain a little further about that I had used. Let me clear that. Forefather, as far as that Yenwoke is concerned, I try to use the analysis of going to a football game or rugby game. Every team has a game plan. You don't show your opponents your game plan. You come to the field of play, you execute it. You don't say, I'm going to do this as a must. And then before you get there, they'll make sure that you don't do what you're saying, that you don't get there first. So that's the essence of it doesn't mean that you should not discuss the general good of the people and all that. But the real thing that you are going to do when you get, restructure. Everybody have been shouting, I'm going to restructure Nigeria. And then to my brother Kene, the thing you're talking about, if I drive 10 minutes, I'm right at the Elizabeth Seaport, right here. And I know exactly what you're talking about because the airport has just been expanded in Newark Liberty International Airport.
Yes, it was. Yeah, $2 billion.
Okay. That place is 5 minutes from my place, from this spot where I am now. But even the city of Elizabeth, that airport really should be answering Elizabeth Airport. But because Newark is a bigger city, it turned out to be that way. So all I'm trying to say is that government, even if you want private parties to say, okay, we're going to dredge River Niger down to the Atlantic so that our ships can begin to come in from there. Government will not allow you to do that. Don't forget that somebody said that some of the oldest seaports around was around Onitsha in those days. But they killed it and let it die so that Lagos can thrive. Don't forget that Calabar used to be the capital of Nigeria. But they moved everything down to Lagos. And don't forget that while Lagos was doing so good and has become the hub of everything else, they moved to Abuja, where we spent all our money to build a new city. That's all well and good. But coming back to what can we do as people from a particular place? Aba was good when I was growing up, fiercely competitive. I discussed earlier on that the pipeline that went from Port Harcourt all the way straight down to Kaduna ran through Aba. And I said that my brother's property, where he was supposed to be manufacturing brute for men, brute products, Fabry J, he was supposed to be manufacturing it there. NMPC cut right through there, up to tomorrow, no compensation. So what are we talking about? We have our good dreams, but would government allow us to do that? And if you're talking about insurance, J.O. Iruku was the person who brought reinsurance to Nigeria. He brought reinsurance to Nigeria. Nigerian reinsurance became so successful, government took it over. Hello? That is what I'm talking about. Some of those institutions you're talking about are already something that is inherent within us. Have you ever wondered who brought military mobile police to Nigeria? Go back to Dr. M. Akpara and check out the history of how that came about. So there are good things that are about to happen, but look, the rail line that was built from to Daura or wherever Buhari said he was heading to. Go and Google Jude Igwemezie, who's in Canada. It's an Igbo man. He's a railroad expert. Those are the people who, come on, we have people who have the ability to be able to think in every way. But let us, again, in these forums, as we keep discussing, appreciate the views that Paul holds on some of these things, but let us know that in these forums, we have a hand in making sure that a proper change comes into play. I just talked about the Agile estate, we brushed it aside. Meanwhile, I think buildings were leveled, and the government is coming to say, oh, they built illegal structures, oh, they did this, they did that.
Agile estate is a Nigerian tragedy. Let me just let's not let it go. Okay? But we might not like what some of us might say, because the reason why I say I
want to beg your indulgence. I want to go to sleep. My daughter said, "Are you people going to pay me?" That since I came back from church, I've been sitting talking on. Are you people going to pay me money for me to be?
We are not going to have another 4 a.m. announcement.
Daddy, go and sleep. It's late. It's late for you. If I come back again, I will break your computer. So please, I'll have to listen to my daughter. I need to go to bed. And please continue with the good discussion. Can we talk again next time we meet? Okay. God bless all of you. And have a blessed week. Okay. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you.
God bless you too, sir. Like my American people will say, we love you, but you gotta go.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Hey, Paul, you went to live in Arizona. Upon all the whole cities in the US, you went to live in Arizona. What are you looking for in Arizona?
Okay, so now let me explain to you now, Mr. Hike. Arizona is the 48th state in America.
Yes.
But Phoenix, Arizona is the 4th largest city in America.
Really?
There you go. You see how Phoenix can be popular. Do you know how many cities we have? Phoenix is the largest. It's the 4th largest city in Arizona. It's very popular. It's very big. 2015, we host the Super Bowl. This year, we host the Super Bowl. So don't think it's that place that nobody knows about. 5,000 containers coming in every day from Mexico. So we literally feed the whole country.
You have to be afraid.
Yeah.
You have to be afraid of those drug barons from Mexico so that they don't shoot your leg.
Yeah, that is the side that you see where we want to condemn. Remember, they are the one that is feeding the country. Immigration, they hold that one. How many of us can go to the farm and work? How many of us can stay on the road to make the road good for people to use? They are the people. Those ones, they hold them. Now the one way they for factory, they work with you and I. Then we they report them because we envy them. The ones that put food on our table, we don't report them.
I want to come to US, but my problem was when Trump was in office. I said I cannot go to US, but now it's no more there. One of you have to invite me to come to US and spend some time.
No, sir. If you come to a place like Arizona, you really going to enjoy it.
Okay.
Yeah, you're really going to enjoy it very well.
Hey, God bless you, everybody. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Can I just a message on the chat?
Okay, what I was saying, what I was saying is this, right? When it's a Nigerian tragedy, but you guys might not like what some of you might not like what I'm going to say. But let me say it this way, okay? The reason why it's a Nigerian tragedy is this.
What do you mean? Okay, you mean Agile State?
Agile State, yes.
Okay.
As Nigerians, we like to float the law. Some of us love to disrespect the law, disobey the law, and not abide by the law. Nigerians have history of, if you tell us we can't get this, we start spending money to get it. It's like our ego is robbed. The reason why I say it's a Nigerian tragedy is this. I know that in some area, even in Abuja, in my hometown, Anambra State, in Kano where I was born, Even in Lagos, where I frequently visited when I was in Nigeria, but I don't really like to visit Lagos now because it's too congested. People are always told you can't build here. You can't build here. They still buy that land, they still give that bribe. They still insist they want to build it. And when they go and buy that land, they bring their friends with them to buy that land. I have a family friend that had a heart attack. Why did this guy have a heart attack? Because he bought, I don't know how many of you that know where ShopRite used to be in Abuja, that's in Metana. There's a big piece of land next to ShopRite. So he bought that land. They told him, don't buy it, that this is a federal reserve land, that the federal government wanted to use this land for something. He insisted and bought that land. When the government finally told him, no, you cannot build, he started giving bribe. This guy lost more than $2 billion, even to Jonathan's wife's hands, because she got involved in that and he's trying to bribe her to keep her quiet, to make her to influence her husband. He lost over 2.something billion naira. Do you know where that guy ended up? In a hospital in India with a stroke. When he found out that his money couldn't get him that land because he knew the value of the land, but it's a federal structure that is going to be there. So look at, okay, my hometown in Oba. I have somebody that was building a fence. He encroached into a town road with his fence. We had to knock down this fence few weeks before my dad's burial and push that fence back. But for we to be able to do it, it took an entire community, youths, to come and get this guy to just move his hand 3 feet. Because he came 4-5 feet out. But just to move it 3 feet took all that fight. The reason why I say this is because I have seen so many issues in Nigeria that has to involve land disputes. Even in Abuja, my cousins, they built a restaurant in 2005. And Rufai then was the FCT minister. He gave so many campaigns during the Obasanjo regime. Do not buy land in this area. Do not buy land in this area. That my cousin, a lot of them went and bought those lands. Rufai came and swapped everything. That was what you see in Ajao Estate right now is nothing compared to what happened in 2005. 2005 was the biggest land erase in Nigerian history because people bought land worth of billions of naira. Remember then dollar was about, I think it was about 100 and something naira to a dollar.
Okay,
people lost billions.
Okay, Kene. Let's do it this way because it takes two to tango.
Mm-hmm.
What the scenario you've painted in some places it may not take place.
Mm-hmm.
It's like saying accusing somebody of giving bribe. But what if the receiver refused not to take? It means that a bribe taking didn't go through.
Mm-hmm.
What if this is government land, they've said don't sell it or whatever, then maybe one hooligan we forge one paper and say, come and I sell it, I'm the owner, you buy. By the time you are looking for certificate of occupancy, they will tell you, no, that land is not for sale. But because the person there want to take money, they complete the cycle and say, okay, bring it, I do it for you. But if the person said, no, in fact, if you come here again, we arrest you and prosecute you, and insist on the system. Do you know what you just described can happen in the UK? But because of the fact that they tell you that, no, this is not for sale, that is the council will tell you, no, it's not, and that ends it. You don't need to go back to go and see who to bribe because by even mentioning bribe, you are putting yourself in trouble. So in Nigeria's own case, people will say, one, this land they say is not for sale, go and give them money. If the person try and say want to bribe and the bribe didn't go through, that culture stays. That culture stays.
CM, please, I have to contribute from where you stop. Let me just add to what you said. CM, how do you say somebody built a house in an illegal structure? Let's say, for example, even though the state did not use all the ministries and parastatals to come and check anything. You understand? You are paying what we call tenement rate on the house. Are you paying tenement rate on illegal structure?
Exactly.
How do you explain that part? I've been paying my tenement rate every year for a property. Then the same state is saying that the property that you build is illegal structure and you are making profit from it. It don't make no sense.
You see, what?
Before you come in, let me tell you what El Capone said when they come to. He said you can't collect a legal tax from an illegal business. You can continue. El Capone
God bless you.
In Chicago. The IRS came. He said you can't collect a legal tax from an illegal business.
The thing is this: we all know one thing. The both people are playing each other. The people that bought the land and the government that knew that an illegal land was sold to that
And they're
person.
collecting tenement rate.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're all playing each other. The reason why I have to say this is this. Who is going to lose? You that bought the land.
Yes.
If you know you're going to lose your money for buying the land and then lose the structure that you built, and probably your kids have lived in that house for 4 or 5 years. Now they've developed memory. They are attached to that house.
To some extent, you are just blaming the vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? You are blaming the vulnerable. I know it is easy to some extent for you to renew your passport. If you are doing your first passport in Nigeria, can you tell me how much is the amount to do a passport in Nigeria? None of us know the amount.
Guess what? I know it's a rhetorical question, but this is what I'm trying to say. We all know Nigeria because we were born and raised there. I believe most of us, or all of us, we were born and raised there. And we know how stubborn our citizens are. But due to our citizens are so stubborn, we also know how manipulative our government is. Which means the government knows that we always want something. And when we want it, we don't back down. And it dangles that in our face. And when we purchase it, the same government will come and take it back from us. But to avoid that, there is something called Ministry of Land. You go to before you buy any land in Nigeria, go there and investigate about that area. What is this area going to be used for? Is in the plan. If they start speaking Dogo Turenchi, according to the Hausa people, they say Dogo Turenchi, which means long English. Request for the map.
So that's another thing again that I want to disagree. Sorry that I'm interjecting you like this. Somebody go bought a land in purely industrial area, commercial and residential area, because we have agric area, we have industrial area, we have commercial area, we have pure residential area and everything. This is well mapped. Like I'll tell you from Lagos State, because I've ventured into that. My parents own properties. So when you talk all these things, when you go to Lagos State, you go check what you get there. It's completely settled. They tell you the family that owns that land. And if you bought property from that same family, I think you are doing the right thing. So government did not even prepare their books very well. You understand? Like say, this is where we design on this place. These are places that we want to put park. This is own government own reserve area in that area. What we mean government reserve area in residential area, maybe where you want to put park, where you want to put school, where you want to put fire service. This is government reserve area in residential area. But it's not there. What you just get, you just know that the family that owns property in that area. Go ahead.
Let me counter you real quick. Nobody owns a land in Lagos. Nigeria has what we call, yep, I'm sorry for saying this. You might be surprised. Nigeria has what we call eminent domain, just like United States. Government can come and say, you know what, the whole of this area has to go because we have to build a highway. Now they have to come, but in a true democracy, you have to compensate people. Government can always take over.
Correct.
So you do not own land Even if, no matter who it is, the government can come and say, you know what, like I said, through democracy, you have to compensate the people, but government can build structure through that area because they have to create movement of goods and services.
But they have to compensate the owners.
Yeah,
I
that's what
still
I'm
want to
saying.
disagree with you.
In a true
This is where I
democracy,
want
they
to
have
disagree with you. You just use your word. You say government want to use, which is true even in the US. But what we are telling you in Lagos State, for example, Lagos State is the first state, if not the only state as of now, that enact everywhere in Lagos State. Draw the whole map in Lagos State, 1978. It's been done 1978. But when Lagos State still did everything, Lagos State still give credence to the family that owns that property. Why Lagos State design everything? So Lagos,
it's not Lagos, it's Nigerian law.
no, no. Now you are getting it all wrong. It is state that owns land, not federal government. So you cannot say it's Nigerian law. It is state that owns land. No, it is state that owns land.
Okay, every state in Nigeria, right, recognizes family-owned land.
So exactly. So, but what I'm telling you now, I'll correct you on that one very well. It is state that owns land. But when states draw lands and every other thing,
I didn't doubt that. I said
so when states draw lands and every other thing, if it is placed where federal government needs something, they give federal government. Where state owns property in that area, it is what we call, for example, now this is what when you call park belongs to the state because the state, the local government manage that part. Where they design for schools, where they design for, say, fire service, you understand, those type of things belong to the state. But all other residential, you still need the state to give you, I forget what they call it in Lagos State now. Lagos State don't call certificate of occupancy. They call it another name, something consent. I forgot the name now. My head is a little bit full. Lagos State have nothing.
While you're talking about that, let me tell you how it's done in Anambra State. In Anambra State and every other state that I've lived in Nigeria, a family owns a land. There is family-owned land, there is state-owned land. But what happens is that when the family then sells the land to an individual, there are rituals that happen. In Anambra State, you have to kill a goat. After the killing of that goat, right, then you have to go to the state to get a C of O. You still have to get the C of O so that the same family doesn't come back tomorrow and say, we never sold your land. We never sold that land to you. You see what I'm saying? So it applies in Anambra State. So just like it's done in Lagos, it's done in our state. Only that this time you have to kill goat. Because if there's going to be, the reason why you kill goat is because in the olden days, our people didn't have C of O. So they use that killing of goat as the C of O because there are witnesses that witness that the goat was killed, which means you sold your land. So going back to what I was saying, yeah, Nigeria, when people buy land in Nigeria, I will tell you, huge percentage of them don't investigate. You might investigate, Paul, but a lot of people don't investigate. Do you know that even in Nigeria, that over 70% of people that buy land don't even own C of O to their land, especially in Eastern Nigeria? They don't have the C of O.
Not because they don't want. It's part of what Soludo want to sort of what is it called? Streamline in Anambra State. The thing is this.
It takes forever.
Everything, to be honest with you, Ekene, I will blame government about 90%. Because government is overriding power. Whether you do illegal land,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Before I forget, I just remember that it's called governor's consent. That's what they call it in Lagos.
Okay.
It's called governor's consent.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
That's even if you do any illegal business, you bought from a madman or mad woman or from third party or whatever, as long as you now come for that C of O or whatever, at that point somebody will look at it and say, Oga, that place you are buying land is government reserved area. There's no point issuing you C of O because it's gonna be demolished in future. Do you understand I'm coming? So
yeah, what you just said right now is 100%. Because in Akwa Ibom, let me just throw one thing so that you can continue. In Akwa Ibom, right, what Paul just said is also correct to add to what you're saying in CM. When you buy land in Akwa Ibom, the governor has to sign the C of O.
So at that point, you want to get CFO, because when you get CFO, it's like it's not legal. Everything is they will tell you no. So no amount of billions you bring to bribe those officials to issue it, because the person you must have issued it, probably the person must have resigned, give you one CFO. In future, even if you are showing it, they said no, you made a mistake. Even when you are showing, but this is CFO, like this Ajao, I got my CFO, this is it. Is it not government? So if in government circle, by the time you come, they say, look, Oga, no need bribing us. It's not gonna work. Better go and collect your money back. That place is reserved for a teaching hospital or for diseases in future. So when they frustrate you at that level of CFO, and this story goes out everywhere, this thing will self-regulate itself. But the thing is, the government will take a bribe. You build the house, they are collecting tenement rate from you. One governor will now come in future and say, let me implement this, and start to demolish it. Then the people will shout, say, hey, you build. No. If you are making a mistake, by the time you get to the government will say, look, it's our own. We don't need your money. Go back. We're not issuing CFO for that area. At that point, you will
Yeah.
not know
So
that, yes,
CM,
that
let me correct one myth that every one of us make mistake in Lagos, which I would say to some extent it might cut out to other states too very well. Because I know Lagos very well. It concerns me. I have a stake on that. So in Lagos, the way they draw the map between your property and the road, now you started all these things from local government to states to Lagos state. Now, this funny thing, you started doing the right thing. You see some people started doing the right thing. You understand that 30 meter that they say from your house to the road to the gutter. Before you know what's up or anything, you just look like you the wasteland. You start building stuff front of your house. You start encroaching. So if state now want to break that small structure that you put on your front house, they also assume that it can affect the structure of your house. So what do you think will happen? They demolish the whole of your house. So sometimes it is not illegal property, but it is you build against the state code. Now, like my backyard, they put a small door on my backyard of my house. And me now they do mbuka, and they buy cars. The back of my house, I can put like 20 cars in the back of my house. But my new property, it is small gates that I can't drive car to the back. Now I want to break that gate to put bigger gates so that I can drive all the cars, all the chairs, school chairs and computer I put in my backyard instead of me to be going one by one. What do you think you do? You have to contact city. City will approve it. You understand, for safety, for crime, and everything, so that in the case of somebody call 911 or anything, they draw map. They understand the city plan the way it is. You understand? Not like I have gone against the city code, the way they design every structure. So these little thing, we abused it, and when the state come for us, they themselves, they make mistake. They don't explain in details. They just come and they warn you that you break rules, and they break.
The reason why, the discussion you just had and what Ekene had just said, the guy who went and threw in his billions and ended up in India with heart attack and stuff like that. That is a consistent thing in Nigeria. Let's not forget, we're talking about eminent domain here. That eminent domain, I have witnessed it. This place where I'm sitting down right now, I've been here for about 30 years in this particular place. And listen to this. About a month or two ago, one morning I get out and there's been a fence that has been there ever since. And I just saw the state, not even the city, marking up the place. And I asked the question what was going on. And they pulled out a master plan, the map of the whole thing. They're explaining to me that what they're doing is that they're going to put an electrical point here for these traffic lights. And therefore, that this fence must go about 3 feet or 4 feet deep into. I said, but what happened? They showed me the map. I shut my mouth up. In other words, they were even kind that they did not want to demolish all the way. They were not demolition. Rather, what they did with all equipment, they moved that fence. I think he froze.
His internet is
Never don't take like that man there for new work.
He appears to have frozen. I
Okay,
support
let's go.
what Ekene was saying
Let me go
about
to bed.
private people
Okay,
getting
good night.
NWC, good night.
NWC, yeah. NWC is very quiet when other people are talking, but when he starts,
NWC already there for bed. Now, you see us in a room in there.
yeah,
Okay, good night.
yeah.
Good
Once
night.
NWC is in the mood to talk, you can't stop him. All right. I support what Ekene was saying about private people can also contribute to the change that we want to see, because we can't always leave everything for the central government to handle everything. Sometimes the stimuli comes from the private individuals that are acting. The American government, when the Carnegies and the Rockefellers were doing what they were doing in America, they were watching and they were working with them now and again. And but the impetus, the fact that they existed, benefited the American state, so the government worked with them. And because you can see signs of that in Nigeria already, like the Proforce, Innocent, some actors are getting in there trying to change things for the better. And if you look at
Even airpiece, look at airpiece. How much
exactly,
Nigerian government spend on airpiece all the time?
so I think there's room for private listening. I said it even last week. Or I think one of the arguments I made was that we as Nigerians need to get invested in Nigeria. And if you have a stake in a country, you tend to care about it more. Because the way you criticize is you don't just criticize it just based on ideology. Now you're criticizing based on something that is actually pragmatically going to work for the progress of that country. So the way you approach it tend to be shaped to achieving good results, not just based on ideology or stance. So that is why I advocated that, that could be a way of changing things without necessarily going to burn the whole place down. Because most people just want to, revolution. Let's go for a revolution. And maybe a revolution is already happening and we don't even know it yet.
It's true. Now that is from the ballot, isn't it? From the ballot.
Some of them Dan is talking about revolution, the hot revolution.
Some people are advocating for ballot revolution. Me, I'm advocating for economic revolution.
Yeah,
that's what I advocate for. Because ballot revolution is one thing. Revolution doesn't have to be. If we try to do ballot revolution, we have to come back another 4 years. But economic revolution is constant. It's every day. People invested in Nigeria. People begin to do things. Do you know that? Okay. Check this out. Let me tell you guys this. Do you know that in Nigeria, who built most of Nigerian roads? The Chinese company, right? Those are the ones that are building most of Nigerian roads today, Chinese companies. But do you know that the reason why the federal government stopped giving contract to the indigenous Nigerian firms is because most indigenous Nigerian firms don't even go past the first phase of their contract, and they are gone with more than 50% of the money that the mobilization fee and every money that they've given, up to 50%, they've gone with it. They'll come and dump sand on a road and take off. Niger Delta is the worst case scenario. I was discussing with somebody in Ibini. We were going from Ibini. I don't know if you guys know Ibini. Eket area, all the way to Uyo. So we're driving, and this new road is being done by Chinese people. And I was pissed off. Why are Chinese people building this road? The guy looked at me and laughed and said, say this road, they don't give them one Akwa Ibom man. And this Akwa Ibom man, they give us 800 million naira and make it take, that's the first space. That's a disbursement. Make it take build the road. This man carry money, go Abuja, go lodge for hotel. No do a single thing. Federal government still they push the guy up to tomorrow to get the money back. This guy left his wife and children and 2 girls to Abuja. He has been there for 3 years. Government on his ass, and he's using lawyer to stop federal government. And his wife is going to the banker, begging the banker to give her some money because the kids are hungry.
The banker end up giving this woman over 5 million naira out of the federal government money that he's not supposed to touch. They fired that guy.
Is the guy not a member of APC?
But he might be a member of APC, but the government is still chasing him.
But this is the
same APC now. If you join their party,
but the reason why I'm saying this is this. Do you know that Akpabio, right? Akpabio was so mad at his own people that if asked Buhari to probe NDDC, right?
Yes.
They found that over 6 trillion naira worth of project is missing.
Yes. NDDC was a shame, to be honest with you. NDDC was a shame because what I know is that somebody was telling